Like many beginnings, our hero awakens to find himself in a character within the game he created, the Legend of On. It's a school where countless dangerous events unfold, and they never stop. Even if the apocalypse arrives, life in this game goes on. But that's not the real problem, because the game's main quest was easily solved by the author Bap. Unfortunately, our hero wasn't so lucky, somehow transmigrating into a character that was just thrown in. Corin Locke plays an NPC in the beginner's quest, where the game's protagonist saves all the villagers. If things go according to the original story, everything will be resolved easily. But it's not that simple. The game's mastermind is named Pihu. Interestingly, he's also a player who owns this role-playing game, meaning he's also been transmigrated. But there's a big difference between Shu and Corin. Beyond his immense power, Park Shu was also granted the privilege of an isekai protagonist, an attribute window. The problem was, Shu had never played this game before. But Corin will make up for that, having played every chapter of the game and knowing every path. You could say Corin is an expert in the legend of heroes of Ahan, acting as Shu's advisor. Siu was truly blessed, while Corin possessed all the game's information. Siu has his stat window and player system, and so the two remain together. These two big supports worked together through every stage, saving countless lives, achieving greatness, and most importantly, preventing the apocalypse and returning to their world. Everything seemed perfect, as if it would all work out until the end. But no, it couldn't be that simple. Things are just getting started, and Corin's only disappointment is being surrounded by freeloaders. But the reason why will be revealed later. It definitely won't disappoint. The appeal of this game includes fantasy elements, diverse heroic tales, and simulated dating. Basically, there's no romance with menu. If there are women, they're only added to the team for missions, and then it's just meh. This is something Corin would regret for a long time. He should have noticed something was wrong sooner. The death of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter en route to the memorial, Mary's sudden disappearance, and countless other mysterious deaths and disappearances. These events were not in the original game's storyline. And more importantly, neither was the way Pahu, who was always by my side, was thinking. Corin should have sensed something was off from the start and questioned his true nature, even if just a little. Marietta Dunlep was the stage's final boss and a heroine in this game. But Corin had never met her, as she had mysteriously disappeared. Until one day, Corin unexpectedly discovers Mari's staff, a mysterious artifact in a secret underground room at Shu's. Not only that, but this place also contained mysterious artifacts from other heroines, like Alicia's Odachi, the rare hammer of the heroine Jer, Elle's rare spellbook, and most frighteningly, Marietta's corpse, imprisoned in a glass chamber filled with red liquid. When he was discovered, Siu didn't seem worried at all. Instead, he revealed his bizarre and terrifying true nature, as Corin demanded an explanation. He calmly replies that Mariette was a high-level vampire anyway, and her blood is too valuable to waste. That's why Siu imprisoned her here to drain her blood. Come to think of it, Corin drank a small bottle of medicine Siu gave him earlier today. He claimed it was just a normal recovery medicine, but Corin never imagined it was actually Mariette's blood. Corin collapses, while Sihu's face hardens into a terrifying mask. He had been building this place for a long time, and the Mariette affair alone took a whole month. Sihu does all of this just to complete the storyline faster, finding Corin's gameplay boring and tedious. He'll just wipe out these characters to speed things up. In truth, Sihu wasn't the newbie he pretended to be. Not only is he not a newbie, but he's actually a veteran player of this game. More accurately, Shu is the devil in this game. With the number of characters he's killed, just 3 more lives will bring him to 100,000. Corin is disgusted by this monster, and in a rage, he grabs Shu by the collar. Without resistance, he calmly stated that these were just NPCs in a game, nothing to get worked up about. Corin was now helpless, utterly disappointed. He reached into Shu's shirt, questioning why he needed the Odachi if he was so obsessed with quest efficiency. After all, a mage wouldn't need a knight's weapon, and those regular potions could easily be crafted through the system menu. Sihu then smirked, his cold face and bloodshot eyes transforming him into a terrifying demon. With a simple push, Corin was sent flying, slamming against the wall and covered in blood. Sihu, now a maddened beast, repeats that everything he's done has been for Corin. He should have been your whole world, not those other women. That's right. Just as you're all thinking, Corin is stunned, a string of question marks floating above his head. At this point, Sio couldn't hold back any longer and revealed his true colors. Just as you all suspected, Sio was in love with Corin. At first, Corin couldn't believe it. After 199 chapters of action and fantasy, a sudden BL twist at the end? Unacceptable. A terrifying dark aura emanated from Sio. The only reason the entire team is male is because he secretly eliminated all the female characters from the start. Siu doesn't care about any of the other guys. The only person he loved was Korin. Korin was so disgusted that he punched Sio right in the face. It's unbelievable how twisted this guy is. Korin's 12 years of pure innocence were almost shattered by him. Korin tried to escape, but Sio quickly caught him with magic, tying him up in a rather suggestive position. Unbelievable. And then Sio continued to say things that any domineering demon lord would say to his girl. You won't escape me. I'll bind you forever. You belong to me. Because in this fabricated world, you're the only real thing. At this point, Korin is horrified, wanting to throw up, but in the current situation, there's nothing he can do. Once your tears fall, the game will end. He must have been plotting this for a long time. He begins to create a magic circle, opening the game's final chapter. For Shu, the end of this fake world means he and Korin can be together forever. Siu has always acted alone, so even the final boss shouldn't be a problem for him. Meanwhile, Korin can only lie still, awaiting a fate worse than death. Just then, the system's warning sound rang out. Player eliminated, mission failed. Perhaps he was unlucky and lost in the final round. But win or lose, it's time to start over. At least the heavens haven't forsaken good people like Korin. When he opened his eyes again, he was in his bed, his life reset to 3 years prior. This is the golden opportunity that fate has granted Korin. He clenched his fist as tears streamed down his face. I must kill that player. In the game, there's an event called the Rodion River Dam Break. During this monster subjugation mission, the dam suddenly burst, washing away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters poured out, and thousands of innocent people drowned. It was a truly horrific scene. Yet Pihu seemed frighteningly happy and excited at the time. Back then, Korin was too naive to understand why that bastard looked so gleeful. But thinking back, even if dozens died, all Sio cared about was the experience gained. Recalling his words, just 3 more lives to reach 100,000 was enough to drive Korin mad with his depravity. And now, Korin has the power to stop that demon. Right now, Shu is only level 5, just like him. But the factors that will make him and other players stronger lie within the Mecha Academy. After entering the academy, Shu's power increased dramatically. He hasn't become a monster yet, but there's no telling how fast he'll grow after entering the academy. And the entrance ceremony is only 5 days away. So, the only way to eliminate Pihu is right now. And the mushroom Korin holds will be useful in helping him do just that. Back to the main story. Sio has a mission tonight. A transport to Mercadon has been ambushed by monsters in the forest. He must protect everyone and the guards until it's fixed, as Sio will be accompanied by 2 supporting characters, Lon and Laura, on this mission. Just as they were getting into the carriage, a terrifying roar echoed through the air, and something suddenly burst from the bushes with lightning speed. Without hesitation, they drew their swords, ready to fight. That terrifying roar heralded the arrival of a level 2 monster, a werewolf. Hidden in the nearby bushes, Korin was surprised by how quickly everything unfolded, unable to help even if he wanted to. If only he'd had time to prepare, he could have saved them. After creating a diversion so the carriage and others could escape, SH immediately ran towards the werewolf. Korin needed to confirm if this Peru was truly the hero destined to save the world, or just another player like himself before intervening. Facing the werewolf, Siu's face twisted into a terrifyingly excited grin, just as a key female character wielding a sword suddenly appeared. She gracefully slashes her sword at the monster's neck, but it manages to block the blow. This is Elisa Aiden, the second daughter of the N family, wielder of Odachi, one of the 6 kings' swords, and an influential member of the party. Sihu had been waiting for this moment, and he pulls out a hidden dagger, preparing to strike. This is the same wretched Sihu from his past life. Fortunately, Elisa quickly noticed his actions and dodged in time. Still shaken, Elisa asked him why he did that, and he excused himself by saying he slipped. The werewolf's roar snaps her back to reality, and she resumes her fight. The dagger Sio poisoned grazed her skin, though it didn't pierce. Though some poison entered her system, she fought on as if nothing happened. Perhaps because she was a key NPC in the story. The poison seems to have weakened Elisa in her fight against the monster, but she tries to calm herself, breathing deeply, closing her eyes to focus her strength, and then unleashing her special ultimate move. With renewed vigor, Elisa unleashes her ultimate technique and swiftly charges toward the monster. Sihu watched coldly, realizing Elisa could defeat the werewolf on her own, and he wouldn't let that happen. He grabbed the knife and threw it at Elisa. This time, it was definitely no accident. Luckily, Elisa dodged it, but the knife was just a distraction. Unbeknownst to her, Elisa had wandered too close to the beast's maw, and though she quickly stabbed it in the head to finish it off, she was impaled by a fang in its mouth. Elisa falls to the ground, and Sio seizes the opportunity to snatch Oda from her. He happily caresses the sword, his face now cold, devoid of humanity. Killing NPCs grants experience, right? Elisa lay dying on the ground, seeing the figure before her as nothing less than a cruel demon, a truly tragic final vision. Suddenly, a bag full of yellow powder flew into Sihu's face, covering him. Everyone saw you throw that bag at CO, who's now distracted and annoyed, trying to find who dared to throw something at him, just as a horde of monsters charges toward him. That yellow powder is Topanic Mushroom, a favorite of the forest monsters, and he's covered in a thick layer of it. Now, to the monsters, Pihu is nothing more than a delicious piece of meat covered in a special sauce. While he's busy dealing with the forest monsters, Korn quickly pulls Elisa aside. Luckily, she's still breathing. Looking at the werewolf before him, Korn suddenly has an idea. He approached and snapped off one of its fangs, just as Sio suddenly appeared behind Korn. Looks like he took care of those monsters. Korn calmly stood up, killing 3 horned rats in the blink of an eye. Oda is amazing, a voice spoke, surprising Sue. Korn locks on. Sihu warily asks, "How did you get here?" "This bastard, did he lose his memories from before?" Korn wondered, knife in hand, chuckling. "All the better." Then he said, "You'll only hurt yourself holding a sword like that." Sihu was stunned, but Korn took advantage of his daze, throwing a handful of powder straight into his face. Caught off guard, Sihu cursed, "You bastard!" He swung his sword blindly, still yelling. "Die." Korn easily dodges the blow, even having time to assess the situation. His swordsmanship is clumsy, but he's fast. North, after all, is physically stronger than I am. Korn ducks low to avoid the blow, gritting his teeth. He has no choice but to risk it. With no other choice, Korn swung the sharp fang at Shu, forcing him to dodge in alarm. By now, Korn had almost lost all reason, his hands moving relentlessly. Yes, this fang dagger could pierce his neck and kill him. Dodge it. Sihu focuses only on the fang in Korn's hand, continuously blocking with his sword. But unexpectedly, Korn swung the dagger in his other hand without warning. Sio's eyes widened, but with his hands busy blocking, he could only watch as the dagger plunged deep into his shoulder. Siu screamed in agony, his face paling as fear filled his eyes, tears threatening to spill. Korn raised the fang in her other hand high, then brought it down swiftly towards Sio, but instead of piercing him, it slammed into his hand. Korn stared at Sihu, who was desperately trying to hold on, tears streaming down his face. But the outcome was inevitable. Korn forces the fang through Siu's neck, blood spraying everywhere. "In my past life, thank you for everything," Korn thought to himself, as all that remained was the sound of ragged breathing. "I have to admit, you made me stronger, but even so, I don't regret doing this." Korn withdrew the fang, and having eliminated the seed of a monster, he rose and gazed upon the neatly disposed corpse. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, displaying Sihu and Korn's play cards along with a series of announcements. A dead player is calculating anomalies in the main storyline. Checking the backup world, transforming Korn, running a potential test, running an ideology test, running a compatibility test, running a player log test, transferring the old player's experience to the hero, Korn, transferring minimum reserves for story collapse and minimum stats to run the substitute player program. Korn, stats, Beoslaoye class knight, heir to martial arts, spare player. Korn stared at the notification, panting and lost in thought. A reserve player, so I'll have stats now. Suddenly a hacking cough echoed, startling Korn, who turned around. Elisa lay on the ground, covered in syrup and struggling to breathe, finally catching Korn's attention. Worried Korn rushed to Elisa, cradling her in her arms, and asked, "Are you all right?" "It hurts so much," Elisa managed to reply in pain. "I can't see anything." Korn sighed in relief. At least she still had the strength to speak. Korn continued, "Are you dizzy? Can't smell anything? And are your ears ringing?" Elisa slurred, her eyes closed. "How did you know?" Korn realized the symptoms resembled those of a peacock tree frog poison, and after a moment's thought, he said, "It's difficult to create this poison with only a tutorial and no stat window. If this poison were made at a slightly higher level, you'd be dead." Korn saw the fangs embedded in Elisa's hip and quickly removed his belt, desperate to save her. With the werewolf's fangs still lodged in her and her condition critical, he had to stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison quickly. Korn uses his belt to turn Elisa over, wraps it around her arm, and tightens it. The sudden pain causes Elisa to cry out. Korn reassured her, It's okay. I'm an expert at stopping bleeding and detoxification. You can rest assured. He glanced around, worried she might bite her tongue. Corin's eyes fell on Sio's arm, lying askew. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled the arm over and placed it in front of Elisa's mouth, telling her to bite down. Confident in his decision, he began to unbutton his shirt, saying, "This is going to hurt, so bite down as hard as you can." It felt like he was back 3 years ago, but this time he wouldn't hesitate. As Corin removed the fang from Elisa's side, he thought, pulling it out with force, and a scream of pain echoed through the silent forest. Those he failed in his past life still live, and he's saved one person. That's enough. Elisa was successfully treated, but remains unconscious on the ground. After a while, Corin fashioned a simple pot over a crackling fire, watching over Elisa as he brewed and reassured her, "Hang in there. I'm making an antidote. Don't worry, humans aren't so easily killed." Elisa closed her eyes, mumbling, "My benefactor, please, tell me your name." Corin placed a wet cloth on her forehead, replying softly, "It's not important." Elisa was dazed. "What?" Corin tells Elisa, "Don't think too much, just rest. I'll wake you when the medicine is ready. From now on, he must act in the shadows, so the fewer people who know about him, the better." Corin drew a circle on the ground with a small stick, contemplating the situation. The legend of a Han's hero is, as the name suggests, the story of a hero, solving incidents at the academy, saving the world, defeating countless monsters, and destroying the final boss. Someone like Peru, even a degenerate like him, has to follow the plot. Otherwise, the world will perish if the final boss isn't defeated. But now that Sio is dead, who will take on that destiny? Corin wondered. The system displays A-rank knight, successor of martial arts, designated substitute player. Corin stares at it, clearly disgusted. Who else could it be, he thought, but if he was going to do this, he'd do it right. Suddenly, a series of notifications appear, informing him that he is not authorized to access the system. Corin sat in silence, contemplating his situation. A reserve player unable to use player support devices. I was so eagerly anticipating this, and this is what I get? Alone by the flickering fire, the large Corin muttered to himself. It's difficult to accomplish anything in the future. My past life memories alone aren't enough. I must use external elements to help me. After 3 years of training, Corin was no longer just an heir or a backup plan. He traced a character on the ground with his fingertip, and a magic circle appeared. That power creates a strong wind, causing the flames to burn brighter, consuming everything in its path. Corin watched with satisfaction, a smile on his face. It had worked, just as he'd predicted. The magic he had learned in his past life was ancient rune magic, ancient characters containing inner power, duty, restraint, and oaths. This is the ancient triad of command, one of the most powerful laws governing the world, the source of human strength and the root of destruction, and I will engrave it all upon myself. His finger bleeding, he draws a line across his arm, and the first of the runes appears. These symbols begin to appear, following the trace of his finger, but the pain causes Corin to wince and cry out. Obligation. He repeats to himself, this command will increase the power of the spellcaster when they swear something to themselves. It's easy to swear off something like chicken, but because it's so easy, you hardly get any stat boosts. Still, Corin needs to swear an oath he can easily keep. Corin braced his arm against his leg, his body tense with pain, and told himself, I will not feign blindness to greedily seize the treasures of good people. The system displays the oath. You will not feign ignorance to greedily take the treasures of the virtuous. Your stats will increase upon completion. If you don't comply, you'll be penalized 10 points. Corin bites his finger again, drawing on his other arm. Veins bulge in his neck from the pain as the system displays another restriction. I'm not attuned to spirits. In this world, everything possesses extrasensory perception. Spirits can only interact through mutual connection, so they can't use power to affect things that can't sense them. Disobey, and suffer 600% of your opponent's damage. Restriction activated. System reports spirit damage at 0%. Physical damage plus 50%. And the benefit of spirits doing as I command is that the incantation becomes a shield, protecting me from all other spirits. Corin continued with unwavering resolve. Now, the last one. The oath. This oath carries the weight of ancient words, forging a powerful connection as ancient characters appear all over his body and arms. However, it's a huge risk with a potentially huge payoff, which is why both Pakparhu and he used it in their past lives. Corin remembers Shu, but even Pihu, who mastered the system, failed against the final boss. So Corin can't help but worry. The heaviest oath he had to make was that he would save this world. Corrin's eyes widened, filled with determination. This is the noble purpose every warrior strives for, a vow of the grandest ambition. The 3 precepts, duty, restriction, and oath, have been fulfilled. All precepts will now be applied to the substitute player, the system announced. Failure to fulfill the oath means certain death, and a strange change now overcomes Corrin's body. His eyes burned red as he roared in agony. Elisa's eyes snapped open, a sharp pain from the wound in her side causing her to wince. She was now tucked into bed, but as she sat up, she immediately felt the pain from her wound. A nurse walks in and asks, "Oh, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Elisa pressed, "Where am I?" The nurse replied, "You're at MK3 City Hospital." Elisa wondered, "Who brought me here?" The nurse smiled and replied, "Your family just left." Elisa was surprised. "They just left?" the nurse reminded her with concern. You can't move yet." Elisa looked around and continued to ask, "It's all right. Where are my things?" She then noticed her blood-soaked belt sticking out of a backpack on the table. She noticed and asked, This belongs to the person who saved me?" "It's still covered in blood?" Elisa picked up the belt, examining it with a sharp gaze, and called out, "Nurse," startling the nurse. "Huh?" Elisa exclaimed like a child. "Is there anywhere to buy honey candy?" The nurse is helpless. She can only eat soup now. 3 days pass with Newbie Quest, and the MK3 Academy entrance ceremony begins. Meanwhile, Corrin stands in front of the school, searching through her purse. "Let's see, I need a student ID to get in." What's this?" Corrin pulls out a letter, puzzled. "A letter? I don't remember putting this here." He takes the letter and walks on, a message from his mother to her son. "You have no idea how proud I am of you. Protect those around you." Corrin sighed. When did she slip that in there? He remembers his family. Corrin was an ordinary, inadequate child, but he had a family. When Corrin first arrived in this body, he was awkward and distant, but they still treated him the same. And that's when he began to love his family and this world, the difference between Parhu and himself. Clutching his letter, Corrin smiles with pure joy as a crowd gathers, a bit bewildered at the train station. Wow, there are so many trains. This must be the Mecha Academy. A beautiful girl with blue hair and a flower-adorned hat approaches, smiling and saying, "Hello, new students, gather here." The girl approached Corrin and greeted him. "Are you a new student too?" Corrin, flustered, introduced himself. "I'm Corrin," the girl exclaimed. "Wow, you're so tall, you must have a big appetite." She enthusiastically offered a potato. "Want some potato?" Corrin was a little surprised. "Potatoes?" Finally, the ship begins to move. The girl on the ship gave a tour, explaining that it was the construction building where magic students gathered and studied, as she pointed out a few areas around them. That's Mariette, a beloved second-year student at Merkava Academy, destined for a bright future, radiating leadership and approachability. "That's the training room where they lend out lots of great weapons," she added. Mary paused, then continued. "In life, one encounters many unexpected misfortunes. And in the future, Mary will face a great one. She's the final boss of Stage 1. Marriott reminded them as the ship docked. "Okay, when you disembark, each of you take a potato and a sweet potato." She doesn't go with them, but clings to the ship's pole, waving and saying, "Good luck, see you later." Kaba Dream Academy, a free and vast institution, gathers the most elite young faces, and as Corrin steps inside, the expansion magic begins. Suddenly, as Corrin stood in the crowd, the building's lights went out, causing panic. What was that? "Can anyone see anything?" a voice called out. "Don't panic. How can students of the academy be frightened by something like this?" Suddenly, the students were levitating in the air. Corrin picked at his ear, thinking to himself that it was Haman's voice again, saying the same thing as always, like a boot camp. This world has a long history of fighting demons, and the most effective weapons against them are superhumans who can wield aura or mana. And the place to train these warriors is Mababa Warrior Academy. A figure appears in the distance. "Ah, hello." A stylishly dressed man approaches and greets us. "I'm Professor Savage, in charge of this year's opening ceremony." "The Knight Professor." Corrin smirks. "It's been a while since I've seen this guy." Form thought to himself. "Most of you are likely here to become knights or mages, and you already have certifications." Fact taunts them, "But don't be all talk and no action. Let's see your abilities." All the students stand still as a small screen lights up before them. Corrin's profile appears. Aura rank 680, very low. Mana rank 120, extremely low. Abilities, also very low. Overall rank 1680th, extremely low. Corrin stared at the screen, feeling dejected, but his physique score was shockingly high. A series of numbers appear, and Vice says, "Ah, you're looking at your rankings. Stand in front of the number that matches your rank." Corrin lined up, forcing a smile. "There are about 400 people, so I'm in the bottom 1%? PH suddenly smirks, wishing them luck as the students line up and begin searching for their numbers. A strange voice echoes as they observe the trainees through a crystal ball, remarking that this year's class has a lot of hidden talent. Ahem. A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and spoke. There's no need to measure the first and second placers yet. Let's wait until we've evaluated the others. The names of the top-ranked students are called Second Rank, Elisa's Genius Swordswoman Granddaughter, Avaloan's Priest, Iowin, Drawn's Mercenary Swordsman, Golem Engineer, Granul, and the sole First Rank, a girl in plain clothes with a dark aura. Then there's Warren, the black-haired girl with captivating red eyes. The blonde girl, still watching through the orb, added, that child actually enrolled? What is the headmaster thinking? A man stroked his chin, asking, should we test the sixth-ranked student? The fifth wasn't impressive. Let's just eliminate the sixth. The woman with glasses and a whip threatened him, causing the man to sweat profusely. The headmaster said all students have the right to study. Did he dare disobey? The man snaps his fingers. Let the games begin. Suddenly, a metal locker crashes down in front of Corin, and he wonders, an armory. A voice announces that monsters will flood in within 30 minutes. Please eliminate as many monsters as possible. This test throws me into an empty space and forces me to fight monsters based on my level. Corin clicked his tongue. This was going to be tough. The 5-minute countdown began. Corin approached the cabinet and opened it, wondering what to choose. Most 5th or 6th graders wouldn't think twice, grabbing whatever they wanted, usually a sword. Corin reached for the sword in the cabinet. In my past life, I did the same thing. As time dwindles, the beasts begin to emerge. Short-snouted hounds. 5th-rate monsters. Corin takes a few swings with the sword and assesses. Well, swords are cool, but they say it takes 100 days to master the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, and 10,000 days for the sword. An era has ended, so the answer is the spear. Corin hurls the weapon at the monsters, and the spear pierces one of them straight through the head. The illusion fades, and Corin apologizes with a smile. The wolves charged in fear as Corin landed another blow. The last 2 wolves fall. Corin says, but I do. Corin smirks, confident in his experience killing beasts like these. He pulls his spear from the fallen monsters and speaks. 20 seconds is a bit long, he thought, remembering how he couldn't even kill these hounds in his past life and was wiped out. But this time, it's different. Corin is supremely confident, certain that he will kill them all until he reaches the next rank. Then he spoke. All right, bring in the next wave. 5 minutes had passed, but nothing was happening, and he remained silent. With sweat beading on his brow, he wondered, why is nothing happening? Is the system broken? Meanwhile, Count Cassius watches the students' battles with a disappointed look, clicking his tongue. If they can't even kill those things, what good are they? Back in my day, I could take down level 5 monsters in 1 minute and 22 seconds. He glances at another screen, sighing incessantly. If level 5 is like that, I wouldn't expect anything from level 6. Count Cassius sees Corin, the 6th-ranked student, yawning leisurely and wonders, what? The monsters weren't summoned? There must be a glitch. 3 more mana beasts appeared in Corin's room. Why aren't the next-level monsters appearing? Why these ones? Count Cassius watches the student struggle, oblivious to Corin's progress in the back. Bang, bang, a hint of satisfaction curls the corner of Count Cassius's mouth. Ah, the first one to succeed? Wow, only 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Then, turning to the orb, he wondered what levels 5 and 6 were doing, since level 3 should only take 23 minutes. Seeing Corin relaxing like he's on vacation again, Count Cassius couldn't help but scream in frustration. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he yawning again? Is the system malfunctioning? The monsters are always summoned. Sensing something amiss, Heyman approached to inquire. Broken? Impossible. Josephine's experimental magic has never failed in 20 years. Count Cassius points to the orb, furrowing his brow, saying that he should have been eliminated long ago. Clearly the monsters weren't summoned. Ham glances at Cassius, questioning, you saw the monsters that weren't summoned? Cassius, slightly flustered, cleared his throat and replied, no, I don't necessarily have to see it. Hen understood the issue. So you didn't see it happen. Count Cassius, tired of being questioned, disregards right and wrong. Good heavens, I said it was a mistake, I'll just summon them again. Inside the room, Corin, annoyed by the familiar monsters, bursts out, what the hell? Why is it always these monsters? And now he's charging in with 3 spears. Aren't you just trained dogs? The moment he threw it, the 3 mana wolves were instantly defeated in a mere 7.3 seconds, leaving the 2 outside in stunned disbelief. Count Cassius's face contorted as he roared, 7.3 seconds, what? Then he turned towards Professor PH, stammering. Looking confused, he asks, what's going on, what is it? Count Cassius continued. What's the fastest time you've recorded for level 3 and level 4? Foma, still oblivious, calmly answered. A kid named Jur did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask? Count Cassius hesitated, then replied, it's nothing. He watched Corrin, remarking that he must be the son of a hunter, given his exceptional skills. He then summoned a level 4 monster boar to test Corrin, but it was defeated even faster, in just 3.7 seconds. Count Cassius angrily shouts that this won't be so easy. Then, he summons a level 3 owl-bear monster, but Corrin remains calm as if looking at a small bird. He gripped his spear, lowered his stance, and lunged forward, quickly angling the spearhead into the monster. However, his attack did nothing to the owl, which still had enough strength to throw Corrin off. The system announced the deduction of Kenna, and Corrin's hand immediately glowed, causing the owl to burst into flames, screaming in agony. In the spectator area, Count Cassius roared, drawing everyone's attention. Ancient magic, even the phantoms are drawn to it. Though burned, the giant owl tenaciously shook off the flames, but Corrin calmly remarked that it didn't seem to have much effect. Immediately, Corrin leaps, swings his spear forward, and plummets down with a powerful strike. Haman, observing, marvels, thinking the boy is definitely not a normal rank 6. Unfortunately, the monster test only goes up to level 3. Haman found it interesting and thought to himself, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen someone this interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing him fight the evil spirit. Meanwhile, Count Cassius, a little worried, says, well, then let's start the test with the level 5 evil spirit after this. Corrin stood solemnly, sensing his surroundings, certain something had been summoned, yet he could neither hear nor see it. Due to the restriction penalty, the system's limiting notifications prevent me from perceiving or accessing the spirit, meaning I can't touch the evil spirit. Corrin closed his eyes briefly to confirm his suspicions, quickly calculating in his mind. After confirming, Corrin opened his eyes with a mysterious smile. It's done. It's definitely been activated, he thought. Suddenly, he raised his hand high and declared, I forfeit. The test with the level 5 spirit, the level 4 ghost hex, and the level 3 Bensi all failed, but the level 5 hound took only 7.3 seconds, the B-level boar 3.7 seconds, and the level 3 owl bear 11 seconds. Corrin emerged, cheerfully announcing, excellent. While Count Cassius stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend, he withdrew. Count Cassius remained motionless, unable to believe this kid. Just who was he? Just a few minutes later, everyone gathered in the hall, eagerly asking each other about the recent match. Hey, what's your rank? Level 4? I'm done for. What about you? Heh, rank 3. Wow, so you defeated the bear owl and the gluttony demon? Jur stood proudly with his head held high. Corrin realizes this is the man who started the fight with the players in the story. Park Si-hu, who killed Jaeger for provoking him in Corrin's past life. He rubbed the back of his neck, a little embarrassed, thinking that even though Jer was a bit arrogant and careless, it was normal at that age. Forget that crazy guy. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Look, they're level 5. Wow, so they couldn't beat the monsters either? Some even lost to hounds and ghosts. In the corner, LC trembled with fear, as Corrin realized that LC had become complacent after mocking him and Shu. He received the same results as Jer, as another person stepped forward and cleared their throat. Good morning, everyone, he continued. I am Director Casa. To become strong, you've joined this academy where the powerful gather. I looked down at the students and added that some were already strong, but others still had a long way to go. While I can't guarantee you'll achieve everything here, I hope you find your own path. We're here to help you take your first steps, but from the second step on, it's your responsibility. Finally, he chuckled and concluded, have a good day, and everyone began to disperse. Jer proudly shouts that from this day forward, he is a third-class knight. But as he spoke, Jer noticed L sitting in the corner and rushed over to greet him. Startled, L hears Jer ask him what level he is. Elise replied that he was level 5, and Jer immediately scoffed. Level 5? How pathetic. You can't kill a demon or a hellhound? Corrin couldn't help but step forward, putting his arm around Jer with a bright smile. Hey you, Jer frowned. Who are you? Corrin didn't answer, but simply exclaimed in admiration. That's a cool tattoo. Your tattoo artist must be really skilled. Jer is surprised, saying, huh? But then he felt happy, saying his mother was the one who gave him the tattoo. She's a professional tattoo artist specializing in line work, but I asked her to do an old-school design. Corrin chimes in, asking if his mother is good and if he has any other tattoos. But that was just a formality, as Corrin already knew everything. How did Corrin know? In his past life, after Jer disappeared, his mother came to the academy, saying Jer's tattoo was not only beautiful, but also had a special meaning that helped her protect her son at the academy. Back in the present, Jer happily rolled up his sleeves to show off his mother's work. And I have this tattoo. A flying carriage, the symbol of the Mecha Academy, Korin remarked. What a fool. After a while, Korin finally introduced himself. I'm Korin, and you? Jer replied, full of energy. I'm Jer, Korin continued. And you? El replied, slightly startled. Unbeknownst to them, as the three continued their lively conversation, a watchful eye observed them from afar. From afar, Alisa smiles warmly as she watches them, realizing Korin has saved her bullied friend. How wonderful. Korin's bright and friendly demeanor makes Alisa think he might be a good person. Back with Korin, he tells himself this is how he'll make a good impression on El. You have a good memory. A devious smile creeps across Korin's face. He's found his free skill book. As Korin smirks deviously, Alisa, blinded by the demon of love, finds his smile endearing and wonders what kind of person he is. Most of MK3's facilities are free, the coffee is cheaper than outside, and the dorms are also free. Among them, the most highly regarded facility is the training room, spacious, modern, and equipped with state-of-the-art devices. Korin practices with his spear, turning to prepare a skillful strike. The reason is simple. This room makes seemingly impossible training exercises possible, like fighting unseen spirits. Korin unleashes a flurry of blows into the empty space before him, as two onlookers observe and whisper. One of them says, "Look, that freshman is training with a spirit." They continue. Usually you don't train with spirits until the second semester. He must have heard rumors and tried this. Even many second-year students can't catch a wind spirit. Suddenly the spirit throws Korin back, sending him crashing into a wall as the onlookers laugh with glee. Look at you, trying to act tough, huh? Korin, panting after practice, wonders if he's still in over his head. Haman, who was standing behind him, stepped forward and asked, "So, you're a first year?" Korin was a little startled. Huh? Korin politely responds, "Hello, coach." Haman wondered, "Why are you fighting a spirit body?" He replies that he's practicing swordsmanship, and Haman asks for more details. "Are you confident you can do it?" Korin affirmed resolutely. "I will." Though Korin answers calmly, she remains wary inside. Why is he suddenly approaching me? Is there something wrong with the test? Haman's eyes sharpened, as if trying to see right through her. Finally, Haman breaks into a bright smile and praises him. "Excellent spirit. Here, I'll give you meal tickets." He turned and left, cheerfully adding, "Come find me when you're done, and I'll reward you." Korin, bewildered, simply replied, "Yes." As Haman left, Korin breathed a sigh of relief, wondering why he was so worried. Being rewarded with food wasn't so bad. Right? Korin turns back to the task at hand. Now he'll start all over again, unaware that Marriott has been standing outside all this time, as Korin continues to practice more diligently than ever. Once again, his spirit turns against him, leaving him severely injured. He was thrown back, slamming into the wall with a painful thud. Ugh. He lay there panting when suddenly a soft cloth fell from above, covering Korin's face. Marriott gently lowered an empty glass and asked if it was too difficult. Korin, still on the ground, replies, "Yes, I'm very tired." Marriott uses her power to create a stream of cool water. "Rest now. You've worked hard." Marriott then offered Korin a glass of water, gently saying, "You just need to get used to it. One day, you'll succeed. Try again next time." Korin reached out for the water, but inwardly denied it. "No, there is no next time for me, even if I'm sure I have a year or two left. Before, there was Park Si-Hoo. We had the player window, potions, and skill books. But now, Park Si-Hoo is gone. I killed him. So now I have to do everything myself." Thinking that, Korin said, "Thank you, but I'll pass." Those words caught Marriott off guard, and with newfound resolve, Korin rose, determined to become the strongest. He then continued to battle his own spirit, knowing he first had to define his limits. "It might be a bit much, but I need to test my current abilities against my past self." Blow after blow, Korin strikes with precision and power. He finally defeated his spirit with the spear he'd poured his heart into. Korin exhaled, knowing he possessed neither a strong body nor powerful magic or aura. Information about Si-Hoo and the future is useless against monsters and geniuses. To fight them, he has only one path: to work harder than anyone else. That was his only option. Shaking off his thoughts, Korin gripped his weapon and resumed his training. His eyes filled with unyielding determination. Korin trusted his training and charged forward, unexpectedly throwing his spear into the air. Marriott was stunned, thinking, "He threw his spear away. Has he given up?" But in an instant, Korin caught the spear and gripped it tightly. Marriott then realized the young man's intent. No, he hit it, and he's catching it. Across from him, Korin leaned back, his strong hand reaching forward, then reversing to push his other shoulder up. his arm gripping the spear following suit. He hurls the spear, piercing the spirit, creating a massive explosion above. The space shimmered like the cosmos, forcing Marriott to look up. Strong, outstanding, none of those words suited him. Marriott was too shocked to speak. Goa was deeply impressed, her eyes shining. Corrin's majestic presence in the sky made her sing his praises. He's amazing, but just 3 seconds after that impressive display, Corrin plummets to the ground. Marriott cried out in alarm, "Are you okay?" But Corrin remained motionless on the ground, unresponsive. I overdid it, he thought, noticing the spear beside him had also broken from the blow. Corrin tells himself, at least with this body. The next day at the Grand Academy Hall, Marriott still greeted the students with a pure and cheerful demeanor. "Hello, everyone. Today I'll be showing you around the school's facilities. This is the pride of our academy." Marriott continued speaking, but Corrin barely noticed, focused instead on the importance of physical fitness for proper combat. To improve his physique without relying on Peru's drugs, there was only one way. Meanwhile, Marriott was giving the students a tour. Corrin remained unfazed, his eyes glancing back as he listened to the lecture. Never ignore the misfortune of others. Lark remained focused on the book in his hands, so Corrin approached him and casually put his arm around his shoulder to start a conversation. "Hello there." Lack was a little surprised. "Huh?" Corrin continued. "Want to grab a bite with me?" He then took the opportunity to whisper to her about the spell book. "A spell book?" Corrin explains, simply put, it's a skill book, a powerful artifact that grants magic or traits just by reading it. The MK3 Academy Library is as large as the Academy itself, storing and passing on knowledge to future generations, but it's also a place where spellbooks are hidden. The two entered to search for these books. Corrin chuckled. "Hide a tree, hide it in the forest, right?" Lack frowned sternly. Yeah, you have to keep your promise." Corrin confidently replied that as long as he met the conditions, he would get the spellbook. LC is diligent, a model student of the family, memorizing all kinds of magic and recording them in his notebook. Even with countless spells, using them all is difficult. If your level and mana are too low, even theory won't help. Just then, some books fell at Corrin's feet, drawing El's attention. But spellbooks were another matter entirely. A, B, C, D. Just as Lag warned him not to mess around, Corrin opened a secret passage behind the tall bookshelf. Startled, El exclaimed, "A secret passage? How did you find it?" Corrin didn't answer, simply urging them to enter. Leah called out from behind, "Wait for me, let's go together." She followed cautiously, her mind racing with fear. "How frightening," Corrin whispered. "Shake?" Shake asked, startled. "Huh," Corrin said sternly, telling him it was time to keep his promise, and he had better do a good job. El quickly and firmly grabs Corrin's hand. "Ah, I see. You want me to help fight the evil spirits, right? But what am I supposed to do?" Before El could finish, Corrin punched him so hard his cheek was unrecognizable. Seeing his opponent fall, Corrin smirks. Heh, let's get started. El lies prone on the ground as Corrin thinks to himself that if he captures the evil spirit here, he can obtain the hidden fragment he desires, even though he came to save El and complete the special mission. However, his eyes darted to the side as a slight problem emerged behind him. The towering and ferocious figure of Duke Sabanzia, a corrupted evil spirit, making this mission virtually impossible. Resting his chin in boredom, Corrin wondered why he couldn't catch a normal spirit instead of facing an aberrant one. Sabanzia, with his burning red eyes and aura of murderous intent, sought to suppress all. The attack from the commander who led the South 800 years ago wipes out most players as soon as the quest begins, but Corrin remains unfazed by the magic orbs. Of course, I'm not one of them. His unusual calm allowed him to stand tall before the beast. The system announces that spirits cannot be seen. Sabanzia continues to strike at Corrin, who thinks to himself that the Duke's attacks have no effect on him. He even nonchalantly picks his ear and asks, "What's wrong?" "The problem is I can't see him either," Corrin says. "Duke Sabania, sorry, but I can't see you." Then he picked up the lackey and suggested he possess him instead. In this world, various factors can transform ordinary people into demi-humans, like vampires or werewolves. One day the Duke awakened as a vampire and killed his servant. Despite trying to suppress his vampire instincts, he couldn't, fearing he would kill his wife and daughter. So, the Duke moved his entire family away and closed the city gates to prevent a massacre. He used magic to seal himself inside a book, the very magic book in this library. After being possessed, his entire body erupted with a blood-red magic. His eyes turned terrifying, his fangs grew, and he howled like a wild wolf. Sabanzia, in Lack's body, lunges at Corrin, ready to tear him apart. Corrin can't help but think, he's coming right for me. So, he's a vampire who got triggered and suddenly went crazy. Still, he remains calm and analyzes the situation. The second reason he chose Lack was that when possessed by an evil spirit like a duke, he could unleash his full potential. Sabantia, in Lack's body, leaped high, preparing to deliver the final blow. Remembering that his physical strength was the lowest among the heroes of On, Corrin immediately punched Sabantia in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Though he felt bad for Lack, Corrin knew this was the best strategy to complete the quest. He figured that if he killed Lycius while he was possessed, he might get a high-level item like the Duke's Cloak or Dragon Demon Armor, items once used by Park Si-Hu and crucial to future events. A sinister smile crept across Corrin's face, but he suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about your wife, Duchess Luina, and your daughter, Duchess Cecilia?" He sat down for an intimate conversation, asking how they lived after he was sealed away. Then, I told the Duke everything that had happened, how his wife died after leaving the castle, and how his daughter grew into such a talented person, how she traveled the world. Corrin looked at the Duke with sincerity. "I don't like your methods, Park, but as Corrin, who also has a family she loves in this world." Having finished, Corrin asked, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer? The more I want to let this poor soul die in peace." Sabantia's tears slowly fell, as a man's unspoken feelings were finally revealed. Sabantia gently wiped away his tears, his voice returning to normal. "I apologize for barging in, and thank you for helping me." Corrin chuckled. "It's fine, I wasn't hit, and even if I was, L's punch is weak." Then Corrin continued, "I still have something I want to ask." Before he ascended, we spoke for a long time. Corrin finally completed the quest and received spoils, including the epic poem for the Duke's lingering soul. Grima, the magic book that once contained the Duke's sealed soul, holds powers and spells. If read, you can learn them. Persistent Warrior, Rebirth, you've gained a new power, and finally, the most valuable and mysterious thing of all. You have used the magic book and gained a new ability, the unwavering will of a reborn warrior. As long as your will remains, your body will continue to recover. Lat wakes up, feeling a throbbing pain in his chin that snaps him back to reality. Corrin notices and says, "You're awake? Take it easy. A malicious spirit possessed you." Locke asks, "Shouldn't my chin hurt if I was possessed?" Corrin then asked, looking away evasively, "I don't know either. I guess so." Then he gently handed Elsie a blue book. "Just take it," he says, as Elle stares blankly, dumbfounded. "Is it a magic book? So that's why I chose L," Corrin replied. You approach with surprise, then ask again to be sure. "Am I really allowed to take this?" "Hi." Seeing L's excitement as he flipped through the first pages, Corrin thought to himself, "Sometimes, I want to see how a person strives to receive a reward. The system reports missions. Don't be indifferent to the misfortune of good people." Having completed the Duke Sibania B rank quest, Corrin received 80 points, evenly distributed, with no details available, and was stunned by the notification as he caught L's weary body. "I got 80 points. In this game, you get 5 stat points per level. So this number must correspond to leveling up 16 times, and I didn't even see a level up notification, meaning the level 1 reward is just 80 points. Could this be compensation for my inability to directly increase stats? But with this much experience?" Corrin pondered as he embraced misfortune and embarked on his quest. Do not ignore the plight of the good. 40 stat points awarded, evenly distributed, times 2. Corrin did not ignore Lerman's misfortune. 40 stat points awarded, evenly distributed, times 2. Corrin did not ignore Duke Sibania's misfortune. Cut to the training room where Marriott's cheerful voice rings out. "Hey guys, anyone want some potatoes?" Everyone enjoyed this simple dish. "Me too, me too." Marriott approached Corrin and asked, "Are you planning on catching spirits again today?" He replied, "Yes." Marriott hesitated. She then smiled and said, "I believe in you, Junior. I'll cheer you on. I'll always cheer you on." Those potato-munching guys in the back all looked down on Marriott. How could a lowly freshman possibly capture a spirit? I was paying close attention, but I failed yesterday, so don't get your hopes up for him. Why does that rookie keep attracting Marriott's attention? She chuckled. So why did she bet 2 gold coins on Corrin's success? The crowd buzzes, accusing her of favoring Corrin, while others bet 70 silver coins on his failure. Meanwhile, Corrin looks helpless, wondering why he's become the subject of a bet. I just wanted to train. He slowly gripped his spear, thinking, whatever, just focus. Having gained stats from helping Sabantia ascend, I should be able to catch it, but I don't even know how strong I am anymore. He decisively swung his spear in a long, powerful arc, deciding to start with the weakest basics, Serpent Strike, then charged forward like a storm. The technique he used to defeat the spirit before was the serpent's reach among the 4 sages. This technique is difficult, so I'll use the most basic move, the serpent burst. It might take more than 1 hit. Immediately, the spirit is struck and scattered. The rookies who scorned him are now speechless, all from a single blow. Has the serpent strike reached such heights? Even Corrin is surprised by her own abilities. Wait, isn't that a little too strong? Marriott approaches with praise. Yesterday, she shocked us with just 3 moves, and this time, she only needed 1. He hesitated for a moment, then replied, yes. He thought to himself, what is this? She must have seen everything yesterday. More importantly, how can a mage see the corpse flower with the naked eye? What kind of absurd vision is that? Meanwhile, Maurice quietly asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Then she suddenly offered a small pouch, saying, here, this is your share. Corrin was stunned. Yes. Looking at the desperate people behind her, Mary explained, thanks to you, I made a little money, so of course I should give you a share. Corrin asked, my share? Mary wondered. Don't you like it? He grinned slyly, thinking, of course she does. Who doesn't like money? Corrin was thrilled inside. Marriott, you really are smart. Keep it up in the future. Night falls and the full moon illuminates the sky. As Corrin ate dinner, he pondered that in his past life, and now he strived to fight, so his martial arts were almost at the 5th of 6 stages to enlightenment. He ate 1 cake after another. The road ahead was long, but his swordsmanship was improving faster than expected, so he wasn't too worried. The problem is ancient magic, Corrin thought as he sketched a symbol and a system notification appeared. Hagglers, you lack mana. He thought to himself, in my past life, I couldn't master it either because ancient magic requires a huge amount of mana. If he could master it, he'd be stronger than ever before, but he needed to think carefully. Suddenly, a voice echoed. You. Corrin paused. That voice. No matter how much he refined his swordsmanship or mastered ancient magic, the one person he could never defeat was already in this academy. The only woman even Pak Peru couldn't kill, one of the strongest forces in Ahan's hero legends. The infamous balance breaker. The girl known as the extraordinary Yaksha Warren. He wondered why she had suddenly appeared here and was talking to him. He didn't know why, but he should just ignore her and leave. He couldn't handle this bomb. Warren spoke, her words fragmented and difficult to understand. You have been merged. Warren's eyes turned ice cold as her deep voice echoed evenly. I don't believe you're the body's original owner. Corrin froze, sweat pouring down him, wondering how she knew he'd taken over this body. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking, confirming what she'd just said, and Warren sat in silence, deep in thought. It seemed her existence, a body harboring 2 souls, one human and one demonic, was a paradox. It said those who straddle the line between life and death, with eyes that see both worlds, can perceive the colors of souls. That she doesn't realize this is perhaps the strangest thing of all. Corrin's sharp eyes followed him, and Warren suddenly asked, how does it feel to crush and devour that original soul? Corrin calmly crossed her arms and replied, I don't know. War questioned in surprise. What was that? She wondered if she was truly Corrin or just another version, an assimilated memory. Then who was it that attended the all-boys high school, the all-boys graduate school, majoring in military hydrodynamics? The image of Corrin lying on the water, gazing dreamily into the distance, resurfaced in her mind. You think it's all useless, but Warren doesn't. She says seriously, because that body is truly the original. The true owner of that body isn't you. You're just a usurper. You have no right to control it. Warren's words struck a nerve, hitting a truth few knew, but Corrin suddenly changed the subject. Near my hometown, there was a guy who turned into a green giant whenever he got angry. His name was Brooks. Do you know him? War, slightly bewildered, asks, Brooke who? Corrin chuckled, acting like a child. The funny thing is, these 2 contrasting personalities hate each other. How about that? Interesting, isn't it? They both excel in different areas. War remained silent, still uncomprehending, until Corrin turned serious once more. Whether original or newly formed, each soul has its own personality, and that's how they coexist. Whether we want it or not, we are born into a body, and when we are born, no one is guilty. Warren remained silent, as if held back by an unseen force, before finally whispering, There are those in this world who are born into sin. Corrin understood the pain behind her words, but without hesitation, he turned and left, calling back a promise to meet again, while Warren remained silent, never turning to look back. The next day, Corrin headed south of the academy, searching for something. The mission board was the only thing that could get him out of bed before the weekend birds started chirping. Through the various commissions here, he aims to level up for his next main quest, understanding it's essential for his progress. Yet his goal isn't leveling up, so the mission he chooses isn't too important. He simply wanted to test something, his eyes scanning the requests on the board. Suddenly, he found himself drawn to the girl beside him. Why was she studying the board so intently? Looking at Elisa's serious face, Corin thought to himself. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know much about Elisa. In his past life, that bastard P killed her, and now his memories differ from what he saw in the game. He thought, then called out to Elisa. Hearing him call her name, Elisa immediately bowed politely. "Ah, hello," she replied, prompting his curiosity. "What? It's only the first week and you're already taking on quests? Isn't level 2 supposed to be less focused on achievements?" Elisa hesitated. "Well, I need the money." Feeling a bit strange, Corin asked, "Huh? Aren't second years supposed to get a lot of activity support money?" Elisa, on the verge of tears, explained, "They said they wouldn't give it to me because my family's income is in the top 10% of the kingdom." Understanding dawned on Corin, and he felt a bit awkward. "I see." His brow furrowed in thought. "Right, it's like the scholarship system in Korea. Those from wealthy families don't receive activity support." Elisa continued in a sorrowful tone. "What's more, my family believes in free-range parenting, so I have to earn my own living expenses at a minimum level. No matter what I say, they won't listen." Hearing this, Corin felt sorry for her. Her situation seemed complicated. He then pointed to a piece of paper posted on the board and said, "If you need money urgently, how about the patrol mission? It has a pretty good reward." Elisa exclaims excitedly, "Oh, really?" Seizing the opportunity, Corin suggested, "They'll accept up to 3 people. Want to team up?" Corin bluntly replied, "I can't. I have other things to do." Without hesitation, he grabbed a quest paper with a crudely drawn cat on it. This weekend, he'll focus on high-value quests to quickly boost his stats, starting with finding a cat named Nabi. Without hesitation, Corin heads to the cat owner's house to accept the quest, unconcerned with the low reward and experience points. His goal, to fulfill the quest, rescue Nabi, and prevent its demise at the hands of a water monster. In his imagination, he'd face a terrifying beast to save the little cat, preventing its owner's grief and descent into depression. Finally finding the kitten, little Anna burst into tears of joy while the cat remained clueless. The system announced that he had fulfilled his duty of not being indifferent to Anna Memmon's misfortune. Difficulty E, reward of 5 points split evenly. Corin laughs maniacally. Great, so preaching does work. Even small quests can significantly boost my stats. Anna ran off, terrified. Perhaps I'm the one who made her cry. Mommy, that man is so weird. Corin continuously accepts quests to eliminate evil for the people. He couldn't stop thinking about points. Just points. He takes on a mission to recover a lost ring, obsessively repeating the phrase in his mind, fixated on the points. Then he suddenly remembers something important and pauses. Wait, there's a mission more important than points. I wrote it down before I left today. I almost forgot. Cut to a strange house, screams echoing from within. This isn't it. It turns out Yunkizo is angrily smashing a table. This isn't it either. Yunkizo doesn't understand why he's so angry that he broke the table. Despite using over 10 ingredients like garlic, carrots, and peppers to make a sauce, he still couldn't find the right recipe to make the cold chicken taste good. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Not that either. Yunkiezo turned back curious. Someone? Corin stood in the doorway, bathed in light, looking radiant as a movie star. Adding maltose won't solve your problems, he said, strolling away like a fool. Ha ha, all right, I'm leaving. Yunkizo felt unlucky to have run into his sarcasm. Who puts malt in this? It won't change anything. But after trying it with a touch of maltose, Yunkiezo suddenly cried out in surprise. Huh? This is the flavor. Corin stands outside, flipping his hair like a cool guy. This is the mission I must complete. A world without seasoned chicken would be utter chaos. Corin frowned in disbelief. What? This cheat still works? I just wanted to fulfill my personal desires. Then he cheered with joy. Excellent, that's right. What's so bad about a fried chicken guy? He stands in the middle of town, laughing like a lunatic who just escaped. Unbeknownst to him, Warren was watching from the rooftop, his expression still indifferent as he spoke. A strange person. Suddenly, Josephine appears behind him, saying, So you were here? I let it slide since you didn't leave town, but at least get an outing permit before you go. War doesn't respond, simply turning away, leaving Professor Josephine bewildered. War still remembered Corin's words that being born is not a sin, but a blessing, while the cruel words of another man echoed in his mind. He should never have been born. Lost in thought, Warren silently watches the fiery sunset fade. The next morning, in the hunting grounds of the dense forest, Professor Josephine announces the rules to the first-year students. Today, they will be evaluated on their survival skills in this hunting ground, and those who reach the hut in the north of the forest will provisionally pass. She spoke sternly as Professor Josephine continued with detailed instructions. Wear the armband that corresponds to your rank and return it at the hut at the destination point. You'll receive points based on how quickly you reach the destination with your armband, and the rewards will correspond to your score. Corin thought to himself that Warren was nowhere to be seen. After all, War never participated in practice, perhaps for fairness' sake. Suddenly, Corin's name is called. He turns around and gently replies, "Elisa, did the mission go well?" Elisa replied, "Yes, thanks to you, I've earned some living expenses." Corin smiled, glad it helped. Then he suddenly offered a rather large round candy, asking, "Want some candy?" "I was going to buy it for my sister, but it's too sweet for her." Elisa excitedly exclaimed, "What? Honey bomb candy? Can I really eat something so precious?" Professor Josephine announces, "All right, students, the hunt begins." With a flick of her whip, a magic circle engulfs the sky, stunning everyone. Only Corin seemed relaxed, enjoying the moment. I've seen countless mages, but using spatial magic on this scale, truly only Josephine could pull it off. The Archmage is as impressive as ever, as he's instantly transported to a strange forest. Two screams cause Corin to turn back, marveling that the fighting has already begun. The hunting ground is a major event that even veterans attempt countless times, a battle royale system where you start in random locations and must seize your opponent's gauntlets to accumulate points. That's right, fight fiercely, I have no interest in you guys. Corin dashed past two brawling opponents, a triumphant smirk on his face. The most dangerous one right now is the level 2 Elisa with the blue armband, and Corin uses his finger to guide his path. Warren isn't here right now. If I can just take out Elisa, the rest are just free points. Elisa, you may not know it, but I placed a tracking rune on the candy you ate. His eyes turned sly, like a goblin with a serpent's tongue. This ancient magic will ensure we meet again. Then, laughing, he rushed off, calling Elisa's name. Uh-huh. Elisa? Elisa, where are you? Professor Josephine speaks up. Headmaster, I'm going into the forest as well. Even with mages positioned everywhere, it's better to be safe than sorry. Professor Josephine paused for a moment, then continued. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, where is that child? Headmaster Errol calmly replied, I didn't bring him here. Professor Josephine asked in disbelief. It came on its own. Errol answered firmly, yes. Corin races ahead, Warren in hot pursuit. Errol observes, I think something's changed in her heart. Warren's eyes burned with a terrifying fiery intensity as the sounds of clashing and combat echoed through the forest. Nice. Take this. Elisa cries out, why are you acting like this? Aren't you ashamed? In the end, only Elisa stood tall, questioning them. So many against one, and those beaten still try to fight back. How cowardly of them. Aye. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the void, attempting to strike Elisa from behind. But in an instant, a large rock sends the attacker flying with a cry. Ugh. Corin stood in the distance, his eyes burning red with murderous intent. Elisa was deeply grateful. Corin, did you come to save me? Shh, he really is a good person. Corin suddenly spoke. Elisa, you look beautiful. Elisa pauses, stunned. Corin immediately attacked Elisa with his spear, shouting, I said you looked beautiful. That blue armband. Elisa, under relentless attack, felt a surge of frustration and a desire to cry. Corin, I trusted you because you gave me candy. I thought you were a good person, Corin thought to himself. Elisa is a level 2 knight of the pure martial arts school. Her defense capabilities are likely not yet fully realized. In terms of combat power, she's at the intermediate level 2, so Corin smirks and says, you'll be a good person too if you hand over the bracelet. Though he was nothing compared to Elisa, a true prodigy ranked in the top 1% of talent, who easily defeated 7 third-year student council members and 4 others. Seeing Corin, a rank 5 knight, Elisa immediately became wary. After all, just 30 seconds ago, she was struggling to parry his powerful attacks. What is this? He's too strong. Corin, eyes filled with murderous intent and a crazed smile, attacked relentlessly as Elisa desperately dodged. He combines weaving and close-quarters attacks, playfully countering and applying constant pressure, but that doesn't mean there aren't openings. His breathing had a strange rhythm as he switched between thrusting and slashing. If she could grasp that opening? Elisa screamed and swung her sword forward. But Corin was unfazed, even mocking her, saying that talent without practical experience is useless. His spear slammed into her sword, a move designed to suppress Elisa's spirit. Corin then forced Elisa's sword to the ground and lunged at her, eyeing her like helpless prey. Elisa is stunned, drenched in sweat. What was that? Corrin's movements and attacks leave Alisa stunned. A fusion of 3 basic moves into an effective offense, and a sharp counterattack known as Spear Pinnacle. Before she could even think, she was sent flying backward by Corrin, who, ignorant of the Jade Blossom spear technique, unleashed a powerful, chaotic barrage. Alisa is pushed back, struggling to defend herself, but her body is taking serious damage. Luckily, she managed to circulate her energy in time to block the blow, or it might have been fatal. Her face contorted in pain as she gritted her teeth. Though lacking in strength or incredible speed, the level of perfection in each technique is extraordinary. Just what is he? Seeing Corrin's fiery spirit, Alisa wondered, is that a 5-star knight? I've failed completely. You took the gauntlets without hesitation, but I'll put them to good use. Suddenly, a loud voice booms from behind amidst the swirling dust. What a cheat. Corrin turns, wondering what that sound is. Suddenly, a massive sword hurtles toward Corrin, aiming to impale him. Hiya! He frowns, struggling to defend himself. It's so heavy. This is a sword made of black iron, 4 times the density of steel, combined with auxiliary magic. It's a magic sword effective against large monsters. I was attacked by this thing. It's hard to defend against. A voice filled with awe echoes. What? You blocked the heavy iron sword? You're not kidding around. Dron gripped his sword and offered a suggestion. Drop the gauntlet and leave. The rank 5. Corrin was visibly disturbed. It was Dron, and he wanted nothing to do with him. The number of enemies at Dron's feet made Corrin wary. Despite his overwhelming victory against dozens of opponents and without a scratch, his relaxed demeanor made it clear that he was different from Ali, leaving him with only one effective option. Well, there's no other way. Running away is the best option. He scurries off, leaving the 2 behind. All right. Fighting now won't do any good. Dron froze in place at the sight. Who knew the main character would do this? Ron slowly crouches, ready to strike, the object in his mouth, his eyes burning with murderous intent. There must be something valuable here. The drone, like a wild beast, unleashes its arsenal on the fleeing pair. Corrin shouts, "This is insane!" Why is he acting like this? I thought you only did things that made money? Alisa, why are you following me? Alisa tearfully says, because I don't want to die, and I don't know the way out. He thought to himself sternly, all right, no need to fight, as long as I can take this armband. But just as he thought that, the scene before his eyes froze him in his tracks. It turns out that Crenell was standing right in front of them, a smug look on his face, with a giant earth monster behind him. My apologies, but if you want to pass, you'll have to leave your insignia behind. These are the words of Crenell, the first-year golem master. Alisa angrily shouts at Du Hen for blocking the exit, calling him a coward as Corrin sighs wearily. Oh, this is a huge problem. Crenell is blocking his path, and Dron is charging in for the kill. Corrin tilted his head, realizing that in trying to avoid conflict, he was now facing 2 heavy hitters at once. There truly was no other way. And so he braced himself for battle, leaving Alisa in utter shock, wondering, what girl? He really intends to fight Crenell and Dron at the same time? Corrin calmly replies, if the fight is unavoidable, then I have no choice but to face it. The 3 immediately clashed, beginning a fierce battle, and as the sky darkened, Corrin knocked on the door of a house. A voice echoes out, oh my, it seems the champion has arrived. Who is it? He asked, with 3 pairs of gloves in his mouth. I'm Corrin, and I'm here to pick up a product, okay? The person inside emerges with a bright smile, praising, bringing back a blue tag. Now that's an outstanding student. He bashfully replied, ha, ha, it was nothing, just luck. The previous battle ended with Crenell's utter defeat and Dron's helplessness. Alisa watched it all in awe, marveling at his skill. Incredible. Remembering Corrin's every move and skillful technique only made Alisa admire him more. He moved through the greatsword's attacks with his quickness before it could unleash its full power. After disarming his opponent, he plants the sword firmly in the ground, preventing them from retrieving their weapon. The swords are unable to stop him from dodging and redirecting them toward the golems. With quick adaptation, he swiftly hid behind Dron, using him as a shield from the golem's attacks. As Dron blocked the golem, he attacked its core, neutralizing it. Shortly after, Crenell also met his end, now without a golem to control him. With quick judgment and sheer determination, he fought like he'd been in hundreds, even thousands of battles. Everything was decided in a fleeting moment, and Alisa couldn't believe her eyes. Was it experience honed over a long time? But he's so young, how could he be so skilled? Observing him, she sees a reflection of her sister, and recalls his words. Don't rely on talent and neglect real combat. A faint smile graces Alisa's lips as she learns a valuable lesson. She must strive harder. Meanwhile, Dron frowns, realizing his opponent quickly found a way to counter him before his power could even be unleashed. How did this kid figure out my weakness? In an instant, he understood all my techniques and special moves like the back of his hand. Cranel lies injured on the ground as Corrin points out that against small, fast weapons, a golem is nothing more than a target. If I were you, I'd ask a friend to protect me instead of a golem like that, Cranel suddenly asked. Friends? Does that fluster you? Cranel stammered. I don't... But he immediately understood. Have friends, do you? Corrin coldly replied. Then try to find one. Corrin's words brought tears to Cranel's eyes as he cursed inwardly, realizing the jab. Today, 3 talented first-year students remember Corrin in their own way, while he eagerly awaits the victor's spoils. That's good. I didn't think it would go this smoothly. Among the remaining participants in the hunting grounds, the most powerful is said to be the one protected by the UN forest, a small and beautiful girl. But there are more than just ordinary players here. High above, Mariette, the Academy's top mage, conjures a massive water sphere, her friendly smile masking a deadly intent as she prepares to unleash it. The water sphere descends like a tsunami, threatening to wash everything away as Yu, drenched and teary-eyed, plays the monster to help the others train. This was the first time she'd faced an opponent so far out of her league, marking the end of her training in the hunting grounds. Mariette crouches down and asks if Yu is a new student. "Hello, I'm Mariette," she said. "Yu," he stammered. "My name is Yu," Mariette continued. "And you are?" Warren had been standing behind her all along. Warren's cold gaze only piqued Mariette's curiosity further. "What's your name?" War stepped forward, his tone mocking. "Oh dear, are you looking for someone?" Mariette retorted. "I'm just gathering my friends to face you if we meet." Suddenly, Warren flashed past Mariette, so fast that she didn't have time to react. Mariette immediately retaliates, creating a massive ice wall to block Warren. "Excuse me, you can ignore me, but according to the rules, I'm still a monster." Mariette's voice, though sweet, was full of hidden meaning, prompting Warren to turn to her with a cold expression, saying, "How annoying." Just then, Corrin's excited voice echoed from inside the store. A total of 179 points. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a high score. Can I choose a reward?" "The rewards are prepared, just waiting for you to choose." The shop owner smiled, listing boar-slaying knives, protective leather armor, shark bear bile, and many other tempting items. Corrin examines the items, lost in thought. The shark bear bile is the most valuable, but he already has a plan. After a moment of consideration, Corrin decided, "I'll take this." The shopkeeper praised his choice. "Oh, you have a good eye for ginseng seeds," the shopkeeper continued. "What about the remaining 17 points?" Corrin pondered his remaining 17 points, then presented 2 common cards. A 6-point plant nutrient supplement and a 10-point pair of earmuffs, cheerfully saying, "I'll take these, please." He happily left the shop. Wow, what a great shopping trip. And before them lies a scene of devastation with unconscious soldiers. Jer's voice rang out, full of excitement. Even after 1,000 tries, it had never gone this smoothly. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen them complete this part with so many points. Second place with 19 points. Lack wearily chased after them. I have 15 points. Corrin stood there full of praise, noting how well the two worked together. Hearing that, Jer was delighted, saying this game was easy. "I'll be training more in the gym tonight," Corrin announced. "If you have the energy for the gym, help me find the golem cores." Huh. Corrin wasn't about to let Luden off the hook that easily. "They're precious, aren't they? We'll help you." Luden felt uneasy, but told himself it was all right. Corrin spoke up immediately. "You should be thanking us right now." Looking at Luden, Corrin recalls his past life working with Cranel, and how rare it was to have a heavy hitter like Golem in large monster battles. Things were coming to an end. Second-class mage Cranel is restoring the Golem's core, and second-class knight Elisa is injured. Second-rate knight Drawn is out of energy, and hydrant mage Ewan has fainted. Corrin wearily helps Ewan up, thinking there's no way she could die here. What are the professors doing? If life is so important, she must have just fainted. Ewan gasped. "Mariette, that girl..." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from within the forest, startling Corrin. What's going on? A horde of beasts is charging at an unimaginable speed. Seeing this, Ewan quickly urged, "Run!" Mariette. Corrin frowned, wondering, but what about Mariette? With her innate ability to analyze magic and her limitless mana, she's a mage who's never known despair or defeat. She is Mariette, a true genius, and as the senior professor said, this hunting ground is nothing more than a playground for her. She simply needed to adjust the difficulty and help her juniors grow as a senior. That's how she did things. Overwhelmed in the fight, Marriott tries to stay calm and analyzes what she needs to do. However, she no longer has time for that as Warren leaps in for the attack. Marriott tries to block with a spell, but it's useless against Warren's power. Seeing the situation worsen, Marriott frowned, realizing she couldn't rely on just basic magic to stop him. Despite her promise to the professor to refrain from using magic stronger than intermediate, she's now forced to use advanced magic. In other words, whether she wants to admit it or not, Marriott has begun to fight with all her might. And just then, Warren rushed forward and kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing into a tree, leaving a gaping hole. Marriott struggled against the pain tearing through her body, trembling in fear as she pleaded, "Don't come near me." Before her stood not a knight, mage, or game, but the human embodiment of a natural disaster, Warren. Marriott mustered her remaining strength to prepare an attack, but cried out in desperation, "Don't come any closer. Enough." A familiar voice echoes from somewhere, and Warren pauses. That voice startled Mari. "Huh?" A woman appeared in front of Marriott, asking kindly, "Are you all right?" Marriott stared blankly at Professor Josephine, relieved to be safe. "Yes, I'm fine." But as soon as she said it, her strength completely faded, and she fainted. Professor Josephine glanced silently at Marriott's pathetic state as unexpected results emerged from the hunting grounds. Corin shared, "First place and the most points went to me, a fifth-year student, followed by Warren, the top first year, and Marriott, the top second year, who had a conflict. She's currently being treated in the infirmary, severely injured and still unconscious." Corin thought, that was close. I thought she had awakened as a boss. She seems fine, so things are probably still going according to the original story. I'll leave it for now. There are still 3 weeks before she awakens, so I need to go prepare some things. With that thought, he left the room, his eyes scanning the edge of the Soren forest for someone who lived there. He grabbed some eye drops, then pretended to stumble, dropping the seed into the pond. "Oh no, I slipped. What do I do?" As the seed sank, Corin put on another pitiful act. "No, not the precious seed my mother left me." Suddenly a voice echoes, "Why are you crying?" Corin inwardly smirked, thinking, here he is. In the legend of Ahan, there's a one-time Easter egg, a hidden detail to add intrigue for players. The tale of the woodcutter and the hermit's golden axe when he accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. The hermit asked him if it was the golden axe or the silver axe. This hermit could appear with a golden and silver axe, but only for unique grade weapons, or lower. If you throw in any other weapon, nothing happens. And the story ends there. Corin tried throwing 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but some veteran players have tried throwing in tons of random items, including rare ones, making this Easter egg even more interesting. At this point, the hermit calmly asked, "Is this golden seed yours?" Corin shakes his head, denying it. "No. Or is it this silver seed?" He shook his head again. "No." But in his heart, he cursed, who would be crazy enough to throw away the ginseng seed that we worked so hard to get for 100 points? The benevolent hermit chuckled. "Ha ha. Then this must be my seed," Corin replied, tears welling up. "Yes, that's right. This is definitely my seed." He admits it. "Yes, that crazy hero is me." The hermit praised him, saying that even when faced with gold and silver, he remained honest and ungreedy. "I commend your honesty and will bestow these seeds upon you. Ginseng and golden ginseng seeds." With the act complete, the hermit slowly faded away. "Farewell, then." Heh heh. Corin bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank goodness, thank you, and please take care." As the hermit disappeared, Corin immediately revealed a grotesque face and laughed wildly. Heh. An item that can be multiplied. Common ginseng seeds increase mana, but the gold and silver seeds have special effects. A golden ginseng seed will make the ginseng plant glow gold when planted, while a silver ginseng seed will make it glow silver. A hidden piece only obtainable this way in the legend of Hero Ahan. Though some people screamed when collecting immediately after harvesting, it wasn't a big deal. Corin thought gleefully, in my past life, Pihu ate the gold seed, and I ate the silver seed. But now, both will be mine. And the real quest begins in 3 weeks. The reason Marriott becomes the first boss and awakens as a special vampire. She faces off against the Mist City's murderous vampire. Rumble. Corin didn't know how Marriott's demonic minion had awakened, but there were still 3 weeks left. And that's why he decided to show his strength to the strong in Tier 2. Since no one wants to fight alongside a weak, fifth-rate knight, no matter how much he begs, Corin knows his innate talent and power are the only things that will interest them. He calculates that they'll be fully recovered in a week, at which point he'll propose forming a party. The first boss in the Legend of Ahan, Special Vampire Mariette, suddenly awakens on a full moon night, but she still has 3 weeks before her full awakening. Isbel, who was by her side, noticed she was sitting up and asked, "Mariette, how are you?" Then she asked worriedly, "Mariette, are you okay? How's your throat? That freshman should know the jungle points, and you're restricted to basic magic." But Mariette remained silent. If Corrin prepared well enough, with enough faith and the right members, he could easily save her from her unfortunate fate. Until then, he would train Elisa, hire Ron the mercenary to control the sword, recruit Dre from the Avaloan forest, and become closer to the Golem Witch Granel, a series of goals that excited Corrin immensely. He thought to himself that with enough preparation, this would be a piece of cake, as long as there were no unforeseen variables. Just then, Mariette's eyes widened, revealing blood-red pupils. To Mariette, Isbel now appeared as true prey. Immediately, she pounced, pinning Isbel down and opening her mouth to reveal 4 sharp fangs. She rasped, "I'm so thirsty." Just then, Professor Josephine slammed her hand on her book and sighed. "I'm so disappointed in you." Then, resting her chin on her hand with a frown, she says, "I shouldn't have sent it to you. If you want to learn, I'll tutor you personally. Reflect on yourself." Hearing this, Waran dejectedly asks, "Should I just jump out the window?" Suddenly, Corrin appeared upside down outside the window, cheerfully saying, "Well, I knew I'd find you here." This sudden appearance startled Warren. Corrin, clinging to a branch, held a box of pastries and continued, "You're Warren, right? I think I've seen you before, and I'm Corrin. Can you open the window?" Warren hesitantly opened the door. Corrin held out a box of pastries, saying, "I don't know what you like, so I just bought these. Besides, going to Taekong would be strange." Hearing that, Warren remained silent. After a moment, she spoke. "Hanging from the tree like that is against school rules." Corrin just chuckled teasingly. "I'm not inside, I'm hanging from the tree. What if I did go in? It doesn't seem Josephine is here either, does it?" Despite his joking, Corrin was really here to check for injuries, but he sees none. It seems Warren is confined for what happened at the hunting grounds. He thought about Professor Josephine again, a sense of gravity washing over him. Warren was her ward, after all. But as Corrin pondered this, Warren spoke up, startling him, saying she'd been out for over 4 days. "She hasn't returned in over 4 days," Corrin thought with surprise. "What? She hasn't returned here even once?" Warren simply replied, "Yeah." Warren's indifference only startled Corrin more, and in his panic, he lost his footing and fell from the tree with a loud crash. Just then, the system announced the activation of the Tenacious Warrior's rebirth. Corrin, on the ground, cried out, "Ouch, that hurts. I'll see you later, and I'll bring you food tomorrow." War remained silent, simply watching. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine had left the academy, leaving Warren, the most dangerous person in Maba, behind. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, and a thought flashed through his mind. Something was definitely wrong. The 2 figures who appeared were Professor Dema and Professor Feynman, a representative martial artist from the night department, who used to be a guard. They ran and talked, Professor Dem urgently asking, "Have you found her?" Pasham replied as he ran, "Not yet. I'll try searching the outskirts of the city." The night representative's footsteps quickened. Warren noticed and thought, "They're in a hurry too. It can't be." Elsewhere, at a gate, a soldier stops Corrin, saying, "Corrin, what's going on? Your request for a meeting was denied." Hearing this, Corrin smiled, offering a delicious sandwich and a refreshing drink, and cheerfully replied, "Oh no, it's not that. You're 3rd-class security guard Kron, right? Miss Josephine asked me to bring you food and drinks." Kron, without suspicion, took the food from Corrin and replied, "Really? She really knows how to take care of her subordinates." Meanwhile, Corrin thought to herself, her request to see Mariette had been denied. Isabel, Mariette's guard, has disappeared and the infirmary is guarded. I knew something was wrong from the start. Kron ate the cake without a hint of suspicion, as Corrin watched, her doubts growing stronger. Suddenly, Kron clutched his stomach in pain after taking a bite of his pastry, barely able to speak. Corrin secretly rejoiced, but feigned concern. "Oh my, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache?" "I think there's a restroom over there." Kron quickly runs off, adding, "Can you watch things for me? But remember not to go inside." Corrin waved and smiled. "Yes, take your time." "I definitely won't go inside." Corrin breathed a sigh of relief as Kron disappeared. However, his thoughts continued to race. "There's no way, there's still one more left. How could it be this soon? I hope my suspicions are wrong." Clutching the fabric, Corrin threw it back, crying out, "Mariette!" But it wasn't her. Corrin gasped in disbelief. "Isabel!" He paused, disappointed, thinking, shouldn't Mariette be here? Why is it Isabel? Wasn't she missing? There's no doubt about it, seeing those two circular bite marks on Isabel's neck. Marriott silently confirms that this must be the secret the professors are trying to hide, as Corin observes the person before him, seething inwardly. Isabel has awakened as a vampire, becoming the greatest threat of Act 1. Corin quietly sighed, but his grip on the cloth tightened. His mind raced, thoughts colliding. Events were unfolding 3 weeks ahead of the original script. He recalled the 4-stage strategy to defeat the final boss of Act 1. First, quickly deal with the monster waves. The second phase, use magic circles to imprison her. In Corin's mind, he vividly pictures Isabel trapped in a dark and misty space, gaining the upper hand by inflicting damage. Phase 3, a direct confrontation with the powerful enemy rampaging in the blood territory. The image of the terrifying foe resurfaces in Corin's mind. Finally, once the enemy is defeated, it will transform into its final form, the crux of the strategy. Corin wondered if the top freshmen worked together. They might not need player support, and it wouldn't be too difficult. He pictured his 4 close friends, but immediately regretted it. To reach stage 3, but Alisa, with her tearful eyes and aggrieved face, was injured by him. Dron, whose vital weapon was destroyed, was also his fault. Cranel's golem isn't fully repaired, and now this is another fault of his. Corin, shocked and angry, berates himself. This isn't good, damn it. At that moment, the image of a demonic vampire flashed through his mind. A familiar scene from the original script. In the story, after the encounter with the vampire killer in the City of Mist, Mari lost control and attacked her roommate, then fell into a state of rage. In his past life, Corin recalls that when this happened, the scene shifted to a gloomy house, where he and the team waited for Marriott and Isabel below the dorm to settle things. In Corin's memory, the entire team was gathered there, but the PSU deliberately let Marriott escape. Everything's a mess now because of my actions. I suddenly remember Alisa being attacked and sent flying, suffering severe injuries with 8 broken bones. Meanwhile, Cranel's golem was completely destroyed, leaving him unable to fight, a truly disheartening sight. Suddenly, Warren appeared, radiating a terrifying power. I also considered War's involvement, but couldn't foresee how the battle would shift. The scene cuts to a corner of the training room. Corin spoke up. Here's the job request. This mission is especially difficult. I need to find and capture someone alive. Dron frowned and replied, Are you crazy? The mercenaries' code is to only take fights we know we can win. Besides, you broke my sword, so I only have 2 left. Before Dron could finish, Corin interjected, The reward is 20 gold coins. If you still don't believe me, I'll leave this as collateral. He pulled out a pure spirit dust tablet, stopping Dron in his tracks. After a moment's thought, Dron smirked and said, You really know how to play a man. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Dron has joined your party. Corin chuckled, clearly pleased. The scene shifts to a library, where Corin opens a book on a shelf and studies it intently. Suddenly, Yun appears, hesitantly asking, How did you know? I thought all the records had burned with the forest. Corin calmly replies, I once read a book about it. The alphabet you use is the Ham alphabet, right? You're here to find it, aren't you? With that, Corin decisively closed the book and looked at Ewan. If you help me, I'll teach you all of this magic, Yu asked hesitantly, frowning. What exactly do I have to do? The system notification appears again. Drit Ewan has joined your party. Corin couldn't hide his satisfaction. The scene shifts to the canteen, where Corin tries to persuade Elle and Jer, who sit before him. Elle slowly says, I'm forming a party, but this quest is difficult and dangerous. The pay is low, and we may face a very powerful demon race. Corin patiently persuades, but if successful, we'll gain honor and fame. His words made Lag and Jer freeze in their tracks. Corin was a little confused, thinking, Is it that hard to convince them? Suddenly, Jer and Lelti changed their tune, blurting out, Sounds intriguing, let us join your team. Seeing this, Corin smiled happily and replied, All right, you guys are truly obsessed with romance. The scene shifts to a dense forest, where Corin leads Lair and Dron Ewan. As Corin walked, he calculated that 1 damage dealer, 1 healer, and 3 supporters should be enough to get through the early stages. That meets the minimum requirements. He smirked to himself, thinking this was the best he could do for now. Suddenly, Corin remembers his meeting with Shu, who gave him some instructions before bursting into tears and running into the forest. He recalled the effort it took to find her. Who knew someone so strong would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide there for a month? Corin's thoughts sharpened, and he declared that if she was hiding in the woods, there was only one forest near the Academy of Dreams. Moments later, at the hunting grounds, a team member asked, Is Marriott really here? Dron hesitated. Master, I understand the mission, but how are we going to find her? Corin calmly replied, Searching could take a year. Asking around will turn up clues. Don't worry. Yue frowned, suspiciously asking, "You already know something, don't you?" Before Korin could answer, Yuan plunged his staff into the ground, creating an ethereal green light. "Spirits, heed my call and lead us to her." From the earth, a green aura surges forth and surrounds them. El exclaims in surprise, "Wow, it's swarming with spirits." Jur grabs Lair's shoulders excitedly. "Look, a whole bunch of spirits," Korin observes, thinking to herself that based on their reactions, the spirits must have answered Yuan's call, but she can't see anything. He scratched his head, asking, "Did the spirits find Mari yet?" Hearing this, Lair, Jer, and Unan stammered in response. But Korin, curious, pressed on, "What is it? Where is she?" The three replied in unison, their voices panicked, "Right behind you." Korin reacted instantly, spinning around and plunging his staff into the monster that had just appeared. After a series of attacks, he cursed, "Damn it, what the hell? Where did they come from?" Before he could steady himself, Ron shouted a warning, "More monsters ahead." Before Korin, a horde of monsters suddenly appears, preparing to charge his team, and El and Jer cry out in unison, "Mariette turned into a monster?" Hearing that, Korin immediately dismissed their thoughts. That's impossible. Without a second thought, El channels all her mana through the book to aid in the attack, but the situation is dire. Jer, on the other hand, is thrilled by the monsters before him. "You dare face me, Jer. Perfect timing. I needed to warm up anyway." Seeing Jer charge forward, Korin anxiously warns him not to rush in, or they'll surround him. But Jerfler continues forward, and Korin shouts out. The situation intensifies, and Korin immediately gives an order. "Take 3 steps back. Don't rush. Pick them off one by one, and their numbers will dwindle. Lack, provide cover from behind." Hearing this, Lack responded, "Got it." Korin continued to instruct, "You stay with Lag. Dron, you know what to do, right? Don't push too far forward." Though occupied, Yu obeyed the order, and Dron nodded in agreement. Seeing Korin's composure, Yuan secretly praised him. Despite the surprise attack, he remained calm and devised a sound strategy. He's not just strong, he's a true strategist. Meanwhile, Korin and Dron worked together to eliminate the monsters, and Yu thought in surprise, how could he only be a 5th Circle Knight? There must have been something wrong with the student ranking exam. With his blade in hand, Korin continued to fight alongside the others, but Jer called out, "Ewan, I thought Mariette would be here, so why are there only monsters?" Ewan stammered, "I'm just doing what the spirits told me." Leaf begins to suspect something and angrily says, "Is Mariette controlling them? Monsters don't hunt in packs like this, and they're more aggressive than usual." While supporting El and observing the situation, Korin suddenly interjected, saying that Mariette could not possibly be the one pulling the strings. If she were controlling them, they wouldn't be attacking so haphazardly. It's not her style. Korin's eyes were full of faith and pride when she mentioned Mariette. Hearing this, Dron asked, "Then why are these monsters attacking us?" Korin responded, "Neither of those are correct." The group asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Korin thoughtfully explained, "Each monster has its own hunting habits, but sometimes they fall into such desperate situations that they forget their instincts, like when facing something they can't fight." Hearing this, Jer, Ian, El, and Dron were stunned. Something was making them flee. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere turned strange, signaling the arrival of a new danger. Seeing the dire situation, Korin immediately warned them to prepare for battle, while Un fell back and Lack frantically opened his book, lamenting, "I barely have time to breathe. Is that far enough, you?" Korin continued to command, and Dron Jer stepped back to assist me. Hearing that, Dron guessed the intention and replied, "It seems you have a plan in mind. I trust you, my lord." Jer interjects, asking if it's a step his size or Korin's. Suddenly, Korin's eyes flash with murderous intent and determination. "I'll take the vanguard." Just then, the system appeared with a resounding announcement. "Under the 3rd law, I will save Mariette's world." The system announces a 50% increase in C group stats. Immediately, Korin's stats are clearly displayed. Stamina, mana, physique, strength, and agility are all significantly enhanced. Seeing the numbers, Korin realizes Mariette's fate is more than just a small event. Her influence on this world is far greater. These stats are clearly based on her future impact, not just the events of Act 1. With that thought, he tightened his grip on his blade, his eyes sharpening. The system displays a new notification. "I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette." Seeing that the situation seemed stable, everyone's spirits gradually lifted. Unable to hide his excitement, Korin gives the order, "All right, let's go." At that moment, Mariette appeared in her demonically transformed state, and the system displayed its final message. Rescue Marriott. Hero Corin Truk Mayman. Suddenly, Marriott's demonic form burst into tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Yuan spoke with concern. She's crying. Hearing and seeing this, but remaining clear-headed, he warns, "It won't change anything. Just destroy the demons." Suddenly, a sword hurtles toward Marriott with incredible speed. But suddenly, Drone sees something that shocks him, his eyes widening. Just then, a shield of power protects the sword from attacking Marriott. Seeing this, they were all shocked, and Dongqing said, "What? My Than Trong sword was blocked." Lak seems to realize this as well, explaining, "That's a blood orb, a creation born from the blood of a vampire. I didn't think a newly awakened vampire could possess one." Seeing this, Corin turns around with a determined look, saying, "Don't be afraid. It's newly born and hasn't received her blood or magic yet. Without the blood and magic of its master, it can do nothing but defend." He then added, "For a mage like me, facing an opponent with such defense is a big problem." Hearing this, Corin calmly replies, "It'll be fine, no problem at all." Suddenly, Marriott's grotesque form lets out a loud scream and yells for it to disappear. Seeing this, Corin warned everyone of the incoming wide-area magic attack, then called out to Yuan. Hearing this, Yuan was determined, using his power and replying, "I understand." As Yuan summons the power of the territory, Corin smugly declares, "I don't know about elsewhere, but this is the forest, my territory." With that, the power of Yuan's territory instantly forms a shield, protecting everyone. At that moment, a system notification appeared, increasing attack speed and protecting the soul from negative effects, as Marriott was blocked by the barrier Yuan had created, putting her at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Yuan struggles to hold on, and Jur anxiously warns them, "What if that defensive wall breaks?" At that, Lak chimes in, "Don't even say that, Jur. What did you eat?" Meanwhile, Yuan struggled, gritting his teeth as he thought, "That one attack cost me half my mana to maintain the defense. The vampire's poisonous hunting ground effect is affecting me, but I have to endure it so everyone has a chance to attack." It seems the shield wall couldn't withstand Marriott's power, a fact Corin noticed as he spoke up. "Yuan, are you at your limit?" Corin steps forward, reassuring everyone to trust him. Yuan, seeing Corin, remembers his promise to defeat the vampire as Corin holds a sharp knife. With a calm demeanor and a hidden smile, Corin assures them, "Just hang in there a little longer. I'll take care of it in 5 dimensions." Hearing this, Yuan, nearly out of strength, gasped, "Can you really do it?" Hearing that, Corin reassured everyone, "Yes, of course I can." Meanwhile, Marriott is restrained by a mysterious force, clutching her body in pain, as Corin secretly observes, searching for a solution. The battle with the vampire Marriott is divided into 4 phases. Phase 1, where the monsters around her attack the player party. Stage 2 begins after the monsters are defeated, when Marriott herself enters the fray. You must face her from Stage 2 to Stage 4 to unleash the most powerful magic. Suddenly, Marriott went berserk, becoming even more monstrous. In other words, she hadn't used her full power before the final phase, and at that moment, Marriott seemed to have become a true vampire. It was just like the game, just like his past life. With that thought, Corin grabbed his sword and turned around to give instructions. "L, leave before Yuan does. You can only use basic magic twice more, so save yourself." L was surprised by Corin's calculation and asked, "You thought that far ahead?" "Understood." Corin then praised Yuan. "Well done. Once your mana's depleted, run as far as you can." Yuan replied, "Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Though our range is wide, we've been unlucky, and the real danger—" Suddenly, as Corin pondered, the barrier wall was on the verge of collapse under Marriott's immense power from the outside. Marriott's power seeped through the cracks, causing Corin to anticipate the alchemic reaction that would follow. She's coming, and Corin awaits Marriott's arrival with grim determination. Suddenly, a freezing alchemic spell shattered the barrier, leaving everyone in stunned terror. Jur cries out in fear as the wall collapses. Meanwhile, Yuan desperately fights back, praying to the earth, the trees, the wheat, the gods, and the insects to blanket the world. At the same moment, the sounds of Sein, Oretset echoed, and the light of the summoned spirits became clearer. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and you realized the gods are responding. Though I wrote those ancient characters, only a pure-blood res could activate them. Corin frowned, thinking, though similar to ancient script, it's a system language from another civilization. Suddenly, roots and shoots burst from the ground at an incredible speed, and Corin realizes these are the secret languages you can only learn after completing E's storyline. The one who strives to become a forest mage. A forest mage. nature's darling. A 1,000-year-old secret language belonging only to those of the spirit-friendly clan. Jer and Dron were stunned, eyes wide, mouths agape at the sight before them. A colossal willow humanoid, formed from the roots of the gods, 5 eyes burning in its dark visage, struck terror into the hearts of all. "What is that?" Even Ian was shocked and exclaimed. "That ancient language summoned this?" Ian's surprise amuses Corin. "That's right, I had time to spare when helping him summon this, but there's no other way in this situation." Corin then called out, telling them to quickly throw the remaining living eagle owl to Liu Ren. Hearing that, Jer was shocked and asked if there was still a live owl. "Wow, you're amazing." "There's still one left." Corin, hearing the surprise in his teammate's voice, showed a satisfied expression, thinking to himself that he had prepared for this, even though they hadn't noticed while they were busy fighting. Thinking this, Corin ordered, "Quick, throw it into the Willow Man's chest." Jer acted quickly, replying as he did so, "Got it." Suddenly, the owl is defeated in an instant, creating a huge explosion that obliterates it. By burning the sacrifice within the Willow Man's chest, it fuels the magic animating this puppet. The Willow Man rises, the explosion leaving it unscathed. At that moment, everyone commanded the Willow Man to attack, and it immediately obeyed, launching a relentless assault. It seems Yuan is also affected, clutching his chest and groaning in pain, leading Corin to realize it might be too much for him. It's too much for him to handle this summoning magic for long. Corin, resolute, speaks up to encourage him. "Don't stop, Yuan. If you do, everyone will die." Hearing this, Yuan, in tears from the pain, grits his teeth and says, "I know. I'll try." Liu Ren now stood before Marriott, who scoffed in disdain, but her will to attack did not waver. Marriott roared, unleashing a barrage of venomous golden rays. Seeing Leonan relentlessly attacked, his teammates anxiously called out, "Is Corin going to be okay like this?" Corin reassured them, saying not to worry, thinking to himself that Liu Yan was just a puppet and couldn't die from a few holes. And in theory, fire should never lose to ice. Jer and Dron watched the battle unfold with bated breath. Or so I thought. Suddenly, a poisoned blade launched by Marriott hurtles towards the Willow Man with incredible speed. Corin's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that magic had extinguished Liu Ren's flames. Suddenly, Liu Ren collapses, sending everyone scrambling, while Corin, brows furrowed, realizes that everything he thought he knew is being turned upside down. This is Marriott's special level of difficulty. Marriott has become a true demon with her murderous aura. He collapses to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Corin tells Iwen to fall back. Hearing Yuan stammer, Corin interjects, "Your mana's depleted. You being here won't change anything." Hearing this, Yuan understood the situation and quickly left the scene, saying, "Understood. I'm out of here." Seeing this, Jer asks worriedly, "Can we really do this, Corin?" Corin then explains the situation to his teammates. "Mari used all her area of effect attacks, so her magic is weakened. Do you know what that means?" Hearing that, Jer asked, puzzled, "What?" "That's our cue to attack." Suddenly, Corin, almost feral with excitement, charges forward, startling Jer and Dron. Hey, wait a minute." Jer and Dron quickly followed after. The three now faced the true demon Marriott, who unleashed a barrage of poisoned gold blades, prompting Dron to use Acceleration Link, but his counterattack failed. This annoyed Dron, who cursed a few times, saying the blood orb was surprisingly hard. Suddenly, Jer appeared from the sky with a determined shout, "I'm here to eat this!" Immediately, Jer strikes Marriott, creating a blinding light. Corin realizes what's happening and smirks, thinking it's Jer's special, devastating stacking attack. The damage inflicted upon the enemy will be multiplied. He's proving to be quite useful. Luckily, I brought him along. Jer smugly smirks after the attack, saying, "I broke it, you fool." But the praise is premature. Suddenly, Marriott activates Stage 3, her eyes burning crimson, and the power of Stage 3 is unleashed. Blood barrier. Suddenly, the scene erupts in a blinding explosion. At that moment, Corin's rapier and sword fell freely, with no sign of her. Corin struggled against the situation, but with a cold look, she realized, we're trapped in this barrier. As soon as the blood sphere broke, it triggered a trap, and now we're stuck inside. The pressure is immense. Instead of just passively defending, the blood orb absorbed her blood and magic to create this. Before Corin stood Marriott and a fully fledged demon, causing him to sigh and chuckle bitterly to himself. He never imagined he'd be facing this alone. In his past life, it took at least 3 to fight it in this form. But now Corin, with overwhelming arrogance and power, smugly declares that even his father wouldn't be much of a problem. The result would be the same. The victor remains me. And now the moon is rounder and redder than ever, casting an even darker shadow over the scene. If you were born a normal person, you could distinguish between beast and man. If you were truly human, it's only natural to shut your eyes in fear. The scene shifts to a dark castle, where a strange energy permeates the desperate struggle for survival. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room within the castle, a chilling aura ran down my spine, a stark contrast to the burning sensation in my throat. Suddenly, Marriott returned to normal, slowly opening her eyes after the trance and began to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, someone calls out S's name, but Marriott's vision is still blurry and she can only think to herself. Drawn to a nameless neck, Marriott transforms once more, fangs and claws bared. Marriott thought to herself, I bit him. Her fangs, always there, tore through his flesh and reached his blood vessels. The creature trembled. Then, the one who called Marriott's name suddenly opened their eyes wide, tears streaming down their face. I don't know if it's the terror of being hunted or a fierce resistance, but it doesn't matter anymore. There's no more fear to make me close my eyes. Like a bloodthirsty beast, Marriott lunged, biting and tearing at her prey, their pained moans like a twisted piano melody. The warm blood flowed onto my tongue and down my throat as the body Marriott had attacked suddenly trembled and fell backward. It coursed through me, warming my cold skin, until suddenly, after the bite, blood splattered onto me and the bed. But Marriott, still innocent, felt the blood she thought had stopped flowing begin to surge again. Isabel's moans and the creaking of the bed ceased. It was Isabel whom Marriott had bitten, and she collapsed completely. Only the sound of my pounding heart echoed through me. The sweet smell of blood was suffocating and disgusting to me. Suddenly, Mari seemed to realize she had attacked someone she knew, and she covered her mouth, embracing her trembling body. My vibrant body felt like it was collapsing, because only now did I realize it wasn't an animal or anything. Isabel, drained of strength, collapsed before Marriott. Marie, a true demon, transformed into a bloodthirsty vampire. I've sinned. I almost killed my friend. At that same moment, the moon returned to normal, as if the blood-red moon had never been. It was as if she had killed an animal. No, even more heartlessly than that. Marriott, horrified by what she'd done, wept with regret. Realizing she'd treated humans like animals, she clutched her rumbling stomach and fled. Having caused such a disaster, Marriott could only think of running away, until her son found her, the very Corin she had mentioned. Now the battle between Corin and the demonic Marriott continues, as her demonic dog suddenly lunges at Corin like a tiger. But suddenly, the demonic dog mustered all its strength and unleashed a barrage of sharp spikes. The spikes it spat out flew towards Corin, growing in number and speed. Seeing this, Corin, unafraid, laughs with amusement, calling the beast a mongrel, and unleashes the fourth step of the six-fold thrust. How dare you bite a human? With those words, Corin spun his blade and charged at the demonic dog with incredible speed, unleashing the whirlwind of heavenly return. Immediately, the surprise attack sent chills down the spine of the demonic dog, who then released two smaller demonic dogs to intercept Corin. Seeing this, Corin found it amusing and taunted. This dog is really starting to annoy me. But as the two smaller demonic dogs lunged, Corin's agility allowed him to evade them. He gripped his blade, preparing the sixth style of the piercing steps. Corin then unleashed a flurry of attacks, launching his sword towards the smaller demon dog. He immediately retrieved his blade, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Offering me a snack? That was easier than your roar, wasn't it? Is that all you've got?" Corin said, taunting the giant demonic dog as the smaller one it spat out lay at his feet. Suddenly, the giant demonic dog began to cast a spell, preparing to unleash something from its eyes, piquing Corin's interest even further. But suddenly, the giant demonic dog vanished in the blink of an eye, giving Corin serious pause. It didn't disappear. It's just moving too fast to follow. Corin smirks, realizing this, and unleashes his power, a blue aura enveloping him as he taunts his foe. Let me teach you something, Mutt. Victory isn't about elaborate plans, but suddenly the giant demonic dog reappears before Corin. Finding its weakness with a single step, Corin instantly appeared behind the giant demonic dog and struck. Corin grinned, amused, and said, "That trick's old, DM. You can't use the same move twice." Without pause, Corin continued to attack. With Serpent's Ire, Serpent's Ascent, and Skyrending Dragon Strike, the giant demon dog's eyes looked as though they would shatter. Suddenly, the giant demonic dog's body vanished before Corin's eyes, only to reform in midair. The giant demon dog returned, collapsing before Corin, whimpering in pain, its body riddled with wounds. "So you'll protect your creator until your last breath? Why would you do that? Just wait." With that, Corin plunged his blade into the ground. "I will save her. Your mother, no matter what. With unwavering resolve, Corin hoisted his blade onto his shoulder as the demonic visage of Marriott materialized, prompting a silent contemplation. The final stage, and as soon as it begins, Marriott puts one of the party members in mortal danger. Suddenly, the ground cracked as something soared into the sky. A dark figure, like Marriott, appeared high above, silhouetted against the full moon. That's why he couldn't remove her bloodlust alone, and Corin silently cursed himself. Normally, to rescue a teammate targeted by a vampire, the entire team must stand close together and deceive her, making it difficult for her to identify the weakest target. Thinking this, Corin stood frozen as Marriott lunged, realizing no one could help him now. With mournful eyes, Corin seemed ready to end it all in an instant, when suddenly a system notification appeared. Marriott's vampire lord form is recovering stamina and mana, and Corin allows her to bite him again without resistance. As he's bitten, Corin thinks, so this is what it feels like to have your life stolen? Clenching his trembling fist, he tells himself he can endure it, that he has the skills to deal with this. Suddenly, a system notification appears. The tenacious warrior is reborn, never losing their fighting spirit or will. His body will regenerate continuously. I can endure this. At the same time, Corin was struggling, gritting his teeth as he continued to sink into his thoughts. He recalls the kind child, sharing potatoes with everyone with her tiny hands. Corin sees a vision of Marriott as a human. Since I came of age, Corin gently stroked Marriott's head and said, "Slow down, you'll choke." Hearing that, Marriott stopped biting and whimpered, staring at Corin with innocent eyes as he thought to himself, the moment Duke Sabanzia awakened as a vampire, he drained his servant dry. Even the greatest commander in history couldn't resist his bloodlust. Corin suddenly recalled a story about vampires. It took Park Si-hoo a month to capture Marriott, and forcing her to drink monster blood only intensified her cravings. Marriott tirelessly drank animal blood in place of human blood, but she never killed a person. She endured her cravings with extraordinary willpower, and Corin recalled the moment Marriott was captured, tied up and helpless, which caused her some pain. This was an unnecessary arrangement for the final boss who only has one weakness. That's why I want to believe a better ending exists. Suddenly, tears began to fall onto Corin's neck, accompanied by choked sobs from his subordinate. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Marriott burst into tears like a child after biting Corin, who secretly rejoiced, thinking that no matter how many times she died, whether Marriott was the head witch or a vampire, it didn't matter. Perhaps she had always looked at Marriott's personality like Peru. Thinking this, Corin looked at Maurice with pride and was lost in thought. But the teachings of the master I met in this world have changed me. Suddenly, Corin recalls a woman with a sword, standing before a blazing fire. Turning her back, she says, I'm an adult, son. As long as I am, I'll always bear the responsibility of protecting you. Remembering those events, Corin is touched, thinking about the person he always looked down on as just an NPC in the game who protected him and told him he was just a child. As his successor, he witnessed her final moments, and as her disciple, he heard her teachings. Meanwhile, Marriott was crying uncontrollably and straddling Corin, who was overjoyed, thinking to himself that it would be okay once he was sure he was an adult. Corin gazes at the sky, pride swelling within him, and vows, watch me, Pi-hoo. I'll forge a different path than yours. Finally, the system displays a notification. Marriott, S-rank difficulty. Aura reward increases from low to above low. Mana increases from lowest to low. Acquired 100 pain resistance points evenly distributed. A happy time for Marriott and Corin. Marriott, overjoyed, spoke up. I thought your taste would change, but it turns out you like potatoes. Is it good? Potatoes are always good, no matter how you prepare them. As she finished speaking, Marriott blushed with embarrassment while Corin teased her. Is that so? Hearing this, Marriott stammered, then suddenly began hitting Corin, exclaiming, Go over there, you smell. Hearing this, Corin blocked Marriott's attack and retorted, What's wrong with that? You hadn't showered when you bit my neck either? Hearing this only embarrassed Marriott more, and she shouted, Stop it! After the scuffle, Marriott went to a corner and sat quietly, forcing Corin to give in and sigh. Oh my, I didn't heal at all. Marriott suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. I'm scared. Corin sighs softly upon hearing this. Marriott, sitting alone and dejected, tells Corin about Warren, saying how terrifying she is. I thought I was going to die. I was so scared, but I can't do what you do. Hearing the name, Corin frowned, realizing her encounter with Warren had stirred something within her, changing her mind and leading her to join the hunt. That enraged Marriott, and the vampire within her awakened. Warren, unable to fully grasp the situation, acted impulsively. Suddenly, Marriott rebukes Corin, asking how she could possibly recover. Why didn't you give up on the spirit body back then either? Everyone was mocking you. You said I couldn't do it, but in the end, I succeeded. You're really amazing. Hearing Marriott's praise, Corin chuckled and replied, it's nothing impressive. But I like happy endings. Marriott looked puzzled by Corin's story. Corin leans back and explains, the good are rewarded, and the wicked are punished, that sort of thing. A touching cautionary tale. Marriott is a good person, an image of pure kindness. Emboldened by this, Corin teases further, you're good and beautiful, I like happy endings, so I want you to be happy. Marriott blushes after Corin's confession. Flustered, she stammers, Corin, I need to wash up and eat potatoes. Can you leave? Hearing that, Corin replied, huh? But I just got here. Okay, sure. See you later. Corin waved goodbye as Professor Josephine appeared beside her. See you later. With that, Mary smiled to herself, thinking, thank you for comforting me. But she wasn't even sure if she deserved to be happy. With that thought, Marriott fell into a melancholy mood. Immediately, Mary would be temporarily detained, an event from which recovery would be difficult. Min thinks she'll be released soon, since the demi-human Warren will be attending school normally. Without thinking, Corin's thoughts drifted to Warren. Even if Marriott awakened and became an individual, most people wouldn't feel threatened by it. Lost in thought about Marriott, Corin walked with his head down when suddenly someone called his name. Corin looked up at the sound of her name, and suddenly Errol appeared, beaming with excitement. Could you spare a moment? And Corin addresses Errol as chairman. Hearing this, Errol approached Corin, excitedly asking, Han, is this the first time we've met alone? What do you think? Hearing this, Corin scratched his head and cheerfully replied, it's okay, what's up? It's about Marriott's punishment. Hearing this, Corin froze for a moment and stammered, her punishment? His eyes widened with worry for Marriott, fearing the consequences of her punishment. He exclaimed, wait, I can explain. He remained calm, however, and replied, it's all right, her punishment has already been decided. But Corin wouldn't listen, insisting, please, just hear me out. As someone who's actually fought her, what punishment could have been decided so quickly? As Corin worried, Errol chuckled and said, just as I thought. Corin was even more confused by this. Suddenly, Errol smiles gently and replies, don't worry, there won't be any punishment. Corin, even more shocked, exclaims, yes? Errol calmly explains, I didn't think she was dangerous, so I wanted to see the reaction of someone who's actually fought her. Now I have no doubts about my decision. Don't worry, she'll be released soon. We just need to reconfirm her stability. With that, Eri smiled contentedly. I've heard things from the other students, but I'm curious to hear the details. Corin breathed a sigh of relief, despite being startled by the earlier news, as Errol asked, even if it's simple, could you explain it to me? Immediately after I explained what needed to be revealed, that Marriott was safe and that the child was not a monster. I don't know how much he believed, but I made my position very clear. While Corin explained everything to Errol, Professor Josephine was also present. After hearing Corin's explanation, Errol paused in thought, then said, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. We'll have to make an official announcement about this. But of course, we won't reveal everything. Now that I've heard the details, I must get back to work. Corin's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Errol bowed respectfully and spoke. Thank you, Corin. Seeing this, Corin stammered, well, to help us prevent the dangers created by the inexperience and complacency of adults, I'm truly grateful and sorry. If you need anything, I'll do my best to repay you. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine adjusted her glasses, listening intently. Corin smirked, sighing inwardly. Errol Casa, the Academy's president, is invaluable. Someone who knows their weaknesses and shoulders more responsibility. Then Corin recalled the scene of meeting the mysterious person standing before him, saying, although I have failed countless times, you have never been one of them. Then she tells Errol, please, hold your head high. That is my request. Errol smiles faintly at this. Meanwhile, in her prison cell, Marriott languishes, lost in somber memories of the past, of Corin's gentle embrace and comforting words. Easy, you'll choke. Her hand patting her back was so soft, her skin so warm. Corin gently comforted her, saying, it's okay, it's okay. Her reason had vanished, swept away by a tidal wave of emotion, as she cast out the cold monster within and reclaimed her humanity. In that moment, Marriott broke down, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly apologized, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. All she could do was apologize, as Marriott berated herself for even wondering if Isabel was safe. Because she loved everyone so dearly, guilt consumed her. That's why she didn't resist Josephine's magic but simply accepted it and locked herself within those iron bars. At that moment, dark energies suddenly appeared from nowhere, and Marriott blushed as she recalled the moment she met Corin, thinking that she pretended to be different when he visited. But in reality, she was exhausted. She then recalled her monstrous vampire form, thinking of herself as a monster, a demon, an enemy of humanity who could drain their blood at any moment. But at that moment, the image of Corin suddenly appeared in Marriott's mind, Corin proudly and clearly saying, "So, what I mean is, I want you to be happy." His words washed away all her worries, the most sincere words she had ever heard. She remembers him sacrificing himself to save her, turning into a monster, and Marriott breaks down, tears streaming as she blames herself. That powerful moment, his sacrifice and sincerity. Marriott, overwhelmed, covered her face and called out Corin's name. And then, Marriott realized that a part of her life would forever live on in her memories. Cut to a classroom where someone calls out, "Hey, did you hear?" At that moment, Corin perked up his ears to listen. Just then, a light brown-haired student spoke about Marriott's magical abilities, prompting the student next to him to respond, "Oh, you mean that potato senior?" And at the same time, it was a week after Marriott's accident. Although there was some chaos because some bastards leaked that Marriott was in the school, the demi-humans obediently enrolled, so it soon cooled down. Back in class, the two students continued to gossip. "But is she still locked up? I heard she's been absent. Is she really that dangerous?" Corin, overhearing this, was shocked, thinking, "She's still locked up. It's been a week, but on paper, Marriott is free." Meanwhile, Marriott appeared before Corin, seemingly free, causing those around her to wonder, "Marriott, are you all right? I heard you've become special. Congratulations." And at that moment, Mary searched for her friend Isabel in the crowd, then thought with disappointment, "She's not here." Isabel wasn't there. Marriott returned to her dark room with a bag of blood as Corin finally realized something. So, that doesn't mean she's been freed, and at the same time Marriott is lost in thought, blaming herself. She must be scared of me and hate me, right? Remembering the moment she bit Isabel, Marriott lamented that if she were Isabel, she wouldn't want a friend who drank her blood. She didn't want to hinder others, or Isabel. Marriott knew what she had to do: disappear from the academy. Marriott stared at the bag of blood with utter disappointment when a sudden knock at the door made her speak up. "Who is it? Who could be coming at this hour?" Thinking this, Marriott opened the door, not knowing who was on the other side, when suddenly someone rushed in and embraced her, sobbing. Marriott. But Marriott, still shocked, couldn't react. Suddenly, Isabel burst into tears, asking, "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" Seeing the person she'd been searching for, Marriott called out Isabel's name, then stammered, "Wait, why are you here?" Isabel held Marriott tightly, replying, "Why wouldn't I come?" Marriott stammered, "That's not it." But Isabel interrupted, "So you don't want to see me?" Hearing this, Marriott immediately denied it, saying, "No, that's not it." At this, Marriott asked with utmost seriousness, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Isabel was taken aback by the question. "What?" Suddenly, Isabel chuckled and said, "Sorry, but I saw everything before I passed out. Your face after biting me." A face filled with helplessness and guilt. Marriott looked remorseful, but there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, Isabel gently touched her cheek and said, "You know what, Marriott? No matter what happens, I'll always consider you my friend, so I want you to think of me as your friend, no matter what. Do you understand?" Isabel said with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, Mari tearfully calls out Isabel's name, then bursts into tears like a child. "Thank you. I thought you'd hate me." Isabel then asks, "Hey, do you still feel guilty?" Isabel laughs, explaining, "Honestly, I feel much better, but I haven't been discharged yet, so I couldn't leave right after you were released. If that junior hadn't snuck me out of there..." Isabel then paused, realizing something, and said, "Huh? Where did he go? There was a tall junior behind me just now." Hearing this, Marriott was utterly surprised, blankly saying, "A junior?" Then, the junior Isabel mentioned was none other than Corin. As Corin walked away, he thought to himself that he believed a girl like Marriott wouldn't succumb to this accident. Suddenly, Marriott covered her face in embarrassment, surprising Isabel, who called out her name. Marriott realized what was happening and thought, "I understand now. She's helping me again. Corin, Corin, Corin." With a deeply embarrassed expression, Marriott could only call out Corin's name in her thoughts. And so, the first part of our story comes to an end. Everyone got a happy ending, something that never happened in my previous life. Though some unforeseen things happened and nothing went according to plan, I prefer this ending. Meanwhile, at the Aerial Academy, Professor Josephine is extremely pleased with the school. Even without a player, the world continues to run. And despite not going to plan, everything has a good ending. Under the setting sun, Corin smiled, content with everything. This moment marked the beginning of a new world. Corin smiled to himself, pleased. The next day at the Academy training grounds, Corin tirelessly trained, reflecting on his monotonous schedule of classes, lunch, more classes, training, dinner, and more training. But he had to become stronger. Considering the events about to unfold with that girl, I must become stronger, even if it means pushing myself to the brink. Suddenly, while training, Corin practices the ultimate fire serpent moves. Serpent ascends, poison dragon appears. After a few moves, someone gasps, causing Corin to speak up. It was Marriott, clapping with pride and admiration. Impressive. You've been working hard today, Corin. Seeing Marriott, Corin said, "You're back to normal, like nothing happened." But Marriott, unconcerned, changed the subject. "All right, since you've worked so hard, you have to eat a lot. I didn't make much, but eat all you want." Marriott then presented a table full of pastries, making Corin hesitate. "You prepared so much, and everything's made from potatoes." With that, Corin sat down, overjoyed. "I'm starving, so I'm going to eat everything," Marriott happily replied. She could eat her fill. But suddenly, Marriott saw blood on Corin's hand and lusted for it, sighing softly as she thought, "Blood." Seeing Marriott's strange behavior, Corin asked while eating, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hearing this, Marriott turns away, hiding her fangs, flustered, and denying it, lamenting that she saw blood and drooled. Suddenly, Corin asks, "By the way, you've been drinking blood a lot lately, haven't you?" Marriott replies, pointing to the blood pack beside her. "I see." Corin then followed up with another question. "Fresh blood and packaged blood are a little different, right?" Marriott replied without hesitation. "There's a slight difference in freshness and flavor, and your blood is incredibly delicious." "So, this is strange to you?" Marriott flusteredly explains as Corin chuckles and teases, "Like organic versus pesticide-laden food." Marriott agreed. "Yeah, like frozen versus fresh meat." Corin, eating, replied, "So you've decided to eat frozen meat for the rest of your life, huh? It's okay if you drink it sometimes." Hearing this, Marriott blushed and shyly replied, "So naive what?" Suddenly, Corin declared, "My blood." Marriott was flustered, embarrassed, and secretly pleased, revealing her fangs. "What are you even saying?" Corin then offered her neck, declaring, "I can regenerate it, so if you're tired of packaged blood, you can come to me. Or are you craving it now?" Seeing this, Marriott turned away, flustered and annoyed, saying, "Don't say things like that. I refuse to trouble you." Then, Marriott shyly produced a blood-red vial. Seeing this, Corin is confused and asks, "What is it, blood?" Flustered, Marriott explains that it might be a little nauseating, but it's good for his body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients. Without a second thought, Corin grabs it and drinks it down, surprising Marriott. "Watching you drink in front of me like this is embarrassing." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "You have absorbed a Tier 2 elixir, one containing special ingredients. Her aura level has increased by 1. Her maximum aura has increased to 500, and 10 points have been distributed." At the same time, Mariette asks if it was good. Suddenly, Corin's body was engulfed in a blazing power, and he marveled at his increased strength, thinking, "It wasn't tasty at all, but I'm definitely stronger than I was in my previous life." Corin smirks with satisfaction, boasting, "Excellent." Then he muses, "With this, I can finally start my scenario with that girl." Cut to a figure striding confidently outside the city. None other than Elisa, a direct descendant of the renowned N family of swordsmen and a second-rate knight. Her life has changed drastically. After sensing the invisible wall between herself and a fifth-rate knight at the training grounds, Elisa realized she needed to improve and began to strive for it. Of course, her cool demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of intense craving. That is until a few minutes ago when Elisa, like a little fox, hugged a mountain of candy and began to devour it with glee, exclaiming, "So much honey candy." Elisa is basically lazy, lacks ambition, and has no interest in swordsmanship. This and that, I want to try it all. Though her swordsmanship talent nearly reaches genius level, her attitude towards learning is terrible, always scoring below average. Suddenly, Elisa began excitedly buying everything in sight at the market, eager to try it all. Elisa was overjoyed, thinking that here she wouldn't have to swing her sword 10,000 times a day, face basic tests, or sweat through intense sparring with her siblings. Plus, her sister wasn't here. Happily carrying her things, she skipped along, declaring she should enjoy this time. When suddenly, a voice called out. Enjoying what? It's Corin, and his sudden appearance makes Elisa tremble as she calls out his name. But Corin, now with a dangerous demeanor, smirks and says, "You haven't been to the training room lately?" Hearing this, Elisa stammered, searching for an excuse. "I've been busy with homework and missions lately." Corin simply hummed in response. Suddenly, Corin's demeanor shifts, becoming openly cheerful as he says, "I know this pays well. Want to join my party?" Elisa replies, "I'll pass." Elisa, now filled with dread and anger, grits her teeth, wondering why Corin keeps seeking her out. In a way, he's become difficult for her to approach. Standing before him, she felt her lazy habit of neglecting her talent was exposed, the nonchalance of a genius swordswoman, the second-rate knight certification she obtained so young, and the fact that she was the granddaughter of a master swordsman. Suddenly, Elisa drops the clothes in her hands, thinking of Corin's murderous aura and how difficult his methods are. He kept talking about the basics, and Corin's words, basics are important, echoed in Elisa's mind. Shouldn't pulling off a killer move be normal at this age? Elisa thought, a worried look on her face. Suddenly, Corin excitedly announced that 2 teams would receive 2 gold coins for a difficulty level of just 2. Hearing that, Elisa's eyes lit up like headlights, drooling as she spoke. 2 gold coins. Ambition echoed in her mind. With that kind of money, I could buy so many clothes and honey bomb candies. Should we go? With that decided, Elisa eagerly responded, "Yes." Hearing that, Corin replied, "All right, we'll go mid-next week, so get your things ready." As soon as Corin finished speaking, Elisa quickly replied, "Yes, Corin." Then Corin added, "Oh, and today, I plan to take on a short-term mission worth 20 silver coins. Let's do it together." Hearing this, Elisa's eyes lit up with greed, and she happily replied, 20 silver coins, yes." This delighted Corin, who thought to himself, "She's so easily swayed by money. This is perfect for the plan. I'm not sure, but based on my predictions, today's the day." Corin then pondered a few things, thinking of Elisa as someone who enjoys patrol missions on the quest board. She simply follows the established routes in the city center, checking for any problems. The scene then shifts to a panoramic view of the city where they are. Monsters near the city are usually only level 4 or 5, and mid-level monsters rarely appear, so the chances of problems are slim. Meanwhile, Corin's thoughts drifted to the monsters languishing in the forest as someone called out to the Vine Knight, announcing their task was complete. Having dealt with the monsters, Elisa turned around, amused, and said, "Captain, you should collect the claws and fur to sell later." This made Corin think to herself, Elisa didn't seem to mind the easy work with high pay. Suddenly, numerous male students voiced their respect and admiration for Elisa, saying, "That knight is amazing. She defeated 10 monsters instantly." Hearing this, Elisa replied with a touch of arrogance, "It was nothing, really." And the male students chimed in with a few words of their own. "Oh, so taking down monsters is nothing? Just as expected of a swordswoman from the prestigious Ain family?" Hearing this only pleased Elisa more, as she recalled how her family had once scorned her. Back then, the family constantly criticized Elisa, saying her sister had already reached great heights at her age and that they'd finally found an heir to the N family's genius, swordsmanship. Lumia Ayan is the greatest genius of this generation, while the second daughter is just a bastard child with insufficient blood. Brushing those thoughts aside, Elisa felt a surge of pride, wondering if her family's low opinion was truly justified, when Corin suddenly called out, "Elisa, there's a hawk owl over there." Hearing that, Elisa nonchalantly replies, "That's easy to deal with." Corin responds, "Oh, impressive. Good, patrol complete. Today's mission was easily and safely completed, as long as nothing else happens." Suddenly, night falls. A mysterious blue light appears in the sky, prompting hushed whispers among the knights, a signal from the advance patrol of at least a rank 2 monster nest. "Huh? I don't see anything." At this, a male knight trainee stepped forward, explaining, "It's a magic flare only visible through our special glasses. It's a secret method of the guard squad. Let's move out." Hearing this, Elisa understood, and with a hint of sadness, thought to herself, if nothing else happens on patrol, it will end without having to kill any monsters. A last-minute failure to slack off, but when something unexpected happens, everyone has a duty to participate in the raid. Suddenly, the students exclaimed, "It's all right, we have the granddaughter of the genius swordsman here." Elisa immediately tried to stop them. "Wait," she says, a smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, I know." Corin realized this was a level 2 monster nest, found by the advance patrol and the den for the wolves surrounding the werewolf. an Anziha monster they could defeat, even poisoned. This time, we can defeat it easily too. But then the werewolf appeared, looking absolutely terrifying. But even so, Elisa was ready to fight, until she saw something that made her gasp. That thing. A Dunlahan. A level 1 Dunlahan monster. Suddenly, the grotesque Dunlahan monster appears, inspiring dread. Elisa, seeing the dire situation, grits her teeth, thinking, "Damn it, not another Dunlahan." Without hesitation, she draws her sword, its blade gleaming with a blinding light. Instantly, Elisa uses the N family's signature move, 1/ Territory Burst, and charges into battle. But suddenly stops, seeing something that halts her advance. As expected, Elisa's attacks had no effect on her opponent, leaving her in awe. What kind of resilience is this? It's like it's boneless. Suddenly, the monster ensnares Elisa with its long scales, causing her to cry out in pain. Faced with a formidable opponent, Elisa calmly considers her options, realizing it's fast, experienced, and at least a Class 1 monster. Suddenly, Elisa burst into tears like a child, crying out, "Damn it, help me, Corin!" though she knew she had no warrior's honor. Hearing Elisa's cries, the other knights explained, "Sir Corin is dealing with another monster." At this, Elisa cried even louder, shouting, "Why aren't you here when I need you?" Suddenly, the monster unleashed another attack, silencing Elisa's cries and leaving her helpless. Her eyes squeezed shut. Suddenly, the monster's head is sliced off, shocking Elisa. Elisa and the monster fell to the ground, and she cried out, later thanking the person who saved her. "Thank you for the help." But seeing the incredibly sharp sword, Elisa seems to realize something. This sword? Suddenly, the person before Elisa began to reprimand her. "You're as weak, lazy, and complacent as ever." Elisa seemed to recognize her, her mouth agape in thought. The eldest daughter of the prestigious N family of swordsmen, destined to be the next successor. The strongest swordswoman of her generation, poised to follow in the footsteps of a genius. It was none other than Lunia, who had saved Elisa from the monster. Elisa stammered, shocked, "Sister." For before her stood her own sister, Lunia, who began to reprimand her. "How could you let things get this bad?" Elisa looked down, avoiding Lunia's gaze, and fearfully remained silent. Lunia coldly reprimands her. "Why didn't you retreat when you saw Dunlahan? Why didn't you analyze the enemy before you? Who taught you to draw your sword so foolishly?" Lunia said, clearly disgusted with Elisa. Elisa, terrified, stammered apologies, but Lunia wouldn't hear it, angrily scolding her. "Excuses are meaningless. You are responsible for the consequences of your actions. Empty words won't change anything. Remember that your actions put the soldiers who trusted you in danger." As Lunia spoke, she glanced at the knights helping each other up. "Are you all right?" "Oh, yes, thank you." Hearing that, all Elisa could do was reply dejectedly, "Yes." Suddenly, Lunia sternly tapped Elisa's shoulder with her sword and commanded, "Stand up straight." Elisa, startled, could only reply, "Yes." With her sword on her shoulder, Lunia sternly lectured, "A swordsman of N must always be confident." Elisa, being lectured, could only stammer a response. "Yes, ma'am," she says. Then suddenly Lunia's eyes turned to Corin, singling him out. Corin, who was training, realized what was happening and wondered if he'd been caught, while Ming just watched Elisa, pretending to be busy. Suddenly, Lunia's eyes turned cold as she stared at Corin in silence. After a moment, she approached Corin and introduced herself. "I am Lunia, the first disciple of the Holy Sword and the first heavenly swordmaster." Hearing this, Corin seemed to know who she was and didn't react. Suddenly, Corin stood at attention, bowed, and greeted her. "I am Lanzacante's 8th disciple, Corinne, a friend of Elisa. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lunia coldly stares without a word, then suddenly her eyes widen as she emphasizes, "Her friend?" Hearing this, Corin understood the meaning and sighed inwardly. Yes, I understand what you mean, but I can't reveal my abilities. There are only 2 people who use spears this way." Thinking this, Corin glanced up and chuckled to himself, reminded of 2 very important people, realizing that besides himself, there were only 2 others. But suddenly, Lunia turns and leaves, not forgetting to say, "If you don't want to talk, that's fine." Suddenly, knights arrive to announce, "Village Chief, we've eliminated all the monsters in the area. Oyen's elite forces..." They're all Second Circle Knights, also known as the 5 Swords, Speed Sword Jenny, Soft Sword Lena, Twin Sword Syrian, Magic Sword Melia, and Mad Sword May. Suddenly, the elite N's top 5 swordsmen appear. Just then, Jenny spoke up asking, "Should we pursue the monsters that escaped?" Corin silently observed them, and after hearing the elite squad's report, Lunia coldly replied, scratching her head, "No need, let's head back." Hearing this, Jenny spoke up saying, "Yes, ma'am, me too, Elisa." Startled by Lunia's words, Alisa nervously replied, "Yes." Soon after, the story tells of the swordsman Thish Duhan, who followed the group they called the Sword Associations. They followed their leader, gathered together, and eventually considered themselves a sect. Never traveling alone, but always together. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garin ushered in a new generation of swordsmen, and as head of the family, he began to spread martial arts, making En a famous swordsman family representing the entire continent of Maba Village. And at this moment, Maba Village is lit up in the night. Suddenly, Lunia offered a cigarette and commanded, "Fire!" Hearing this, the subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, village chief." With its dictatorial discipline and organized crime tendencies, all the knights bowed before Lunia. Everything from the past remains to this day. Suddenly, Alisa knelt, face to the ground, and said, "I, Alisa, direct disciple of the second-tier swordsman family, greet the village chief." Hearing this, the other knights behind Alisa broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what is going on? Even if she's a direct disciple of a direct family, why is she making a descendant kneel like that? Suddenly, Lunia, who was reviewing the books, spoke up. Patrol duty, protecting merchants, dealing with level 4 monsters, all this nonsense, and even helping out at a coffee shop. Alisa looked up and explained, that task requires us to wear the uniform and hand out flyers. Hearing that, Lunia realized something and asked, "Did your friend recommend it?" Alisa stammered, "No, I just thought the uniform was cute." Alisa said, looking incredibly embarrassed, "It's very pretty." Alisa's affirmation freezes Lunia for a moment, who then, while smoking, retorts, "Pathetic, Alisa. I didn't think you'd use your family's guard certification for something like this. You want to tarnish Ain's reputation." Alisa was stunned by this. Lunia's words trigger a memory of knights praising Alisa. But were her missions just about defeating weak monsters? Did you think slaying monsters made you a hero? Alisa's eyes widened as she recalled a mysterious figure calling her name. "Don't forget the true nature of humanity." With those words, the mysterious figure cast a cold gaze upon Alisa. The mysterious figure who once spoke with Alisa affirmed that she couldn't be changed, causing Alisa to fall silent in contemplation. After a while, the wooden carriage took someone away, escorted by the elite squad. Suddenly, Jenny spoke up. "My lady, no, she still seems to be doing well." Hearing that, Lena watched them leave and remarked, "She seems to have gained weight." Lunia was puzzled by this. So no one knows that guy?" The elite squad responded. "That guy, you mean Korin, he's just a level 5 knight." Hearing that, Lunia questioned, "Rank 5? Lunia voices her disbelief, questioning the reliability of the MK3 trainee level test. Hearing this, the elite squad asked, "What was that?" Lunia recalled Korin's image, thinking that his gaze was fixed on Alisa from beginning to end. Yet the monsters couldn't even touch him. Fighting distracted, he remained composed, as if he had decades of experience. That's the sensitivity and tenacity you only get from honing your skills in real life, and his mastery of the spear. It may seem simple at a glance, but the swordswoman at the top of A rank noticed. She recalled Korin training with the blue sword, affirming his spearmanship. Then, Lunia smirked, content with the brief encounter with her new friend. If that boy sides with his sister and tells the student who asked him to visit for an exchange of experience, he'll surely meet him again. With that, Lunia looked up at the moon illuminating the dark night sky. Meanwhile, Korin was incredibly embarrassed, thinking about eating Marriott's food with countless sweets. Every time Marriott, also known as Potato Senior, came, she brought so much. At the same time, Mari suddenly spoke up. "This is potato bread with minced lamb filling. Eat it when you're hungry." As Korin ate, he lowered his head and thought, "All for the lamb." Seeing this, Mari happily chirped, "You noticed? It's fresh meat, you know. Professor Josephine asked me to butcher a lamb for her today, so I practiced." Hearing this, Korin was touched and teary-eyed, but also delighted with the food, thinking, "Damn, while she lives a dreary vampire life with blood pacts, this is pretty good. I'm so touched, Marriott." Marriott, noticing a slight change in Korin's expression, asks, "How is it? Is it good?" "Next time, I'll bring beef. Do you like oxtail stew?" Overjoyed, Marriott blurts out her thoughts, but Korin stops eating, grabs Marriott's hands, and exclaims, "I'd love that." Hearing this, Marriott asks, "You're talking about the oxtail stew, right?" Blushing and sweating from embarrassment. "The next time, I'll be sure to bring you oxtail stew. Your hands are really big, though." Korin's hands were rough, calloused, and strong, the hands of an energetic young man. They were wonderful and powerful. But suddenly, someone calls out to Marriott, startling her and causing her to stammer. "Huh?" Seeing her friend, Marriott ran over like a child, stammering as she spoke to Isabel. Isabel greeted her, asking if she'd eaten, then inquired about Marriott's flushed face. "Why are you so red?" Marriott blurted out, cutting Isabel off. "No, I didn't do anything, and she doesn't forget to say goodbye to Corin." "Bye-bye. See you later, Corin." Meanwhile, Corin continued to eat, marveling at how difficult women were to understand. In his past life, he couldn't even go out once in 3 years because of Pihu. Truly, you can never predict anything. "The reason I couldn't date was all thanks to that bastard Park, who kept me on such a tight leash," Corin lamented, glancing down at the food. "But when will I ever finish all this food?" The scene shifts, and it's almost noon. Corin realized her current friendships were quite different from her previous life. Drawn often sought me out, not just as a friend, but as a useful comrade. So, if there was a difficult mission with a high reward, he'd suggest we team up. Back then, Drawn would often seek Corin out after monster hunts, and they'd feast on delicious monster skewers together. Normally, I'm with these guys because we're in the same class. Suddenly, Elle and Jer saw something that made them pale with fear, sweating and gaping in shock. Seeing their teammates' intense reaction, Corin asked with urgency, "What's wrong? Crap, is there a monster?" Suddenly, Warren appeared, sounding utterly dejected, reminding Corin of his promise of food, making him wonder, "Warren? Well, I guess you could call him a monster. And what's with the food promises?" Suddenly, Corin remembers bringing food to Warren. "I'll buy you food later." Corin complimented Warren's memory, then turned to his friends, saying, "I can't eat with you guys today." Hearing that, Elle and Jer had already run off, but not without replying to Corin, "It's okay. I suddenly remembered I haven't done my homework." "All right, well, you look like a cat, so I brought you here. Do you like fish?" Corin then takes Warren to a fish-shaped pastry shop, where Warren, like a ravenous tiger, casually shoves an entire pastry into his mouth, prompting Corin to intervene. "Are you crazy, Throat? Are you invincible or something?" "Hold on, that's disrespectful to the food." As Corin spoke, Warren stared intently at the food and replied, "Just chew and swallow," Corin instructed. "Just you wait and see." Corin then took out a bowl of rice with a piece of fish on top and smugly presented it to Warren, saying, "What do you think? Doesn't it look much better now? Instead of just swallowing, you have to look and smell it too. That's what it means to respect food." Seeing the meal, Warren's face flushed with delight, saying, "Respect." Warren then began to eat voraciously, stuffing his cheeks until Corin chuckled and said, "Eat slowly." As he said this, Corin was lost in thought. Weapon production is more or less complete. It's a bit early, but Step 2 will begin soon. Later, in a large castle, Step 2 is about to begin. Suddenly, Jer looks up from the water, exclaiming, "What now? I haven't studied at all." The second phase Corin mentioned is the component test. As Lax chimes in, "The test is in 10 minutes, and you're regretting it now. I told you to study." "You should have nagged me more," Locke retorted, saying you should have listened to me. After some back and forth, Jer turned to Corin and asked, "Hey, Corin, did you study?" Suddenly, Corin replied with a cold, sarcastic smile, "I don't need to." Jer, curious, asks, "What are you planning?" But with a smirk, Corin thinks, "Sorry, but I'm not like you guys. This isn't my first test, so hand over that top spot." Moments later, in the exam hall, the proctor announced, "You may begin." Corin, brimming with confidence, held the exam paper and said, "Let's get started, shall we?" Corin stared at the exam, lost in thought, wondering what I/O value was needed to make movement 85Z if the inertial value of movement X was Y. Then he realized something brutal, gasped, and froze. Oh crap, what does this even mean? Corin couldn't understand a thing on the exam and cursed inwardly. A moment later, Jer stretched and exclaimed with great excitement, "All done, right?" Upon seeing this, Locke said, "I knew you'd be like that. What about you, Jer?" Corin, crestfallen, replied, "My brothers, I only know how to write my name." With that, Corin seemed to collapse instantly, prompting Len to comment. He left the paper blank. Even I managed a question or two before giving up. Meanwhile, Corin was lost in thought, realizing he'd forgotten that his past self had never studied. She'd only researched specialized skills, knowing nothing of the world's general knowledge. And Corin was on the verge of tears. Lost in thought, Corin crumpled the exam paper in her hand, inwardly fuming. So this is what the written exam is like, huh? There's still a way. Cut to the festival hall where everyone is cheering each other on. Come on, everyone, be strong. You bastards, I've spent my entire monthly living expenses on this. Meanwhile, Corin stood in the corner with his sword, thinking to himself. The peak of the semester's challenges, one of the easiest tests in the department's exam game, is a golden opportunity to salvage his abysmal written test scores. These component tests are created by the night faculty or seasonal instructors, and the 15 students on each team must face them and demonstrate their abilities. With that thought, Corrin smirked, knowing the professors would evaluate and assign points accordingly. Since I'm a 5th level knight, the instructor's level shouldn't be too high. I'll get extra points if I beat them, right? I don't know who it is, but I'm sorry in advance. With a sly grin, Corrin relished his plan, determined to win and improve his written exam score no matter who stood in his way. Suddenly, the students saw something that made them stammer. Wait a minute. Even Jur was stunned, wondering who it was, and Corrin wondered what all the fuss was about. Who's the instructor? Just then, someone spoke up asking, Corrin, are you all right? It seems we meet again. Corrin's coach for today's match is none other than Lunya. Seeing Lunya, Corrin trembled, gritting his teeth, thinking, why is she here? The first-year students' group practical exam has begun, and the academy students are all present in the main hall. Suddenly, an announcement. Well, today's special guest examiners are the renowned swordsmanship experts from the Aedan Academy of Swordsmanship. Please welcome the 5 Peaks Masters. Upon hearing this, the female students began to whisper amongst themselves. A purple-haired girl commented, easy peasy, right? Hearing this, the red-haired girl smirked, saying they were just students after all. Hearing this, the short-haired student warned, be careful of that swordsman. He's strong. Suddenly, someone shouted, attack! Drawn simply watched from behind, observing the situation. Even though all of them are high-level swordsmen, we also have Elisa, so that's 2 level 2s. The odds of winning are characteristic of Aedan. Suddenly, the footsteps of those girls began to move. The 5-court sword united. Just as Drawn affirmed this, the first-year male and female students began their attack. In an instant, their opponents were utterly defeated, reduced to tears. Blindsided, the male students cried out in pain, seeing nothing at all. What is going on? Meanwhile, Ron calmly observes with unwavering eyes, realizing their chances of victory are slim. They approach the enemy, obscuring their vision and sowing chaos among their ranks. Their combat experience is vast, making this situation incredibly difficult. Drawn knew he had to act, unleashing his powerful spirit sword technique with unwavering resolve. Very well. As soon as he said that, Drawn secretly looked for a way. First, I need to clear my view. But as Drawn attacked, the purple-haired girl's demon sword appeared behind him, radiating a deadly aura. But that didn't distract Drawn, who quickly turned to counterattack, frowning as he thought, a surprise attack? Seeing the situation worsen, Elisa calls out urgently, but Drawn notices her distraction, and a short-haired student sternly reminds her to focus. She then swiftly lunged toward Elisa, and the short-haired girl wielding Jenny's speed sword warned, I am the young lady's opponent. But the short-haired girl's overwhelming power causes Elisa to cry out in pain, before she sweeps Elisa's legs out from under her, sneering, well, with about 1,000 students, 3 of us should be enough. After being tripped, Elisa falls, crying out in surprise, as the short-haired girl from the United 5 Peaks Swords sneers. Your stance has too many openings. Elisa, though threatened, narrowly dodges the short-haired girl's blade. Meanwhile, the male students were thrilled by the spectacular battle, shouting, just as expected. The real 5 great swords, their power is incredible. Seeing this, the remaining students shouted, further heightening the tension. Hurry up and do something. The 5 great swords, now united, watched the battle with cold amusement as the other students discussed the dire situation. Look, they're all hopeless, except for those 2 who seem to be putting up some resistance. At least for now. Meanwhile, Drawn and Elisa's side had suffered heavy losses and were helplessly watching their opponents. But unlike Elisa's worried attitude, Drawn was calm, stating that his fire and steel sword experience was no less than that of the 5 pinnacle swords. As the dust settled, Milia was overwhelmed by the 5 dark swords, when suddenly the purple-haired girl stepped forward and shouted, brandishing her sword to block the swords of Drawn's men. 2 against 5 was unfair, and Drawn would soon win, while Elisa suddenly... At that moment, the clash of swords created a flash of sparks. Elisa and the short-haired girl begin their sword fight, and the short-haired girl says, the young lady needs more practice. Do you really consider yourself the heir to the Zenith sword with such limited ability? Then, the short-haired girl whispered into Elisa's ear. If that's all you've got, you won't even graduate from the academy. You might as well drop out and go home to learn how to swing a sword chasing chickens. Hearing this, Elisa, enraged, furrowed her brow and shouted, no, I don't want to. Then she swung her sword, dodging the short-haired girl. Despite opening her eyes to perceive the limits and space around her, Elisa was exhausted, panting, and speechless, still helpless against such a powerful opponent. Elisa is beaten to the ground, clutching her body in pain, as the short-haired girl tells her she should have stayed focused until the end. The short-haired girl sighs, telling Elisa she still has a long way to go. Lunia's role was supposed to be different. Why is she participating in Team B's Phase B? At the same moment, Corin's group arrived. Corin sent Elle, Jer, and the other students ahead, providing cover from the rear as Lunia appeared, brandishing her sword with a swirling aura. Lunia, radiating a murderous aura, declares, "Let's begin." Consider this a special ops combat experience. The surrounding students, shocked, stammer, "Special ops? An elite class battle?" Corin, however, remained silent, observing intently. An elite class battle is a technique. A story told of a monster that can face an entire army alone. Dozens of guards and even entire armies have been tormented by it. An unbeatable monster, a disaster beyond control. Suddenly, images of Warren and Ren appeared in his mind. A monster that most guards wouldn't encounter once in their lives. Anyone who encountered it was accused of exaggeration or fabrication, Corin thought with a frown. But if it were him, the story would change. He watched Lunia tear through everything, wondering if she could fight those monsters. Corin immediately affirmed that Lunia was a monster among monsters, as she suddenly unleashed a wave of destruction, shattering everything in the hall. The nearby students were affected by Lunia's power, crying out in pain. Amidst the harrowing screams, Corin emerges from behind a rock, muttering, "I endure the truth." Jer, shaken by the scene, stammered, "That was close. Isn't this test a bit much?" Corin retorted, she was being lenient. A real fight would have been over in 10 seconds. But suddenly, Corin noticed something and pointed at Jer, asking, "What's that on your hand?" Jer cheerfully replied, "Oh, it's Lack. I brought him along because he'd die if I left him behind. As for La, she seems to be unconscious." Seeing this, Corin paused to consider, then remarked, "I think he might actually be dead." Jer then spoke up, reminding Corin, "Corin, you can't fall now. You're too heavy to carry." Hearing this, Corin stammered, "Okay." But before he could say anything more, Lunia attacked Jer from behind, sending him flying with a loud scream. Suddenly, after attacking Ziegler, Lunia Aiden spoke to Corin. "Even if I wanted to help, you're all too weak." Then Lunia issued a command. "Come out here. It's just you and me now." But suddenly Corin cowardly steps out, raises his hands and says, "Can I give up?" Lunia responds, "You could take the lower score, but I know you won't. This is a chance to face a strong opponent." "I don't want to miss the chance to fight you," Lunia said, casting a cold gaze upon Corin. But Corin smirked, wondering if anyone could stand against Lunia, a memory from his past life. Back then, Lunia and Corin were a perfect team, fighting side by side in many battles. After all, she was the one who gave me my spear and taught me all my combat skills. It's no exaggeration to say I learned to use a spear from her. But even in the final practice session, I couldn't surpass Lunia. No matter how hard Corin tried, she couldn't overcome her. Then, in utter disappointment, he thought to himself that she was a challenge he had to face. Suddenly, Corin became arrogant, stood up with his weapon in hand, and thought if he wanted to improve, he would eventually have to surpass her with his own strength. Suddenly, Lunia swiftly lunged at Corin, coldly remarking, "Very well." Instantly, their swords clashed with a resounding clang. Suddenly, after their clash, they both leaped back and Corin cried out. The surrounding students watched their endless back and forth, stunned, and stammered, "Who is that guy? I thought he was just a knight from the academy? A freshman fighting Lunia as an equal? How can this be?" While the other students chatter, Corin struggles against his opponent. Corin, now exhausted, sighed in defeat as Lunia sensed his fatigue and ceased her attacks, allowing him to catch his breath. Lunia then spoke, "It seems you're exhausted. What a pity." With that, she let out a soft snort and drew her sword. This makes Corin wonder, sheathing her sword. "Is that all? It's over? It can't be territory slash." Corin frowned, realizing Lunia was using the strongest technique of Aiden's swordsmanship. Suddenly, Lunia turned cold, drew her sword, and said, "Let's see how you react. Show me a worthy response to your spear." Lunia instantly unleashes her killer instinct, becoming a blur of darkness and terrifying power that threatens to consume the area. Corin was shocked by what he saw, and the observing students were stunned into silence. "What is that? Isn't it dangerous?" Suddenly, the professors on the platform realized what was happening, and uneasy, voiced their concerns. "Wait, is she trying to kill a student? Halt the test immediately." But Professor Ham seemed to realize something and quickly rose to issue a warning. "Stop." The N family's ultimate technique, instant severance, suddenly seems to split Corin in two with a strange power. Suddenly, the domain/slash technique appears, and the world stops. But only Lunia could move. The blade moved slowly, as if in slow motion, piercing Lunia's sharp spear. Only Lunia could move. unleashing her fastest attack while Corrin was frozen in place. Corrin, trembling as he gripped his spear, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, my spear won't move. I can't move in this frozen world." Corrin gritted his teeth, a look of disgust on his face. He could only perceive the frozen world at certain points. Corrin felt helpless, reflecting on his past encounter with Marriott and realizing the situation was similar. Was it a coincidence? Corrin faced someone named Marriott, but realized he couldn't control movement in this space. No, not yet. Just one more step, and suddenly, Corrin realizes something, his eyes gleaming. It has to be precise. Just one more step. Suddenly, Lunya's sword and Corrin's blade almost touched. That's all I needed. Immediately after, Lunya and Corrin's swords clashed, creating a space where everything returned to normal. Corrin was equally astonished by their success. In that instant, a blinding light erupted between them, obscuring everything within, leaving the professors in stunned disbelief. Lunya then said that instinct, rather than knowledge, gave her an omnipotent feeling. As if she were the center of the world. "You instinctively reacted to my domain," while Corrin silently blocked Lunya's sword with his blade, launching an attack. But suddenly Lunya stops and says, "That should be enough." Then she turns and leaves. Suddenly, Lunya spoke up. "One more thing. You'll probably need a better spear, unfortunately. Your weapon doesn't match your skill." Hearing this, Corrin was speechless with surprise, while Lunya stopped in her tracks, noticing something. Lunya then saw Elisa trembling and collapsed on the ground, calling out to her silently before turning her head and speaking. "Tests and the like are irrelevant. The reason I didn't avoid this fight was to let the likes of you witness my domain. You know Elisa's talent, don't you?" Corrin smirked and sighed, lost in thought. "Here's the answer. I may have lost the battle, but I achieved my goal. I'll be staying in this city for a while longer, as I have some business to attend to. No matter how you resist, the outcome won't change, so don't even think about interfering with me and her," Lunya warned coldly. "Elisa, I won't let you lay a hand on her." Corrin frowned, smirking inwardly at the thought. "So she showed her territory? Lunya, do you think everything will go your way?" As soon as the battle ends, the instructor makes an announcement. The judging panel has unanimously decided that student Corrin has achieved a perfect score in the practical exam. Hearing this, the academy students began to discuss the battle between Lunya and Corrin. A perfect score against Lunya in a one-on-one duel? What did he eat to become so strong? After witnessing the fight, the professor reluctantly spoke up, questioning how he could fight Luna. Was that young man really a Fifth Circle Knight? Professor Hammond and Fut looked on in astonishment for a moment. Then Professor Hammond pondered. Surely this student is the one who intended to capture the spirit. Meanwhile, PH took off his glasses, clenching them in his fist, refusing to acknowledge Corrin's ridiculous display of skill. FM was furious, crushing his glasses until they cracked. A few days passed, and Corrin thought to himself in a storage room that he knew he needed a better weapon, even without Lunya reminding him. Suddenly, a muscular, sweaty man approached, asking, "Who are you? The Academy never hesitates to give out precious materials, so why are you here?" Hearing this, Corrin replied, "You don't need to know," but secretly thought, "I've done this so many times, I can't even be bothered to explain anymore. These ultra-rare materials are worth hundreds of gold coins, and of course, no player can use them. Normally, you'd want to use the materials after successfully completing the quest," Corrin thought, touching the sword before him. "But I have super soul dust, a second-rate analyst, and a first-class silver granite, plus the full support of the school board." Corrin gazed at the blade, a satisfied smile on his face, and thought, the ultimate weapon to pacify the world. Corrin's blade, shrouded in a powerful aura, was the legendary war spear of the White Knight from the Shadowlands, also known as the White Spear. In another scene, a flashback to Elisa's childhood, she witnesses something horrifying, her eyes wide with terror, thinking, "The Sacred One hasn't stopped. It's not dead yet. But why?" I remember the first time I went outside, the first time I slashed a level 5 demon and frowned at the guts and blood oozing from its body. When Elisa stepped outside, it was also the first time she dealt with 5 monsters at once. Remembering that moment, Elisa recalled the image, thinking the scent of human blood was different. Suddenly, a young girl collapsed before her, her sword flying away, filling Elisa with dread. She knew instantly, even though it was the first time. Elisa trembled, her eyes wide with horror, and she stammered, "No." She tells herself that this distinct scent, it unconsciously brings tears to her eyes, and she can only think it's from an endangered species. Remembering her childhood, Elisa awakens. Elisa sighs, resigned to another day of work when suddenly a system notification pops up. A werewolf hunt for 70 silver coins. Hearing that, Elisa nonchalantly muttered to herself, Still better than that other mission. Then, Elisa suddenly thought of a mysterious figure, along with an urgent system notification. A manhunt for a murderer in Mist City. A diploma and a chance to consult with an academic advisor. Elisa was shocked, sweating profusely, and cried out. She didn't want to die, or so she thought to herself. Even so, there are other reasons why I have related missions. At that moment, Elisa was sitting quietly in her seat, not saying a word. Suddenly, Elisa thought of Corin and wondered where he was now, when someone approached and said, "A fifth circle knight fooling around? Damn it, I'm too old to be babysitting." Elisa turned her head slightly at the remark. It was none other than Corin, followed by his guards, who waved and greeted Elisa. "Elisa, what a coincidence," Elisa responded. "Ah, Corin, hello." Elisa subtly observed the soldier's expressions, confirming her suspicions. The other guards don't seem pleased, and the soldier in white curses under his breath. A measly level 5, Elisa thought to herself. The Guardian Association has lamented the quota system countless times, and even planned to make the trainees eat frugally. They probably didn't expect a level 5 kid like me, but thankfully, Elisa is here too. Suddenly, Corin grabbed Elisa's hand, asking for her help, leaving Elisa utterly bewildered. Seeing this, the soldiers behind Corin glared menacingly at him, making him a little scared, thinking they wouldn't dare say anything in front of the Saint Knight's granddaughter. Then, Corin walked up to Elisa, put his arm around her shoulder, and said, "Don't look at him. It's really annoying. Hey, Elisa, how are your ears and eyes these days?" Elisa, hearing this, asks him to repeat himself. "What are you talking about? My eyes and ears are fine." Hearing that, Corin quietly reminded her, "She knows that's not what I meant." Hearing this, Elisa asks, "Do you know something about my sister?" Corin realized, "You could say that." Hearing this, Corin coldly replied, "Of course, Lunia never tells me anything." "You better hurry," he says. "Your sister seems serious. She'll make sure you can never hold a sword again." Hearing this, Elisa looked incredibly sad and wordlessly said, "That's why I can give up being a swordsman." Hearing this, Corin was swept up in the moment but remained silent, sighing to himself, "I won't give up, never." The scene shifts to a dark forest, a werewolf den with 2 werewolves and over 20 regular wolves. The hunting party skillfully dealt with the werewolves, even managing to capture one. Corin, Elisa, and their comrades had hunted down a massive werewolf. The other wolves had been dealt with, but then something unexpected happened. But then, a horde of wolves suddenly appeared, creating utter chaos, and the soldiers frantically warned each other. "How are there so many? Where did they all come from?" "What's with these wolves?" the soldier warned his comrades. Hansen and the level 5 kid. Hearing that, the one called Hansen shouted back, "I don't know. Now's not the time to worry about that." Thankfully, the Aden family's young lady is doing a great job. Just as the soldiers said, Elisa was fiercely battling the wolves. But more and more demonic beasts kept appearing, causing the soldiers to panic. "Where are they all coming from? Demons? No, these are evil spirits. There shouldn't be this many evil spirits in this area, let alone demons." Elisa grew worried, thinking there shouldn't be demons in remote, sparsely populated areas. These are artificial evil spirits. Suddenly a monster appears behind Elisa, but she notices in time and warns them. Immediately, Elisa is attacked, along with a monstrous roar. She cries out, realizing it's too strong to be an evil spirit. It's a knight. Suddenly, Elisa warns, "Why are you attacking us? Step back now." But Elisa seemed to notice something behind her, and then gasped as she was suddenly attacked from behind with immense force, causing her to cry out in pain. The knight who attacked Elisa showed no mercy, advancing as if to finish her off then and there, leaving her frozen in fear. Elisa's eyes widened, her pupils dilating in shock as the berserk knight slashed at her relentlessly, leaving her no time to react. Suddenly, blood gushed from everywhere, causing Elisa to exclaim, "What?" But before she could finish, the knight who had just attacked her collapsed. Not Elisa. The stench of blood grew stronger, and Elisa thought to herself, "This smell. Human blood is so distinct." Terrified by the scene before her, she broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. Before she could finish, another knight appeared behind her, attacking with a deafening shriek, leaving Elisa speechless. But the knight about to attack Elisa was instantly killed, sending him straight to the afterlife. Seeing this, Corin asked, "What are you doing?" "They're not real people," Elisa stammered, calling out the name of her savior. Elisa, shocked by Corin's words, asks why he said they weren't real people. Hearing this, Corin explained, "Their bodies move through dark magic." The main event of Act 2 is taking down the killer in Mist City. In the original, the players had to chase down a deranged serial killer that Marriott defeated at the end of Act 1. You chose the werewolf hunt. Corin coldly surveyed his surroundings as he pondered this. In this quest, the killer John was discovered and finally apprehended after a battle. Suddenly, Elisa and Corin's soldiers rushed over and asked Elisa, "Are you okay?" But before Elisa could answer, she had to direct the soldiers' attack. As a strange, eerie figure suddenly appeared from the opposing side, causing the soldiers to hesitate and stammer, "What is that?" But Elisa, fearless, charged forward, only to be stopped by Corin, who told her to prepare to run. Hearing this, Elisa was shocked, not understanding Corin's actions, as Corin stepped forward and used the 6-fold slash, 5-fold slash. While Gosan struggled to attack, Corin didn't forget to encourage himself, saying, "Good job, Corin." Immediately, the strange, ghostly figure was blasted away with an ear-splitting shriek. Suddenly, one of the soldiers exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? One hit, one kill? How can that be?" "Is that really all there is?" Another soldier behind him added. "If we've come this far, it can't be the final boss." Corin thought to himself, "He's too strong for me to capture alone." "Impressive, destroying my puppet," the dark shadow spoke. "Enough for today. I hope we meet again." The problem isn't strength or compatibility, it's about that hidden master. As he spoke, the grotesque figure materialized from a cloud of smoke, causing the soldiers to exclaim, "What is that thing? What's with that smoke?" Corin realizes the mysterious figure's technique. Fire Knight. When the mist is summoned, a necromancer is demoted, or the mist will automatically disappear. What I crushed was just a puppet, the very thing that created the mist, an undead being made from the corpse of a mage. What stands before Corin is merely a puppet skeleton, one she recognized from before. The reason it was so difficult to catch was because it used puppets to distort information. You can't find the ghoul because it's hidden within the mist, and any attack would only strike an unknown puppet. Corin suddenly shouts an order. "Let's go, that bone mist looks dangerous." Hearing this, Corin's party replied in unison, Yeah, we get it, let's run." And with that, they followed Corin. At that moment, the shadow demon called out, "Corin, aren't you going to take back your spear? I thought it was expensive." Hearing this, Corin calmly replied, "It's okay." The shadow beast then used the recovery buff. Suddenly, the spear shot out unexpectedly, landing perfectly in Corin's hand, leaving Elisa in awe. Corin smugly replies, "It will automatically return to my hand." Elisa responds, "I see." But suddenly a cry rings out, causing Elisa and Corin to turn around to see Chuck Lay being dragged away by the shadow beast. Struggling in pain, Chuck cries out, "I'm stuck in the roots." Elisa and Corin shout his name in unison. Seeing the dire situation, Elisa and Corin rush to rescue Charlie, with Elisa arriving first, saying, "Grab my hand." Hearing this, Charlie replied, "Thank you." But suddenly, he saw something and warned, "There's a demon over there." In a moment of carelessness, Elisa is caught off guard, and a demon's hand reaches out, seizing her and dragging her away as she screams in terror. Seeing the dire situation, Corin cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this is troublesome." Thinking quickly, Corin pounced on Chuck Lye like a tiger and spoke urgently, causing Chuck Lye to get up and run. "Get out of this forest, don't worry about us." Cry was confused and stammered a few words, "And lend me your cloak." With that, Corin snatched the cloak from Cry and rushed to rescue Elisa. It seemed the gateway to rescue Elisa was closing, causing Corin to shout, "Wait!" With gritted teeth and a bead of sweat, Corin thought gravely, "There's no second chance. Don't you dare fail. I've been trapped in this bone haze before. My leg nearly snapped, and I was closer to death than ever in less than a minute. Now reborn, he must buy more time, and Corin charges in like a tiger to save the trapped Elisa. The problem is Elisa, who is struggling against the unseen shadows that are trying to capture her. Fighting with all her might, Elisa declared, "I have to cut them all down, that should do it." But with them on all sides, she couldn't hold out much longer. Elisa fought with all her might, but could only endure the pain and cry out, desperately searching for a way out despite being restrained. "If I cut them all down, that should be enough." But Elisa kept slashing and slashing, and the darkness holding her back showed no mercy, making her a little annoyed. "Why isn't it breaking? Am I not strong enough, or is my stance wrong?" Elisa wondered, dropping her sword in defeat. Elisa then thought of Lunya's angry figure, scolding her for her current state, and dropped her sword in despair, blaming herself for being weak. She collapsed, muttering an apology, wishing she could save someone with a cool demeanor, and faintly thought of Corin as a last resort. "You saved my life. I wanted to be someone to be proud of." Then, a figure appeared in the dark, causing Elisa to look up. Elisa seems to recognize the voice, thinking to herself, "That voice." The figure becomes clearer than ever. It's Corin. Corin appears just in time to rescue Elisa from her nightmare, calling out to her with urgent concern. Elisa recognized Corin and whispered his name. Her savior, he approached Elisa, long sword in hand, and asked, "Elisa, are you all right?" Elisa, exhausted from the constricting arms, collapses and faintly asks, "Is that you?" "Corin." Elisa endures the pain and her many wounds as she looks at Corin. She cried, pleading, "Corin, I can't make it let go. Please, save me. I'm going to die like this." Corin quickly patted Elisa's head to calm her down. "Calm down, Elisa." He then took her hand, made her hold the sword tightly, and said, "Slashing randomly won't work. Concentrate and strike hard." "You just need to stay calm," Elisa wondered. "Got it?" Corin said, eyeing the zombies. "From now on, I'll protect you from them. You know what you need to do, right?" Elisa tearfully replied, "No, I can't. I'm not strong enough. The mist hurts me and makes me dizzy." But Corin didn't give up, persistently reassuring and encouraging her, telling her she could do it. Corin touched his forehead to Elisa's and whispered that among all the swordsmen he knew, she possessed exceptional talent. And if she was determined, she could definitely do it. "Just one step," Corin said confidently, Elisa. "One step is all you need." Elisa looked at Corin with admiration, and soon after, Corin rushed towards the undead horde. He shouts, "Thanks in advance," Elisa says fearfully. "Sekirin." Elisa stood frozen, as if battling herself. She says to herself, "I can't stay here any longer anyway. How could someone with a lower aura than me possibly endure this?" Elisa grits her teeth, determined, "If you say that to me, Elisa has recovered her spirit. Her eyes hardened with resolve. She had no choice but to succeed. Elisa began to focus her power, but she was surrounded by hands reaching out to attack. That secret technique can cut through anything. To use it, I must awaken. The realm of the eye. The hands disappear, and Elisa steps into another space, on the verge of awakening a new power. A cursed ability that allows you to see other realms. Elisa closes her eyes, focusing, her hand gripping her sword, ready to strike. She recalls Corin's words. "Just one step, Elisa. No, one step is all it takes." She takes the step her friend spoke of, and as her foot lands, a brilliant light erupts. The Black Family technique. The Black Family's #1 swordsmanship. Elisa unleashed her blade, bisecting the undead monsters with a powerful light-infused technique known as territory slash. With a single strike, Elisa decimated the undead, shocking Corin as a monster bisected at the waist exclaimed, "How can you see?" Then a tense battle unfolds, but a mist envelops the area, obscuring their vision, followed by massive explosions and splatters of red. As Elisa finishes off a monster, she says, "The mist is gone." Corin turns back, worried, and asks, "Hey, are you okay?" The others approached, wondering what had just happened, and fearfully eyed the monster's form. That's a rune, a dragon-slaying demon from the City of Mist. As everyone looked around in bewilderment, the two men behind them said, "Oh my God, the forest has been cut in two. How can a human do that?" "I've heard of this, so this is territory slash." In the Legends of G-Emperor, Corin paled, thinking he expected her to use the third form of one slash or iron tide, but she's already using that move. Elisa happily says, "Corin, I did it, I really did it." But Corin replies, "Wait, stop. This isn't the time for you to use that technique." Hearing this, the two men excitedly say to each other, "Oh, so that means she'll be the next head of the Aden family?" That's right, because no one but the Sword Emperor can use territory slash except for that girl. Then everyone cheered in Corin's bewilderment. Elisa, the future of the Aden family. Elisa Aden, the successor to the Imperial Sword. Elisa excitedly jumped up saying, "Corin, look at me." But Corin wasn't happy. He was a little worried. Why does my plan always go awry? Suddenly, in the days that followed, newspapers appeared with stories all about Elisa. Daily News Flash. Hujo defeated. The Fog Lan Nightmare. The infamous killer who murdered numerous Roan knights has been defeated by the next head candidate of the prestigious N-Sword family. MK 3 times. Who is the beautiful knight who defeated level 1 Dark Wizard Elisa? The foundation of the Ayan family is shaken. The Garan Sword Emperor remains silent regarding Elisa's reward for her outstanding performance. What will happen to the N family's succession structure? Will the heir be changed? The N family's organization and business are in turmoil. Martial arts officials are in disarray, with exclusive interviews revealing Elisa is the true genius of the Ayan family. Finally, I can confidently speak about this. A girl, reading the news, angrily tears the article, saying, "How arrogant." She then handed the newspaper to another girl and ordered her to get rid of it, to which the girl obediently complied. And so, Lunya sat pensively, holding her teacup as she pondered something. The prestigious Ain family of swordsmen operates on strength, and beneath Garandan's powerful charisma, they await his successor. Blade territory. It exists in the realm of the mind, a realm unknown to most martial artists. Garandan has been waiting a long time for someone to carry on his legacy. She trained until she bled and sweat, the calluses on her hands a testament to her life. But even Lunya, hailed as a generational genius, couldn't satisfy Gorm, though she was young and trying her best, training until she was breathless. Huff, her younger sister, who had barely held a sword, was sparring with her, the illegitimate child the Lord brought in from outside. Lunya never considered the child an opponent, yet Elisa's eyes burned with a determination that startled her. After a tense exchange, blood is finally drawn. Panic erupts as they struggle to stop the bleeding. It wasn't even a rare move. How could this happen? Elisa stares blankly as her sister lies on the ground in a pool of blood. Lunya's pained reaction makes Elisa blame herself for not seeing the attack. Elisa remained frozen, having struck her opponent. No, she simply couldn't see it. Elisa could only stand there, staring at what she'd done. By the time she focused, she'd already been struck. It's not the speed, it's something else entirely. Lunya territory lies wounded upon the cold earth. That deep path of martial arts, Elisa has already taken a step onto it. Lunya gritted her teeth, looking at Elisa, thinking, how could this be? A child so young and so lazy. Lunya barely noticed her wound, fixated on Elisa, thinking she must be shocked. But then Elisa spoke, her voice faltering. Wait, Lunya realized, seeing the innocence gone from Elisa's face. I understand the title you spoke of, the twisted nature that mortals cannot comprehend. Sword demon, the talent of a demon. He taught and watched everything, then reached out and placed his hand on Elisa's head. I only nominated Elisa as a candidate for the next family head, and just like that, Elisa became a candidate for the position of N family head. Despite everyone's objections, Elisa, as if nothing had happened, approached with sparkling eyes. Sister, this is the first time I've held a sword. Lunya, replenishing her body, thought absent-mindedly, the memory of stroking the head of the child with a different father who had grown up in the indifference of her father's family must only linger somewhere. Suddenly, a voice rings out. My lords, are you all right? A group of people stand in formation, inquiring after Lunya. Are you all right? Why are they so worried about me? Lunya wondered. After a moment's thought, Lunya quietly replies, Don't worry, I want her to step into that realm too. Lunya recalls the confrontation with regret, wishing she could witness that sword technique once more, believing she could then reach that level herself. As if never wounded, Lunya regains her commanding presence, ordering everyone to prepare for a swordplay challenge. Inside an elegantly designed mansion, a conversation unfolds. When does she think she'll recover? Well, they said if I put medicine on my wounds, I'll recover in a day or two, Elisa said from her sickbed, smiling. Hey, Corin, do you want some honey-flavored popping candy? Hearing this, Corin could only helplessly reply, Candy, you really are something. Slightly curious, Corin immediately asks Elisa, how were you able to use the severing domain? Even if she could see the domain with her eye technique, that didn't mean she could use it right away. Though Corin asked seriously, Elisa blushed as she replied, You believed I could do it. Elisa happily continued, much to Corin's annoyance. Hee. I can't believe I actually did it on my first try. Corin was so furious, he was speechless. She truly is a genius who doesn't even need to try. Suddenly, a third person appears at the door. Knock, knock, I'm here to check on you. Marriott didn't wait for a response before barging in. It's me. Are you all right, Junior? Seeing her enter, Corin said, Marriott-senpai, to which Marriott responded amiably. Oh, hello, I'm Marriott, a second-year student in the magic department. Elisa also greets her. Hello, I'm Elisa, a first-year night student. Corin pointed at Elisa and asked, Are you here to visit her? Yes, I did, she replied, relieved by Marriott's confirmation. Hey, it's for you. Elisa was so happy to hear that, her cheeks flushed red. But just a moment later, Mir looked at Corin with loving eyes and spoke softly, without a trace of malice. Are these two even close? Did you scare Corin half to death? Why? Why is her expression so scary all of a sudden? And there's a knock at the window. Thank goodness it's daytime, or they'd be terrified. Wardu speaks cryptically, like an outcast, about eating live fish in a past life. Corin was startled by Warren's sudden appearance. Oh my God. Corin noticed Marriott's unusual expression and quietly guessed, is Marriott uncomfortable around Warren? but I think anyone would be uncomfortable with that look, not just Warren. Marriott turned to Corin, her voice trembling. Food you've eaten with Warren before? Corin asks, puzzled. What? He wondered if that was all that bothered her. Seeing Marriott's unusual reaction, Corin quickly tried to explain himself to save his own life, saying, Don't worry, I'll prepare a delicious meal with you too. But Corin's explanation seemed to backfire, making Marriott look even more constipated. A delicious meal? Corin strokes her chin, pondering. Wait, these talented individuals are all meeting today by chance? Corin then dropped a bombshell on Elisa, who was bedridden. The rumors of her inheriting the Tram territory had spread, and Lunya would likely challenge her to a sword duel. Do you have confidence? Elisa asked, breaking into a sweat. A sword challenge. A sword challenge, a tradition among master swordsmen to test the sword skills of a family's new leader. That's the excuse, but for a long time, the N family has used sword challenges to eliminate opponents legally. Elisa sobbed, wanting to refuse immediately. I'm sure I'd die if I fought her. No, I couldn't beat any of the 5 swords to begin with. Corin says seriously that she has a good idea, and Elisa, seeing no escape, is curious about Corin's plan. What is it? Corin continued. I'll tell you, but only if you promise to do everything I say. What is it? Corin's murderous gaze shifts to Elisa. From now on, if I suggest fighting monsters or training in the gym, you have to do it without complaint. Basically, you're a permanent member of my party now. Oh, and one more thing. Elisa quickly agrees, promising to obey and begging for help. Corin was pleased to hear that, saying, Good, I'll take your guarantee as an oath. Corin, looking dangerous and supremely irritating, says, I, Corin, through the trials of this time, short or long, the master swordsman Lena is wandering around with the truths of life that I have learned with my own body. Suddenly, a knife flies from nowhere, piercing the wall right next to Lena's face, making her jump. What's this? A figure emerges from the shadows, and Lena immediately questions them warily. Who is it? The stranger's few words only added to Lena's confusion. When Lena finally saw his face, she recognized Warren. But he claimed to be Elisa Studio, a master swordsman. Before Lena could gather her wits, Warren charged forward. Swordsmanship? Why this sudden change? War simply gave a brief explanation. If he caught her, he'd buy me sushi. Meanwhile, Corin and another individual are locked in fierce combat. The man spoke up, feeling the heat. What was going on? What are you doing? Corin asks. Elisa Studio's Corin, master of the Guandao technique, strikes first. With eyes like traffic lights and a friendly smile, he replies, I wish to learn from the famous master of light swords, Lena. That's the truth of life. Is that supposed to be a Guandao? A man with a terrifying face, Corin is Elisa's master of the Guandao technique. Then, a strangely dressed woman holding 3 small knives, Warren is Elisa's master of fist fighting. Next, a handsome man controlling swords of various colors is Elisa's master of flying swords, Duran Waski. A sharp-eyed girl wielding a scepter is Elisa's talented mage, Mariette. And finally, the new commander of Elisa herself. Suddenly, someone launches a surprise attack, leaving them helpless and confused, declaring, The Black First Swordsman has fallen. An irritated girl asks, Why? Why would you do this? Corin smirks, replying, To develop a new dojo, we need to build our reputation, don't we? We're expanding rather aggressively. Many newspapers, including the Maba Daily, reported that the new technique, IN, defeated the first swordsman Aoyan of the Masters, according to an anonymous report. This photo marks the first step of the new technique, AN, defeating the 5 swords, gaining attention in the association for its innovative dojo management. Will the AN family accept this? According to the family rules, there's something called a sword test, a test to select masters, but even I know it's a way to crush other contenders. That's why Corin said he would change this structure by joining the martial arts school's test and defeating the 5 swordsmen one by one in the form of a new martial arts challenge, ultimately seeking a one-on-one duel with his sister. Elisa watched Lunya's retreating figure and thought, if I win and announce it, her people won't be able to touch me. That's why I started this. The dojo's registration fees, operating costs, and mercenary fees are all covered by Marriott. Elisa is grateful, but also feels guilty about the expense, hoping to quickly repay her with the J Quest rewards. Lunya finds it interesting, and Elisa stammers in response, only to be scolded. If she wanted to run, she should have done so the moment she saw her. The idea to challenge the dojo wasn't yours, was it? Corin asks, as Elisa bursts into tears. She's too perceptive, how scary. That expression of mine is right, it's Corin. Corin called out, Elisa, is there something you want to say? Elisa wondered if she could defeat her, Lunya, the master swordswoman. Under immense pressure, Alisa thought to herself, as the new master of the Yan school, I want to duel you. Lunia reluctantly agreed. All right, a duel it is, but be warned, Lunia said, shocking Alisa. I won't use a wooden sword or any non-lethal weapons. I'm ready. Alisa trembled, gazing at her cool older sister, the Ain's top swordswoman, Lunia's greatest disciple. Though she says she's ready, she's sweating bullets. The Ain's top swordswoman and second swordmaster, Alisa, the sisterly battle is about to begin. Marriott, sitting in the sweltering heat, thought to herself that even with her full vampire powers, Lunia would still be a formidable opponent, one she couldn't guarantee victory against. After a moment of contemplation, Marriott turned to Corin and asked, Is Alisa ready for this? Corin replied, I believe in her. Alisa can handle it. Trusting Corin's judgment, Marriott agrees, saying she'll believe in her. The system reports Corin's trust in Marriott remains unchanged, while Lunia, with her usual cold expression, throws a bag at Corin. Take it. Corin blankly catches it, wondering what it is. What's this? Isn't this too much for dojo repair fees? No sooner had Lunia finished speaking than she shot forward like a rocket, closing in on Alisa. That's the restructuring fee. Corin and Marriott watch on, observing the strange creatures. The slightest touch of their swords unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, leaving Corin and Marriott on the edge of their seats, eyes and mouths agape at the intensity. The surrounding silence only amplifying the sisters' duel. Neither was willing to back down, Alisa glaring at Lunia with resentful eyes. But Alisa, seemingly unwilling to hurt Lunia, closes her eyes, reminding herself of her admiration for Lunia and her burning passion for swordsmanship, her idol. Alisa recalls a time when she was just a child, and Lady Lunia had already defeated a level 1 Minotaur. To do that at just 15 years old is truly remarkable. I heard Lord Garin has his eye on Lady Lunia. She's like a hero straight out of a fairy tale. Compared to her, I'm just the daughter of a concubine whose mother died at birth and whom my father sees as a stain. A hero like Garandon, the man from the stories of my childhood. Because to him, the only thing of value was the blood of the great swordsman Garandon, Alisa said with an adoring look. Sister, I'm here. Congratulations. Lunia, always cold, reached out and patted Alisa's head, saying, You've grown so much. Alisa recalls her first time, the day she first struck another person. Once she did, she was overcome with fear. Everything went wrong, but then Lunia appeared, sword in hand, radiating a fierce fighting spirit. The instructions were clear. First attack, step back, and slash forward. Lunia eyed Alisa suspiciously, pondering her unusual defense, and was suddenly struck by Alisa's movements. She's sticking to the book, all right. Mastering attack skills, yet she fights defensively. Alisa admired Lunia's dedication, but her relentless attacks left Lunia bewildered. After knocking Alisa back, Lunia mocked, Your footwork is as sloppy as ever, you coward. Alisa, unfazed by Lunia's harsh words, was spurred on by a voice urging her to use speed to overwhelm her opponent and attack at close range. Third form of the superior sword. Thunder Strike. Alisa lunged forward with lightning speed. Just then, Lunia sensed an attack from behind and instinctively turned, striking forward. Breaking stance, Lunia countered Alisa, forcing her to dodge. Suddenly, Alisa shouts towards Lunia, who pauses in surprise as Alisa rushes forward and embraces her tightly, catching Lunia off guard. She didn't attack with her sword, but with her body. Alisa lunged to embrace Lunia, analyzing her moves. The two grapple on the floor, but Lunia dodges Alisa's embrace, causing her to crash to the ground as Lunia regains her fighting stance. Alisa. Lunia's eyes filled with murderous intent as she angrily spat out, Fool! Lunia teleports to Alisa and kicks her hard, causing Alisa to grit her teeth in pain. You think you can beat me with those little tricks? Lunia swung her sword at Alisa, who was struggling to sit up and defend herself. Lunia strikes down with a powerful blow, but Alisa swiftly parries. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying, and Alisa, suddenly empowered, retaliated fiercely, throwing Lunia back. Alisa recalls Corin's words and makes her decision. Everything is exactly as Corin predicted. If that's the case, then it's time for my combo sword strike. Alisa puts all her strength into a powerful attack against Lunia. Lunia, with a sharp glint in her eyes, smirked and announced to Alisa, You can still counter well. Even though that move almost made you fall, it seems I can't hold back any longer. Lunia unleashes a powerful kick, sending Alisa flying. Lunia mocks Alisa, saying she fights well, but is still too green. Alisa is kicked back, clutching her stomach in pain, but she holds firm to her sword as Lunia leaps into the air, ready to strike the final blow. With her last ounce of strength, Alisa parries Lunia's blow, her face strained as she grips her sword with both hands. and with a surge of power, she throws Lunia off balance. Then, Lunia continued to swing her sword at Elisa, who let out a great shout, as if gathering all her strength. She's keeping up with my speed, Lunia thought in surprise. Not only that, but Elisa can see her own domain. Her eyes are shining brightly. Lunia never imagined Elisa had reached this level. Of course not. Lunia grins maniacally, declaring this is the sister she wanted to see. She wants to see the true nature Elisa has denied, all the talent she possesses. Lunia, now intrigued, continues her relentless assault. Elisa steadies her breathing, eyes closed as she centers herself, then rises, battle-ready with newfound resolve. Lunia senses a shift in her sister's power, physique, and mindset. It seems Elisa now believes victory is within reach. Very well, then I shall respond in kind. Lunia smirked, deciding to fight Elisa in earnest. Come on, Lunia is finally getting serious, and her killing intent is overwhelming. At the same time, Elisa assumed her battle stance, her expression and power matching Lunia's. Like two raging infernos, they charge toward each other. What I'm chasing is you. In Elisa's mind, she always dreamed of one day being as strong as Lunia. This is the first time I'm learning swordsmanship from you. Lunia recalls Elisa's words from when she first held a sword. You know, one day I want to be a great swordsman like you. Young Elisa, with her innocent face, always longed to be like Lunia. But now, Lunia silently observes Elisa charging forward with the speed and power of light, a familiar figure reflected behind her. Lunia's expression darkens, her eyes widening as she realizes something. The tips of their swords meet, reflecting deep blue and abyssal black. Everything around them seemed to stop as their blades met, leaving only a blinding flash of light. The realm slash, the final move of their battle. Both fighters poured everything into that final strike, the shattering explosion engulfing everything around them, forcing Maurice and Corin to retreat. Is it over? Mari asked hesitantly. Who is the victor left standing? It has been decided. In the hazy aftermath, only one swordsman stands victorious, while the other has fallen. Elisa has won, and Lunia has been defeated. Elisa won. Corin Marriott excitedly tells Corin that Elisa's only strength compared to the swordmaster Lunia is her domain strike. Therefore, the only way to win this match was within the domain. They seized their only chance for victory, a battle within the domain. Corin reflected on guiding Elisa's strategy, feeling vindicated in pointing out Lunia's weaknesses and potential for defeat. But predicting the fight within the territory would lead to Lunia's sword breaking, and Lunia truly lost to Elisa's strength. I won. Elisa stared at the sword in her hand, her eyes filled with joy and disbelief that she had defeated Lunia. Was my performance not good enough? Lunia lamented. From now on, you and your subordinates will no longer interfere with my affairs. Lunia strode forward, speaking decisively, her back to Elisa. Ah, wait, Elisa suddenly called out to Lunia from behind. Lunia, wait, Elisa cried, a look of panic on her face as she grabbed Lunia's arm. She must be terrified, Elisa thought, her eyes trembling with regret, that she, who is clearly weaker, defeated the Lunias. It's understandable that she fears how Lunia will be judged and Lunia's reaction to her. Elisa hesitantly reached out to Lunia, afraid of her anger, but Lunia's sharp eyes turned to meet hers. Her worries were unfounded. Elisa trembled, thinking Lunia would strike her. Elisa braced for Lunia's anger, but instead Lunia's hand gently touched her head, and Elisa's eyes widened in surprise. Lunia recalls her past life. The first time she met her in her previous life was before Mari's accident. Lunia is surprised they met sooner than in the original story, and her thoughts drift back to their first encounter. Lunia stood before the two figures approaching her, remembering her relentless search for Elisa's killers. In the end, she never found him, because the real culprit was Peru, a memory of Pihu slashing Elisa from behind. Elisa's face was a mask of terror as she turned to face the darkness. Even 3 years after Elisa's death, Lunia relentlessly searched for the culprit. Every year you come and pray for her death, Corin said from behind Lunia. Lunia stood in the pouring rain before Elisa's tombstone, helpless and angry. I thought you hated your sister, Corin said. Corin questions if she does. Lunia's face darkened, rain plastering her features as she replied, I only saw her as lazy, unserious, and annoyingly clingy. The black-haired man listened in surprise, but Lunia continued, no one but me can handle her bitterness. Rain seemed to wash over Lunia as she spoke with bitterness. Lunia doesn't hate Elisa. No matter what happens, even if Elisa surpasses her, she will silently support her with a smile. Lunia's face was covered in wounds, her lips pursed with determination. You've grown. Now return to the present. Lunia, head in hand, gazed at Elisa and said, The Lunia I remember was just like this. In the distance, Corin smiled as she watched them. With tears streaming down her face, Elisa looks at Lunia, who has been defeated. The system's notification rings out, detailing Elisa Lunia's rewards for clearing a B-rank difficulty challenge. I hate fighting, I really do. But a part of me smiles when I fight. I see it too, which is why I always avoid fighting. Elisa and Corin's conversation echoes through the castle, because I feel like it's not me anymore. I'm also afraid of facing Lunia, so I pretend to be unserious and only take on simple tasks, Elisa confessed to Corin. Everyone feels that way, Corin replied, listening while peeling an apple. Having won, I will officially become Aiden's heir, and Lunia and her subordinates will be wary of me. But if I run away, Elisa said with a sad look, the bond between Lunia and me will be severed. Elisa lowered her head in disappointment and said, no. Corin refutes Elisa, saying, that's not true. Corin holds up the apple, stating firmly, excuse me. Elisa asks, seemingly confused if distance and awkwardness might arise, but some bonds can't be so easily broken. Corin peels an apple as she speaks to Elisa, reminding her that they are, after all, sisters. Corin affirmed this once more, and Elisa's eyes widened as if she realized something. Besides, you did great. When I was little, I was always getting beat up by the neighborhood bullies. Corin praises Elisa while recounting her own history of being bullied, adding that the hardest part wasn't the pain, but her anger at herself for not standing up. Corin reflects on her past, regretting her own timidity and lack of courage to stand up for herself, noting Elisa is stronger than she was. I hope she can always hold her head high. Elisa silently listened to Corin's story. Corin encouraged Elisa to always be confident, saying, you're a strange one. Elisa spoke up and Corin turned to her, slightly surprised. Huh? You're the same age as me, but why do you act so mature? Elisa says, confused. Do I look that old? Corin paused, looking awkward as he peeled an apple and asked, yeah, it's like you've lived a lifetime. I can feel it. Elisa points out, well, I've lived 14 years longer than you, and if you include Corin's memories from when he was 30, that would make me 50. Corin thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. Thank you, Elisa suddenly says. For what? Corin asked, puzzled. For the accident today, and back in the forest, Elisa said with a hint of sadness, then stretched as if regaining her strength and thanked Corin. When you saved me in the forest? Elisa remembers being severely wounded in the forest, and in her hazy state, she saw the person who caught her. That was you, wasn't it? Elisa asked Corin, her voice certain. How did you know? Corin asked, surprised. Your voice and belt gave you away. Elisa cleverly deduced, confident in her judgment. Just how clever are you? Corin said suspiciously. Since you already know, I'll let it go. Corin sighed. I owe you a lot, so feel free to ask me for anything. Elisa excitedly spoke to Corin. Let's be friends, Corin offered, extending her hand to Elisa. Huh? Elisa was slightly taken aback by Corin's words. Don't you like it? Corin asked, about to pull his hand back. Huh, a friend. A male friend. I mean, I've never had a boyfriend before, so this must be a good thing. I mean, you're a guy. Embarrassed, Elisa quickly takes Corin's hand and agrees. Yeah. Corin smiles, saying, then let's be close, my friend. Yes, I'm glad I have a reliable friend like you. Elisa winked and smiled at Corin. And so, the two became true friends. While punishment awaited the demons, while a bright future awaits the virtuous, two contrasting images appear, one of carnage, the other of a hopeful future. Children will always be joyful. Elisa's innocent smile represents all the children in the world, and better choices for everyone. The image of meticulously carved apple rabbits evokes a sense of peace. The scene shifts to another space, a magnificent chandelier hanging from the ceiling. My name is Isabel Kamen, and lately I've been feeling anxious. Amidst the curious gazes of those around her, Isabel Kamen hides cautiously behind a pillar, as if watching someone. Marriott. A voice called from behind, and Marriott turned to see a radiant beauty, like an angel appearing. Please accept my feelings? A brown-haired youth knelt, suddenly offering the red liquid in his hand to Marriott, stammering, my blood. So that's a blood bag in his hand. Ah, well then, Flustered, Marriott says, or I'll give you my neck. Seeing her unease, the brown-haired boy offers his neck as well. It's okay. I get blood pouches from Professor Josephine every day, Marriott awkwardly explains to the brown-haired man. That idiot. Those words only make Marriott uncomfortable. Isabel Kamen watched from afar, her face filled with displeasure. That happens every day, so it's not what I'm really worried about. Isabel Kamen continued to ponder. Marriott, are you done with class? Corin suddenly asked from behind, startling her. Marriott turned, her face flushed, and looked silently at Corin. Corin, a freshman close to Marriott, is a boorish, fifth-rate knight. But that doesn't matter. A handsome image of Korin appears. The fact that he can stand against Swordmaster Lunia means he's truly talented. But what concerns me is Isabel Kamen, who's approaching like a flash. Marriott, would you like some blood? Korin asks if she should accept. Mary hesitated, unsure of what to do, as the door slammed shut. They've locked the door. What are those two up to? Isabel Kamen saw them enter the room, her curiosity leading to some rather adult imaginings, causing her to blush with worry. Oh, Marriott, do you only remember my past offer? Korin's voice echoes from within the room. Marriott is curious about Korin's proposal. A proposal? Outside the door, Isabel Kamen strains to hear what the offer is, regarding the land they acquired when registering the dojo, now being rebuilt after the damage. I'm thinking of building an inn there, Korin explained to Marriott. An inn? Marriott wondered about an inn. Yes, consider investing there. I guarantee at least a threefold return, perhaps even more. Investing for profit. Is this guy trying to leech off Marriott? Who is he? Isabel, overhearing Korin, bites her hand in anger, cursing him inwardly. Training room, are you training again today? Seeing Korin there, Elisa asks, just basic physical exercises? You're so dedicated. Korin, admired by Elisa, replied, the basics are essential for everything. As Korin warms up, he answers Elisa, unaware that Isabel Kamen is secretly watching him from the ceiling above. I want to train with you too, Elisa said, warming up. What? Who is she? Wait. Isn't that the N family's second child? Isabel Kamen thought in surprise, looking down at Elisa. Korin hands Elisa a dining card, recommending a restaurant he frequents with delicious food. Oh, Than Truk, known as the most amazing restaurant. Elisa looks at the card eagerly and says, Wait, Than Truk? Isn't that a famous date spot? He just seduced Marriott and Isabel Kamen is watching from above, angrily scolding Korin. Suddenly, Isabel Kamen slipped and made a noise. Did you hear something just now? Elisa asked. I'm not sure how much you've earned yet. Korin answered Elisa, then asked her about something else. Why not just two-time, but you dare talk about money? Korin, you... Isabel Kamen fell to the floor in pain, her eyes filled with murderous hatred as she glared at Korin. The next day at the restaurant, the sky was clear with fluffy white clouds. What do you think? Not only is the sushi good, but the meat is delicious too, right? Korin said, eating with Warren. Yeah, it's delicious. Warren replied to Korin as he ate. Oh, right. Do you have any money? I've got a great investment opportunity. Korin asks Warren about joining his project, telling him to do as he pleases. Warren didn't care much. He replied to Korin, while Isabel Kamen watched Korin from outside the restaurant. He frowned, lost in thought. Even Warren, my concerns have come to an end. Korin is an unbelievable swindler, a real bastard. Isabel Kamen's eyes darkened with hatred as she continued to curse him. The scene shifts to a luxury car speeding away. Registration fees for the guild, dojo renovations, daily mercenary fees, taxes. The battle with Lunia cost me 97 gold coins. In Korean currency, that's about 100 million. The car pulls up to a line of bodyguards in black suits, and all of this is thanks to Marriott. I'm incredibly grateful. We see Lunia's cold face in the car as she looks out the window. I can't believe she gave 100 gold. Are mages really that rich? At least that's what I think. Lunia contributed 50 gold coins to the reconstruction. Korin continues, and Elisa received 110 gold coins from the dungeon raid. War also has a lot of funds managed by its followers, and Ulag, Jur, and that money-obsessed bastard Drawn have a huge amount of savings. Elegant Feet stepped out of the luxurious vehicle. In the end, I earned 550 gold coins, and with that, I bought it. This entire vast plot of land now belongs to Korin, followed by his bodyguard. Though it's just a desolate plain on the city's outskirts now, in the second semester we'll host the Borome Academy Friendship Festival here, the peak season for lodging, as visitors flood in from across the continent. We'll make back those few hundred gold coins in just 2 weeks. Korin continued to envision a bright future for this land. I'm a boss and a regressor. Knowing the future means knowing how to use this information. Korin envisions himself as a magnate with a vast fortune in the near future, ready to amass wealth from all corners of the world. Korin declares his days of wealth are just around the corner, while back at the luxurious ancient castle, the stances of the Royal Magic Tower's Catholic Church and the association towards their school aren't looking good. Errol, at his desk, speaks with Professor Josephine, stating that it's beyond their control and that their orders are to support the chairman's decision. I think the opportunity should be given to someone else, Professor Josephine replied to Errol. I'll be heading out for a bit, Errol says as he rises. Or I could go in your stead. Professor Josephine suggested, but the Catholic Church is not for you. Clara, take care of this place while I'm gone, and if anything happens, use the emergency contact network. Ario gave his instructions, then left, closing the door behind him. May fortune favor your path. Josephine was left alone in the room, her well wishes unspoken, so let's see. Josephine's eyes lit up as she read, Vampire Renewable Energy Experiment Disapproved, Construction of the Third Dormitory Postponed. Josephine flips through the report. What's next? Corin? Josephine said in surprise. What is he planning this time? Josephine's face was a mix of surprise and anger at what she was reading. Clutching the paper, Josephine said, puzzled, Harvesting ginseng requires Corin's land grant. Harvesting ginseng? The Academy's West Laboratory? We're harvesting ginseng in a place like that? Elisa asked, her voice laced with doubt. Tell me, what do you know about ginseng? Corin asked Elisa. Well, all I know is they scream a lot when we pull them out of the ground, right? Elisa said, leaning down with her hand on her knee. Corin, Elisa is holding an earplug. That's right, so we have to protect our ears carefully when we dig them up. Otherwise, you'll risk a ruptured eardrum, so wear good ear protection and harvest them in a wide, open space. Corin held earplugs in one hand and a small shovel in the other as he explained to Elisa, Ready, worker, Elisa? Corin, with a sly look, spoke to Elisa. Yes, Captain. Elisa responded enthusiastically to Corin, putting on the earmuffs. Special earmuffs made of silver fox fur. Special equipment to protect the ears from extremely loud noises. I can't harvest the ginseng alone. One person must hold the flower and pull along the root's length, while another severs the root and stem. As long as the stem and root remain connected, the ginseng will continue to scream. Corin gripped the ginseng tightly with both hands. Elisa stood behind her, shovel raised and ready. This was her 4th time harvesting ginseng. In his past life, he and Par worked together. Corin remembers turning over ginseng before. I'm a little worried, Corin said, pausing with a slightly anxious tone. What's wrong, Captain? Elisa asked, noticing his expression. Let's do it, Corin suddenly shouts, using all his strength to uproot the ginseng. Corin's face was like a beast spotting its prey as the ginseng screamed with a terrifying grimace. Suddenly, the ginseng shrieked as if tearing everything around it apart. Cut it now! Elisa! Show me your swordsmanship! Corin's red eyes flashed as he yelled at Elisa, wondering if she wasn't wearing her headphones properly. Elisa's face turned purple, foaming at the mouth, on the verge of losing consciousness from the ginseng's scream. Damn it, I'll just do it myself, Corin cursed, deciding to do it herself. You think you're the only one who can scream? Corin raised his shovel high and brought it down with force, screaming at the ginseng in a battle of shouts. Corin throws the ginseng high into the air, cleaving it in two before it can even scream again, securing their first ginseng. Wake up, Corin gasped for air, his eyes wide and blank. Wake up, you little brat. I brought you here and you're completely useless. Corin angrily shouts at Elisa. The person lying there is blissfully unaware. Corin, did you sleep well? Elisa dazedly asks Corin, do you want to die? Corin raged, wondering when he'd finally get his hands on some silver ginseng. But he'd probably pass out if he tried again. Corin considered it, then gave up. Hey, Corin, a voice called from afar. Who is it? I thought I put up the Do Not Disturb sign. Corin wondered who was calling her. It was Marriott. So, it was Marriott who called Corin. According to today's schedule, didn't you have some tests at the lab? Corin wonders why Marriott is here, and she is right. It was so noisy outside, so I jumped down to see what was happening, Marriott said with a smile. From up there, but that's the 12th floor. As Corin pondered this, Marriott's expression shifted into an unusual smile. What are you two up to? An aura of anger emanates from Marriott. Oh, I told you before, we're harvesting ginseng. Corin answered calmly, while Elisa beside her trembled. So, are you planning to harvest the rest? Marriott suddenly brightens up, asking with a smile, Yes, I do. Corin asked, What was that all about? Elisa was stunned by Marriott's sudden change. But we're tired today, so we probably won't harvest any more until later. Corin continued, Let your sister do it. Marriott stepped forward, saying, Wait, it's hard to cut if you're not a knight. Corin tried to stop her, admiring the silver ginseng, but Mari had already pulled it up and was praising it. Too late. She's already pulled it up. Corin watches Marriott in horror, afraid of the silver ginseng's scream. She's going to kill it, Corin thought in fear, as the ginseng trembled, ready to scream. I have a whole garden of ginseng back home, and I've harvested 30 of them this year alone. See how much easier I make it look? Am I right? Marriott smiles sweetly as she chops the ginseng in her hand in one swift motion. The ginseng didn't even have a chance to scream before it was gone. Wow, that's amazing. Corin watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you planning to brew medicine?" "Since I'm here, I'll brew some medicine for you." Marriott spoke up, suggesting, "Elisa, could you find us something to eat? I think rabbit and potatoes would be good." "Yes, Captain." Elisa immediately obeyed and ran off. "What should I do now?" Corin asked. "There's nothing for me to do, Corin," Marriott replies, "because she'll do everything for him." Marriott gazes adoringly at Corin, chuckling softly. "Thank you, Marriott," Corin said with a smile, scratching his head. Marriott is truly the best. Corin thought, satisfied that there were two ways to absorb the ginseng. One is to eat it directly, as usual a large chunk bitten off the ginseng's wrinkled face. But the most effective way is to boil it with the roots of the amaranth, red roots, silver vine leaves, wolfberry roots, deer antler, and 28 other ingredients. Then everything is boiled for over 10 hours, resulting in a dark brown concoction. Doing so would create traditional medicine, not ginseng extract. Do you find that strange? Yes, that's how this works. What's left after all that boiling is a thick black medicinal concoction. All right, now we just need to boil it. What are you doing, Corin? Marriott stirred the potion and turned to Corin. Waiting around doing nothing is so boring. Corin, who was drawing something on the ground, answered Marriott. This is an ancient script, right? Marriott leaned in for a closer look and asked Corin, "Oh, you can recognize them?" Corin replied, then asked Marriott, "You don't know the meaning, but you've seen it before in a liberal arts class?" Marriott asked Corin, "Where did you learn this?" "But ancient languages are dead," Marriott wondered, questioning Corin. "My master taught me," Corin replied, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "It was only a few years ago that I learned ancient languages and how to use a spear from her. She left behind martial arts and the original ancient language. Corin's master was talented, and I managed to learn her martial arts, but the ancient language is another matter entirely." Corin knows that knowing the characters doesn't mean knowing how to use them. Reclaiming and engraving the ancient language onto one's body is a power that only one person can wield. Corin's master bore a mark upon her back. One of the final boss's goals was to reclaim and possess this original ancient language. While her master tried to pass on the ancient language, she died before she could. All because of him. Corin's master died fighting monsters. Corin thought bitterly, who exactly was my master? Corin, if she knew ancient languages, was she a mage from the tower? Mari wondered. She was just a person, an ordinary person like anyone you see on the street every day, Corin thought. A kind person, like so many others. In Corin's memory, his master appears as a hero who quelled chaos. Someone who always tried their best. It seems you were quite fond of her, Marriott said with a hint of sadness, then cheerfully asked Corin, "Want some potatoes?" "Really, I won't have any," Corin replied. "I brought some with me." Diogo Marriott offered Corin something else to eat. Diogo, Corin thought, one of the highest-ranking confidants. The blood-sucking Zorb. Diogo is a massive monster with a burning red body, carrying a basket in its mouth and piercing red eyes. What? Is that the Diog from before? Corin wondered, so you've completely subdued this Diogo? Corin looked at the Diogo monster and asked Marriott, "Is it thanks to me?" Corin says that by continuously sharing her blood, she has finally gained a confidant. Isn't it cute? Marriott giggles, saying it's cute. Corin looked at the giant Diog and asked again, "Yes. The more I look at it, the cuter it seems." Corin casually agreed with Marriott, saying, "Well, if it has blood, then half of its blood must be yours." "So, does that mean I'm its father?" Corin said to Marriott, sharing his thoughts. "I never thought of it that way," Marriott said, blushing. "So, are you Diog's father?" Marriott asked shyly. "What's wrong?" Corin replied, "Why don't you play with Diog?" Marriott continued, "Play with him? Is he even a real dog?" Diog's terrifying face appears, tongue lolling out as if wanting to be petted. "This blood-sucking dog is so energetic. I'll be worn out playing with him." Marriott watched Diog frolic with Corin. Meanwhile, Corin didn't realize this is what Marriott meant by playing. It seems to be working. The potion turned brown. Marriott thought it looked ready. What's wrong with him? Elisa leaned in and asked Marriott why Corin looked so worn out, and Marriott replied it was because he played with Diogo. Marriott asks, "What's a Diog?" Elisa asks curiously, "You have absorbed the ginseng decoction?" The system's voice echoes, announcing a significant increase in mana recovery. Maximum mana increased by 1,300 points. The system window appeared before Corin. "Now that I've increased my stats," Corin thought, "you two should drink this too." "Taking it only works once," Corin said, offering the bowl to Marriott and Elisa. "Is that okay?" Marriott asked. "These ginseng herbs are potent, but they only work once," Corin explains. Elsie and Un would be thrilled to have the rest. "Okay, and now for the remaining platinum ginseng, a silver-blue ginseng root. I need to devour it raw." Korin shoves the platinum ginseng into his mouth, chewing it with gusto. The system announces that he has absorbed the platinum ginseng. Your magic core has formed, the system announced. A magic core is where all of a knight's magic is stored, and creating just one core requires forging magic to its limits. But I already have one without doing that, and once my level is advanced, I can have even more cores. So, basically, there are tons of them. A surge of power floods Korin's body. Now that I have a magic core, Korin said. A magic core already, Korin? Mary asked. The effects of the silver ginseng are truly amazing. Hurry and eat the golden ones. It'll be incredible. Alisa excitedly says that she'll uproot and eat the golden ginseng later. Korin replies, "What do you mean?" Alisa replied, "Oh, right. Eating too many beneficial herbs at once isn't good for you." That's true. But my reasons are a little different. A sly smile creeps across Korin's face. "Fifth level Knight Korin," Haman said, looking at the orb. "We need to reevaluate this student's rank." Haman, with a serious face, makes a decision. Isn't Korin a first-year student? Fifth circle? According to the data, that's not even worth our attention, so why reevaluate a student like that? Some wondered. So the upper-level professors haven't seen the first-year midterms yet. PHM responds to everyone. Korin faced the Swordmaster Lunia head-on, for about 3 minutes, of course. Shim continued, "No way, you guys don't believe it. She must have held back. Why would Swordmaster Lunia go all out in a midterm exam for a child?" The one-eyed elder refuted. "Held back?" Haman asked with a suspicious look. "Professors, including myself, does anyone think Lunia held back against Korin?" Haman addressed the crowd, but no one spoke up. Not a single person. But to raise someone's rank based on midterm exams alone seems a bit much. Even if there's reason to doubt their abilities, regulations state that rank promotions are only recognized after the results are in. "That's the rule," the gray-haired man stated. "Then let the association handle the official rank assessment. I think reevaluating to issue an official guardian certificate should be sufficient. However, that would mean changing his school schedule and his professor's schedule as well," Haman thought aloud. "It was Professor Haman who brought this up, not Coach Haman, so why don't you take this on, Coach Haman?" Everyone in the meeting turned to Haman, asking, "I want to know too." Haman pondered, "So what do we do about Korin?" "Korin?" someone asks. Even though a Tier 5 is far beyond his stats, his duel with Lunia was truly something, and that spearmanship of his. FM looks serious as he thinks about Korin. No matter how I look at it, it resembles that person's technique. FM thought about Korin and how similar they were, deciding he needed to reevaluate him. FM, still in thought, says, "Hello, Korin." Alisa sees Korin and says, "Oh, hello, Alisa." Korin greeted her. "We're in the same class today. Do you mind if I sit next to you?" Alisa sits down and asks, "Why ask when you've already sat down?" Korin said helplessly, "But that's Jer's seat." As Korin spoke, Jer appeared, saying, "I'm sorry." Alisa, startled, said, "I'll sit somewhere else." Alisa was about to get up and move, but Jer jumped over to the table and sat down. "How clingy," Korin teases. "What? Why are you glaring at me?" Jer turned to glare at Korin. "Why do you think I'm looking at you like that?" Jer replies, "First, the Academy's most popular senior, Potato, and that super cute demon girl, and now even the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. Is he jealous? Only he gets to live like the main character in a romance movie." Jer thought bitterly, "What about my youth? Why is it so cold and empty around me?" Jer sobs into his desk. "I wonder if something's troubling him," Alisa thought to herself. Who cares? Korin ignores Jer as well. Are all the male freshmen ready? Let's begin the lesson. Professor PHM then said, "All right, settle down, everyone. As mentioned in the previous class, you will be working in groups today," Professor PHM announced as he approached the podium. "I hate group projects." "All right, no more long faces. Group projects are beneficial for everyone." PH spoke up saying, "Now, I'll explain the group assignment to the class. Since you're in the night department, I won't make it easy. Or perhaps tasks like growing magic trees, as the magic faculty professors might assign." Porm said with a snap, as if a surge of power emanated from him. With a snap of his fingers, Fom says, "All right, take a look at this paper." The papers assembled like petals of a flower, and Korin eyed the group assignment warily. Spearmanship. Why spearmanship all of a sudden? Everyone questioned. "He said spearmanship, so it'll be easy for you," Alisa said to Korin with a smile. "Well, what's going on? In my past life, the group assignment was boxing." Daman is a boxer. Korin suspects his signature fighting style involves constant changes in distance and relentless pressure, along with the special ability of darkness. He's also a first-rate knight from the Vil Academy in the north, famous for his gauntlet engraved with ancient runes. Korin continued to ponder. Why is Vice Principal teaching spear techniques all of a sudden? He really is sharp. Corin smirks, realizing that FM wants to test him. Corin realizes FM's intentions. They seem to read each other's minds. This group assignment will involve selecting and researching a unique style of spear fighting, after which you'll have time to demonstrate different spear techniques. FM announces the assignment to the class, but someone asks if students who use spears as their main weapon will have an advantage. Someone from below speaks up to ask a question. I will consider this by adjusting the evaluation criteria and awarding bonus points. Form responds, stating that each group will consist of 4 members. Everyone will be randomly assigned, Form announces. In the jar, FIA has prepared random draw slips. They say group assignments will encourage and assess students' ability to cooperate. But in reality, the diligent ones are at a disadvantage. A battle of who's more shameless. Should I head to wrong group chat. Sorry everyone, I've finished my part of the research. At least remove the source of your copy-paste, Kim, and stop relying on Wikipedia. My grandma passed away, so I can't make it to the meeting today. What kind of people do you usually find in a group project? The freeloaders, the clueless, or the ones whose grandmothers just died? I've endured this for 4 years of college in the physical education department and 3 years at the academy, Corin thought, reflecting on his past suffering. But this time, it's completely different. Corin smiles confidently. Jer whistles, pleased that he, a third-rate knight with exceptional physical abilities, gets to be in the same group as Corin. His judgment isn't bad. He can complete what's asked of him, Jer thinks with satisfaction. Elisa is an incredibly strong sword prodigy, and Drawn can easily master any physical discipline, all thanks to silver switching groups. How cruel. The last member is Warren. Though a bit rough around the edges, she's quite diligent. Lately, watching her focus in class has become a guilty pleasure. Jer reflects on his powerful and diligent teammates, confident that they can leave their painful past behind. I've booked the training room for 3 hours, so I'll start by teaching you the theory and attributes. That's what I thought. Hey, Hien, what's wrong, Hien? Do you have something to say to me? Corin and Jer speak to each other. We've been using this training room for 2 months now. Yes. The entire room is made of high-density, shock-absorbent material, right? Yes. And they weren't cheap, so don't break them. Try to protect them and keep them safe. Corin and Jer surveyed the room, wondering how something like this could be destroyed. Corin and Jer stared in disbelief as Elisa trembled, staring at the wall she'd just punched. This is insane. I only told her to spar with Elisa to practice swordsmanship, but why did she destroy the whole room? Look at her face. She doesn't even know what she did wrong. Of course, we were kicked out of the training room. Where do we train now? Having destroyed the training room, the 4 were kicked out, and now a Sunday church meeting is held to review the group exercise. Now everyone, feel free to share your thoughts. The 3 sat on a row of seats in the church. I'm sorry about yesterday. I'm not good at controlling my strength, Elisa began. Elisa, you did great. At least I can help you practice. Your swordsmanship is so perfect that just imitating you is enough to make me proficient. That's because you're a keen observer. And what about you? Corin turned to ask Jer, who replied that using a long weapon like a spear seemed a little difficult. I'm having trouble with the spear rotations. I don't know how to do them properly, Jer said hesitantly. You're doing great. Just learn the 8 basic spear techniques and your dagger skills will become even more versatile. Corin's praise reassured Jer, but what about her? Corin asked Warren, eat up. Perhaps because I added so much earthly belief into the game, there are similar customs here. War holds a plate of cakes and water, offering it to everyone. Is this a church thing? Jer asked, curious. It's the goddess's communion, War answered. Is it really voluntary? Corin asked Warren. Is the church's weekend service mandatory? War replied to Corin, so you were forced to participate in the ceremony. Corin realized they were forcing her to train as a nun with the other devotees, right? Corin then asked Warren, it's because I volunteered. War turns away replying, but you really should read the Bible. There are things you can learn from those myths. The Catholic Church may have outdated views, but it always teaches its followers one thing. Corin turned to Warren and said, love. Love yourself. Love your friends, family, and those around you. Love and be loved. Oh, what a wonderful lesson, Corin said with a smirk. Love, yes, love is very important, Elisa said to Warren, blushing, as Warren contemplated this. Oh, right, Sir Warren, why did I lose yesterday? Warren's eyes narrowed at Corin's question. Because you're too weak, Warren answered nonchalantly. War thought for a moment and said, she's right, Corin replied. Elisa was about to call out to Corin, but Jer spoke up as well. It was the kind of emotion only the strong could express. Corin approached Warren and spoke. What was that? Warren asked in surprise, you want to bet? 1 minute. If I can make you kneel, you'll buy us dinner. Corin proposed the bet to Warren. Corin looked dangerous, saying, if I win, I won't need a reward, because I will win anyway. Warren replies with a scornful look, "This place is fine." They moved to an open field where Jir would signal the start, but he was startled when his name was called. Jir, looking surprised, says, "How did things turn out like this?" "I don't know either." Alisa agrees, telling them to prepare, and Jir gives the signal as they both take a battle stance, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "I'll start with my secret technique, my strongest move." Corrin bursts forward with incredible speed, unleashing her ultimate attack. Dark serpent painting, serpent intent. The technique is unleashed towards the approaching Waran, emitting a blinding light. She can easily block it. She's as strong as they say. Corrin is shocked that Warren blocked her attack so easily. With that, Corrin unleashes the second move of the Howling Tiger Wind, but suddenly her weapon is burned and broken, leaving her stunned. "Now you're disarmed," Warren says after destroying Corrin's spear. "Oh my, you're certainly good at breaking things," Corrin retorts with a sneer. In a display of monstrous movements, the two clash, one attacking, the other defending. "What's wrong? Can't even land a hit on me." Corrin jumps back, taunting him, and Warren angrily says, "Annoying." Annoyed, Warren tells Corrin, "Dodge this if you don't want to die." Warren unleashes a devastating blow with his right fist. "I'd be hospitalized for at least a month if that hits me." Warren's right, I have to dodge it. But let's see you block this. 8-step chain kick. Corrin lunges at Warren, who thinks even with my muscles fully braced, I feel like I'm being crushed. He didn't dodge. Warren looked at Corrin in surprise, sensing something was different. Since when did Corrin appear behind him? Now, only Warren remains, kneeling on the ground. Amazing, my friend. Absolutely incredible. Jir praises him. "Hey, she's kneeling already." Corrin smiled, looking at Warren again, who suggested they stop. Corrin smiles and replies, "Huh?" Warren asks Corrin why they have to fight again, even though he won. Corrin, with a triumphant grin, declared, "Once more." Warren says angrily, "No, I don't want to." Corrin disagreed even more. I could hear her trembling. Corrin, clearly amused, taunted her relentlessly. War glared at Corrin as if he wanted to take her out right then and there. A few days later, although it took a while, I finally grasped the full capabilities of each member, so I thought I could slowly teach them spear techniques and prepare for the group's performance. Corrin thought to himself with satisfaction, holding the paper in his hand. "I'm sick, so everyone will practice without me." How could I be sick? Corrin thought angrily. Yeah, they just love making things difficult. In this case, the team leader will have to resort to a secret weapon. Welcome. Eat as much as you like. Corrin invites Warren to a feast, but if she eats, she'll be cured. Warren is indeed swayed by Corrin's offer. So, could you really refuse? Unable to resist the sight of the delicious, glistening fish, she says, "I'm not sick anymore." Warren couldn't resist and agreed with Corrin, who responded with a triumphant laugh. "Do you know how long it takes a chef to perfect a dish?" Corrin asked Warren. "Not even 30 minutes, Warren replied. 10 years. Corrin refuted, saying, from finding fresh ingredients, processing them, and preparing everything, most chefs take about 10 years to serve their dishes to customers, Corrin explained to Warren. What are you trying to say? War doesn't understand what Corrin is getting at. It took me 3 years of training to make you kneel with my martial arts. Corrin replied, your favorite dish and my martial arts have similarities, like choosing the right ingredients versus the stance I choose before making a move. Corrin continued to explain. It all starts with the smallest details. Corrin has trained hard from the most minute things. War looked at Corrin speechless. Well, we've already messed things up, haven't we? Corrin laughs, asking Wara, what's this? War slams the book into Corrin's face, surprising her. A book? What about stances in swordsmanship and principles? Isn't this the research I assigned you? War continued eating while Corrin spoke about the notebook. You finished it all, you little darling? Corrin smiles, affectionately ruffling War's hair, and says, get lost. War responds while Elisa and Jair diligently practice their swordsmanship, and thanks to Warren, they no longer need to worry about research. We'll prepare thoroughly for the group presentation. Time flies. It's already mid-May, the first week of group presentations. The presentation order was based on the group drawing numbers, and the groups before us began to present. All right, let the group presentations begin, PHM announced. I'm P, the leader of Group 1. Our topic today is the 5-star spear technique. Go ahead and show us what you've got. Pham announces the start. Haha, they're all very well prepared. Jir watches and comments, and Corrin agrees. Not bad. Pale PH assesses the group. Thank you, Professor. Pale replied, panting and looking delighted. All right, now I'll try breaking your formation. Suddenly, PHM strikes unexpectedly. A top graduate of the Northern Guard Academy and former first-class knight of the Elis Kingdom, Pham Man. If you can withstand 10 seconds, I'll give you top marks on this exercise. The real team exercise begins now, as Ichim clenches his fist, radiating immense power. Amidst the clamor of students, a voice is cut off, asking to repeat what was said. A hand reaches into the air and a stack of papers falls. The students are overwhelmed by Piochim's power, exchanging blows amidst a fierce battle. Overwhelmed by his power, the students exclaimed, "He's too fast! He doesn't hold back at all!" After the fight, the teacher's notes slowly fell into PH's hands. After fighting his students, PH complimented them, saying, "You chose a good group to practice swordsmanship with, even though you lack training and focus." The students were defeated and lay sprawled on the ground. The teacher, unconcerned with their exhaustion, remarks that it wasn't too bad. A B should be enough. Any objections? They all replied in unison, "No, sir." As one group finishes, other students anxiously await their turn. "All right, Group 2, you're up." As Group 2 prepares to go up amidst the whispers, "How can we possibly beat Professor Shum? Should we just give up?" A member of Group 2 boldly declares, "We choose the 9 Dragons Deadly Strike Spear technique from the north. Because when executed, it's like 9 dragons soaring." Foe leaps into the air, striking, and says, "Not only is your spearmanship uselessly complex, but you haven't even mastered it. What can you even do?" Oh man, so much for Team 2. Foe, you're up. Next, Group 3, step up here quickly. Team 3's leader, Korin, please step forward. Korin confidently tells his teammates it's their turn, and the members of Group 3 proudly stand before Piachum, each holding a sword. We will now demonstrate Lan Yachat's 6 forms of trigram spear technique. Pham seems intrigued by Team 3's new technique. All right, begin. The battle starts as Jir charges forward with his staff, Lan Na countering the attack. Elisa charges in, disarming her opponent, and Warren follows up, striking the defenseless foe. One member notices the confident energy of the players. "Excellent, everyone, you've succeeded." Excellent. War has been training harder than I thought. Form couldn't help but praise the trio. Excellent, you've eliminated unnecessary movements, and though simple, the essence of swordsmanship is outstanding. Korin, grateful for the praise, replied that she would tell the group to prepare for more training. But contrary to what the professor thinks, I don't need the whole group. Just you, Korin. Korin doesn't question it, and simply replies, "Yes." He told Korin that the mock battle would be just the 2 of them. "Do you have any objections?" Korin thought to herself. "Was this your plan all along?" And then you answered, "No, not at all." After Korin's response, the teacher begins the practical battle. "Well, if that's the case, I'll begin." A blinding light leaves Korin slightly bewildered. Unsure of what to do, he sees the teacher charging in with a fierce left hook. Korin pondered, the right-handed punch following the stance, typical of how boxers attack. Normally, you'd block from the right to avoid damage, but watching Puichim's footwork, he realizes his body isn't moving to the right, but his left foot is forward, and he knew it all along. Seeing Palm block the attack with his left hand, Korin knows he's a southpaw. He exclaimed, "Luke Boni Thuklan Nachat." Pham was puzzled, not understanding what was happening. "How impressive," one student comments respectfully. Professor Pichem's movements have completely changed since facing him. "Look at his speed." Another student notices something unusual. "But look, he's only ranked 5th, and PH's hand is struggling to block the attack." It's an even match between the 2. They charge at each other, one with bare hands, the other with a sword. Those watching wonder how he can withstand Professor Him's attacks, realizing Korin's abilities surpass those of other students. And Pum prepares a powerful punch. "Show me your true strength, not just the basics." Of course, a man like P.O. Chim wouldn't easily submit to one of his students. That would be humiliating. Porm remains confident in his abilities. The Lotnart spear technique is indeed unpredictable. But let's see you block this one. Korin's eyes remained fearless, fixed on his opponent. Hum throws a powerful punch straight at Korin, and all eyes are on the match. Everyone was caught off guard as Korin's space began to blur. Korin stands unfazed, a mere 5 centimeters from the outstretched hand, leaving Professor PH speechless with confusion. Seeing Korin's lack of reaction, Professor Phi asks, "Why are you still standing there?" Korin calmly replies, "It's over." 10 seconds have passed. Pham was still suspicious, wondering what the heck was going on. Korin, guessing Pham's thoughts, mocked, "You must be surprised. You've only used your right hand until now." Recalling his previous attacks, Korin added, "But in reality, you're left-handed." At this point, PH's reaction is based on knowing that his teacher is left-handed. PH then walks away, and Korin tries to stop him, asking, "Does that mean you thought you were just testing my skills?" Approaching the document, which must be the score sheet for Group 3. When it comes to secret arts, many fools choose complex techniques, but the basics are the real secret to success. He then turned to announce the score for Group 3, momentarily forgetting he was grading the entire group, not just Corin. He reads, Corin, Group 3, you receive an A+. The whole group cheered with pride for their leader, Corin. Of course, Corin couldn't sit still either and jumped up to celebrate with the group. How about that? I'm A+ Corin. Though facing away from the group, PH knew they were celebrating and turned to Corin, saying, Corin, could I see you for a moment? Yes. PH encourages Corin, sensing her apprehension. Don't feel pressured. It's just a normal conversation. Corin. Yes, Professor. Am I really a fifth-rate knight? Yes, Form says in disbelief, slamming his hand on the table. You've shown me in the match just now that your abilities are not those of a fifth-rate knight. Corin remains humble. I'm just a little better than the others. But you who cannot sense spirits can only capture evil spirits under specific conditions. This means you've gained some insight that has significantly improved your strength compared to others of your rank. Corin explains that the professors have met to debate re-evaluating her true strength, and because Form doesn't want to see talent wasted, she'll be assigned more complex tasks. Through these missions, your rank will be re-evaluated, and your true potential will be revealed. Because you've demonstrated achievements and abilities far beyond your current rank, the professors may make an exception and promote you. Corin reasons to himself that ranking up can't hurt. The task will surely be harder, but the rewards will be greater, and I'll be able to choose high-ranking quests if I want. A key appears in Corin's mind. If he wanted a normal Year 2 mission, he could only get it by advancing to Year 2. But now, things are different. Corin bowed in response. Yes, I accept the re-evaluation. What must I do? The instructor explains that he must complete one monster-related mission and one spirit-related mission, and the choice is his. Corin considers the 4 dungeon raid missions currently assigned by the Hunter Association. Luckily, there are 2 monster-related missions and 2 spirit-related missions. So, in the end, they're saying, I have to catch 1 monster and 1 spirit, but it has to be within a limited time. PH hands Corin a piece of paper. So, make your choice. Corin journeys to a desolate wilderness. Oh my, coming here made me so worried. Faint sounds echo in the distance. Perfect timing, Corin. So, that was Hamon's voice. How polite of you, Corin. Good morning, though it's a bit too dark to say that, isn't it, Instructor Hamon? Hamon shares his perspective, saying, It's not so bad. When I was young, I braved the mists of the haunted forest to hunt monsters. Corin responded politely. Such stories seem to inspire you to fight, Trainer Hamon said, stroking his chin. I suppose I should tell you about my time in the west of the Dead Forest. Hearing the tales of the hero, Old Man Hamon, will give me some good experience. Your first mission will be against a twin-headed earthworm monster in the mountains west of Mist City. It's slow but dangerous. You chose it, but aren't two-headed ogres usually first-class monsters? Why is it only rank 1 now? It must still be growing, so its rank dropped. From what I hear, it's been raising wild wolves and some low-level monsters as subordinates. Corin, now understanding, asked Hamon, So we shouldn't think about a direct attack? Hamon responded, Of course. Coach Hamon continued, Talent isn't just about strength. It's about intellect as well. I will evaluate everything about you after this mission. In the western mountains, the cave city of Mist, home to the twin-headed serpent. The people in the Misty Mountains are plotting. No one, not even old Hamon or the association staff, will come to help me, even though they'd intervene if I was in danger. Coach Hamon's words meant my promotion was off the table. He relays MD Corin's findings, and Corin analyzes with determination. Based on the tracks, the basilisk and the wild wolves were traveling together. They must live together somewhere. How many wild dogs are in the pack? 3. But there are only paw prints of 2 four-legged creatures following the basilisk. One seems to be female and looks pregnant. Hamon seems pleased with Corin's deduction. It seems you already know the answer, but explain it. Corin continued, explaining that instead of tracks showing a monster being dragged away, the hunted monster hadn't been eaten and was being moved elsewhere. The spirit and wild wolves don't usually keep food, but they might think of their immobile companions and bring them food. Hearing Corin's answer, Hamon is very satisfied. Excellent. Hamon then inquired about Corin's method for dealing with the twin-headed ogre. So, Corin, how do you plan to take down the 2-headed ogre and the wild wolves? Based on the wolf tracks on the ground, Corin analyzes. First, I'll separate the ogre from the wolves. How, Coach Hamonho? Corin continued to follow the wolf tracks. They're monsters, but their senses are sharp. I'll use the strongest weapon given to humankind to deal with them. Hamon wondered, the strongest weapon? Corin blazes with fiery energy, eyes burning, sword slung over her shoulder. She'll use her head. Unlucky for them, she's the boss here. Before a magnificent castle, a scene of gloom unfolds filled with terrifying images of beasts. Though humanity expands its reach and control, lurking threats remain, demonic entities creeping into our world. A massive bare foot strides across the land. The ruler of this forest is one of them. That foot belongs to OGE, a mysterious two-headed tyrant, neither man nor beast with white hair who rules over a forest few humans dare to enter. A kingdom all his own. And by his side, wolves as fierce as any guard, their sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl. Long-haired hounds were on the lookout. 2 wolves approached a nest woven from dry materials, but it was empty. They're gone. Her newborn pups, unable to move, have vanished without a trace. It seems their newborn pups were inside, but they're gone, further enraging the wolves. Their eyes turn cold, and they growl with hatred. The wolf howled, vowing to tear apart the intruder who dared steal its newborn pup. The pack's fury rising as they realized their kin had been taken. The forest trembles as the enraged howls of its ruler and his minions echo through the trees. 2 males, consumed by fury, desperate to rescue their kin. The long-haired hounds followed the scent of the captured female, with the ogre close behind. The scent of the female grew stronger, and they could even smell the intruder who had taken her. As always, nothing can stop them in the forest. It's time to make the foolish intruder pay dearly for disturbing the forest's ruler. Having tracked her down, the 2 male wolves found their mate, but she was tightly bound with ropes, a sight they couldn't comprehend. What they saw was their mate lying prone on the ground, whimpering pathetically, nuzzling to check if her partners were safe. The 2 males moved to help the female escape, and a fierce battle erupted, shaking the forest with roars and howls. It seems things aren't as simple as they thought. They can't defeat their enemy just yet. Painful sounds echo through a fierce and smoky battle as the bound female wolf is flung away. The rope frays against the wolf's destructive power as a sharpened log is aimed at the female wolf. An enraged wolf, eyes burning with battle, snarls, no longer tracking prey. Now they must run to survive. There are no trees left. That was the safe zone. After the fight, he panted, struggling to catch his breath. Kenna, unaware to the beast, a great fire ignites, the ambition of man. The 2-headed beast stands tall, staff in hand amidst the raging flames. A wolf, engulfed in flames, writhes in agony, unable to escape the inferno. The ogre gritted his teeth, having lost his loyal subordinate, and his rage echoed through the forest as the tyrant's 4 eyes glared with hatred. The log snaps, losing its original form, as the 2-headed ogre stands amidst the flames, the monstrous beast still howling with rage. It gathers its strength for the coming battle, seeking vengeance for its fallen comrade. A simple trap could never hold such a tyrant. He truly is the ruler of the forest, but little does he know, the hunt has only just begun. Before him stood Corin, sword in hand, facing the 2-headed ogre, a natural hunter and ruler of the forest. The first head has keen eyesight, while the second boasts a powerful sense of smell, and together they seek revenge for the long-haired hounds, making the pursuit an easy one. If anything, there were too many traces left behind, to the point of being absurd. A bastard who didn't even bother to carefully conceal his footprints or scent. It's hard to believe the long-haired hounds lost to such a fool, but contrary to his expectations, the ogre couldn't find his prey on the first day. Despite the lingering traces, no matter how relentlessly the ogre pursued, the man remained elusive, always just out of reach. While camping, having brushed aside his unease, he was ambushed. A surprise attack had one of the heads not noticed. Diamond-like hail rained down on the 2-headed monster, awakening its second head. The ogre charged forward alone, only grazed by a few shards of ice. The raindrops fell to the earth like glittering diamonds, and that was the extent of the attack's purpose. But the attack didn't end there. The monster gritted its teeth while roaring. Each time he was about to fall asleep, a hail of ice would come. After a few times, he tried to ignore it, as it didn't affect him much, until the flaming rocks came and ignited. A sea of fire. Despite chasing it to the crack of dawn and the chaos he's caused, the prey continues to leave faint traces, yet remains unseen. Ogre persisted in his search, but after 3 days, he realized he was the one being hunted. Hello, did someone say, "and then?" The source of that anger has revealed himself. It's Corin. He calmly stroked his chin and said, "Let's put an end to my efforts to catch you." Ogre couldn't contain his anger at Corin's provocation and growled, his eyes like bullets, his body ablaze as he charged at Corin. Corin's eyes gleam with determination. He won't let the beast attack unopposed. As Ogre charges, Corin leaps to meet him. Corin's thick-soled boots carried him higher and higher into the air, launching a surprise aerial attack on the ogre. Anticipating Corin's move, the ogre prepares to swat him away with its 2-meter birch club the moment he descends. But Corin strikes first, unleashing the second stance of the Hong Fist, a devastating blow. Corin's strike hits Ogre head-on, causing a powerful impact and disrupting the space around them. The monster writhes in pain, eyes burning red, one mouth agape, the other clenched in furious rage. Korin doesn't stop there, continuing his 8 trigrams chaos palm strikes. Though the ogre is many times his size, it can barely withstand his attacks. It falls before Korin's blows, the tyrant who once ruled the forest, now hunted by a human. Having defeated the ogre, Korin basks in his glorious victory, relieved that his inner strength wasn't completely depleted. So, that's the ogre dealt with. I wonder if Marriott is okay? The story rewinds 3 days prior to their conversation, inside a resonant room where Korin and Marriott speak. Korin asked Marriott, "How much do you trust me?" Marriott replied, "I'd believe you, even if you said you were going to make kimchi out of potatoes." Korin replies, "I can do that." And then he continues, "If you trust me, then how far are you willing to go with me?" Marriott asked, surprised. "Go far together?" She flails her arms and legs. "All the way, until the very end. Is that too far?" Korin says, "I have this plan, and I need you, Marriott." Marriott replies, "I see, so you need me for your plan." Korin persistently persuaded, "Now I'll explain the plan. Starting tomorrow, you and Elisa." Marriott questioned Korin, who replied, "Yes, this is our plan." "Why does she have to be there?" Marriott sulks. Inside the hamper, a blood-stained dress. As Marriott showers, she reflects that despite being a seasoned guardian and a special vampire who lived through a turbulent youth, she's still just a girl at heart. Korin's words, crafted to mislead, were enough to stir her heart. But this issue was bigger than she thought, and she wasn't a fool. Marriott grasped her long blue hair. He was always one step ahead, planning and reacting before things even happened. Whether he was saving her or helping Elisa, she was grateful for his dedication. But how much did he know, and to what extent? She had no choice but to question herself. But blinded by love, she once again decides to follow her heart. The reason mages want to become professors at the academy isn't just for the vast collection of books in the great library of Merkaba, but also for the enormous research building at the far west end of the academy. Before room B306 lies the ultimate material that mages dream of. Oh, what a magnificent boar. Fromm and Professor Dama stand before a mountain encircled by golden chains and barricades containing a unique monster that can only be sealed, not killed. Professor Dama asks Fromm, "You've seen it in textbooks before, haven't you, Professor Fromm? This boar devoured an iron ore mine and the forest's essence, and now it's imprisoned here." Fack looks at Dam Chiu and says, "Professor Da, this research is based on the alpha characteristics of this special entity, right? I want to write a thesis on the influence of unique demons on lower-ranked entities and how demonic energy affects our human world. So I just need to inscribe the ancient runes onto this unique monster?" Professor Dima replied, "Yes, exactly. Luckily, Professor Farmark is here. It's rare to find a mage fluent in ancient languages these days. Ancient languages are difficult to understand because they're so old, and they're also very difficult to use in actual combat." Professor Dama raises a finger, referring to someone. "But for someone with as much magic as you, this..." Fum asked. "Who are you talking about?" Professor Dama said to Fang. "You know, there are even more special monsters inside our academy. I didn't expect a special vampire to volunteer to help me with the experiment. Oh, is it offensive to call you that?" "Oh, it's quite all right. It's a meeting of 2 unique individuals." Marriott chimes in. "That's not wrong. So it's a meeting between a first regression Marriott and the second regression Iron Mind King. The Haunted House mission, Professor Dama said, is a simple mission you can choose in the original game's second semester. But to defeat the first-class evil spirit haunting the house, he must avoid attacks from countless items, find the magic circle hidden in the basement and destroy it, and so on as Fromage enters the house. Inside the gloom, a fork suddenly clatters. The difficulty of this quest far exceeds its simple appearance. Veteran players called it the Haunted House, a challenge to prove his mettle. Normally unable to sense spirits, Peachum has entered the Haunted House. Fam can't normally sense spirits, but entering this place is different, an exception to the rule. Duke Zansia, who possessed lack or other spirits to seize the magical tools in the Haunted House's lab. A female ghost with sharp fangs and blazing red eyes. Seismic events will occur upon successfully possessing the Haunted House, meaning we can use physical force to affect everything within. He can't just ignore them with religious precepts, so Korin boldly steps in with a powerful kick. He leaps up, attacking this spot, then draws his spear, severing the stem and tip for an easy disconnect, dodging with a jump. Then, spear pointed, he says, "Now!" He thrusts the spear through the window, sending shards flying toward the priest. Korin slides across the floor, dodging by sliding, and heads for the door. He spoke and acted, slicing the clock above on the right, then leaping to destroy the staircase spikes with 3 strikes. No need to look up, just keep moving forward, but step on the rug's center and crack. In the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle, there's a table. When it flies at you, just cut it in two, destroy it into two pieces, then scratch the magic circle and weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle on the upper right. Kick it and use the Kenna spear with Hagelfire, then go upstairs. The door breaks and boom, a painting will fly towards you. But once he opens his eyes in terror, shifts to a friendly expression, and runs upstairs. Furniture will fly at you randomly, so be prepared to dodge. Then a wall will appear, stopping your movement, followed by plates that will inflict bleed damage. A raging fire erupts. Corrin tells Haman, "Now, no more furniture will be flying at you." Upon opening his eyes, he'll wonder who the hell I am and be shocked as all the magic runes etched thus far ignite in unison. Then, carrying his spear, he walked out, a sly grin on his face, as if he had won. Behind him, the haunted house was engulfed in flames. Now the house will burn itself, and you can leave. Corrin stroked his chin, smiling proudly as if he'd done a great job. The rest is up to you. A real man doesn't look back at explosions. That's your job. Easy enough, right? 30 simple seconds. Hen angrily yells at Corrin from afar. It's a magical challenge that even second-rate mages can't do anything about, so how? What's he been muttering about this whole time? Corrin smirks, defying his teacher. A final gambit learned from a legendary streamer who shook the Korean streaming world. A man approached Corrin, patted his shoulder, and congratulated him. It was Master Haman. He said, "Seriously, you've definitely been recognized as a rank 1 seller. There's a nearby port city called SA. There's a really good restaurant there. Let's go eat," Corrin asked. "If it's Sa, they sell live fish there, and that's where it is." "And the reason I chose to raid evil spirits in this area," Haman said, putting his arm around Corrin as they walked and talked. "Oh, you know the place? Do you like fresh seafood?" Corrin replies, "I'd love that." Haman says, "Great, I'll introduce you to a place with amazing fresh fish." Corrin's eyes caught something. Diog was lurking behind a tree in the distance. He says, "Good, he's following us." An ice mountain appeared 88 years ago in the far north of the continent on the Peninsula. Though a frigid land, it buries countless natural resources beneath its ice, and the ice mountain holds so much ore that it's known as Iron Mountain. Pioneering miners seeking iron ore in the Arctic witnessed something unbelievable. A massive horde of boars devouring the iron ore. It was a monster that wanted everything, the ghoul of the Dingo Peninsula. The monster was called the Iron Mountain King, with red eyes, 2 fangs, and tusks on either side of its mouth, the first sighting of its kind. Elisa ran, berating herself for oversleeping of all days. Was it the 4th floor of the lab? Elisa worried about being late and ran even faster. "I can't be late," that's what Corrin said. A few days prior, in the 1st floor lab, Elisa saw Marriott, who was surprised to see her. Marriott, startled by the sudden call, was relieved. "Oh, it's just you, little Aiden." "You startled me there," Aiden asked Maria. "I'm sorry. It seems you were focused on your experiment. Is it very important?" Marriott smiles gently, saying, "It's all right. I was just trying something out during the break." Elisa asks, "But why did you call me here? You told me to come." Marriott smiles. "Yes, Corrin asked me to explain it to him now." Elisa is taken by surprise. "Corrin asked you to?" Marriott said, "Yes, and would you like to try this before we begin?" Elisa asked Marriott, "Is this a divine elixir?" Marriott replied, "Yes, you could say that." Elisa then grabbed the bottle and took a swig without hesitation, saying, "If it's good for me, then of course." Marriott quickly tried to stop her. "It's very potent." "Take it easy. I need to check its safety first." Elisa, having hastily drunk it, panicked after hearing Marriott and asked, "Sorry, what did you say?" "Safe?" Elisa suddenly stops, making Marriott ask in a fluster, "What's wrong?" Elisa shivers with pleasure. "Delicious. It tastes just like homemade." "I can sense that." Thankfully, Elisa's words eased Marriott's worries. "Is she telling the truth? What a relief." She continued, "It's safe and delicious. There's no poison." Then Elisa asked Marriott, "What did Corrin want you to explain?" I'll tell you now," Marriott says. "Corrin wants you to explain what's about to happen." Elisa wondered. "What is it?" "So it's about the Iron Mountain King." Elisa hurriedly pushes past people, bumping into passers-by. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Elisa rushes to a fortress, the ghoul sealed within the Iron Mountain King's lab. She doesn't know why Corrin called, but she must hurry. In the B-floor lab, Dima discusses with Master Shamma. "How are monsters different from special demons?" Marriott says, "They are very strong. Power is a given among special entities, and one of the strongest is the power of domination." Pei-chum asks, "The power of domination?" Dama replies, "Yes, did she just call me Marriott?" "Yes." Dema explains. Some demons emit a different kind of energy than regular demons. In theory, they're called alpha entities, stronger than normal demons with the power of control. A pack of alpha demons with blue light face off against a pack of wolves with a fiery red glow. Dema explains that these alpha entities can easily control others, but that dominance doesn't work on demons of a different species. But it does work on special demons. Mariette says that special demons can control weaker demons. Dema agrees with Mariette. Exactly, you have experience, don't you? Mariette thinks back to when she escaped the hunting grounds, driven mad by her thirst, and controlled other monsters to offer her blood. Then Mariette said, "But Professor, now that I think about it, it's a little different from domination. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, I used their fear. We need to test further. It's based on your species, Mariette. There are 3 types of demons. Evil spirits and demi-humans are the 3 basic types, but the influence of the alpha characteristic varies, as Mariette seems to understand. So, does that mean you can command other demi-humans?" Dema says they need to investigate further. But she doubts its feasibility, as demi-humans are more intelligent than humans, so such dominance would be ineffective. Dema interrupts, "That's enough theory, let's put it into practice. Bring out the fangs." Cages were wheeled out, each containing a beast. Dema said, "The purpose of this experiment is to test the influence of a special monster's alpha characteristic. If you can freely use this trait, in theory, humans will be able to control most monsters and evil spirits," Mariette said in surprise. "This experiment is bigger than I thought, and it satisfies my curiosity as a mage. If successful, humanity could proactively prevent the demon threat." Dema says, "Oh, right, you succeeded in creating the delicious elixir, didn't you? The one you asked me about before?" Mariette replies, "Yes, thanks to you, it's become very tasty." Dema says, "What a relief, sorry, I was a little curious." Standing before a pile of fangs, Professor Dema tells Mariette, "All right, Mariette, try controlling the fangs." Mariette replied hesitantly, "Ah, yes." Her eyes hardened, blazing with determination as she shouted, "Come out!" A ferocious dire wolf charges forward, followed by a horde unleashed from their cages. Mary shouts, "Stop!" "All right." She held out her hand, signaling the fanged ones to lie down, but the death hounds ignored her, rolling onto their backs with their legs in the air. Mary was helpless. "Hey, what are you doing? I said lie down." Mariette turned to Professor Dema with worry, asking, "Why aren't they listening to me?" Dema tells Mariette that she believes it's a limitation in communication between humans and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand her commands. Pham suggests testing the difference on beasts of the same species, asking the professor to release the king's seal. Understood. Pham recites the first ancient banishment incantation. Mary says she'll release the first seal. The massive Nang Thi charges forward, its expression as if it wants to devour anyone in its path. It roared and howled incessantly, its actions growing more violent and terrifying. Mariette stood before dozens of ferocious, red-eyed beasts as the 1st, 3rd, and 7th protective circles activated. Reinforce the chains of the 4th and 6th seals. The beast's eyes sharpen with inhuman intent. They have no intention of stopping and seem intent on attacking Mariette. Mariette frantically yells for them to stop, but the beasts continue to charge. Mariette retaliates as Professor Dema contemplates. "Is it because they're all boars that they're easily triggered and lose control?" Mariette replied to Professor Dema, "But luckily I can still control them easily." Emergency, emergency. The monster in cage A107 has escaped. Professor Dema is shocked by the news. Cage A107? No way. A massive, scaly python slithers forward. It's the manticore. Dema wonders, a manticore? Mariette unleashes a blood spear technique, sending thousands of spears piercing the manticore's massive form, but too little effect. Speaking too fast, Mariette sighs in frustration and yells, "Diok, conserve your strength and keep attacking." Pham unleashes a left hook, the professor maintaining his composure, fist clenched, ready for a powerful blow. Spiral of annihilation. Suddenly Fomac said, "Professor, something's not right." The screams grew more intense. "Professor, something's not right. The monsters are escaping their cages and throwing themselves against the cells." "You need to get out of here," Professor Dema said calmly at the large keyboard. Manual Operation ZD-17 activates the large-scale monster resistance circle and the sealing magic. From now on, I will reseal the Iron Mountain King and activate the sealing protocol. All right, we'll lose some research funds, but our priority is safety. I can manage. Amidst the chaos, everyone anxiously discussed the situation. This is Team 2. Magic circles are not activating. Neither are the sealing magic circles. Damn it, someone destroyed the sealing magic circle. What? Oh no. The Iron Mountain King has escaped. In the distant port city, bustling with activity, many ships are anchored around the harbor. Laughter and chatter filled the town's restaurants. How refreshing. But we could use more drinks. He responds to this with a hearty laugh. Ha ha, kid, you really know your food. The table is laden with a feast of meticulously arranged dishes, from hot pot to meat, everything imaginable. Korin thinks to himself, the reason he's enjoying this feast in the middle of the day is because Old Man Haman brought him to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his promotion to a higher level. Korin clasped her hands, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and suggested, should we order some rice wine? Haman sighed. You're still a student and I'm your instructor. Korin is still a third-year student. In reality, she's still a minor, so she doesn't often get the chance to drink. Why are these pubs so strict about checking IDs? This strange mix of medieval and early modern times has some pretty interesting rules. Korin gazes longingly at the food, lost in the blissful thought of the perfect chicken and beer combination. Do you know the sorrow of not being able to enjoy fried chicken and beer at a top fast food restaurant in the modern era? I never thought someone from the country with the highest daily alcohol consumption wouldn't be allowed to drink. Korin then said, Coach, in the East, they say this. A cryptic statement that made Haman pause. Korin calmly continued, liquor is something we must learn from adults. I want you to be the one to teach me about alcohol, Coach. Haman's eyes sparkled with emotion, thinking the boy looked at him with such care and admiration. Surely not just for the alcohol. He really wants to connect with me. And just like that, old Haman fell right into the trap, generously pouring Korin a drink, saying, let's drink together. Korin smiled, delighted to have lured him in, secretly gloating to himself. He's taken the bait. Suddenly a bark rings out, putting Korin on alert. Wait, that sound, it's coming from outside and everyone's getting worked up. What's going on? Where did that dog barking come from? Did someone bring a dog? At the table, Korin sat trembling, glass in hand, wondering why now. A muscular dog with a human-like body strides forward, arms crossed, its red eyes blazing as it barks incessantly, seemingly scolding Korin. Go, 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 go. Korin understood, bitter tears flowing, painfully clutching her head, thinking about how many years she had waited to drink alcohol. Elsewhere, the links that bound her so tightly suddenly broke for some inexplicable reason. Professor Dema looked up in stunned horror, his eyes narrowing. This is not good, the professor shouts in terror. The ironclad king is free. These words are spoken as a massive, ferocious boar charges forward, severing its chains. Park, standing nearby, quickly shouted, damn it, we have to stop it. Marriott acknowledges the order. Yes, Marriott stood firm, raising her magic staff and beginning to cast her spell. The crystal lance is cast. Marriott quickly unleashes the crystal lance towards the Iron Mountain King, who stands tall like a colossal statue. But for some reason, Marriott stood frozen, her eyes glazed over. Had her crystal lance really shattered? Marriott was stunned as her attack was easily shattered by the pig, leaving it completely unscathed. It only did that much damage? But P.O. Wool praised Marriott, then raised his thunderous fist towards the Iron Mountain King, saying, well done, I'll take care of the rest. With a gleam in his eyes and a body brimming with murderous intent, Fax strikes the pig at lightning speed, only to mutter in disbelief, I don't feel any force behind that blow. As expected, the attack didn't even make the Iron Mountain King flinch. Park, hovering in the air, cursed. It's true. This pig is too thick and tough. My punches aren't working. The pig, now enraged, emanates a strange light and equally strange sounds from its massive tusks. Park was truly shocked. An ancient language attack? Impossible. Before he could react, the Iron Mountain King struck Phom with a devastating blow. The ogre was smashed against the wall, which cracked under the force, and cries of alarm erupted. Professor Dema, witnessing the scene, stammered in utter dismay. No, the wall's been breached. The defense system will... As soon as he finished speaking, the system blared as the monsters within began to break free, setting off a deafening alarm. 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 All seals on the Iron Mountain King cages have been released, and the monsters are pouring out, ferociously escaping. The system blares as monsters, wolves, and birds alike break free. Emergency defense code activated, red alert initiated, evacuate all security personnel, activate all defensive magic circles, and deploy spirit golems to the scene immediately. With that, the golems were deployed, activating the emergency response system and engaging in fierce combat. The monsters must not escape the lab. Golems, execute termination protocol. A serpent-like beast emerges, dragon-like in form, its fangs bared in a chilling hiss. That's a rank 1 poison dragon demonic beast, and the second beast is just as ferocious, a rank 1 king hand demonic beast. They face the golem as the escaped beasts, starved for centuries, charge forth with bloodshot eyes, a ravenous tidal wave. Desperate cries for help echoed out. Help! A desperate plea for backup echoes. We can't hold these high-level demons without the magic circle. Professor Dumas, frantic in the control room, cries out, "No, if they escape the academy, authorize wide-range paralysis. What about our treasury?" A monster with two horn-like antennae appeared, crackling with electricity, and lunged at Dama, but a sword suddenly pierced its head. Another blade bisects the creature in a flash, leaving Dama stunned. The master's predictions are becoming increasingly frightening. A voice echoes, and Dama gasps in surprise. "Dron, what are you doing here?" Dama exclaimed in surprise. It turns out Dron's appearance saved Dema, but to the professor's question, Dron coldly replied, "I'm just getting some combat experience." The swords on his body immediately took flight, neatly dispatching a giant monster, which roared in fury, unleashing a strange orb of light. Dron, surprised by the monster's power, combined the fragments, creating a massive golem from the earth, a scrap fortress golem, to face the beast. "Great, I have complete control over it. It actually works. The technique he taught me actually works." That's Cranel Luden's cheerful voice. Cranel's eyes sparkled with accomplishment, remembering how he emphasized physical strength as the key to improvement and forced him to train rigorously. He then taught me some golem control techniques, saying he'd read about them in the library, and the price for passing them on was this field trip today. Cranel recalls the exhausting training of the past few days, spurred on by Corin, but the beast quickly takes the initiative, launching a relentless attack on the golem. Are we being pushed back? Is it because this monster is too strong for a rank 1? Cranel is stunned, but suddenly, strange roots emerge and latch onto the golem's body. Support roots, wood element, scrap wood golem. Roots form links, binding the golem's body, creating a solid, unshakable wall. EU did this. But even watching now, he's surprised, wondering how did he know this would happen and teach me this method. "Your timing is impeccable," Ewan exclaimed with praise. Elsewhere, the dragon-headed serpent monster shrieked deafeningly as the demon watched, horrified, and screamed. The poison dragon was about to ascend to the 3rd level when a woman with 2 swords flashed past, slashing at it and causing it to shriek in pain. That person is Elisa. She glances back at the fallen dragon of poison and sighs. "Phew, do you think we got it?" Elisa's voice echoed Dema's surprise as he stood in the smoke, deeply impressed. "Perfect timing? I didn't expect these students to be at least second-rate knights or mages. I've never been so grateful for students. But wait, why are they all in the lab right now?" The students gathered before Dema and replied in unison, "It's a field trip," Dema asked again in surprise. "Huh? A field trip?" Meanwhile, Corin contemplates that his plan to have those kids appear in the lab is proceeding smoothly. In the bloodfield, a massive enraged boar is trapped in a dark space surrounded by towering crimson structures. Outside, the observers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, we prepared the magic barrier as Corin instructed. Now, it can't burrow underground to escape. But suddenly, with a surge of immense power, the pig breaks through the barrier, desperate to escape, leaving everyone pale with fear. What? Marriott stood, raising her staff, warning everyone to stay alert. It may have other attacks. King Han is no ordinary magical beast. It's a Class 1 monster straight out of a creature feature. The monster wouldn't stay still, and in its rage, it began to run around, destroying everything, causing Ron to curse angrily as he ran. "Damn it, just moving is enough to break everything apart," Cranel shouts, shaking the control panel. "Ewan, give me more support," Ewan asked back, confused. "You really want me to do that?" The spirit golem's body was torn apart by the first-class monsters, but I reconnected the joints using the magic Corin taught me. Following the instructions, the golem landed a painful blow, further enraging the beast, which then charged madly. Ewan's added magic made the golem even stronger against the monster, Cranel affirmed. Ewan, as planned, enhanced the golem's fist with muscle buff. "Is that enough?" Ew asked. Cranel explains. "Next, we'll detonate all 5 bombs absorbed within the spirit golem simultaneously, unleashing a massive amount of magic on the monster." The legendary hero Ahan and the Academy couple dealt with a large number of monsters in the lab. The monster fought harder, and the two tore into each other. The system announced the golem's balance control tech position. Operation check, magic amplification technique operation check. Designated target radar is on. The golem is equipped with natural wood fist weapons, and the spirit bomb explosion will be enhanced. All systems are stable. You're in control. Cranel, in the cockpit, roars with determination to advance. But watching from behind, someone looks fearful and skeptical as Cranel finishes speaking and decisively presses a button so hard it breaks, activating the ultimate form of the wooden scrap golem. The golem's elbow missile strikes the monster's head with all its might, a moment that thrills even veteran players, as Cranel cheers with fervor. "Well done, Luden warrior." Ewan stands beside him, dumbfounded, wondering when he named it. The dream team of the legendary hero Ahan, the further from the lab, the further the city. Corrin explained that he specifically chose this mission to get here. Wait a minute. The sword demon stood beside her, whining pitifully in Corrin's ear, much to her annoyance. Corrin lamented. Ugh, I still have work to do, Corrin says. Hello. Corrin greeted the clergyman cheerfully from outside. I'm an academy student on assignment, so I won't be able to attend mass. But may I use the church's prayer room? Seeing the young man visit, the priest happily agreed. Oh my, a guardian? Of course. Corrin quickly entered the church and closed the doors behind her, her voice echoing. Let's see. Corrin sits at the altar, contemplating the seal, and a smile creeps across her face as she touches the cross, hoping for a swift arrival. Immediately, a purple portal appeared behind her. Corrin glanced back. Corrin speaks. You responded as quickly as I thought you would. A familiar voice echoes, calling out, Corrin. Professor Josephine stood behind Corrin, sword to her neck, and demanded, How did you know about the seal? You should answer truthfully. Corrin smirked, making calculations in his head. I'm sure you have many questions about me, but now's not the time. At least not yet, because we have work to do. First, we must deal with this emergency. Outside the arena, chaos reigns and desperate cries echo. Move forward, Cranel Luden roars ferociously. Well done, Warrior Luden. Hearing the name, Ewan asked in disbelief, When did you name it? Meanwhile, Elisa was scared stiff. Elisa stammered, What is that? I've never seen it before. As soon as she said that, the giant poison dragon flew towards Elisa at breakneck speed. Elisa steels herself. I can't afford to look away. I need to focus on these monsters. That's a poison dragon, a first-class magical beast. I have to face it alone. But suddenly, an image of Marriott appeared in her mind. Elisa remembered Marriott saying, Oh, Corrin also told me to tell you this. You're not allowed to use it. Territory slash. Elisa dodges the poison dragon's attack, reminding herself that she can't use territory slash. Growing angrier at the dragon's relentless assault, Elisa reflects on Corrin's words. He must have seen my potential, but can I truly live up to his expectations? Suddenly, a noise draws Elisa's attention. What was that? Sinister crimson abysses manifest as blood-red lightning cracks across the sky. Before she could react, Marriott was pulled into its crimson eye, a blood domain. Inside, her body was relentlessly assaulted. A piercing scream echoes out, Marriott! Moments later, Marriott lay unconscious and covered in blood beside her weapon, her eyes slowly opening. Marriott thought, just as Corrin had said. A voice echoed in her mind. Sister? Gazing at the enormous monster before her, the tiny Marriott sighed. Elisa thought to herself that there was no way she could defeat this demon, which had instantly transformed into the legendary monster after absorbing the mind's mystic ore. The ancient runes enhance abilities, greatly increasing resistance to physical and magical attacks as the monstrous undead beast roars with bloodlust. The small Elisa stood frozen before its deafening roar, realizing why so many heroes had perished, failing to destroy this monster and ultimately sealing it here. But reason prevails, and with weapons gripped tight, she makes her decision. Corrin is counting on her. Marriott, wielding her weapon and 1,000 blood-red swords, attacks the monstrous demon. She vows to never give up. From afar, Elisa watches Marriott recklessly charge the monster, and she cries out. Seeing Marriott's reckless fighting, Elisa hesitated for a long time, stammering that she couldn't afford to fail either. Then Elisa was emboldened to fight with renewed vigor, as Professor Josephine watched with bated breath. Professor Dina of the magic department could only gape at the scene before her as alchemic magic and snowflowers rained down on the ghoul, drawing blood. The legendary Iron Mountain King roars ferociously, facing off against the high-ranking vampire, Marriott. Marriott's body was covered in blood, but her eyes remained sharp and cold as she struggled to fight the ghoul. This battle is only possible if she's a special class. Professor DNA realizes he's witnessing a moment that will one day be history. She couldn't hide her surprise and fear as Mary faced the demon ghoul. This time, Marriott transmutes alchemy, turning snowflakes into sharp blades to attack the ghoul, sending thousands of them piercing its head, causing it to roar across the sky. A cry of alarm rings out as the ghoul unleashes a multi-layered shield, a blood snow barricade, carving a bloody path to Marriott. The students fought valiantly to contain the fiend, but defeat was imminent, and now a blinding white consumed the demon, who howled in dismay at the unfolding catastrophe. The ghoul, with its crimson eyes, scanned the scene, cautiously assessing the situation, when suddenly, a massive foot appeared. Marriott Dunley was now safe in Diogue's palm. Marriott Dunley was taken by surprise. Diogue? Then Mari Dunley suddenly realizes she's back. Meanwhile, Alisa continues to attack the poison dragon. Alisa was bewildered as her attacks landed without effect. Oh no. Alisa tenses up, realizing she can't use Territory Slash. So what can I do to defeat it? What would Corrin do? The poison dragon, unfazed, simply sticks its tongue out to further taunt Alisa, then howls and unleashes its poisonous breath. Observing the poison dragon, Alisa remembers something and grips her sword tightly. Yes, if I were Corrin, there would be no other choice. Alisa then unleashed a pure white arrow, piercing the poison dragon's vital point. Alisa focuses on what she knows: evade, strike, and banish all fear. Then, with nimble footwork, she lands blow after blow, leaving the dragon defenseless, the ascending heaven style of Aiden's top swordsman. Moments later, the poison dragon's body glowed and crashed to the ground, creating a shockwave, startling Alisa, who quickly shielded her eyes. Alisa calmly brushed the dust from her clothes. What in the world? Heh heh. Even so, I still managed it. I succeeded without using Domain Slash. A voice echoed from behind. Indeed, very well done. Alisa startled and turned to look. Huh? Corrin appeared beneath the system, arms crossed, offering praise. You all did great, Alisa exclaimed in surprise, unable to hide her astonishment. Standing before King Han, Corrin Luden happily exclaims, I won. I defeated him. Grinnell Luden, in front of the screen, excitedly says, I don't need Corrin. I don't need friends. I only need the Ludon warrior. Isn't it thanks to being friends with Corrin that you were able to create the Ludon warrior? Corrin said, so King Han is finished. Where's the venom dragon? Why is there only blood? Sword in hand, Alisa says, I didn't think you'd come. Corrin asks, curious, report. The ghoul's head, Alisa said, looking distraught. Mariette is still trying to hold it back. I need to go help her now. Corrin muttered, is that so? Professor Josephine's eyes lit up as she spoke from behind. What's the plan, Corrin? You brought me all the way from the church, so you must have something in mind. Corrin smirks. Of course. You just need my help capturing the ghoul? Don't worry, there are plenty of ghoul monsters here. Then the blade fell like activating magic, and Corrin continued. Something Corrin said while explaining the plan to Mariette is bound to happen here. Perhaps the wild boar monsters inscribed with ancient magic in the lab will be difficult for Mariette to control. But after luring them with ancient tablets prepared by Mariette, thousands of glowing-eyed monsters suddenly appeared, only to be instantly incinerated. Corrin recounted that activating the ancient glyph resonance would cause explosions, wiping out the boar monsters. And with enough time, the ancient glyph stones embedded in Silver Lance and himself could be the key to defeating the lab monsters. Corrin happily takes the lead, clearing the path. Let's go. Alisa, listen to me. Okay. Of the mid to high-level monsters that survived the ancient word's resonance explosion, about 30 elite monsters remained, led by the Iron Mountain King. Corrin smirked, thinking he had nothing to worry about. Corrin called out and Dron finally arrived. Hearing the call, Dron sighed and finally arrived, but Corrin's taunts didn't stop there. Corrin called out, Dream Team, stop daydreaming and come help me. Luna was fuming at Corrin's taunt. I don't need you. Standing behind him, Yen couldn't help but curse. Are you crazy? Let's go, and what do you mean by Dream Team? All the main characters of the Ahan hero legend are here. These are the heroes who will soon save the world, a soft voice calls out. Are you all right? Mariette turned and replied. Yeah, Corrin's right. Let's start over. Let's begin our counterattack and defeat it. Corrin knew this party was not only extravagant, but also ran smoothly. But the reason the party members lacked confidence was because their opponent was a massive demonic beast, the Iron Mountain King. An uncontrolled ruler of the Iron Mountains, crushing all without yielding, cruel and merciless. Suddenly, Mariette Dunn LP shouted, Scatter everyone! Evade the brutal king! It will devour everything in its path! In contrast, Luden was full of energy, roaring fiercely. Warrior Ludon charges forward, and seeing Luden ignore the warning and attack, Corrin shouts in alarm, Hey, blockhead! We can't face him head-on. What's wrong with him? King Hiron rushes to attack the ghoul, but Luden stubbornly declares, This warrior is a powerful golem fortress. Luna shouts, The one who defeated King Han. Spirit Bomb X7 explodes with enhanced knee strikes from above. Then Han fiercely confronted the ghoul. Suddenly, Luden was scared. Witless, his face pale and contorted. Seeing Luden's pathetic state, Corrin scolds, Blockhead, now that it's done, let Crenell attack the ghoul. Everyone scatter. Then Corrin ordered, Ewan, create the trees and hold it in one direction. Luden was still sobbing at the controls. Luden, you can't lose. Yuan shouted from behind. It was obvious what was happening. Yuan obeyed Corrin's order, conjuring trees to restrain the fiend. Soon, a green aura binds the demon, immobilizing it. Yuan asks anxiously, "Did it work?" That was the original ancient language. The fiend's eyes turned bloodshot with murderous intent as it glared at the humans and immediately shattered the tree binding it. Luden stared wide-eyed at Yuan, confused. What? How is it so strong? Seeing the dire situation, Corrin grabbed his blade and charged forward with Drone, requesting, "Drone, attack it from behind." After using the magic sword, Drone agreed, understanding the plan. Drone thought with anticipation that his master was indeed a strategist with impeccable timing, minimizing casualties as much as possible, and there was no reason for a mercenary to disobey. A fire sword appears, followed by a menacing blue lightning sword. Drone thinks to himself that his other weapons are enhanced by the top-notch magic stones that Min received after defeating Mari in her dragon demon form. Looking at the ghoul before him, Drone hesitated. But this Iron Mountain King had a different kind of power now, making him difficult to deal with. The original golden and blue ancient words surged forth as the twin swords combined to attack the ghoul. Suddenly, Ron's face contorted in pain. Huh? How? It's not hurt at all. At that moment, Marriott spoke up worriedly, and Corrin responded. Yeah, I know, Diog, Corrin shouted. Hey, Diog. Just then, Diog appeared, headbutting the demon in the forehead. Diog's headbutt sent the monster reeling back with a pathetic groan, prompting Corrin to ask in surprise, did that actually work? Suddenly, Corrin has an idea. To attack the Iron Mountain King, we need to separate physical and magical attacks. It's a common tactic. The original ancient language, the 8 characters, the heavenly stems, paradise, a place that exists, yet has become nothingness. Through the original ancient language, the Iron Mountain King may receive perfect power and defense. It resists physical attacks with its crimson feathers and magical attacks with its azure feathers, switching between feather colors to counter each type of damage. Ewan and Crenell, keep it pinned down. If it gets loose, grab it again. Drone, attack from mid-range. Elisa and I will wait in the back. Seeing everyone with a roll, Marriott Dunleb wondered, What about you, Corrin? She quietly asks. Leave the attacks to Dioga. Marriott, just move as I command. Staring at the hulking undead, Corrin warned them not to overthink it. This had to be a quick fight, so they needed to pull out all the stops to win. This young man will surely bring victory against a legend. Enraged by the attacks, the demon then charges towards them. Corrin shouts for Ioun Crenell to take command, as Diog and Ewan create a tree to bind the fiend. Diog embraces the demon, while the tree tightens around its body, immobilizing it. Suddenly, the fiend's fur shifted, and it broke free, sending Diogu flying. Corrin cried out in dismay. It got away. Corrin shouts to stop it, followed by a barrage of attacks aimed at the fleeing boar ghoul. Each attack is deflected by the boar zombie, proving useless against it. The strategy remains the same. Attack and restrain it from escaping. Diogu roared, then unleashed a devastating blow to the boar zombie's forehead. Its legs were also bound by vine magic, and Crenell Luden exclaimed, It worked! That attack was even more direct than before. Even with that attack, the one standing beside him was overjoyed. But Diog, sensing something amiss, immediately became wary. Its fur hasn't changed, the transformation has stopped, and it's still red. Diog, standing atop the demonic boar, realizes his observation was a deception. After demonstrating its ability to change its fur to blue to resist magic, it used that trick to deceive Diogu, a most dangerous opponent. The demonic boar's cunning face appears with a sinister smile as an ancient destructive rune touches a destructive orb of light. Then, the boar demon unleashed a powerful blast of energy from its mouth, sending Diog Corrin flying into a rock. Marriott worriedly says, Diog Corrin instructed, Marriott, recall him, then use blood spears to stop it. Marriott agrees. Marriott then conjures more blood spears, launching them at the boar demon, shouting, Fly! The boar demon stood motionless, unimpressed by the attack, as if it were nothing more than an itch. The blood spears shattered on contact, and Corrin smirked, Shall we begin? Then, Corrin charged toward the boar zombie with his spear, alarming Mari. Corrin taunts the boar zombie, whose fur has turned green. Hey, you little rascal, how are you going to block this? No sooner were the words spoken than Corrin and his spear were engulfed in immense energy. A devastating blow aimed at the boar zombie. The boar zombie sensed the danger and immediately became alert, while Granell Luden was left speechless, marveling at the sight. What was that? Yun was equally surprised that throwing a spear could cause such a shock. Yeah, but somehow the boar zombie dodged it. How embarrassing. Corrin's so rural he'd get bonus points on a standardized test. Corrin clicks his tongue in anger, just barely missing. Its reflexes are impressive. Corrin's spear pierces deep into the earth, but the boar zombie is nowhere to be found. Corrin gives the order. Marriott, blood spear, again. Marriott confirms. If it uses Azure Plume to block the blood spear, it won't be able to block my physical attack. But if it uses Crimson Plume to block my spear, it won't be able to block the blood spear. This is a magic that combines both physical and magical damage. Knowing this, Corrin and Marriott work together seamlessly. One supports the other in a relentless assault on the boar zombie. How will you block these successive attacks with bloodthirst? The zombie boar's face darkens as if to say, I've had it. Then it grins wickedly. Looks like those two are done for. Corrin is sent flying, but manages to block the blow with his spear. Marriott is also blasted away by its pressure, suffering grievous wounds, leaving Grinnell Luden terrified. Huh, Corrin said, sitting in pain. To stop both of them, you finally used that trump card. The absolute defense against both physical and magical attacks, also known as the invincible golden body. The Boar Lich demon's entire body turned gold, shocking everyone. Golden? The king smirks with satisfaction. It smirks, unchanged to the end. Its secret trump card. 5 minutes of invincible golden body. Invincible, the Ghoul King grins wickedly as his body radiates a golden light. No one can stand against the king in this state. Then it charged forward, intent on crushing everything. Corrin shouted, Here it comes again! Corrin shouts, This is annoying. Everyone runs, knowing that no attack will affect it for 5 minutes. Dron says, Master, this is impossible. There's nowhere left to run. Indeed, the path is completely blocked, Corrin wondered. Since when were there building fragments? Corrin asks angrily. Tsh, that damn monster. The king is laughing. Yeah, his eyes are narrowed in wicked glee. To corner the humans, it rammed that poor wall countless times. You guys are done for. A voice echoes through the dire scene. Advance. Warrior Ludon. It's our time to shine. A blue rock man throws a punch but is shattered by the boar demon. The stone giant is no match for it. Marriott casts a blood ice alchemy spell on the demon. The magic of a small-time hero is useless. That attack barely tickled him. Now the king is about to break free from his prison, his eyes burning with a ravenous hunger. This is Iron Mountain King's final form, the Dingo Peninsula's ghoul. The final boss is 5 minutes of invincibility, part 2. Corrin stands motionless, radiating danger. A terrifying moment that has driven countless players to despair. Corrin whispers that there's nothing left now. It's over. Corrin smiles, but there's actually a hidden method here. Corrin pushes on his sword hilt, releasing a blinding light as Elisa appears, sword in hand, startling the boar zombie. Physical and magical, her sword technique pierces all defenses, dealing 100% true damage. Elisa unleashes her ultimate skill, the A-rank first sword technique, the most effective attack against legendary opponents. The boar zombie demon is now pale with fear as Elisa unleashes a devastating strike upon it. Demon sword slash, territory slash. The destructive power of this attack is terrifying. Elisa is also thrown backwards, surprising Corrin. Corrin praises Elisa, saying she's worth more than 10 people in the team, causing her to blush. What are you saying? Is this enough? What if it moves again? Corrin wondered. No. Now is Emmy's time to shine. A powerful magic circle is cast, and thousands of chains wrap around the demon as Corrin speaks. She restored that massive magic circle in an instant. No surprise from Professor Josephine. Corrin smugly notes that the invincible defense is strong, but once it's broken, the monster won't be able to use the original ancient language anymore. Corrin called out to Marriott, who understood and replied, I'm ready. Then, Mari unleashed a powerful magical attack, filling the sky with crimson magic as Corrin ran for his life, screaming. Professor Josephine, it's all thanks to you, Joss said, frustrated. Damn it, Marriott says. I'll end this all, then unleash the great blood art. The nightmare boar has existed for 80 years, a beast that has slain countless heroes, but the Dingle Peninsula ghoul has been defeated. And the light emitted as it dissipates is something no spear user could ignore. An immense surge of energy erupts as the ghoul dies, revealing an ancient stone, a relic left behind by the gods and the key to transcendence. No matter how great the power, it cannot destroy this ancient script, but its shell, the ancient stone, can. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula chewed and absorbed a lot of ancient stones. The face of the defeated ghoul reappears. No one thought it was possible to defeat it and extract the ancient stones, because the ancient stones grant their owners near immortality. But now, the ghoul has been unsealed and defeated. The moment Elisa defeated it replays, and the shell protecting the ancient glyph within shatters. So, where did the original ancient stone go after losing its shell? Perhaps this is the ancient runestone. The answer was right in front of us. It will continue to wander, seeking the nearest shell before stopping. It burrowed into another rock to hide. It has found its destination. 10 years ago, this very incident led him to join the academy and disguise himself as Professor Form. The one holding the stone containing the ancient script is none other than him. It's too lenient an end for the Iron Mountain King to be defeated by the academy students, though not as he wished. Then, the scene cuts to the students busily evacuating others. Marriott asks, "Have all the test subjects been evacuated?" Dronwaski shouts, "There are still monsters, capture them, block the entrance." Having been sealed in this prison for 80 years, it's no wonder the Iron Mountain King's power has waned. But Park's eyes widened as if he'd seen something. Yet the one who defeated the vampire Mariette Dunalive and the Iron Mountain's archmage was sitting right here. Corin sits regally, chin in hand, looking at Form. "How's my brother, Van?" "Nephew Form, was it?" Fifth-class knight Corin Lork is blocking him, and a surprised Porm exclaims, "Cousin Corin says, since you're the student of a student my master expelled, I'm your granduncle, so why don't you greet me as such?" Fang mocks, "Uncle Master, in your dreams." Fangmo is worried. It seems he's finally realized my identity. Fangmo can only think that after seeing me use the same spear technique as his master, Corin still sits with his chin propped up, looking cool and aloof. Bo looks at Fuang M. The only person he knows who mastered the six-step spear technique to the level of Grandmaster is his late master. Then, a flashback shows Corin fighting a woman with a spear. Seeing me use the same moves, he probably thinks I'm another disciple of his master. So Corin's been monologuing this whole time, but I'm the disciple of a master he doesn't know. I knew his intentions the moment he infiltrated the academy to carry out his mission. He must have found my existence confusing and suspicious, so he chose the safest option, to ignore me. I, who once fought Lunya Ain in the midterm evaluation, was sent to the city outskirts to assess rankings, a mere pretext to remove me from the plan to eliminate the Iron Mountain King and seize the primordial ancient language. Next, we see a flashback of Corin reporting to the FM, followed by his successful execution of his scheme and departure from the city. He naively thought sending me away would guarantee his plan's success, Corin mused with a smug grin. But little did he know, I used Josephine's seal to teleport back. Corin says, "Professor Dina's experiment and Marriott's disturbance must have been very beneficial to you, as you were just waiting for that opportunity." Corin affirmed to the Origin tongue that he couldn't take it anywhere, a statement that ignited Pachem's fury, causing him to unleash an overwhelming aura. "How could a nobody like you know about this? Did Josephine tell you?" "No, this can't be." PH cracks his knuckles, planning to beat Corin to a pulp, saying, "So, a nobody student I didn't even notice wants to stop my plans by standing in my way? Fine then." Pham unleashes an incredibly powerful dark purple aura. "So, you're my enemy." Corin began to worry. He's known as the continent's top knight, but he's also the mastermind behind breaking the Iron Mountain King's seal. The final boss of Part 2. He will later appear as the Celestial King, one of the four kings of the Ether, striking a pose like Bruce Lee. His power rivals Lunya N at her peak, and with the right conditions, he could even reach the level of a master. Then Lunya Un is seen wielding her sword, her powerful slashes tearing through the earth as the shadow of Phut appears as a purple liquid. You boast with such meager talent? You think you can stand against evil? Then that liquid creates an exact copy of a Pia, a burst of dark energy. I'll end this battle quickly. Corin fearlessly analyzes his opponent, knowing FM's ability is a swift counterattack, and the damage dealt in the shadows will be amplified. But I didn't choose this battlefield for no reason. A burst of light reveals an ancient solar language. Park turns back in a panic to look at his star chart shadow, and as he sees it fading away, he cries out. So low, Corin smugly says, "The natural enemy of the dark element is holy light, so you're aware of your weakness? A dark mage needs darkness to truly unleash their power, just as a water mage needs moisture and a fire mage needs dry heat." Park immediately fled, but the ground was now covered in ancient solar runes. "Like you're not getting away, son." Porm screamed, "No!" The array of ancient glyphs glowed, making Puhat uneasy. How could this be? Corin chuckled. "I put a lot of effort into this. 20 days straight carving solar runes, but in return I have plenty of magic and the advantage over you. Each ancient rune has its own inherent strengths and weaknesses, and I've been preparing for this final battle longer than anyone." PH curses him as a coward, for this is the cruelest counterattack against him. With holy light and solar flares engulfing him, he's powerless. Corin gloats, "You have to commend my preparation, right?" Then he analyzes that Image Burst consumes a lot of his magic. But no matter what he uses, it will be countered. PH's legs begin to gather strength. You're persistent and cunning, but it's not enough. Phum uses his afterimage to rush towards Korin, closing the distance quickly. Korin curses inwardly. Damn it, why the sudden attack? Korin strikes first with his spear, but PH effortlessly dodges, then unleashes a devastating left hook. Korin uses the 8 trigrams evasion to dodge the attack, surprising PH. He dodged it? Shadow Stream is a technique that continuously strikes the opponent's blind spots. I didn't think he could avoid it. Korin retorts and immediately uses the quadruple step and perfect defense, followed by a flurry of flying heavens attacks, forcing PH to evade. A technique born of experience, he says. Korin scoffs. Is still pretending to be a professor? Xiam replies, I've been acting for 10 years. It's an occupational hazard. Korin retorts, drop the act and be yourself for once. Frustrated, PH scoffs at the insolence, as Korin declares with certainty, no matter what you do, you'll die here. Xiam says, unfortunately, I can't fight to the end, but I'll definitely kill you next time we meet. He has to leave the city as soon as possible. He must avoid the attention of those who believe him dead. Korin unleashes a flurry of powerful spear attacks, but Pim effortlessly evades them. If he truly decided to flee, he would use spatial magic to teleport elsewhere. Traced something with his finger, uttering a phrase that shocked. This is a duel, and Korin points his spear at PH. You think I'd let you escape so easily? Replies, I have no need to duel someone like you. Korin grins. You have to duel, it's the law. Firm is furious. The more dangerous the conditions, the greater the reward. In this world, many things bind a person. For those who walk in darkness, like him, the laws are absolute, and he cannot refuse a duel. Bound by these laws, has no choice but to accept. A pact mark appears on his left breast, and BHM asks, so, that's why you came here alone? A duel must be one-on-one. Each duel is fair and sacred, a fight to the death between two people. So, the restriction of the law is also one. Korin and Feng exchange a look of anticipation, as a tense battle is about to unfold. As long as I came alone and the ancient duel was triggered, Park had no choice but to fight. Park speaks up, Park the Savage, disciple of the Spear King. Korin responds with equal intensity, Aranua's ultimate spear technique. Korin locks on. By the sacred laws, we must announce our names to each other, and both begin to gather their immense power. Then they both charged at each other, victory or defeat. The duel could only have one outcome. Korin swung a golden fist while FM's was purple. Bound by sacred rules and with oppressive power emanating from Fam's fist, each warrior must declare their name before battle. Korin, too, radiates a fearsome strength, his fiery gaze fixed upon Fam. Win or lose, they clash in a blinding flurry, but only one outcome is possible. Four and Korin face off, unleashing their strongest attacks. System backup, recalling the precepts. First commandment, never turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Second commandment, restraint. I can't understand the spirit's backup. Damage increased by 5%. Commandment number 3, I vow to save the world. The system chimes in, announcing the rules of this world. Aurum stats doubled. 5 out of 30 plus 5 out of 30. Mana, tooth 4 out of 70 plus tooth 4 out of 170. Strength, 67 67. Agility, 66 6. Stamina, 68 plus 68. Aura, 64 plus 64. Mana, 64 plus 64. The system reports Korin's current body stats. The persistent warrior's effectiveness is increased 100-fold, resisting pain across the entire territory, with a 3-core magic average flow rate of 3,500 sours. Begin your quest to save the world by defeating the savage beast Fam. Good luck, hero Korin. A word of encouragement from the system as the sounds of explosions erupt from their battle. Fam seems to be obliterating everything around them in this clash of spear techniques and martial arts, a battle of maintaining distance. The ground trembles and cracks from the immense power as Rito, the martial artist, uses ancient language to accelerate and close the gap with his opponent. Fam dodges Korin's blade. Serpent's Ire. Korin unleashes another attack surrounded by flames. Serpent Flow. Fam can only defend against Korin's relentless attacks, the spearman trying to keep his distance. Form leaps away from Korin's attack, the martial artist focusing on seizing every opportunity, finding an opening in the lancer's defense. The moment the swordsman shows an opening, they close in, and PH rushes towards Korin, launching an attack. But this attack, with Korin's blade plunged into the ground, the martial artist saw right through it. Korin spins his blade, dodging to the side. In close combat, jumping exposes too many weaknesses. Korin leaps high, spinning his blade, but the martial artist will wait for my landing. And then, endless heavenly law, Korin strikes from above, aiming for Chaotic Spear. He's too fast. Form is caught off guard by the speed of the attack. He can strike 7 times while I'm suspended in the air. Form thinks as he blocks Corrin's blows from above, and Corrin lands. Rido. A moment's inattention is all Form needs to close in and attack Corrin from behind. Heavenly Return, second form. Demon Spear. Returning home, Corrin defends swiftly. They both unleash their attacks simultaneously, and Corrin takes a direct punch from Form. Form relentlessly presses his attack, forcing Corrin backward. Despite his bleeding hand, he knows he can't stop. He must close the distance. He attacks through the pain. What's this? Corrin didn't expect Form to be this relentless as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing Corrin to defend without being able to counter. Heavenly Strike. Form delivers the decisive blow, pouring everything into this final attack. If I can block this, I'll win this fight, Corrin thought decisively. But in a split second, Corrin noticed something. His eyes widened and his fist began to open. Corrin is caught off guard by FM's move. A feint? Corrin was caught off guard, unable to dodge or react. Rido. Hom knocks Corrin's spear away. Now what will you do? The Inquisitor asks Corrin, the Lancer who has lost his weapon. Hum throws a punch at Corrin, forcing him to block with his arm, and Corrin stumbles backward to regain his balance. Corrin clawed at the ground, holding on, and shouted at Pum. It's fine. I can just summon it back, Corrin thought. Damn it, it's stuck so deep I can't pull it out. The spear is lodged in the tree, preventing Corrin from summoning it. Suddenly, Piuchem appears behind Corrin, throwing a left hook. Form throws a punch, but Corrin dodges it just in time. Even without a weapon, he's still a martial artist. Clearly, a merchant can still master martial arts techniques. Corrin dodges and throws a punch back at PH. You know that too, don't you? Corrin strikes relentlessly with the 8 trigrams palm and Dragon Ascension palm. The foundation of all martial arts is physical attack, and Corrin's eyes burn with intensity. Corrin said, 8 trigrams, 3 powers palm. Corrin landed a powerful blow on M, adding, You surprised me quite a bit. However, began, as Corrin looked at Mark in surprise. Your fist isn't as strong as your spear, is it? From Mox. He's not even scratched? Corrin can't believe his attack had no effect on Psum. A left hook to the ribs. Fam's attack lands squarely, leaving Corrin defenseless. Corrin's Bagua is strong, but he's forgotten one thing. Shum sees it as just a secondary weapon. But for PHM, it's what he's dedicated his life to perfecting, and he continues to strike Corrin. Corrin is pummeled, unable to fight back. A straight left punch. A left hook, a flying kick. Unleashes unimaginable power on Corrin. A left punch to the ribs, followed by a left elbow strike. You're not fighting back, just blocking? No matter, I'll end this quickly. Fame taunts Corrin as he unleashes his final blow. Suddenly, Corrin produces a spear and blocks the attack, leaving HM in disbelief. How did he get that spear? I threw it away, thought, eyes wide with disbelief. I must admit you are a formidable opponent, Corrin sneers. This kid, thought, did he intentionally take the hit to make me follow him, get close, and then take the spear? Sham didn't expect Corrin to be so calculating, countering with his own signature move. Corrin seems to have regained his strength. Serpent drawing, serpent flow. Corrin unleashes a flurry of attacks, giving Peachum no chance to evade, then leaps into the air with his spear as Fa prepares to defend from afar. That impression, the way you handled losing your weapon, and when you realized you couldn't use martial arts anymore, those methods were excellent and precise. As Fam sheds his coat, he compliments Corrin, realizing he's at a disadvantage once again. Pum says, Can you stop already? After getting beat up like that, you're still trying to act like a professor? Am I pretending? Corrin scoffs. It looks like it. Fam takes off his glasses and says, I really have to get serious now. With a sharp gaze, Farm's murderous aura intensified, strange markings appearing on his elbows as the ground trembled, and debris levitated. In a world where the sun doesn't exist and a part of the sky is forgotten, he summons the Citadel of Shadows. A castle is summoned, surrounding him. The third commandment, I pledge allegiance to the darkness. A system window appears, displaying a surprising message. He knows how to use ancient solar language to resist the darkness. Slightly surprised, says, but with such petty tricks you won't be able to resist the eternal darkness. Dark monsters surround the castle, the forbidden ground of the great dark sky warriors. Accept it, Park. Step forward, followed by a legion of shadows, torn to shreds by dark monsters, or killed by my fist. PH gives Choin a choice. But wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? Corrin sneers, calling him a bastard. Corrin curses at PH, saying he knew he'd resort to tricks. Corrin replies with a sly grin, holding the golden ginseng in his hand. PH looks at the sword in surprise as the ginseng screams towards Feng Mak. The golden ginseng emits a sound 7 times louder than a normal ginseng, unblockable by any magic, and blows him away. Even a dark monster couldn't withstand the scream of the world's only ginseng. Did you really think you could endure my little trick? Korin spoke to Phom with contempt, blood trickling from Phom's ears. As I said, Korin's ears are also bleeding. PHM is brutal. You will be defeated here. Korin looked at Fat without interest, speaking with the mocking tone of a victor. Pham stood with his hands around his neck in surrender, as Korin continued to provoke him. Now how will you manage? That monster is dead. The ginseng will continue to scream, and your afterimages will disappear. He glances at Fang Mo with pride, letting him know, I have a powerful recovery ability. The longer this fight drags on, the more I adapt and the more it benefits me. How long can you last? Du Henyat was furious at those taunting words. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Korin with resentment. Poison Shadow X12. Fak rises, clenching his fist, ready to fight. From the moment you stepped into this dark fortress, you never stood a chance against me. A fierce battle ensues, as a horde of pink beasts charge at Korin. And of course, Korin is no pushover either. He doesn't hesitate to meet his opponent's moves, even countering with ease. A beast 3 or 4 times Korin's size attacks him from behind, the Raido Extreme Demon's Spiral Spear. Psheming continues to unleash his ultimate moves to defeat his opponent. Reactionary Spiral. FM's combined attack is truly devastating, dealing a painful blow to Korin. He goes flying back far away. Raido. Form continues his relentless assault as Korin clutches his chest in agony. This is unbearable. Are you even listening to me? In the chaotic battle, everyone is growing weary as Park unleashes his dark poison fist. Korin, now shirtless, his muscular physique exposed, wields his spear with fury. I told you, this was a once-in-a-millennium confrontation for both of us, along with those connections. His body is covered in sun sigils, exuding fear. At this rate, dark poison will be completely useless, but doing this is no different than suicide. Is he willing to burn that body of his? How foolish. Forget your petty tricks, fam, and fight me with pure skill, Korin declares. He's truly enraged by Pachem's dirty tricks. Stop holding back and attack me with all your might. Phum paused, instinctively sensing that the warrior before him was his mortal enemy. He transforms into a terrifying, grotesque figure. Very well. I'll wager my life on this fight. I'll bet everything I have. The 6 Arts of Asura, a self-destructive technique that burns the caster's magic core in exchange for power and speed, a skill only the great heavenly kings possess. Now Korin seems satisfied with the battle, and he begins to transform as well. The face of a warrior, full of pride. Very well, let's fight. You should have done that from the start. 6-style spear technique, Sura-breaking war spear. Korin's body is ablaze, his true power finally unleashed. He too can wield that skill. Both warriors poured everything into this attack, Fong with his purple, lightning-filled body, and Korin engulfed in flames. The two are locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle, growing more terrifying and desperate, while Form transforms into a grotesque figure, a far cry from his dignified professor persona. And of course, Korin is no longer the handsome, muscular young man he once was. It's safe to say that in this battle of extraordinary warriors, the azure spear is stained with blood, and the fighters are growing weary. The battle nears its end, and Korin is covered in scratches from the fight, while Peachum's form is battered, his face marred with cuts. Incredible. Korin impales Park with his spear. He knelt, taking the painful blow, as Korin declared, I win. A voice echoes in Korin's mind, but it was all just an illusion. Korin says to himself, if I close my eyes, I can still hear those screams. Someone is calling for Korin to save them, begging not to die. To please let them live. Korin, save me. After our defeat at his hands in Phase 2, Fuok imprisoned us in a nightmarish reality. A magnificent castle, but in reality it was hell disguised as paradise. Innocent people died, and I lost many comrades in that battle. Korin sadly recalls the events that transpired. One of the 4 heavenly kings, a savage fiend, attempted to sow the seeds of hell upon this world. Tate Vanta's confidant, Korin, now stands before PH, whose body lies collapsed on the ground. He says he won't be the same as before. Then he rummages through PH's pockets looking for something, but finds nothing. He says it's as he suspected. He doesn't have it. Korin searches for the Leah Phi Stone, something that could boost his power. He says it's one of the 4 mysterious treasures protected by the monks, the Pallius Gem of Fate, the Leah Phi. If he really possesses Leah Phi after returning the ancient text, then my chances of winning have probably decreased significantly. And then he found a shining stone. There it is, the ancient rune. At least I've retrieved the one I needed. This is a precious item, and Corrin knows its importance. You're worried Tavanta is after the 8 ancient stones to summon the Fortress of Shadows into this world. This must not fall into his hands, he tells himself. But what importance could it hold that would drive him to slaughter those people out there? They were angry and resentful of the world. Yes, I understand, but venting anger like that is completely wrong. Corrin felt like he was flying, stretching his entire body and taking a deep breath. Whoosh! What crazy thing have I done? In the aftermath, his body was battered and bruised, his ears ringing. Corrin muttered to himself his left eardrum was blown, all from running around with that ginseng root. The right side isn't much better. I relied on regeneration, but the sun's ancient language has burned away my torso. The pain is manageable, but the wounds inflicted by the mana are the real problem. He tore my liver and broke my collarbone. Like an X-ray, Corrin's bones were a mess. The same goes for his internal organs. Corrin recalls the moment his sternum was struck, breaking ribs and turning his insides upside down. Corey then lifted his left arm, a feat of immense effort. It was difficult to lift my left limbs, and they were somewhat damaged by the 6 Buasura. Exhausted, Corrin lay sprawled on the ground, panting. He thought he was used to pain. His vision narrowed as he gazed at the blue sky, struggling to stay awake. An important notification appears. You have defeated the Savage Division, and the reward for discipline is being delivered. But he was growing weaker, his eyes barely able to stay open. He needed something else. He muttered, "That doesn't matter. Ancient language, golden ginseng." These messages embody the first commandment. Do not ignore the misfortune of others. A leaderboard appears, unknown benefactor, difficulty. A. Reward points split evenly. 60. You have defeated a great demon, and as a bonus, you receive a scroll bound by a red string. It's a map to the 4 secret treasures, the son of Phias. And someone is approaching. She hoists Corrin onto her back and stands up, as Corrin calls out to Elisa. Elisa asked if he was awake, and what about the cleanup? As they walked, Corrin and Elisa talked, and Elisa said Professor D.A. was handling it, but she seemed sad. Drawn is gone. You and the others found him. Corrin is furious, thinking Drawn probably doesn't even know how to spell loyalty. Elisa says he told her not to expect much, as their relationship was purely business, and she reminded you to pay your debts before next week. What about Elisa? Corrin asked, but Elisa, anticipating the question, answered immediately. The ancient text and the golden ginseng, we've put them away. Even while being carried on Elisa's back, Corrin couldn't say a kind word. How strange. How did you know what I was going to ask? You're not that smart. Elisa, annoyed by Corrin's jab, warns him to watch his tongue. I'm carrying you, you know. I might just drop you. Hearing Elisa's threat, Corrin relents, begging, please don't, I'll die. The two stop at a roadside bench where Corrin lies down, resting his head on Elisa's lap, and says wearily, thank you for saving me. Elisa enthusiastically agreed. Of course. Looking at Corrin, who was talking about domain separation, Elisa heard him say, without you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Iron Mountain King. Elisa demurs, I didn't do much, but Corrin, ever grateful, still appreciates her contribution to a pivotal victory. Elisa recalls PH standing before a class saying, looking back, you were always drawing ancient letters during our group assignments and even when we were making ginseng water. You've been preparing for this battle for a long time, haven't you? Corrin replied wearily. Yeah, that's right. Why did you have to fight him alone? Elisa replied, it's okay if we fight together. Elisa smiled cheerfully. Haha, it's better if fewer people die, right? Why is everyone so callous? Corrin replies, well, I guess that's okay. In the warm afternoon sun, the two young people sat together on a roadside bench as Elisa offered her praise. You did well, Corrin. Inside a building, voices buzzed with conversation. Was Corrin seriously injured? He's been transferred to a hospital. Yeah, he broke a rib. His intentions were too dangerous, that's why he didn't ask for our help. Corrin's friends are on their way to the hospital to visit him. Let's go see the poor guy. Yeah, if we don't visit him, who will? The two enter the hospital room, greeting Corrin with concern. Corrin, are you feeling better? We were worried you'd be lonely, so we brought a ton of snacks. Marriott was also there, asking Han Corrin if she wanted more peaches, offering to peel them for her. War brings in a large fish, saying, here's a huge halibut. Elisa then asks Corrin, want some more cake? A friend complains, hey, what's with all the snacks? I'm stuffed. The two others playfully threaten, you're a dead man. The table was laden with food, from fruit to desserts. Corrin, have an apple. Corrin, have some candy too. Mariette and countless others surround Corrin, who's lying in a hospital bed. How is it? Is it good? I heard sweets help you recover faster. It's delicious. One person's happiness is another's pain, especially for Jer and Lax Kosh. Damn it, I'm jealous of him. Why do I have to watch this? While his friend was bedridden, Elisa cheerfully said to Marriott, "It's not often we're all together like this. Let's play a game to entertain ourselves." "Oh, that sounds fun. Should we invite Corin's friend to play too?" "Us too?" Jur and his tearful friend's hearts ache more with every word. "Oh, you wonderful bastard. You're amazing. Corin, you're the best, and I'm so glad I came." Suddenly, the door creaks open, drawing everyone's attention. "Huh? Who else could be coming?" Jer asked, confused as he opened the door. "Who is it?" "Yes." Jer sounds excited, and everyone turns to see what's happening. "What brings you here?" "They've arrived as I expected. I suppose I should go and meet them." Ao, with his captivating eyes, and another visitor have come to see Corin's student. "How is my student's health, Madame Erelkasa, the current headmaster of the MK Academy?" Seeing this, Corin throws off his bedridden act and sits up to respond, "Greetings, headmaster." "All right, time to prove my worth, headmaster." In the room, only Ari and Corin's conversation echoed. "Forgive me, but I must ask your friends to leave the room for security reasons." "I understand," Isle said, maintaining his stern posture. "First, we have many questions for you, and this is far more serious than Marriott's case." "Are they still suspicious of me?" Corin thought to herself, realizing she needed to change the subject. Then, with a gentle and friendly gaze, he spoke of Professor Pum's espionage. Then Professor Josephine spoke up, but Errol quickly cut her off, saying, "Don't bother. We both know." Professor Josephine and Corin noticed the elder's composure and wondered if they weren't as surprised as they'd hoped. Perhaps they'd discovered something from the markings on Professor Palm's body, but there were still things they didn't know. A name from Errol's lips strikes Corin like lightning. Tate Van Taza, the savage Ph.D., was his disciple. Suddenly, Professor Josephine lost her composure and interjected, "That's impossible." He was 80 years ago. But Corin begins, "You know the Six Canon Compendium and the precepts, right? Because those are the things you two taught him. So in a way, I'm one of you." Hearing Corin's long-winded explanation, Professor Josephine, enraged, drew her weapon. "You too? I'm also a disciple of old Vanta." Thinking Corin would be scared stiff, he calmly stepped down and said, "You don't need to be so wary of me. I'm not the type to kill indiscriminately, and I wouldn't say something that would put me at a disadvantage." "But this isn't your true form, is it?" Corin calmly continued. "Your true selves are in the main building and can't appear, right?" Errol's shock was plain to see. How do you know that?" Corin explains that his disciple Vanta is still alive, and they were scattered across the continent, and now he has become very strong. He's far stronger than before, and he's no longer alone. Corin's words gave Errol pause. "Everything is a result of your decision 80 years ago." Corin stood up and walked towards the two. "Meanwhile, the source of your power has been scattered across the continent, and you've only recovered 2 parts, and there's something you definitely don't know." In Corin's hand is a glowing gem, offered to Isle. Even the Stone of Truth must yield. One of Danwa's 4 secret treasures is in his grasp. Once he gathers enough power, he'll no longer be seen as a usurper. Corin's words, along with the presented gem, cause Errol to freeze. "You know what happens next, don't you?" As Irinua sensed something was off, Corin thought to himself that things were becoming clearer. That's why Professor Jospin, with over 80 years of experience, wasn't made headmaster, and why the rising star, Urukasa, was immediately placed in that position. Because 80 years ago, the Academy's headmaster was Viren. 50 years ago, it was W, and the current headmaster is Kasa. The truth is, their bodies are formed and strengthened by ancient rune stones. Sensing Corin's mysteriousness, Isle cautiously asks, "What do you want to do?" With a bow, Corin calmly states, "We share the same goal." Suddenly, Corin removes his shirt, revealing a ripped physique that leaves Irio speechless. With conviction, Corin declares, "I would be honored to be your vanguard spear." "What?" Corin suddenly kneels, causing Errol and Professor Josephine to exclaim, "To protect this world, you can treat me like a servant." Suddenly, a memory surfaces. "I'm all grown up now, kid, and as an adult, I'll protect children like you." Corin thought to himself, "Errol Casa?" Corin's face burns with determination. He can't forget Aaron's actions. Corin thought to herself that now was the time to repay him, an act that surprised Errol, but he still couldn't open his eyes. The scene shifts to a sunless room, everything dark as a soft voice echoes. Aaron's perfect figure leaves Professor Josephine speechless. "I don't think so, not that woman Aaron with her sorrowful face. So T is still alive. Is Corin, that child, trustworthy?" Professor Josephine could only offer words of comfort to her heartbroken sister, but before she could finish, Aaron replied, "I know, I shouldn't trust anyone so easily." Aaron sat on the cold chair and commanded, "Have him followed." "We still can't fully trust him. I understand. Alone in the vast room, Erin bowed her head, realizing she couldn't act freely with such a heavy responsibility, knowing everything he said could be a lie. But there was something she still didn't understand. Remembering Corin's determined face, Erin wondered why he looked at her with such sadness, feeling helpless and unsure of what to do. Corin, what's with that kid? At the Makaba Academy's anniversary, ranks will be reassigned based on individual performance. That carries great significance, as the rank you receive upon entering the Academy is temporary, while this is an official ranking given by the Academy's Guardian Association. Everyone has worked so hard, and your achievements have brought great renown to the Academy. Because of the level reassignment, many students have been training hard to get the best official ranking possible. Some are even on par with the Academy's guards. Everyone's gathered, gossiping about the Bodhi Society. Why did you bring so many potatoes today? It's a holiday today. Have some potatoes. Ah, okay, thank you. It's best to share them with everyone. Storing too many will just spoil them. Suddenly, Corin's eyes turned as sharp as knives. A whole warehouse just for potatoes? Sounds nice. Now, we will announce the students who have just changed levels. Hearing this, Corin takes Marriott's hand. Let's go up on stage. Okay. Marriott, the top student in the magic department's second year, stood on the podium, her face flushed. Despite her difficult circumstances, student Marriott has proven herself through her support in handling the training ground accident. Marriott's cute image is elevated with a fiery promotion, her eyes shining like headlights. Truthfully, one could say she hasn't contributed much this semester, as she wasn't allowed to leave the city after becoming a vampire. However, she assisted Professor D in his research, and her abundant magic power after becoming a vampire has greatly benefited the Academy. With her abilities, her promotion is only natural. Above all, her efforts to stop the Iron Mountain King minimized casualties for the Academy. Ario smiled, saying, Marietti, with the recommendation of Headmaster Casa and Dina Grandia, the Northern Branch President of the Guardian Association, you will be promoted to semi-special rank. Everyone in the audience seemed to agree with the decision. Wow, that's amazing. Doesn't that make her the youngest semi-special class guardian ever? She's sure to go down in history. The students I'm about to name, like Miss Marriott, have all made significant contributions to the recent incident. Hearing that, all the students there began to whisper. Like Miss Marriott? There were accomplices? I don't remember hearing about that. Though the incident was widely known, the details remained a mystery. The events of that day were kept secret, and no one knew of the Snow Mountain King or the treacherous Professor Form. The next names were called Crenell, Luden, and Ian from the Magic class, Elisa and Drawn from the Night class, and finally, Corin. With a beaming smile, she announces that Ewan, Crenell, Elisa, and Drawn will be promoted to the semi-first rank thanks to their achievements. But when it came to Corin, Errol's gaze turned icy, even though Corin was a level 5 guardian with outstanding performance. Headmaster Errol Casa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Hamels have recommended you for promotion to Guardian Level 1. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. What? First class? Someone going from 5th class to 1st in a single semester? This is strange. Corin, a Level 5 Guardian, received an unorthodox Level 1 ranking after discussions with the association. My abilities are unquestionable, but the reason I was promoted straight to 1st class was also thanks to my efforts in the battle to defeat Professor Fume. The most important thing is the privilege of each 1st class Guardian. The authority to immediately join the Guard team is finally beginning. In the game, it would have taken 3 years, but even with early graduation, I've achieved it in under 2, a significant change for the future. I'm going to recruit all the elites here, but I have a bad feeling about this. Power and privilege create authority, and that will allow me to do anything. The clear blue sky is a perfect reflection of it. It's a beautiful day, and summer vacation has finally arrived. What are your plans? Drawn, ever the pragmatist, says, making money. Jur, on the other hand, was excited, going back home. Like a top student from a romance novel, I'm going to the Magic Tower for my internship. You hesitated, then said, I was planning to visit some experienced drakes. There are rites in the Western District, and I've already scheduled an audience with them. Granel Luden chimed in, saying he was also heading west. They say a castle will be destroyed, and I'll go there to find an energy core for the golem. Alissa, on the other hand, looked utterly dejected, on the verge of tears, saying she would likely have to return to her family. My grandfather is urging me to return quickly. Seeing his friend's distress, Corin offers heartfelt comfort. Safe travels to you. Suddenly, someone asked Corin, what are you planning to do? Corin, aren't you going home? No. Before, when I returned to Corin's House of Memories, it was completely empty. They had gone on a trip without me. Oh, I went on a trip because of a glitch in the messaging system that delayed the notification by 3 days, Elisa said sheepishly. So you... Corin wondered, huh? And Elisa had just mustered the courage to ask. Would you like to come with me? Corin was starting to get confused. What do these weaklings want? Go home with her? I'd be a little scared to go alone. Oh, you're scared? I wouldn't have thought someone with her personality would be afraid of anything. Since no incidents occurred in the game, she'd be safe even without her, Corin stated, declining the offer. That's unfortunate. Perhaps another time. I've decided to explore the East. Very well. Then another time, perhaps. There's somewhere I absolutely have to go. A voice calls out his name, Corin. Marriott waved at Corin with delight, but he knew he had to leave immediately. There's still some time before the next semester. I wouldn't have been able to make it there so easily without this summer break. The train speeds along, hurtling towards its destination, when suddenly, Corin punches someone so hard they go through the roof. While the other passengers remain oblivious, I have another 9 hours before reaching the northern continent. A man in black with a vicious scar is watching. The man next to him was also on high alert, weapon in hand, preparations complete, and a leader stood up, revealing himself. Everyone, hands in the air and hand over everything you've got. You all better do as I say, unless you want to fight a first-class seller. Suddenly, 2 suicidal people stepped forward and spoke. Oh, this doesn't look like our room, does it? We always get lost. This infuriates the leader of the thugs. Just where did this guy come from? Can't you read? You're in the wrong room. Hands up if you want to live. Corin's voice deepens. Oh, raise what now? Before the robber could speak, a punch silenced him. The scene from the beginning reappears. Everything has its reason, leaving the remaining underlings speechless. What is it? Corin asked after a brief greeting. Like this? Asked Corin, the first-class knight of the South. Within the secret chambers of Mababa Academy's library, Corin holds a book with a fiery red cover, a grimoire and a warrior's tenacious recovery. I found a dying warrior lying on a battlefield soaked in blood. He pressed his wounded body against a rock, yet he stood firm. I asked him, Warrior, should I cut your throat? He replied, if only there was some water to quench this thirst. Respecting this resilient warrior, I fetched water from a nearby lake and gave it to him so he could quench his thirst. An unbelievable thing happened. His wounds completely healed. Why is this story so dramatic? Corin thought to himself. What? He was near death, but he recovered? He stood tall, like the great General Yoon himself. Corin, unconvinced, closed the book. How impressive. Lark appears and says to Corin, my southern fortress still stands strong. Corin, slightly unnerved, replies to LC. Yes, that's right. Lack continued. If you ever go there, stop by my office. It should still be there. Corin, confused by Lark's words, asks, yeah, what's still there? What did I even find in my past life? Lath, eyes now glowing like light bulbs, ominously replies, you have to find that for yourself. Oh, ancient grammarian, I hope you possess that warrior's ability and courage. L continued with an example. If you have his courage, there's nothing in this world you can't do. He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, but one who vowed to save this world. Ellie said casually, even in Corin's wide-eyed bewilderment, humans always have the choice to flee from danger. Suddenly, a figure of a knight appears, knocking Elle unconscious as he says, but you didn't choose to run. I respect you, young man, and thank you for telling me about my wife and children. With that, the figure vanished, leaving Corin bewildered while Locke slept soundly. At the gateway to the south, Corin and Marriott arrive at their destination. Corin reflects, so that's why, as the Duke said, I decided to head south, and the reason I came with Maria, a southerner. The train conductor happily said, wow, thank you so much. After Corin and Marriott dealt with the bandits, the train conductor showered them with gratitude. If it weren't for you two, I would have been in big trouble. It's really nothing. Ha ha. The captain wasn't just talking. They deserved at least this much. Corin didn't hesitate to play coy, saying, oh, you really don't have to do this. But how could I refuse such kindness? Duty does not ignore the misfortune of others, distributing rewards. 2 skill points have been distributed, and with money in hand, Corin is a changed man, laughing like he's in the throes of a special phase. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. A person has to live well. With money in hand, the two happily skip along. I'm so hungry. Let's grab something to eat first. I know a few places. Are you familiar with this place? You seem to come here often. Ha ha. Feel free to tell me anything. I'll buy it all. The station chief just smiled, saying, what a kind student. How can you be so happy after doing such a good deed? This is the gateway to the southern lands. All carriages stop here before heading to the great southern city of Lead, from which you'll have at least an 8-hour ride. Corin was endlessly frustrated as she stomped through the streets, while Marriott was very excited. Ah, we're here. There's a transfer station I often use there. A transfer station? Corin asked, puzzled. Ven Riders Depot. Oh, a Ven Depot. I've used this type of transportation a few times in my past life. It's faster and more comfortable than a carriage. But many people don't like this mode of transportation. Doesn't it cost at least 30 silvers to rent one? No, the clan gave me something a little different. Corin overhears the conversation and is surprised. Huh. A different one? A large bird flapping its wings is even cooler than that Hervig Paringer guy. This is the LP City bird, preparing to land and receive some important guests. The Legend of Ahan, the fastest and most maneuverable mode of transportation. Its price is equivalent to 12 Ws. You'd better hold on tight when piloting it. Roger that. The round team is busy. Ah, this is DAP. We'll begin clearing the landing. Pin, please confirm the aerial imagery at 200 feet is clear. ETA in 10 minutes. Descending altitude, check. The two men watched and spoke, wondering what the Academy would be doing this month. Ah, it's the Academy's day off, so they're all going home. So, the princess is returning? A man turned and said with a smile. So, Lady Marriott is also arriving. Everyone prepare a grand welcome. A massive eagle lands atop a mansion as the doors open amidst the smoky haze it creates. Servants and staff bow deeply in welcome, congratulating Lady Marriott on her visit and her semi-special promotion. Corin thought to herself she didn't know why she hadn't noticed. Their destination was LP City, and to the east was Duna City. Corin was astonished by the grand welcome. Marriott, didn't you say your family were farmers? Just how big is this place? Marriott casually mentioned she's not sure, but maybe around 2 million. Corin was floored by the numbers she heard. 2 million pyong? That's incredible. 1 pion is equal to 3.3 square meters. Yeah, the units are a little different, huh? What? Marriott calmly turned and smiled. Not pion, but hack, okay? That's the mindset of the wealthy, Marriott continued after Corin froze for a few seconds. But how? What's so special about it? Corin stammered. HCK. 2 million hata is about 6.5 billion pion. Hurry. The Dunlep family is extremely famous in the south. Dunal Hair Salon, Dunlep Grocery Store, Dunal Office, Dunal Agricultural Center, Dunlep Professional Wrestling League, and so on. The many signs I saw on the road made that clear. Corin peered out of the carriage, eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single glimpse of the beauty's wealth. No kidding. And what's with the Professional Wrestling Association? The Dunal Grand Estate, Corin remarked. Mari, why didn't you tell me you were rich? Mari simply replied, well, my parents are rich, not me. That's what rich people always say. Marriott's butler Pao greeted her and continued, haha. Either way, you'll inherit the estate, being the eldest daughter of the Dunalb family. Corin eyed the butler with curiosity, wondering where he came from. Who is this? Marriott excitedly replies. Ignoring Corin's confusion, she asks, Mr. Pao? Oh my, you startled our guest. Bao immediately offered to take her luggage, asking who she was with. Marriott then remembered to introduce her companion. Ah, this is Corin. He's my junior. Oh, you're back with a junior? Upon seeing Corin, Paul approaches and begins to ramble on. For generations, the family has always had a live-in son-in-law. Of course, we'll provide a house and support for the Dunalb family's affairs from the son-in-law's place. Corin was starting to sweat. Bu continued. Our Lady Marriott has been called the Flower of the South for her wisdom and beauty since she was a child. Her marriage proposals could fill a potato warehouse, and then some. Corin reluctantly replied, Ah, I see. But inwardly, she thought, he's talking too fast. I don't understand anything. Bao then turned to speak with Marriott. Anyway, Lady Marriott, as I said before, it piqued your interest, didn't it? The Duke's castle? I heard someone bought it recently. Corin was perplexed. Who? Butler Paul chimed in. If it's the Duke's castle, then Count Cassius must have bought it, Corin thought to herself. Ah, so in his past life, the Duke's castle was owned by someone else. A merchant from the distant southern islands, if he wasn't mistaken. But he's corrupt. A man with a sour look on his face grunts. A guard? If you can't catch the sea monster, don't even dream of coming here. To get permission, Pihu and I spent day and night hunting the great sea monster, and after much difficulty, we were finally allowed into the Duke's castle. Corin then said, Ah, do I have to go through that again? Marriott replied, I've already informed Count Cassius, so let's go. Huh? What was that? Marriott smiled, pointing to Butler Pa, saying that she seemed eager to enter the Duke's castle, so she had informed him in advance, and he immediately agreed, saying she could come whenever she wanted. Ah, Lady Marriott, you're always welcome. He said he's throwing a party on Friday, so let's go together. Corin, caught off guard, froze in place, her face darkening as she broke out in a cold sweat and silently wept. Could this mission really be this easy? Even though in my past life, I had to work like a dog just to get in once. Is Marriott a goddess? And does Corin want to go shopping tomorrow? We need to get outfits for the party tomorrow, and this place is kind of boring anyway. Yes, of course. Mari's the best. Is this real shopping? Corin couldn't close her mouth as she looked at the price of each item. A 3 gold suit, a 6 gold necklace and shoes, and 4 gold casual wear, plus a watch and a blank check as payment. Corin can only think that all of this is high-end stuff, and this amount of money is enough to make someone a wealthy real estate owner and soon. She wouldn't make me sign a slave contract, would she? In contrast to Corin's panic, Marriott seemed more excited. Ah, here we are. And here's Corin, trailing behind, secretly lamenting. You're scaring me, Marriott. Please, no more gifts. Arriving at a nearby shop, Marriott was greeted with enthusiasm by the owner. Oh, Lady Marriott, you've finally arrived. You're here to pick up your order, correct? Yes. Mary handed Corin a large box. Here you go, Corin. Corin asked instinctively, and Marriott replied, It's the same type of mineral that's widely used in Oda. Holding the indestructible stone, Corin murmured, An item I couldn't touch before. One that I thought the Academy didn't even have. Unlike silver starstones that can't withstand strong magic and break, this indestructible stone won't break. Corin stared at the imperishable stone, asking, How did you get this? It's not something you can just find anywhere. This stone makes me happier than all the gifts I received today, because it's the special stone used for Emperor Grandadian's hidden sword. Marriott responded ominously. If you attach this to your spear, it'll become incredibly powerful. It will even enhance your abilities, allowing you to overcome any challenge with ease, right? Corin quickly replied, Yes, of course. Blushing, Marriott tells Corin that this is a very special gift for her. Seeing you so happy makes me happy too. Corin was deeply grateful. Thank you, Mari. Night falls over Marriott's mansion. This way, Corin, Corin, in his new attire, slowly enters the lavish dining room. Hello there. Marriott cheerfully called out Corin's name. Meanwhile, Corin thought to himself as he visited a friend's house, as Marriott waved him over. This way, Marriott's mother said with a friendly smile, an older woman who still retained her youthful beauty. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Please, have a seat. Corin realized that dining with her family was unavoidable, so he quickly and respectfully greeted them. Yes, but he wondered if the woman with the warm smile was her mother, and then a voice suddenly rang out beside her. Wait, let me ask you a question before we eat. Depending on your answer, you'll either be allowed to sit or not. Marriott's father, a man with an unwelcoming face, asked, Are you a virgin? Corin recognized Marriott's father. With a murderous look, Marriott subtly warns Corin that his daughter is a tough one. Mary says she'll only marry someone she loves. I never will. Suddenly, his beloved daughter slams his head down to silence him, leaving Marriott struggling. Ah, wait, Mary, that hurts. How are you so strong? You're just like your mother. Stop it, father, Marriott shouts, dragging her rambling father away. Why are you like this? I just want to protect you. She shouts, Stop it, father, please. Marriott's mother said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Corin. Corin, though confused, replied, No, it's okay. Ha ha, my family is so much fun. Marriott's mother then began to talk with Corin. I've heard about you from Marriott's letters. I've been wanting to meet you and say hello. Corin trailed off, and Marriott's mother bowed her head in gratitude for his help, which made Corin shyly decline. That's too much. I only did what I felt I could do. Then, his next words shocked Mari's mother. Besides, Mari deserves to be happy. She looked up, hiding her knowing smile. Is that so? When I received Marriott's letter, I thought she was seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. It turns out Marriott's mother was speaking her mind. Just as I thought, Corin, that little girl. Mr. Marriott interrupted, saying, I'm grateful, but you can only hold her hand, you hear, leaving Lady Marriott powerless. Oh dear. Brother, Marriott tried her best to continue. Furthermore, you must remain a virgin, but Marriott prevented that from happening. Well, hold on a minute. Welcome. Marriott's mother also lends a hand, Corin. Oh, ho, ho. Unlike my husband, I'm very open-minded. Mom, what are you saying? Corin could only sigh helplessly. What an interesting family. Ha, 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 ha. The next day, Duke Loam greeted Count Cassius, who scurried out to welcome him. Ah, Lady Marriott, welcome. Count Cassius greeted her cheerfully. You've come as promised. We have. The Belandria family welcomes you. Green couldn't believe his eyes as he assessed Count Cassius's hospitable demeanor. I can't believe this is the same person. Is this really the guy from my past life who said he wouldn't open the gate if I didn't catch the sea serpent? An announcement echoes throughout the manor. Lady Marriott and Lord Corin are entering. Marriott and Corin received a warm welcome, with confetti everywhere. Cleanup must have been a pain. Corin strode in confidently, thinking, This is my runway. Honestly, he was proud. He glanced at Marriott, thinking that if he hadn't saved her, he would never have seen her like this today. The Southerners would have lost their beloved princess. The young ladies around the table buzzed with excitement at Marriott's appearance. Oh my, it's really Lady Marriott. I can't believe Junalb actually came. The rumors are true. Count Blandria really is someone important. Seeing the excitement over Marriott, Corin realizes the Dunilev family's influence in the south is absolute. Revealing Marriott is more beneficial than catching a sea serpent. Corin calls out, telling Marriott to enjoy herself and they can head to the study later, to which the childlike Marriott happily agrees. Okay, Marriott and I have brought everything we need. I'll speak with the Earl at the height of the party, drop off my things, and then head to the study. But suddenly, someone approaches Marriott, catching her off guard. Lady Marriott, I'm Gailey from the Rondinium family. The man who called himself Gailey bowed politely. I've always admired you, miss. Would you do me the honor of the first dance? Huh? Oh. The men around her began to chime in. Lady Marriott, me too. Please, allow me the honor of the first dance. No. The men clamored, all calling out Lady Marriott's name. Overwhelmed by the men's excessive attention, Marriott is at a loss. As she panicked, a pair of shoes approached Marriott, and to her surprise, Corin knelt and reached out his hand. Marriott. Corin. The men around her paled as another rival appeared. Who is that? Corin thought with disdain as he looked around. How passionate yet lacking in grace. Without a word, he takes action, kissing the back of Marriott's hand. Then gazing at Marriott with eyes full of longing, he said, Marriott, will you do me the honor of the first dance? Corin inwardly congratulated himself on his quick wit. This is the basic ritual for asking someone for the first dance, as a beautiful lady once told Corin. If it were a beautiful lady and you wanted the first dance, you'd have to kiss her hand first. Night Corin forgot and was scolded in his past life. Corin's actions made Mari's face flush crimson, practically exploding on the spot as the music began, and the two began to dance and converse. You're quite popular, aren't you? Ah, was I too forward? I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. No, did you like it? Corin looks at Marriott, thinking he has no choice but to repay his savior, whom he feels he's abandoning. He relied on her so much in the south, but Corin's eyes betrayed a hidden complexity. To have such beauty within reach, and for Corin to only think this way, is truly dangerous. Seeing what he shouldn't, Corin turned his blushing face away, feeling a little embarrassed himself, until Marriott suddenly stepped on his foot, snapping him back to reality. Marriott quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at dancing. Though it felt like he was about to depart this world, Corin said it was okay. Seeing Marriott's clumsiness, Corin decided it might be better if he took the lead. Corin then suggested Marriott place her left foot on his, and they would dance like that, to which Marriott shyly gave an ambiguous reply. Confused, Corin answered for Marriott. That would get my feet dirty, and the dance would be a little awkward, but who cares? Corin's words would melt even the coldest heart, let alone Marriott's. Don't worry about anyone else's gaze. Corin seals the deal with the perfect words. Just look at me and enjoy the dance. As they danced, Corin guided Mariette, making their movements all the more beautiful. Now, just place your feet on mine and follow my lead. Look into my eyes, follow my feet, and anticipate my movements. You have a good eye, just like I learned in my past life. Corin gazed into Marriott's sparkling eyes, thinking that her trembling gaze sought stability in another's eyes. We both smiled, neither knowing who started first. The band played on, their music drawing them into a dizzying dance, sharing a hazy moment together. Suddenly, someone cut in between them. My lady, may I have this dance? Mari, still feeling the effects of the dance, quickly declined. I'm sorry, but I'm a little tired. I'd like to rest for a bit. Hearing this, Corin seized the opportunity. I'll escort you, my lady. Thank you, Corin. Leaving the other men seething with jealousy. Ugh, Lady Marriott is with another loser? The surrounding women could only watch in stunned silence. Wow, did you see that? Yes. She stepped on his foot and danced. How romantic, and his attentiveness is so cool. That dance was impressive, too. Did you see how much Lady Marriott was laughing? It must be love. 99% certain. The door to the room is opened. Corin exclaimed, Wow, so this is the Duke's study. Corin, what are we looking for here? Never mind that, just find any trace of the Duke. Okay. Corin grabs a book from the shelf. This is the Duke's story. Corin thought to herself, in the game, players had to find traces of the Duke's wife, Luina, and daughter, Celia, in the Duke's quest. Usually handing this to the Duke would complete the side quest, but in the game, in my past life, there were no instructions to search the study. Why did he call me to here? I'm not sure, but I should search first. Marriott slumped in her chair with Corin, complaining loudly that she hadn't found anything. This isn't easy? No evidence at all? I thought there'd be a hidden space or something. Marriott clutched her poor stomach and complained, I'm so hungry. Corin wondered if she hadn't eaten earlier. I didn't have time. I came here right away, remember? Suddenly Marriott changed her attitude and turned to Corin, asking, Well? Corin stirs something within Corin's heart. Ah, that look is a sign that naturally forms as our relationship progresses. Marriott, while Corin was lost in thought, suddenly complimented his jawline and collarbone, realizing she was now sitting on him. I'm probably sweaty. Please bear with me. That means it's okay, Marriott said shyly. Then I'll proceed. Marriott then brought her lips to Corin's neck. Corin asked, Are you done yet? Marriott said with difficulty, Okay. It doesn't hurt, right? Corin said casually, as if nothing had happened. Maybe it's because you have the endurance of a seasoned warrior. I don't feel anything at all. Really? For you, you mean you didn't feel anything either. Suddenly, Corin thought of something. Wait. The endurance of a tenacious warrior. I received it along with the soul powder. Grimoire, the book where the Duke's soul is sealed. It has powers and enchantments. If you read it, you might be able to learn them. Abilities and enchantments, body and soul. Could this be it? Corin wondered. Marriott, can you summon Didioku? Marriott, still confused, asked again. Didioku? Marriott struggled to think. Didoc Gu. Corin suddenly spoke up, asking if she could actually summon it to ease its dizziness. Similar to a celestial body, its form is close to that of a star before its body was formed. I see. Diog, just wait a moment. Din. It's really groaning a lot. Tsh. At this rate, its body is being destroyed. That makes sense. Good, Diog is disappearing. Someone who can't perceive souls like me can't see it. So, there is something? Corin suddenly realized something and looked back in a panic. What? This chilling sensation? Corin shouts a warning. Marriott, brace yourself! Corin pieces everything together. But as darkness descends, Marriott vanishes, leaving him disoriented. I understand now. Duke, you should have told me sooner if this was the case. What's sealed inside the Grimoire library is Duke Subjugation's soul. His decision, faced with immortality and a thirst for blood, was to separate his soul from his body. Then where is the Duke's body? Lost in thought, Corin heard a voice. Why have you come here with fragments of my soul? The strange and dangerous-looking man asked. I'm asking you, what are you doing in my castle? Corin, unfazed, retorted, You're the Duke, aren't you? Yes, and you? Corin, your descendant. Huh, you're not bad-looking yourself. You seem normal enough? Corin continues. You're judging better this time. You saw my soul? Yes, I was a little curious. If your body and soul are separated, how can you be so normal? Subjugation, still exuding murderous intent, growls. I'm the one asking the questions. You just answer. Corin begins to draw his treasure, saying, I thought things were going too smoothly. So it wasn't just a book, was it? Corin challenged. 800 years ago, a great general commanded the entire South. Duke Subjugation, hailed as the strongest of his time, though not of all time. Corin and Duke Subjugation fell deeply in love, as if they had been together for many lifetimes. Duke Subjugation said, Now that I think about it, you came here after meeting my soul. Did you kill it? Corin didn't back down either, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Huh? Of course not. I helped your soul find peace and move on. I thought you might bring me something other than that magic book this time, the Duke said angrily. If my soul led you here, then you wouldn't have brought a vampire. Do you think I'll believe the lies coming from your mouth? Corin, confused, tries to grasp the situation, asking, What are you talking about? Wait, how can a soulless corpse even move? Despite the ongoing battle, Duke Subjugation is happy to explain. Because this is a vampire's body, it's immortal. It needs a fragment of a soul trapped in this castle so I don't become a monster like the one you led here. Corin questioned this, stating that the beast Marriott wasn't like that at all. She's controlling the vampire's power now. Trust me. A sword plunges into the ground as Duke Subjugation says, Trust him, clutching his face in anguish to fight off the bloodlust. For 800 years, I've destroyed my soul, senses, and emotions, but one thing remains. Duke Subjugation removes his mask, revealing a mouth stitched shut to restrain his words. But even silenced, the Duke speaks, the taste of fresh blood proving too tempting for his vampiric instincts. Like you, I don't believe what I can't verify. The Duke replaced his mask, saying, If you try to stop me again, even you will be in danger. Corin found himself in a dilemma, inwardly frustrated. He hadn't anticipated this and shouldn't have brought Mari along. Sabania's body was imprisoned for so long because he had a grudge against vampires that Hero has completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest of his era, he's at least a demi-special class now. Korin wastes no time and begins to fight. Sixth form spear technique. Sixth form Asura. I'll give it my all. Korin unleashes a barrage of ultimate moves against Duke Sabantia, the pinnacle of serpent mastery. Serpent Ascension. Poison Dragon Strike. Duke Sabantia remained unfazed as the battle reached its climax, neither side willing to yield. Korin transforms into a terrifying figure, and Duke Sabantia finally makes his move, saying, "Watch this." Sabantia raised his sword, confidently declaring, "This is the power of creation. In my life, I slayed a dragon to obtain this power." Duke Sabantia introduces his ultimate technique, the demon sword Supreme Dragon Slayer, as he fights. Korin, overwhelmed, can only gape. He was wrong. This man is even stronger than a special-grade monster. Meanwhile, Marriott, covered in blood, is being berated. "You're just a low-grade beast." Duke Sabantia not only cherishes Korin, but also takes care of Marriott. "How do you expect to live as a human?" Marriott, not understanding what her father was saying, asked again, "A beast?" The Duke Sabantia replays incomprehensible images, asking if she doesn't see herself as a monster. The scene shifts to Marriott, looking unlike herself. "Are you sure you've overcome it with your own will?" Sabania, enraged, reveals that Marriott used Korin's blood, saying, "You'll crave the blood of the one you love, and slaughter everyone you care about." With that, Sabania mercilessly turned his sword on Marriott, saying, "Get out of here." Marriott barely dodged Sabania's merciless attack, but was still injured. Marriott tried desperately to explain, but it was no use. "Not bad." Duke Sabania turns as Marriott calls out for her friend. "Diog, go!" He commands the beast to be restrained, and massive chains immediately bind it. Duke Sabania praises Diog's agility, calling it a brave beast that's even faster than he was in his prime, before plunging his sword into the monster. "But you have no strategy in battle. You're just a beast relying on brute strength." Seeing her beast falter, Marriott quickly orders it to retreat. But things seem to be spiraling out of control as Marriott's eyes glaze over. She recognizes Duke Sabasia's weapon, the seal sword of Romania, a blade that seals immortal beings into a space bound to it. Countless blades point towards the one standing before this sword. Your immortality means nothing. The enraged Duke is determined to end Marriott. "Just die already. I'll end your aimless life." Regardless, Sabania continues to attack Marriott, declaring a beast will always be a beast, but Mary refuses to yield and fights back. "No, that's not right." Marriott recalls the moment Korin gently embraced her. "Now or then, you're still you." And with that, Marriott bravely shouts at Duke Sabasia. Korin said it was okay, so I listened, and Sabasia responded in kind, revealing a human form. Let me say it one more time. Korin is gradually revealed. Duke Sabasia seals their fate, saying, "Go die. This is the best path for both of you." Seeing the situation worsen, Marriott feels like she's fallen into an abyss. Marriott rushed to embrace the unconscious Korin, reaching out, speechless. Marriott cradles Korin's head, desperately calling his name, her breaths growing more and more shallow. Korin remained motionless, and Marriott's eyes turned red as she saw her comrade in critical condition. Duke Sabania watches the two desperate figures, helpless. Raising his sword, he thinks, "I didn't expect anything anyway. All vampires should just die." Even with her lover dying, she couldn't overcome her instincts. Mary looked fierce, her lips stained with blood. The Duke realizes something and is shocked. Wait. Sabania watches Mari kiss Korin, surprised and confused. She's not trying to drink his blood? Sabania finally understands. She's using her own blood as an elixir, giving it to him. Wait, she's not drinking his blood, she's giving him hers? She's overcome her limits in this situation. She shouldn't have had the reason to suppress her instincts anymore. Mary let go, but Korin still didn't move. "Korin, please." Duke Sabasia remained silent, not uttering another word. Sabantia blames himself, recalling a painful past. "I couldn't do it. I couldn't save anyone. I succumbed to my own desires." Helpless, Mari can only cry out, begging for a miracle. "Please, open your eyes." But this boy and this girl, Duke Sabantia realizes that he is the real monster. "I see. I can't judge everything." Then he raised his sword, aiming to strike. The blade pierced Korin, and a blinding light erupted from the wound. Korin Marriott desperately tries to stop Duke Sabasia, pleading for him to stop. "How much longer are you going to torment us?" Mary cried out, seemingly losing all reason. "Don't take my Korin away from me." But Duke Sabasia paid no heed and continued what he was doing. The light from this action filled the air, and Duke Subjugation withdrew his sword from Corin. Corin stirred, weakly reassuring Marriott that she was all right. Corin awakens and comforts the terrified Marriott, telling her that she's right there. Corin. Overjoyed and relieved, Marriott immediately began to question her. Corin, what happened? Are you all right? Are you really okay? Corin, not knowing why, asks why she saved him. But Mari knew it wasn't her, but Duke Subjugation who intervened, so she asked if he had saved him. Subjugation said nothing, but swung his sword, startling Corin and Marriott. The sword clatters to the ground, and Duke Subjugation tells Corin that he has transferred his magic core to him. Now I understand why my soul led you here, Subjugation continued sternly. Corin, I see the qualities of a hero within you. Those who seek power are greedy, but you are not. You possess the faith and pride that they often lack, and above all, you can change what I could not. You have the power to change this world, something I couldn't protect 800 years ago. Correct the mistakes that I have made all this time. I beg you, hero. With that, the Duke vanished in the embers of the flame. Corin touched his chest, feeling the magic core of the great General Sionja, never expecting to receive such a gift. Mary hugged Corin tightly, surprising him. Ugh, Marriott, I'm still here. Mary sobbed. I was so scared just now. I was so afraid you'd left me. I was terrified. Tears streaming down her face, Marriott makes Corin promise never to die without her permission, a sentiment that amuses Corin, who thinks that everything has worked out for the best. Corin embraced Marriott, reassuring her, I promise this reward is enough. You've received Seban's magic core, your magic level has increased, and the core's abilities have formed. Duke Corin's demonic nature, Aura rank 6, 730 average. Mana rank 5370 low ability. The regeneration of a tenacious warrior and the endurance of an all-domain dual core. If there's one thing I hope for, it's that his body and mind, tormented for 800 years, can finally find peace. This core even has special abilities. Corin recalled Duke Subjugation's terrifying face, utterly perplexed. But it's strange. Why didn't Duke Banka do this in the game or in my past life? Corin sighed in frustration. Granting players this power now, wouldn't it have been better if he'd been kind from the start and saved me all this trouble? Holding the outfit that looks almost cheap in her hands, she silently scoffs at its weight. This outfit is stained with blood. She'll have to wash it, but who knows when it'll dry. Suddenly, a servant arrived saying, Sorry, I didn't write that there would be a customer. The last word punctuated by a rather awkward silence. Guest, Corin explained, defeated. It's not what you think, really. I know what you're misunderstanding, but that's really not it. But it doesn't seem to register with the maid at all. Her face flushed, innocent thoughts racing through her mind. Sweat. Muscles. The atmosphere heats up and Corin is once again the reason. I told you it wasn't like that. I'm telling the truth, it's a bit of a misunderstanding, but before Corin could finish, the maid ran off, leaving Corin in utter shock. I'm sorry. Please continue. Corin desperately tries to salvage the situation, but what did she mean by continue? That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand, don't go. Corin gazed lovingly at Marie, who was drooling in her sleep, and wondered if something was up. Corin, I'm glad you're okay. My mistake. Soon, the rumors spread far and wide, and a loud scream echoed through the mansion. That bastard! My daughter! I'll kill you! It would take 20 days to clear up this misunderstanding, and as Corin hid among the trees, he thought, for 20 days, I was going to hunt down that bastard in the mountains. The nobles hunted him from the skies, enraged that he dared lay a hand on Lady Marriott. And spending time cultivating his aura, Corin remained relaxed despite being hunted. But luckily, the misunderstanding was somehow resolved. Ha, I almost became public enemy number 1 in the South. Inside the gilded carriage, the two chatted. When we return to the academy, the second semester will begin, and we'll have to prepare for the festival. Mary smiled brightly. Great, is our inn doing well? Corin was full of confidence. Of course. We'll make several times our investment, Corin thought, watching the bustling crowd. A huge number of tourists will come for the festival, and of course, the inns will thrive. Once business booms, I'll sell the land. Corin imagined stacks of gold bars, but remained indifferent to the prospect of making a mountain of money. Then, the money will make more money. I'm really not tempted at all. Just a slight nosebleed, but I'm invincible. Festivals are the best. Suddenly, Corin felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown in his face. Literally. Huh? What's this? Corin's enjoyment is cut short by a sudden, massive storm, leaving her bewildered. A storm? There was nothing like this in my past life, Marriott said optimistically. Wow, a storm this big is sure to ruin the festival. It's okay, Corin. Big business sometimes faces failure, Marriott whispered into Corin's ear. Even so, should I sign this IOU? Mariette's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Corin. If you can't pay me back, you'll grant me one wish. Thine here. Corin froze, eyes wide as Mariette made a suspicious offer. This can't be happening. There has to be a way. At Mary Academy, the special dormitory is drenched in rain. Welcome. There must have been a storm. The road here must have been difficult. Kind Eye offered Corin a towel, and Corin asked about Headmaster Josephine's whereabouts. She's returning with Warren. They were both at the chapel during the break. Ario suggests she stay here tonight, prompting Corin's surprise. Really? I'm practically family. I was planning on having you stay here from now on. Corin, dripping wet, asked suspiciously. It must be partly to keep an eye on me. Professor Josephine and Aaron must want to monitor me because they still don't fully trust me. Corin, now annoyed, asked, What was that storm all about? Mariette chimed in, agreeing. Indeed. A storm that size must have caused quite a bit of damage. Is everyone all right? Errol asked calmly, sipping her tea. So far, there's no major damage. The city isn't in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts will be more affected. Mariette, still confused, instinctively asks, But if the storm moves, won't it eventually pass through the city? No, that storm isn't moving. A's composure breaks as he warns of a grave danger. Because it's not a natural phenomenon, but created by a monster. Isle's words shocked everyone. Huh? A monster. Isle narrates the story from a third-person perspective, beginning on a vital sea lane of the southern islands. Against the currents of the Yenia Strait, a solitary king of the ocean emerges. A monster, serpentine yet dragon-like. The sea roared as this king, indifferent to human life, began sinking ships and encroaching on human territory. A man who aspired to be a hero resolved to fight this king. As a voice echoed, Son, must you go? The son grits his teeth, a look of determination on his face. Yes, Father, it's a Class A monster. If I succeed in defeating it, I'll be promoted to first-class Knight Levant Blandria. Then, Levant recalled the party that night, remembering his admiration for her. May I have this dance? But Corin stole the hearts of all the men there, much to their anger, his face contorted with rage. Note that this is just Levant's subjective view, and he believes he can do it. He clenches his face as if constipated, determined to steal Lady Mariette from that wretched island missile. Leven would often declare with burning resolve, I will destroy the sea serpent and bring peace to the straits. And so, with hearts ablaze, a raiding party fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights. After a grueling battle, everyone on board cheered, The sea serpent is fleeing. We've won. Congratulations on the victory, young master and Lady Mariette. I dedicate this victory to you. And peace partially returned to the Yenia Strait. The sea serpent sped across the waves. They couldn't catch it and ultimately let it escape. That sea serpent has taken the lives of innocents. Rose, the Anvan stormbat's breed, becoming the eye of the storm and protecting themselves from enemies. 2 poor fledglings clung to each other until a lotus-shaped whirlwind disrupted them. The fledgling lovers were torn apart, and the sea serpent snatched one in its jaws before flying away. Their downfall is their golden bodies, for their bones, blood, and flesh are all elixirs, coveted even by monsters. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore the Anvan bat nest, and so the Anvan bat made a decision for the child within her. North, she flew north as fast as she could to safety. And so the MK3 Academy, the place it chose to give birth, was the reason for that terrifying storm. My land. Corin stood helplessly in the rain, thinking it was like a music video. Who would have thought? A storm bat? They're a rare species. Aren't they usually unseen in the summer because they breed on small rocky islands in the archipelago? Why now? Corin was growing more and more despondent. Min knows. It must be the butterfly effect he caused. One flap of his wings brought a whole storm. A real storm is brewing, and the surrounding villagers are preparing to move. We're evacuating. We can't work like this. Corin desperately tried to stop them, pleading through tears. Wait, you're almost done. Why leave now? The storm is getting worse. You'll be killed in seconds. Corin could only cling to them helplessly. The uncaring workers simply shouted back, telling him to give up. Sometimes, that's just how life is. Corin's hair whips in the wind. Alone and desolate, she thought. If this storm keeps up, there won't even be a festival. If this storm lasts another week, my inn will be gone for sure. And I spent 280 million gold on this land. 330 gold to buy raw materials, pay the workers, and cover construction costs. Corin collapses, completely absorbed in her thoughts. 220 gold to complete the architecture, and only 110 of that was mine. And the rest, I'll borrow against it. Before he knew it, 5 long minutes had passed, and Corin looked like he was about to kick the bucket. If his business failed, he'd have to pay back a debt of 720 gold coins. This is it. It's really over. Soon after, MK3 Academy holds an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Headmaster Ayel Casa has called together a number of students and professors, and she begins to speak. Everyone's here. Hamels from the Night Department and an appointed professor pondered at Earl's words. As you all know why I've gathered you here, it's about the Mana Storm. Next is Da'Arian from the Magic Department. The professor chimes in. So we have to capture it? If we do, we'll recoup all the research money poured into the Iron Mountain King. Haman slams the table in agreement, but a dispirited voice from the back says, I object. It's Professor E. Linton of the Magic Department. He said, the storm will be over in a month. I don't think we need to risk it. The alchemy professor, Lura Lamas, chimed in. Professor Ega, with his egg-shaped head and displeased demeanor, countered that the Anvan's breeding season typically lasts from April to September, and they're known for their short breeding cycles. Even considering other variables, the storm should be over in a month. Lurala smirked and replied, then there's really no need to risk it. I think we should maintain the status quo. Ogun Renchi, the new professor of the Night Department, then stated that he still thought they needed to subdue it, adding that not only would students fail to return to school in time, but the festival would also be postponed. More than that, outsiders will think the academy is deliberately doing nothing. Professor Ogun, our academy is an educational institution. The professors exchanged opinions, agreeing that the monster subjugation should be left to the association. Anyway, regarding this raid, I agree with Professor E. Only Korin, who looked like he was about to fall asleep, doesn't need to nod his head like that. Unable to contain himself, Korin slams his hands on the table, startling everyone. Professors, seniors, I may be young, but please, hear me out, Korin declared with fiery passion. We will be brave, kind, and seek the truth. We will not betray our ideals, even if it means dying to protect the weak and defeat evil. Korin declared with unwavering conviction, we are guardians, protectors of humanity. Korin's passion grew with each word, a clear call to arms, but Ega voiced his disagreement. Korin, I understand your intentions, but Korin angrily retorts. Ega, how could you say such a thing? Can't you see the victims who lost their homes to the storm? Please, go subdue it or I'll be begging on the streets. Korin's behavior makes everyone think he needs an exorcism. They're out on the streets, jobless. Those children are starving, having lost their homes. You can't put a price on human life. How could you abandon them? Ega was sweating bullets, terrified that Korin would go insane. Oh, how sincere he is, a true example of the knightly spirit. Korin calmly replied, this isn't about the knightly spirit or a guardian's oath, nothing so grand. His eyes shone like stars in the sky. Korin said, I just want to save people. So no, save the people. Seeing such heartfelt acting, everyone at the meeting enthusiastically supported her. I knew I saw something in him. He's right, so young and already a passionate knight. Damn, it's touching. But what about the inn? Lives are at stake there, too. Even the more level-headed professors urged the immediate formation of a raid team, vowing to protect them in the name of the Guardians. Isle listened silently to all the opinions, finally concluding, so we have a decision. Seeing the situation favorable, Korin was secretly pleased. Thanks to his stellar performance, all the professors and students agreed to attack, and the raid team would soon be formed and head towards the storm. One of them said, I've already spoken with the support team, we just need to time it right. Seeing Korin's mixed emotions, the person next to him exclaimed, Ho, 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 are you touched? I didn't expect you to have such a kind heart. Of course, I have to be sincere. He speaks of protecting everyone, but in his heart, he's a true scorpion. I have to pay back that 720 gold debt. My whole life depends on this. The plan is simple. To catch the golden bat Anvan, who lives in the eye of the storm, we need the support team to create a fissure in the storm. The eye of the storm grows stronger, shaking the earth. If we successfully create the rift, the entry team will move in and defeat Anvan. It would be great if the plan went that smoothly, but there are countless monsters in the eye of the storm. Korin frowned, muttering that these monsters, caught in the storm while trying to devour Anvan, had been starving for a long time and were incredibly frenzied. He wasn't too worried about the demons, though. Hamel could eliminate monsters bare-handed. In his prime, he was known as the Hidden Strike, the semi-high-ranked knight, Hamels. He wields his 2-meter-long axe like it's a pair of chopsticks. The first-rate knight, Professor Ogun, the first-rate mage, and the acting captain, who demonstrates outstanding talent. That's not a cigarette, but the cane he uses as a weapon. Professor Ega, eyes bloodshot with murderous intent, growled ominously. And even more, a second-year student, also a first-rate knight like myself, a member of the Northern Savage tribe, the Berserker Barriaker. With such outstanding team members, it would be stranger if they didn't defeat these monsters. In the battle, Korin, with his sword, doesn't forget to tease. You're so tall, are you part giant? The berserker grumbled. Focus on the fight. Korin casually chats while effortlessly cutting down monsters. He's easier to get along with than he looks, Korin thought, but catching Anvan is still the priority. We have to get into the eye of the storm before the damage spreads and capture Anvan, especially the damage to my inn. Korin's body burned as she clenched her fist and groaned. Just you wait, Anvan. I'm coming for you. Haman took off, leading the charge, declaring they would enter the eye of the storm. Everyone, follow me. Korin excitedly replied, yes. Professor Ogon, with a cigarette in his mouth, sighed. I didn't expect this. They watched as the tenacious Anvan monster took shape within the ever-growing cyclone. Professor Ogon sighed, a small storm within a big one. I've never seen anything like it. I think it sensed the intruders approaching and used its last strength to create a smaller storm, Haman said, unable to hide his curiosity. Anvan is capable of this? Professor Ogon glanced at Haman. Professor Ogon puffed on his pipe to warm himself, saying, it must be a mother's instinct. Amazing, even for a beast. Professor Ogon, do you think we can get through? If we can withstand wounds all over our bodies, then yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Ogon pulled out his gun, aiming it at the monsters. Professor Ogon chimed in. We'll also suffer heavy losses, so don't push yourselves too hard. Let the support team handle it. Then, gunfire erupted, and a distress signal pierced the stormy sky. Immediately, a signal came through. Professor Dinah requests assistance. Oh, really? Professor Dinah laughed. Let's see. It's been a while since I've been able to show off my power. From the sky, a giant crimson eye appeared, like a gateway to hell on earth, as lightning split the heavens. A frightened voice whimpered, Professor E, isn't this a little dangerous? Professor Ogon breaks out in a cold sweat as the storm turns blood red. Oh God, Professor Da, are you trying to kill us all? As the situation grew dire, Professor Ogon quickly cast a protective barrier, saying, Everyone, fall back. I'll raise a shield. God, we only needed enough power to eliminate the storm, Professor Da. Professor Ogon lamented her colleague's brute strength. Then, Professor Da, wearing a witch's hat and looking menacing, created a lightning-infused chain of demonic energy and plunged it into the mana-filled storm to destroy it. A moment later, the ground was covered in smoke and dust, with shattered rocks scattered everywhere. Before they could rest, a series of small explosions echoed from beneath the earth. Seeing how close he came to dying with everyone else, Haman cursed, God, this is why I hate those damn mages. We almost died. Professor Ogon took a puff of his pipe for comfort, relieved that it was finally over. That much lightning should have taken care of the storm. Observing the storm, they see Anvan's familiar form still persists, leaving Professor Ogon bewildered. It's still there. The two stare at the storm in stunned silence, and Professor Ogon says, even a first-class monster would have trouble surviving that many lightning strikes. Haman's eyes widened. Wait, something's not right. What's wrong with that Anvan? From within the storm, Anvan's red eyes glowed as its body transformed, growing stronger as if leveling up through the lightning. Haman's anxiety grew as Anvan seemed to escape the storm and grow even more powerful. Professor Ogon, unable to hide his frustration, cursed, What the hell is going on? Korin looked at Anne in alarm. Korin exclaimed, Evolution! Berserkers standing nearby couldn't help but be curious. It's evolving. Demon evolution, a unique phenomenon occurring through the accumulation of life experience. It's not simply the alpha leader's ascension, but the vessel of the species' evolution. Korin cautiously observes that a creature surviving such a storm would likely be resistant to lightning. The Anvan has absorbed all of Professor Da's lightning. We can no longer consider it a weak monster. The Anvan is now the Thunder King. Its roar shook the island with immense power, and curses echoed through the air. Damn it, everyone be careful. Han's body is swept away by its power, but Haman's mouth is working overtime. Is there no help from the mage squad? Professor Ogon isn't faring much better either. Professor Ogon shouts, Even if we call for help now, Anvan will only get stronger. Look at Professor Da. Hen was frustrated, realizing this creature was no simple foe. Professor Ogon worried, Damn it, what do we do now? As the two old-timers struggled to find a solution, Korin grinned. Time for me to step in. A sword named Serpent's Intent appears on the ground, and Korin, quick to notice, seizes it with all his might. I've realized serpent-style martial arts are only effective when your feet are firmly planted. Contrary to expectations, the power of the serpent flow makes Korin's facial muscles stretch, revealing all 32 teeth. Korin internally screamed, "This is so frustrating, I can't do anything. Just give me a chance to shine." He tensely looked at Bijaker and shouted, "Berjaker, do something." Bijaker, in turmoil, cursed under his breath. "Shut up. What do you want me to do?" Korin realizes that up in the air, even a 2-meter giant with a spear is vulnerable. 720 gold depends on whether or not we catch that bastard, Korin yells. Bijaker, constantly being called out by Korin, yells, "Why does that bastard keep calling my name?" With sword in hand, Korin leaped high, stepping on Bijaker's bald head, and spoke, "Thanks for the boost." Korin thought, just because I'm flailing in the air doesn't mean I can't do anything. Thanks to Bijaker's head, Korin soared higher, replying, "Thank you." As spring departs, leaves turn to gold. As Korin departs, Biker is left with a hole in his head, cursing, "Pay me back." Korin declares he won't give up, as a second victim is launched skyward by his butt. Leon is startled. Huh? What's this? Even Hen is no exception, as Korin uses him as a springboard. Professor Ogon is kicked by Korin, his bones cracking. Korin thinks to himself, I refuse to surrender to a monster. His power surging, Korin roared, eyes ablaze. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. A man blinded by revenge meets a monster, and Anvan roars in terror. It was a clash between a man consumed by rage and a monster desperate to protect its offspring, their lives hanging in the balance. A desperate battle has begun, with Korin facing off against the massive, bloodthirsty Anvan. Suddenly, Slim appears, and Korin steps on its soft body. A moment later, Korin is completely swallowed by Slim. Korin roared in frustration. Why was Slim here? It's not over yet. Korin angrily strikes Anvan with his blade, believing 2 strikes will be enough. His final move, Crimson Strike, engulfs his blade in flames as he attacks Anne. The blade hurtles towards the storm containing Anvan, but suddenly it veers off course. Korin can't hide his disappointment. Again, all martial arts on the ground are useless in the air. With a listless face, he looks up in frustration. Korin sighs. Is it all gone? Is this the end? Suddenly the sky turned dark. Black clouds gathered, and red lightning flashed across the heavens as Korin faintly heard a voice say, I shouldn't have invested. Still mourning the loss, Korin sobbed, I should have used that money to buy delicious food. Korin closed her eyes but continued to curse, dragging everyone into it. Damn it. And in the midst of the storm, my world crumbled. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from the storm and kicked Anvan away, leaving Korin below, wide-eyed in astonishment. Korin realized that someone was fighting Anvan. The sound was so loud that even he could hear it in the storm. But who? Korin cowered, half hidden in Slim, as Anvan's pathetic cries echoed through the storm. The form of Oniancheonyasha appeared beside the red eye, each blow disfiguring Anvan's face. Not stopping there, Onion tears its mouth open with a gun, causing it to scream and shake the heavens, its massive body faltering in the storm. A blinding explosion rocks the 3 realms. Its power is so immense, Korin shields his eyes from the intense light. The light intensifies, threatening to obliterate Korin, and then the storm subsides, leaving a white void in its wake as people fall to the ground, their cries of pain echoing. The soldiers anxiously looked up, startled to see the storm had stopped. But who was it? Then, 2 women emerged from behind, and Korin, leaning on her staff, stared in bewilderment. Korin thought, even if I must walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for God is with me. With that thought, tears streamed down Korin's face, and he began to sob. Anvan's body lay motionless on the ground as a reproachful voice echoed, What are you doing? Korin's legs suddenly gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her mind reeling at the thought of being buried under a debt of 720 gold coins, as Warren and Professor Josephine watched in dismay as Korin knelt before them. Korin clung to a glimmer of hope. The rescue team would arrive. The storm's rampage through the city's outskirts had caused chaos, leaving a trail of damage in its wake. Thanks to early intervention, the city suffered little damage outside of the rural roads, and though there were some victims, they will soon recover. A voice echoes, urging everyone to eat something, announcing today's menu. Potatoes and onion soup. The Academy is funded by taxes, so its image and heroic persona are crucial. Right now, everyone is lining up for food. Marriott reminds everyone to grab a juice when they go in, and they thank her. For the Guardians trained by the Academy, volunteer work is one way to maintain that image. The man receiving food smiles and says, Are you giving me extra potatoes again? Warren's eyes flashed with anger. Eat what I give you. The man trembled as he replied, Yes. Korin sighed, saying, Of course. There are a few exceptions. Korin stood beside him, clearly annoyed, and chided. You're so mean. Do you even know when humanity began to form civilizations? Warren stubbornly retorted, Stop talking like some professor. Corin revved up her nagging mouth. Corin continued, I've only heard about it. Civilizations began, and a leg was discovered with evidence of a healed fracture. Corin imagined two naked men caring for each other and mused, if you broke your leg, you'd surely die in the wild, but this broken leg was healed? Thanks. Corin continued, it means someone helped them until they recovered. Warren listened silently to Corin's ramblings. Corin smiles, realizing that helping someone in need is the beginning of civilization, but War can't stand it and turns away. Despite Corin's muttering, War asks if that means humans are weak. As War walked away, he heard Corin's voice. It means nothing to me. No human has ever helped me. Suddenly, Corin admits, I can help you. War stops dead in his tracks. Seeing War waver, Corin chuckled. Does it have meaning now? Warren opened his mouth to speak, but something caught in his throat, and he sighed in silence instead. War retorted that a weakling shouldn't be talking nonsense. Seeing War still stubborn, Corin sighed in frustration. Knowing his identity, Warren thought, I'm a yaksha, a creature born when a human is close to a monster. If he knew my past. War worried, picturing Corin's tear-streaked face and the haunting words, You're a monster. If you knew my true nature, would you trust me enough to turn your back without fear? War didn't dare dwell on it. War watches Corin, still happily handing out food to everyone, and whispers, Idiot. Suddenly, the woman's voice echoed from within Warren's mind. Give it back. The woman clung to Warren's body, relentlessly demanding, Give me back my body, flower. War clutches his head in pain, demanding, Silence! This body is mine. It belongs to me. Warren thought, I know it's not my body, but I'll never give it back. Warren's eyes turned bloodshot with murderous intent, his mind still wondering about Corin. But if you knew, would you still help me? The Guardian Academy is located in Dream City. It's often said to be the safest place in the world, but the truth is quite different. Everywhere there were back alleys and those who held power in these lawless areas, the Black Blood Society. Their main sources of income were slaves and the distribution of illicit alcohol. But to solidify their position in the area, they have very special businesses. For example, Corin, with one arm around a beautiful woman and the other raising a glass, calls a waiter to bring him wine. Dealing with bad customers is like dealing with alcohol. Corin, unable to contain his anger, points directly at the server. You call this swill wine? Corin roared, the server trembling like a leaf. My lord, Corin couldn't help but shout. Who's the manager here? Get them out here now. Annoyed by the disturbance and demand to see the manager finally appears, shouting, Who's causing trouble in my tavern? Seeing the manager, Corin sighed in relief. Finally. He calmly said, The Dark Star Society sells bootleg liquor to this bar but still collects protection money. If you want to meet them, there's no better place than here. Seeing Corin sitting at the bar with a flushed face, the manager quickly spoke up. Judging by appearances, he must be a student from the academy, right? What's a miner doing here? Corin asked, half awake. Who do you think you are? The manager snapped. Hey, kid, you've had enough. I'll cover your tab. Now get out of here. Just then, Corin, glass in hand, gleefully smashed it over the manager's head, taunting, Perfect timing. Are you the manager here? The staff around him began to shout, Sir! The lackeys beside him began to scream, You bastard, sir! Wiping the alcohol from his face, the manager scoffs, I've seen plenty of kids like him. Always causing trouble, thinking they're untouchable because they're academy guards. The manager's face darkened as he screamed for his men to teach Corin a lesson, and the thugs charged with swords drawn like ravenous beasts. This time, the manager points and shouts, saying these men are the Mad Dog Hunters of the North, known as the Red Dogs, infamous for hunting slaves. How could a student, a mere pup, know how terrifying a tiger can be? Corin, unfazed by the manager's rant, listlessly glanced at the attacking rabble. Instantly, Corin sends the small fry flying with his bare hands, each of them receiving a devastating double punch. As night falls and the lights come on, the manager is terrified by the sight of his goons being beaten to a pulp and mutters, Who are you? Corin smirks. The manager was scared stiff and sweating bullets as Corin, now playing the villain, made his announcement. I'm the one who puts down rabid dogs, you bastard. Then Corin punches the manager in the face. Outside, the manager's screams echoed faintly as Corin recounted the day the Black Star Society vanished. Well, dealing with a gang isn't really my thing, but I have my own reasons for targeting the Black Star Society. The secret door opens and Corin stands before cages imprisoning victims. Corin sighed, I want to free the demi-humans, the victims of those who trade in them. Corin was shocked at what he saw, unable to believe his eyes. They were being treated like animals. In this world, beastkin are treated cruelly, different from ordinary people and easily shunned and despised. Korin quickly grabbed the keys and unlocked their cages, the sound causing everyone inside to look up, desperate for rescue. Even those on the verge of transforming into beasts looked on with hope. After freeing everyone from the iron cage, Korin pointed outside, reminding them, "A carriage prepared by the Dunalb family will be waiting outside. Those who leave first can follow that path." The man with 2 ears on his head saw the light and cried like a baby. Korin turned around warily. This will lower their guard a little. All right, time for the final objective. Korin stops before a cage containing a strange girl and asks, "Are there any sisters here named Ren and John?" The girl points to the left. "That way?" So, Korin looked in the direction the girl pointed and was shocked. "Huh? What? They're so small." Korin was surprised, looking at the Ren and John siblings growling in the small cage. "How strange. I met them at 20 in my past life. I heard werewolves develop physically according to their mental state, but this is a bit too young." Even so, Korin gently knelt down, her warm gaze fixed on the small cage, and spoke. Suddenly, Ren embraced her younger sibling protectively, saying, "Don't hurt my brother." Seeing the sister's behavior, Korin realized, so this is Ren. "I heard werewolves awaken right after birth, so they're sold off as babies." Ren's tough, gruff image flashed through his mind. Ren growls, "I'll kill you." That bastard, Korin wondered. Her attitude is so different. She used to be so curt. Could she have changed so much in just a year? In his past life, Korin recalls Ren and John as villains working for the werewolf's Catholic Church. These orthodox extremists, hell-bent on demonizing others, committed countless atrocities against enslaved werewolves, leading to a confrontation with the Grand Prince and Second Prince, no easy opponents in her past life. Yet they were ultimately killed by Peru. As the door opened, Korin reached out, saying, "You're prettier than I imagined." Korin thought he was saving unfortunate villains who would later evolve into powerful mid-tier bosses. Instead of accepting, Ren pushes Korin's hand away, shouting, "Leave us alone!" Korin quickly tries to reason with her. "Just come with me." But Ren still refused, saying, "Let go, leave us alone." Words failing, Korin forcefully grabs Ren's hand, warning, "You'll get hurt." Ren hesitantly relents, and Korin embraces the two sisters. Korin whispers words of comfort. "It's all right, no one will hurt you anymore. You're safe now." These children, never protected by adults and constantly oppressed, were truly unfortunate. Now held in Korin's arms, tears streaming down. After a moment, Korin helped them up and asked, "What are your names?" "John? I'm John." The girl beside her wiped her tears and hesitantly said, Ren heard their nicknames and quietly introduced himself. "I'm Korin." Her voice trembled. "Are you a protector?" "Yes." Suddenly, Ren grew pensive, and as Korin saw Ren comfortably embracing him, she realized something. She must be feeling more comfortable now. Suddenly, John beside her also got clingy. Korin is surprised. Is he too? Oh, now I've managed to appease them, but seeing the two of them sheltered in my arms makes Korin reluctant. Should I really hand them over to the Academy's guardians? The sharp-tongued Lenia appears. "What do you think?" That's Lenia, a tavern worker who seems like your average barmaid from the back alleys, but she's actually the manager of an information guild. Korin pondered how he had previously considered the mid-level bosses, Ren and John, to be more powerful than these children. I wanted to use their abilities to control the enemy. Korin suddenly spoke up. "Get them to the inn for now and feed them." Lenia wondered, "Are you some kind of philanthropist?" Korin didn't hesitate, stating bluntly, "Think what you want." Korin then turned away, breathing a sigh of relief. But doesn't that mean I have to save Waran myself now? At the MK3 city landing for Eastern Village Flying Beasts, a giant bird flaps its wings wildly as staff formally greet it. "Hello, you must be from the East? May I see your registration papers, please?" Then Jin Yuk appeared from behind, followed by Kang Sang Jin and Yua, who presented their tokens, prompting the officer to exclaim, An officer from Borome Academy, I understand." Kang Dui stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Professor Kang Run." "These are my disciples," Jin Yuk stated. "Oh, it's Jin Hyuk, a pleasure to meet you," Kang Yua said with a smirk. "I'm Kang Yu, the student council president." Immediately, the staff smiled and gestured inside, welcoming the three to the El Kingdom. "Your carriage awaits. This way, please." Soon after, a luxurious carriage appeared to escort them, and a voice echoed, "Whew, they're certainly treating us well." Suddenly, Kang Run drew his sword and held it to Jin Hyuk's neck, warning, "You haven't even sat down yet." Jin Hyuk laughs, pleading for help. "Come on, Yua, you know I'm not strong." Even Kang Run, sitting next to him, was disturbed, scolding, "Is that what the #1 knight says?" Jin Hyuk wasn't about to take it, and Kang Run was already fed up. "Enough, sit down and no more idle chatter." Though Jin Hyuk was unwilling, Kang Run turned a blind eye. Jin Hyuk asked helplessly, "Are you sure it's here, sir?" Kang Run's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with boredom. "Yes." Kang Run recounts that the leader here definitely took it. The Emperor was certain, and his words left them stunned. Kang Run cautiously warned, "Conceal your killing intent. We must forget everything that happened, understand? Only then can we act." Hearing that from the master confused Jin Hyuk. Forget everything? Memories flood back to Jin Hyuk, recalling the horrors of the previous year, when he stood alone against a horde of savage beasts. Kang Run whispers, "How could I forget?" At that moment, Jin Hyuk couldn't help but shout, "What the hell did that thing do to us?" 1 month after the storm incident, the Academy is buzzing with excitement for the upcoming festival. A festival that's more like an inter-academy battle. An event where students from each region's 4 academies fight for supremacy, Jir exclaimed. "But don't we need to form teams soon?" Locke chimed in excitedly. "No, first we have to choose between individual, pair, and group battles," Elisa wondered. "What kind of match are you planning? A tag team match, and I'm bringing you along, Korin." Lack thinks differently. He wants to fight solo and in groups, while Jir wants to fight in pairs. Elisa, flustered, stammered that I was, ugh. Korin rests her head in her hand and sighs. What was that about? "We're already a fixed team," Elisa asked, bowing slightly. "What about the team match? Teams are randomly assigned, so I don't know." "I hope I'm on your team," Elisa blurts out. "Tch," Korin said, sounding helpless. "Why do you keep sighing?" Elisa's eyes remained fixed on Korin. She explains, "Aren't the matches randomly assigned? Wanting to be on my team doesn't mean—" Korin quickly added, "The announcement will be made soon. If you're ranked 2nd or higher, you'll have the right to participate." Hearing this, Elisa slumped onto the table, her mind in turmoil. "So you see me as Sai again, meaning I'll have to work hard at the festival again." Korin sighed. "What labor?" Suddenly, Elisa spoke up. "Why don't you team up with Mariette? Isn't she the strongest?" Elisa's words made Korin think. Then he said, "Mariette, she'll definitely fight solo." A mage in a solo match?" Korin muttered. "Looks like she wants the prize for the solo duel." Mariette exclaimed, "Is it mine?" "If that's the case, look over here." "What is it?" Korin sits in the academy confused. Suddenly, a commotion arose. "Wow, look at those outfits. They must be from the East." Korin, ever the busybody, cranes her neck to get a better look. "The East, you say?" As the 3 Kongs appeared, all eyes were on them. Were those Taoist robes? "Fool, it's just Eastern garb," Korin thinks in dismay. "They're here? The immortal Taoist, Kang Sang Run, Sajin Hu the hunting dog, Sword Saint Kang Yu, and Korin, these are the main characters of the 3rd part of Heavenly Knights." Meanwhile, a debate echoes in the study as Kang Run recounts the disaster of the fire, saying, "Transferring our academy students to Borme Academy? I cannot agree. This time, we are only making a reasonable request, standing in the position of that child's very life. 1 year ago, we faced a catastrophic accident, and sadly, my granddaughter was at the center of it." "I understand," Kang Run added. "While our pavilion burned to ashes, you took my granddaughter away. We found her, and of course, we want her back," Professor Josephine reiterated with a frown. Waran is a special case, something he should already know, Professor Josephine thought. Was Waran the reason he requested a meeting as soon as he arrived as a judge for the team battle? Kryun wouldn't give in, and added, "As you know, there's a monster dwelling within that body, and I only wish to free my granddaughter from it." Professor Josephine interjects, stating that Warren's body lives on thanks to that child, the wish of Headmaster Errol's friend and Kang Yu's father. K-Run remained stubborn, insisting they would handle it themselves. Did she really think she could integrate with that monster from the start? Of course, Warren completed the first semester without incident, and Kang Run set a condition. "I want you to prove it." Hearing this, Professor Josephine's eyes changed completely behind her glasses. Suddenly, Bishop Lin Yang, sent by the Catholic Church, appeared, saying, "Has that cruel demon been integrated? Who knows if that's part of her cruel plan?" Hearing the bishop's words, Professor Josephine turned and gently suggested, "Bishop Li Jinyang, please be careful with your words." Genie retorts, "No, we believe what we see and hear, not your so-called evidence. What are you implying?" Bishop Jinyang's expression darkened as she made a sinister proposal. "Release that evil thing during the festival. If she is the monster who slaughtered countless lives, her true nature will reveal itself in the heat of the celebration." Professor Josephine frowned. "You want me to release Waran during the festival?" Korin thought, though their words were unfounded, she wasn't confident she could convince them. After all, when it comes to trust, a witch like myself is also a target of criticism. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. If I can show others that demons can be harmonious and have a conscience, it will be good for the future. After some deliberation, Professor Josephine agreed, saying, "Very well, I'll have Warren fight in the singles match." "And Professor Kang Run has me," Professor Josephine quietly says. "Where Warren wants to be is her decision." Professor Josephine confided, "I don't know about the Eastern Continent, but here her legal guardian is Headmaster Errol." Cryon listened thoughtfully to Josephine's words, along with the great saintess of the cathedral. Josephine then spoke up. "I think we've talked enough. You two can leave now." "I understand. Thank you for your time." Professor Josephine saw them off, then stood sipping her hot tea. Phew. Thinking back, everything really did happen as he said. An alert sounds, reporting that Vantas's men are hiding within the festival. Upon hearing the news, Professor Josephine was shocked and yelled, "What?" Professor Josephine slams the table, demanding to know who and where. Corin, sitting beside her, quietly says, "I only know that something is about to happen, but I don't know exactly what." Corin suggests keeping an eye on the Catholic Church and Borromei, implying that one or both are involved, though his dark gaze suggests it's both. The Catholic Church, in its decline, is desperately trying to expand its influence, and Borromei's spirit mages and disciples are involved as well. The key is the Yaksha, a pivotal event that will determine the fate of characters, mark a turning point in the main scenario, and decide the overall direction of the entire Ellis Kingdom. Corin munches on a pastry, then suggests, "I want you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church." Professor Josephine says, "So you—" Corin looks at the professor and mentions that there are religiously built inns outside like this one. "Having student Borromei here will make it easier to keep an eye on them." The professor's expression changes. Josephine asks, "How can I trust you?" Seeing her reaction, Corin realizes she still thinks he's old Vanta's disciple. Corin unbuttons her shirt, saying, "You don't have to trust me. Keep doubting me. That's the right thing to do." Then she pulls open her shirt, revealing her skin. Corin reiterates, "But no matter what you do, my goal remains the same. I vow to save the world." Looking at the student before her, Josephine felt a headache coming on and sighed. Corin thought to herself that if she knew the oath of a shadow warrior, her suspicion would lessen somewhat. Professor Josephine remained silent, then suddenly spoke. "But I heard the new inn built in the outskirts was funded by the students." Corin explained, "Oh, that has nothing to do with me." But Professor Josephine presented evidence. "I have it on good authority that you received the contributions for the boarding house." It was as if she was trying to wake Corin up. Corin froze. No, it was all her. But Josephine continued, "I heard Marriott recently moved things there and is setting up a stall on the street." Corin was sweating bullets. Corin adamantly refused. "It has nothing to do with me. I guarantee 100 long-term residents, daily supplies, food and drink, and round-trip transportation costs. All of these profitable projects were planned by this visionary. Sometimes people need a little help. Don't be so stubborn." And so time passed, and the preliminary rounds of the Tag Team Battle Festival began. A voice cries out, "This is it." Jur, sweating and stammering, said, "Look at all the people appearing for the team battle." Jur trembled. "Will we survive?" "Only 16 teams will make it through the Team Battle Festival." Jur, completely losing it, screams, "How can there be so many people?" Shaking and trembling, Lack laments that even the seniors are participating. Corin observes that only War is absent among the names mentioned. Perhaps she's only participating in the solo battles, Corin suddenly realized. But where's Elisa? Just then, Elisa was in the crowd, trying to shout to everyone. "Corin, I'm over here. Let me through, please." Then, from the arena platform, a man's voice boomed, "Pleased to meet you all." The crowd below stirred with excitement. "Look, it's Kang Run." Kang Run happily introduces himself. "I am Kang Run, the judge for this competition. This preliminary round will determine the 16 Guardians who will compete in the team battles. I wish you all the best." Meanwhile, La begins to tear at her hair in frustration. This is going to be hell. Jiroka is still dazed, unable to grasp the situation. "Huh? Who is that guy?" Kang Run announces the rules of the match. "If the ribbon on your wrist is pulled off, you're eliminated." "Be careful," Kang Run announced. "Let the games begin, and here's the theme of this test." Indeed, it is the Guardian's most important task. Kang Run's face darkened as Kang Run's voice echoed, "Rescue the people." Instantly, the 8 gates formation appeared, shocking the students, their faces changing as Jir shouted, Hey, what the hell is that?" "What's the point of doing this?" Lack Hot-Hai insisted that there was a point. "Kryun is the most talented formation mage in the Eastern Continent," Jir muttered. "But how does rescuing people with Ama work within this range?" Suddenly, Lacey's expression changes. Is this the people he was talking about? 1. After touching a person, you can issue commands. 2. Lead the people to your target, gaining 1 point per person. 3. Destroying unnecessary people will deduct 2 points each. Seeing the figurines, they couldn't help but be curious. Are these stone figures the citizens? Jer picks up one of the figures, intrigued. Aha, so they move when we touch them? Lax seriously says, probably, Jer exclaims in response. Wow, this is so cool and kind of fun. Okay, let's go. Corin watches them play, a faint smile on her face. Such youthful exuberance. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes out. Watch out, it's a hunting dog. A sharp-eyed dog appears, growling menacingly. Elisa silently rushes forward, felling the hound with a single strike. The others cheered. One-hit KO. That's Elisa for you. They're lucky to be on her team. Elisa sniffs proudly, basking in the praise. How pathetic, Elisa says, emboldened by her victory. Just trust me and follow my lead. At that moment, the hound's body was torn in two and fell to the ground. The mission: protect the citizens. Demonstrate your skills as a guardian and defend the people from the attacking monsters. You must move as many civilians as possible to the safe zone. Then everyone immediately advances. The follower called out, Elisa, there's another civilian over there. Elisa led the group in pursuit. Okay, Corin thought. Elisa felt a sense of accomplishment as Leon suggested, saving that person will make it 10. Let's hurry. Elisa happily agreed, beginning the search for a safer area, and Leon concurred, promising to send out scouts. This is the 8 Gates formation, so there should be a safe zone nearby. Suddenly, Elisa stops, and they look up in alarm. Leon is confused, wondering what's happening, as Elisa says the ground is shaking. Lion anxiously asks, is that the sound of drums? Immediately, Elisa cries out. Just then, a chaotic and blurred image flashed by as soldiers swarmed in. Their leader stood high above, pointing and ordering, lay down your weapons and we'll spare the child. Elisa froze at the sight before her. What was that? A cart? Elisa tried to get a better look, realizing they were tying dummies together to make carts. What is that? Jer, in armor and holding a harp, sits atop the dummies and shouts as he kneels. We're grave robbers, Elisa screams as she recognizes someone. Jer, what are you doing? No. Furthermore, playing a harp like a guitar? A sinister laugh echoes. You want over 1,000 students to get points by transporting a limited number of mannequins? Elisa trembles as she points forward. Why should I bother with such unpleasant tasks? Corin. Hearing Elisa call his name, Corin slips into character. Corin, you say? Who is it? You must call me the Almighty Immortal. Corin, with his clownish yet fierce makeup, proclaims himself the Almighty Immortal, finding it easier to eliminate the others. Their initial plan involved only 3, Corin along with his teammates Jer and El. They decided to recruit other students to build a powerful force, the first step toward success. Jer and El continued to praise and hail Corin as an extraordinary leader with superior strength. With Corin's arms crossed, a smug smile never left his face. The immediate goal was to pass the qualifiers, where only 16 would remain. To do this, the group needs to eliminate all unnecessary opponents, quickly secure their forces, find a safe area, and recruit more students to their side. Corin freely admits these students will become human shields, protecting the group from dangerous encounters, a tactic not everyone agrees with. A young mage with short hair voiced his discontent, gripping his staff and shouting, "Take them down now!" But before he could act, his companion stopped him, preventing a pointless confrontation. Boos echoed all around, and accusations of cowardice rained down on Corin's group. Yet, Corin remained unfazed, as if he didn't care at all. His team was currently employing a perfect defensive formation, with giant stone statues lined up as a barrier in front. The mission is simple, yet challenging. If Corin's team moves the stone statue to the safe zone, each member gains a point. Conversely, if the statue is destroyed, they'll lose 2 points, as Corin sits smugly on a throne made of stone. Corin smugly declares, "Stick to my plan, and we'll all win." The attackers below are furious. They screamed at Corin, calling him a coward, knowing they would lose if this continued. The opponents charged towards the stone statues and Corin's group, daring Corin to face them in a one-on-one fight. The attackers planned to climb the statues and throw Corin's group down, but Corin simply smirked at their confidence. He placed his hand on LC's head, and Lace also smirked, acknowledging that the golden moment had arrived and that LC had been holding back for a long time, but Corin told LC to endure a little longer. As the assault team approached, LC unleashed a fireball, creating a massive explosion that sent them screaming in agony. The students worry that they're doomed if the statues are destroyed, but Corin calmly replies that they have plenty of statues, so a little damage is fine. And this is the difference between the two teams' missions. Corin's team will focus on gathering stone statues early to bolster their forces. The other team, led by Elisa, attacks and destroys the opponent's stone statues to score points, defeat enemies, and drive them out of the safe zone. Regardless, each side has their own strategy. Corrin smirks, ordering his team to strike anyone who advances. His teammates echoed his understanding. He found these inter-academy skirmishes quite enjoyable, and the number of eliminations on both sides continued to rise. Back in the present, Elisa and Corrin have come face to face, and Elisa points at him in disbelief. She couldn't believe Corrin was here. Corrin spread his arms wide, the clown's lips upturned as he declared himself all-powerful. Corrin, with his eerie white eyes, grinned savagely at Elisa below, calling her name and offering her a place in his gang for this war. Elisa, hand on her sword hilt, couldn't believe what she was hearing and asked him to repeat himself. Corrin tempted her. "Remove your attack force insignia and join my team. If you agree, I'm willing to make you my second in command." But Elisa flatly refuses. Ignoring Elisa's refusal, Corrin didn't care if she agreed or not. He simply needed her to bolster his forces in the attack. Corrin declared that whoever could bring Elisa to their team would become the captain of a unit, and immediately, countless people appeared, attacking Elisa from behind while she remained bewildered. The trio attacking Elisa felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. One of them yelled, "Attack!" and they all lunged at Elisa. Elisa wept bitterly, realizing the three were her allies, seeking to defect under the guise of this opportunity. Her teammates brazenly admitted they'd rather face her than Corrin, and she wept even harder. She trusted them so much, but they betrayed her. Corrin watched the scene unfold, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Peace was merely an illusion. The true nature of society is to seize personal gain at any cost. Blood splatters everywhere as humans instinctively fight to survive when threatened. Honor means nothing in the face of death, and everyone clashes, fighting each other ruthlessly. Elisa still manages to defeat the group of three attacking her, but she is enraged. She declares that enough is enough. With her comrade's betrayal, Corrin has successfully corrupted Elisa. In her grief, Elisa declares she needs no one and will fight with everything she has, showing no mercy. Elisa Aiden has officially become the vice leader. Meanwhile, Marriott reflects on the fact that this battle was always meant to be a group effort. No one could face a prodigy like the second-year Marriott alone. Marriott's group is bound by friendship, drawing many to their cause, confident that their bond can overcome any obstacle. But as Corrin's stone golems invaded, the team faced an unavoidable challenge, and Marriott was stunned to see Corrin. Isbel stepped forward, reassuring Marriott that they could win, for even with greater numbers, Corrin's attack power couldn't match theirs. Corrin's sweet voice echoed, freezing Marriott for 3 seconds as he tearfully asked, "Is this how you choose to face me?" These words caused Marriott's already wavering heart to explode, leaving her trembling and speechless. Standing beside her, Isbel was bewildered, not understanding what was happening to Marriott, unaware that their 2-year friendship meant nothing compared to Marriott's first love. Marriott raises her staff, face flushed, as first love corrupts her into a savage like Corrin. She even shouts, declaring she's on his side, and Marriott pounces, attacking her own friends. Her friend, under attack, was still in disbelief, unsure of Marriott's intentions, as screams echoed and Isbel fell back in shock. Sweating with disbelief, she couldn't believe Marriott would do this to her friends. But before she could react, Marriott had dealt with the others and was coming for her. Isbel could only stand there, terrified and speechless, as the Corrin demons cheered with excitement. Jur praises the group's newest member, while Leaf revels in seeing everyone fall. After dealing with all her friends, Mari raises her staff in celebration, a savage Corrin smile on her face. She even declared herself the ultimate warrior, as Corrin's corrupted followers grew more and more deranged. Standing behind Corrin, they chanted slogans of victory, vowing to sweep away all obstacles. Onward, brothers. Corrin flips his cloak back, grinning from ear to ear, enjoying having teammates to rely on. The teachers watching through the screen were sweating bullets, unsure of what was happening out there. Kang Run asked Josephine if she knew what Corrin was planning, but Josephine couldn't have predicted this plan either. But in hindsight, it could be considered the surprise of the tournament. Josephine admits Corrin's moves are unpredictable, and what she thinks is absolutely true. Corrin's group passes the preliminaries quickly, much to their delight. Everyone was dancing strangely on the stone statues, and despite their incredible performance, Corrin's group inadvertently left a somber impression on everyone. The next round is a tag team match, and Corrin's first opponents are the Chen twins. They're also second circle mages from the academy, and the Chen sister unleashes a barrage of talismans at Corrin's group. Corrin swiftly dodges the attack, then points at the Chen siblings, ordering Elisa to strike. Elisa was taken aback by Corrin's choice, but she steeled herself and took a fighting stance. She raises her sword, blaming Corrin for how things have turned out, saying she can handle these Chen brothers. 2 sharp sword strikes are unleashed as Elisa counters with a breaking blow. Each strike hits its mark, and the sisters cry out in pain. The battle ends quickly, and while Corrin praises Elisa's tactics, Elisa bitterly retorts that she fought alone. Meanwhile, Corrin simply directed without offering any help, a point Corrin disputed. He felt that cheering on his teammates was a waste of energy, and Elisa curtly emphasized that she was very annoyed. Jinhyu and Kongyua watch from the stands, and after seeing Elisa's match, Jinhyu realizes she's the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but he doesn't think she's very strong. Kongyua's sharp eyes assessed Elisa's abilities, finding her adequate against weaker students, but her true focus was on Corrin. She realizes that Corrin is the key player on this team. All problems and changes originate from him. Remembering the recent promotion, Kongyua confirms that Corrin is the one who advanced to level 5 Guardian, bringing to mind the two formidable opponents she researched before coming here. Kongyua had been wary of Berserker and the demi-vampire Mariette, but after watching the battle, Corrin effortlessly dodged her sister's spell attack. Considering the Zhang siblings' strength and teamwork, they're no pushovers, which only proves Corrin is a force to be reckoned with. Watching Corrin's back on the field, Kongyua notes his meticulous observation skills, quick and accurate decision-making, and seasoned judgment, making him perhaps the strongest student present. Jinhyuk also recognizes the gravity of the situation. Facing Corrin would undoubtedly present them with considerable challenges. A cunning strategist like Corrin is a formidable opponent, one he hopes they won't have to face. As he spoke, Jinhyuk noticed something and turned to face the newcomer with a gasp. His eyes immediately filled with murderous intent, his face contorted with hatred and anger. The battle inside the arena was so captivating that cheers and shouts echoed endlessly, while outside, Warren slowly walked away. Everyone's focused on the matches, so the school is unusually quiet, a stark contrast to its usual bustle. Warren closes her eyes. The silence reminds her of that day, the day she became ragged. Back then, Warren was still very young. When she awoke after the transformation, all that surrounded her were flames hot enough to burn flesh. Everything had been destroyed that night. All she could hear was, "Kill them all, let them all die." Her home was engulfed in flames, and she stood alone on a mountain of charred corpses. Lost in the past, War is pulled back to reality by an unknown malice, realizing an attack is imminent. Jinhyuk launches a swift kick towards War, whose sharp eyes seem to notice something. Warren could clearly see Jinhyuk's methods and attacks, successfully blocking them, causing Jinhyuk to retreat and keep his distance. Jinhyuk is impressed by Warren's reflexes, while Warren senses the source of his bloodlust. A bloodlust so intense, while Jinhyuk boasts that few can even perceive his attacks, let alone block them. Jinhyuk charges towards Warren, confident that he will defeat her, and his techniques and speed prove that he is indeed a formidable opponent. Warren frowned, realizing Jinhyuk's animosity must mean something. She asked if he knew her from before. Jinhyuk simply scoffs, denying that he knows Warren at all, but his face betrays a clear animosity. His words say they've never met, but his face says he knows her all too well. Jinhyuk apologizes to Warren for his overreaction, claiming he mistook her for someone else and was just teasing. Warren is speechless. Jinhyuk feels familiar, but she can't quite place him, though it hardly matters to her anymore. War reminds Jinhyuk to be careful, and he assures her he'll be more cautious next time. But after Warren left, Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, his murderous aura growing thick. Kangrun watched everything, slowly approaching Jinhyuk. She felt Jinhyuk's actions were reckless and scolded him for revealing his power. But Jinhyuk disagrees, believing his actions proved his master's 8 gates do affect demi-humans. As Warren walked away, Jinhyuk muttered about the powerful monster masterpiece created by the spirit casters. To seal the beast and save Lan, the 8 gates golden lock great net annihilation formation must be set up. Kangrun noticed Jinhyuk's trembling, clenched fists and reminded him to remain silent and wait. To draw him out, they need to wait for the right moment. Kangrun thinks that once it's over, Jinhyuk can do whatever he wants, as long as that evil is removed from Warren. Hearing this, Jinhyuk's murderous intent only intensified, promising to hold back until he could kill after subduing the demon within him. The second round of the elimination tournament has finally arrived, and the contestants have gathered in Nazaria, the capital of the Ellis Kingdom, where the second round will take place. In a roadside tavern, every table is full, servers rush back and forth, and the sound of laughter and chatter fills the air. Corrin sat in the pub as well. The second round's location being so remote was completely unexpected. Remembering the announcement from Professor Josephine, she said the location for the knockout round had been changed by Professor Kang Run. Corrin was also a bit surprised when he heard the news. Josephine directly asked Corrin if he stole Griffin's goods, but he denied knowing anything about it or taking anything at all. Sensing an opening, Josephine pressed him, asking what it was. Korin nervously looks away because he did take something, but it belonged to the former professor, items Kang Run was secretly smuggling into the country. Korin recalls leading the raid and sighs ruefully, realizing he took what was needed to activate the 8 Gates Golden Lock Grand Extermination formation. That battle was intended for the next round, and Josephine has discovered and exploited the theft of Griffin's goods. But it was all a ruse orchestrated by Kangrian and Linang to buy time and recover their smuggled goods. Speaking of the devil, Kang Run walks into the tavern where Korin is. Seeing Kang Run, Korin inwardly cursed the schemers, while Elisa marveled that Nazaria was not as rumored. She asks him if he wants to eat something, but Korin reminds Elisa that the guide clearly states no eating or drinking is allowed here. Elisa asks, disappointed, why Kang Run seems to have already completed his mission, as he announces the 16 members of the Griffin Academy. It seems all 16 members of the MK3 Academy have arrived. Kang Run sinisterly bows his head and announces 58 minutes. While groups ate and laughed, Kang Run's countdown echoed, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. By 59 minutes 50 seconds, some had drawn their swords. Finally, the countdown from 5 begins, and Korin rises, weapon in hand. Elisa was completely bewildered, looking from Korin to Kang Run, trying to understand what was happening. He gave the order to begin, and the talisman in his hand glowed a brilliant gold. Korin immediately attacked a young man holding a chicken leg, blood splattering everywhere, and screams echoed. Elisa, utterly bewildered, asks what he's doing. Marriott also delivers a fatal blow to a student's head. Others follow suit, decapitating their victims, painting the area in blood. Amidst the carnage, Elisa remained clueless as to what was happening. The tavern was now a charnel house, littered with corpses, blood, and the few remaining powerful figures. Elisa's face paled with fear. She couldn't understand what was happening or what anyone was doing. Seeing the despair in Elisa's eyes, Korin urged her to take a closer look at the corpses, and she calmly observed her surroundings. The recently slain don't appear to be human, as their bodies are decaying at an alarming rate, flesh melting away to reveal bone in the blink of an eye. Korin wondered why Kang Run had chosen this place as the second arena for the qualifiers, as he knew Nazaria was trapped in a time loop since the incident 300 years ago. During the day they appear as normal people, and daily life continues as if nothing is amiss. But as night falls, this city of 1.2 million becomes a land of the undead. Korin recalls the eerie and haunting image of Nazaria at night. In Korin's memory, this was an anomaly, and Nazaria was known as the City of the Dead. With the situation clear, the elimination round officially began with an announcement in the brightly lit tavern. Kang Run carefully explained the rules of the second round. Each team would be separated and tasked with collecting moonstones. The collection deadline is the morning after next, and anyone wishing to drop out will be immediately approved. After the list is announced, the teams receive only basic instructions and a backpack containing essential supplies. Then, they were all thrown out of the inn into a horde of roughly 1.2 million zombies. Korin's Team D still consists of the original members, Elisa, Jer, and Elle. As they walk, Korin seriously calculates, if they want to save Warren, his team must reach the third round, and only the top 4 teams will qualify. For now, he can only play by the rules of this zombie festival. The full moon hangs high overhead. Korin has a plan, target the outskirts as the truly strong are in the city's center. The difficulty around that area was only moderate, and Korin threw his spear from above, instantly obliterating any zombie it hit. To pave the way for this plan, Korin alone is enough. Cut to the watchtower on the outskirts. Korin's goal is to climb to a high vantage point, a place easy to observe from. He can identify the moonstone zombies. When they swallow moonstones, their bodies glow. Arriving at the watchtower, LC spots several glowing undead and wonders about their nature. Korin is still calculating how to safely and surely gather points, explaining that the glowing undead are like the bosses of this round. They have to catch those things, and he emphasizes quality over quantity. He suggests LC use flight magic to support the other 3, meaning Locke doesn't have to attack. Lass agreed with Korin's plan, deciding to use long-range magic. But before he could finish, he noticed something, and everyone wondered what that sudden expression on Korin's face meant. Korin insists he hasn't used magic, but the Revenant Titan below drags the Lathan sword across the ground with a screech, then charges towards Korin's group. Korin couldn't understand why they had become the Titan's target, and the realization left him drenched in sweat. He told Lack to run, which panicked Lack as well, who didn't understand why they had to flee. But Korin didn't dare say why, fearing it would cause panic. The Titan targeting them was the final boss of the central area. Korin warned Lack to use his flight magic, but he was too late. Lack had already been hit. The swift, unseen attack leaves Korin in a cold sweat. He doesn't know what hit Elle. Could it be that Elle was hit by Ghost? L was immediately ejected from the competition. As L is ejected from the competition, Corrin can only call out his name in despair. A notification appears, announcing LB Man's elimination. When struck with sufficient force, a player is eliminated and teleported from the arena. Seeing L ejected by the system, Corrin paled with fear. L was eliminated so quickly. Corrin wouldn't have stood a chance against that attack. Leaving L aside for the moment, Corrin immediately gives Jer and Elisa instructions, as the Titan below prepares to unleash another attack. The Titan hurled its blade, unleashing a massive force that tore through the watchtower, sending its upper half crashing down. Corrin sprints ahead, ordering Jer and Elisa to climb to the top of the tower and run in the opposite direction, prompting Jer's annoyance at their constant misfortune when accompanying Corrin. The sound of crumbling stone echoed as the clock tower was instantly destroyed, a cloud of dust obscuring the once majestic tower now reduced to rubble in the street. Amidst the rubble and settling dust, a stone shifts, suggesting life beneath. It was Corrin's group. He and Elisa were lucky to be alive. He quickly asked about the others. Elisa sarcastically remarks that being with Corrin is always an eye-opening experience, to which Corrin can only offer a wry smile. Corrin resigns himself to the fact that the first day is a wash. Lack is out too early, and now the only way for the team to survive is to run until dawn. A sentiment Laker happily agrees with. But before they could celebrate, Zur was snatched away by a giant hand, and Jer, whether from sleepiness or dizziness, saw 5 enormous toes on that hand. Out of nowhere, a demon bat swoops down and snatches Jer, who can only scream for help. Corrin was stunned, completely unaware of what was happening, as Elisa warned him about the new arrival. Corrin takes a closer look at the new arrival, his face falling as he sighs, realizing his worst-case scenario has just come true. The White Soul King has appeared, another powerful monster drawn in by the commotion Corrin caused. Corrin feels things are getting more and more difficult. First the giant Titan, then the Abyssal Demon, and now the White Soul King has shown up. All 3 of Nazaria's insects have arrived, each of them elite level or higher, and Corrin and Elisa are now surrounded, with no escape. Elisa worriedly asks Corrin what to do, wondering if they're doomed. Corrin clicks his tongue in annoyance as all 3 insects charge at him and Elisa. Corrin grits his teeth, unsure what to do. He'd calculated every move to survive, but it seems fate wants him to stop here. Defeated in this round, a blinding light suddenly appears from the sky, surprising even Corrin. Corrin turns back to see a thunderous blow, crackling with green electricity, aimed at the Titan, shaking the area with its power. But Corrin realizes it's not an attack, just a blinding flash to obscure their vision. As the blinding light subsided, Corrin recognized the source. A spear, one he seemed to know. A hand grasped the spear, and a cloaked figure brushed past Corrin, telling him to head this way. Finally, Corrin and Elisa decided to leave, and in a dark alley, Corrin leaned against a window frame, gasping for breath. The mysterious figure asks if he's all right, and thankfully no one was hurt. Corrin, having run with all his might, is still trying to catch his breath. Corrin thanked the mysterious figure for their help, but wondered about the origin of the spear in their hand, to which the figure replied that they, too, had a question. She removes her hood and cloak, wondering how Corrin learned her spear technique. Words that leave Corrin wide-eyed in disbelief. Elisa seems surprised by the mysterious figure's appearance as well, having found the voice familiar upon meeting Corrin. The mysterious figure glides next to Corrin, looks him up and down, and nods in understanding. Seeing her swift movements, he recognizes the silent divine steps. Looking into her clear blue eyes like a pristine stream, he was certain of the woman's identity. Irinua, Corrin's master in his past life. Aaron smiles, confirming that he is indeed her student from the distant future, leaving Corrin in stunned disbelief. He asks why Aaron is here, flashing back to the winter break of his senior year, where Sio waited for Corrin outside the principal's office. Upon seeing Corrin, Sio scolded him for being slow, but Corrin dodged the remark and retorted that Sio was being rude. Corrin gets to the point, wondering why Sio has called him here. Realizing he was standing in front of the headmaster's office, Corrin was shocked, but before he could process it, Sio knocked loudly on the door. The door slowly opens, and Si-Hu, knowing Corrin's desire for strength, seems to have found him a teacher. He looked into the brightly lit room, Sio's words echoing in his ears. He'd introduce a teacher who could help him grow stronger. Aaron sat inside, recognizing Corrin as Sio's companion. She greeted him, beginning a fateful relationship made possible by Si-Hu's gamer privilege, Corrin's first encounter with his master, Aaron Danua. Back in the present, the undead still lurk in every corner of the city, except for one house, fortified by layers of magic to keep them out. After setting up the defenses, Aaron enters the room, explaining that ordinary zombies won't be able to enter the building. Elisa politely thanks Aaron and offers her some chocolate, but Aaron declines, explaining that they shouldn't consume anything from this era. Corn watches Elisa eat her chocolate bar, sifting through her knowledge of this place, 300 years in the past. Because the timeline is repeated, there are two possibilities if you eat food from 300 years ago. 1. The food will return to its correct timeline, or the person eating it will be trapped in the past. Knowing the consequences, Corrin has never broken the rules. But if someone breaks the rules, something is bound to happen, and Corrin sweats as he watches Elisa eat with gusto. He sighed, telling her to just eat and find out. Elisa then asked why Aaron was here. Aaron instructs Elisa to address him as Master, while Corrin remained silent. Aaron took a sip of water and said that he understood the gist of it, as Elisa brought up the real issue. She mentions Colin's master from the distant past, and since Aaron was in this city during the events of 300 years ago, Elisa wants to know more about the details. Corrin felt that everything was a mystery, as Elisa's words echoed in his mind. Nazaria was a city where time repeated itself, where everything had to repeat. As Corrin watches Aaron drink her tea, a question arises in his mind. How can Aaron move about so freely with such a clear sense of awareness? Aaron rises to address Corrin and Elisa's questions, explaining that her friendship with the god of death grants her this freedom. Corrin still didn't understand Aaron's intentions, as Aaron walked towards the window. This city of Nazaria is a type of ancient poison that creates the undead, and Aaron is here to prevent the birth of the undead king. Aaron also announces that the undead king is about to appear in the city center. Elisa is shocked and bewildered, but Corrin remains unusually calm. Corrin pushes himself up, saying that if this is happening, they should leave immediately. Aaron doesn't want Corrin to go, as this is her problem, not his. He simply turned to Aaron and asked if she needed help, to which Aaron smiled. She admits Corrin is an astute kid, as Corrin and Aaron's group race towards the city center. Corrin knew from the start that Aaron wouldn't refuse his help, as the main quest of this round was also the one he had to overcome. He had to stop the birth of the immortal king Nazaria with the mysterious swordswoman, Aaron. Elisa noticed something and informed Corrin, who simply acknowledged it. He knew from the start that helping Aaron was something he couldn't refuse. The Titan roared, ordering the undead soldiers forward. Seeing the Titan, Corrin knew he had to eliminate the 3 zombie kings to weaken the immortal king's power. The Titan swung its blade, the wind-tearing force of the slash creating unimaginable power. Though the attack was swift and decisive, Corrin and Aaron easily dodged. Master Aaron and student Corrin, their twin spears united, unleashed the ultimate technique. Then they unleashed a whirlwind of combined strikes, their masterful spear techniques illuminating the sky, leaving the Titan no time to react but to raise its arms in defense. Corrin strikes at the Titan, but he blocks the blow. Aaron seizes the moment, darting from beneath the blade, using its blind spot to attack. Just as planned, Aaron pierces Titan's abdomen with a spear, and seeing their plan succeed, Corrin signals Elisa. This was the moment. Elisa had been waiting, and upon hearing the signal, she drew her sword. With a swift strike, Elisa decapitates the Titan zombie, landing gracefully as its head falls. And with that, he collapses to the ground. Corrin retrieves the massive moonstone from the Titan's body. Elisa stands by, awaiting praise, as Corrin admits that adding just one person to the team has significantly reduced the difficulty. Corrin admired Aaron's strength, but she only smiled at him, praising his hard work and suggesting they stop for the day. The sun peeks over the houses in the east. Usually, when on a mission, groups will set up camp for the night. But in Nazaria, it's the opposite, as the city is extremely safe during the day and incredibly dangerous at night. Cut to a house, bathed in the morning light. Elisa is fast asleep, as a voice outside asks if she's sleeping. Aaron teases Corrin, saying they're both kids, so what's the harm in sleeping together? But he just rested his chin in his hand, saying he wasn't a kid, so she changed her address to Little One. After all, Aaron taught him everything, so what else could he be? Corrin doesn't reply, instead looking away as he recalls the techniques Aaron taught him. Hearing this, Aaron admits that he is the disciple she chose, unaware that the child she picked was just an ordinary boy. Hearing this, Corrin became even more pensive. In truth, Aaron had chosen Ban as her successor, but 80 years later she regretted that decision. Corrin knew everything but chose to remain silent, not wanting to burden someone living in a time-frozen state from 300 years ago. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Aaron poking his cheek. Aaron, perceptive as ever, noticed Corrin's contemplation and asked what he feared. Aaron feels fortunate to have a student like Corrin who cares so deeply for her, but he thinks she's just rambling. Aaron sensed Corrin's worries, realizing her future might not be so bright, but Corrin immediately protested, only to be scolded as a foolish student. Doesn't he know how powerful his master is? Recalling the sad memories of his past life, Corrin answers Aaron's question in his heart. When faced with countless evils and enemies, Aaron was the one who stood up against them. In that desperate moment, Aaron stepped forward to face the enemy, buying time for him, but Corrin couldn't accept her actions. Faced with this situation, Aaron became a figure of unwavering strength, asserting that as an adult it was her responsibility to protect a child like Corrin. Corrin felt devastated looking at his master's back, the one who had guided, taught, and changed him, and who had sacrificed herself to protect him. In the past, Aaron turned to him with a smile, reassuring Corrin that everything would be all right, even knowing the outcome was inevitable. Corrin's thoughts drift back to that wretch, Pihu, blaming himself for not seeing his true colors sooner. And he even wondered countless times if eliminating Peru beforehand could have saved his master. Even knowing the future, he still failed time and time again. And every time, he has to find a way to fix his mistakes. He thinks of the butterfly effect, how even a flap of its wings can cause unforeseen consequences. He recalled his purpose for attending the festival, to rescue Warren, but things had gone awry, and now he was in this city. Even meeting his respected master from 3 years ago in this city was unexpected. A single, unforeseen variable could ruin everything. He closed his eyes, unable to escape the thought that he was destined to fail, a haunting fear that kept him awake. Unknowingly, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Aaron, overhearing, immediately asked, "What failure are you afraid of?" Corrin was startled by her words. Aaron chuckled, saying only fools dwell on the failures of others, while the wise question their own. At least Corrin is the smart type. Corrin was silent, then asked Aaron if she could say those words if she failed like him. Aaron embraces her student from behind, admitting that she is someone who has repeatedly failed. Her embrace surprises Corrin, as Aaron continues to talk about her failures, ultimately concluding that choosing him as her successor was her best decision. His eyes widen in surprise as he listens. Aaron continues to embrace him. Aaron, the Queen of Paradise, will bless Corrin's path forward, advising him to rest, to sleep, and everything will be all right. Corrin nodded, repeating Aaron's words in his heart, unsure if everything would truly be all right, or if he could really save everyone. Meanwhile, Warren is participating in the individual preliminaries at the joint Mkaba and Griffin Academy Festival. On the field, Warren's opponent continues to attack, but she doesn't fight back, leaving the audience in disbelief. The knight, unable to land a blow, cries out in despair. "Why?" Professor Josephine had warned Warren, "Don't be too serious." The defeated knight even climbed onto Warren, grabbing her head and begging her to show some mercy. Corrin's words echoed in Warren's ears. "This world is full of weak people, so treat them with care." Another opponent swung an axe at Warren's head, but it had no effect. Corrin's words echoed in her mind. Her very existence was a threat to others, and he hoped she could cooperate to get through the festival smoothly. The knight, failing to land a blow, could only bow his head and sob in defeat. Warren simply says she's bored and doesn't fight back, remembering her fist-fighting lessons with Corrin. Even a simple lesson was more interesting than his current matches. When Corrin taught Warren, she began with the basics. While dining with Professor Josephine, Warren openly admitted that Corrin's strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, an opinion Josephine shared. Josephine compared Warren to Corrin, admitting that no one could match him, and Warren vowed to never lose again. The lessons Corrin taught her were ingrained in her very being after months of grueling training. Recalling Corrin's techniques, Warren clenched her fist. She unleashes a powerful Baji Quan punch, and from it emerges a dragon, heading straight for her opponent. The dragon grazed past her opponent, taking her axe out of the game. The axe exploded before her eyes, and the dragon flashed behind her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Warren realizes she went a bit too far, but her face remains emotionless. Her opponent, terrified, collapses to his knees, screaming the word, "Monster." Warren didn't reply. She was too used to those words to even get angry anymore, but she felt a strange, sharp pain in her chest. Time passes, and the final match of Group C arrives. Warren's opponent this time is a student from Griffin Academy, and she expects him to be just like the others. Jin Hyuk greeted her first, a gesture that caught Warren's attention. Jin Hai UK's murderous intent overflowed. He greeted Warren with a savage smile, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Heavenly Gale Palm, Arrow Storm, and Armor-Piercing Warrior's Full Moon Kick. Each super speed kick carries massive damage, yet Warren remains unmoved. Jin Hyu attacks again, his body engulfed in murderous intent. Warren observes that Jin Hyuk is indeed a formidable opponent, and the spectators erupt. realizing he's unlike any player they've seen before. Jinhyu unleashed a powerful kick aimed at her face, but Warren stood still, making no attempt to defend or dodge. A deafening boom echoed as smoke and fire filled the arena from the impact. As the dust settles, Jinhyu is wide-eyed, unable to believe what he's seeing. Warren stands unmoved, the ground around her untouched. Outside of where she stood, the ground was completely devastated, sinking in over a meter. She calmly asked Jin Hyuk if he was finished. With the power of Ajasa, War's defense is near absolute. Against a normal person, this kick would be impossible to block. War urged Jinhyuk to give up, as it was pointless to continue, but Jinhyuk just sneered and relentlessly cursed Warren as a monster. Jinhyuk even berates her, saying it's too late for her to show leniency and kindness, words that infuriate War. She questioned his meaning, and Jin Hyuk strained to emphasize the mercy she was trying to show by not retaliating. That mercy should have been reserved for his family when they were slaughtered. The more he spoke, the more Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, his eyes wide and pupils constricted. Jin Hyuk vowed to kill Warren, no matter the cost, having survived that day when so many others did not. Tears welled in his eyes as he surveyed the devastation, smoke and fire filling the sky, bodies strewn everywhere. He clutched his loved ones, his reason clouded by hatred. War couldn't believe her ears, fear and torment welling up in her eyes. She couldn't believe anyone survived that night. Cut to a smithy in Nazaria, where in a room filled with books, a voice curses, wondering what happened and why his calculations failed. The immortal dark magic user, Jurong, trembled as he looked at the book, sensing something was amiss. His gaunt body was little more than skin and bones. He repeatedly affirmed that the present moment was perfect, a heaven-sent opportunity and miracle. Looking out at the peaceful scene, he was confused, unsure if he had activated the magic circle and why his ritual had succeeded. Yet everything remained so calm. It seems Jurong has realized he's in a loop, retaining his memories of the successful ritual and transformation, only to be sent back 3 days before it occurred. He doesn't know who interfered, or how time could be made to repeat itself. This was the first time he'd been sent back in the loop, and he realized something. He screamed the word witch, convinced that a witch was behind it all. Jurong throws open the door and rushes out, the face of Aaron, a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes, burned into his memory as he runs with all his might across the green lawn. After 300 years, he pinpointed Aaron as the cause of it all, but he couldn't figure out how or why this had been repeating for so long. Jaren gazed up at the sky, realizing the magic circle trapping the city in an endless loop was still there. Looking at its core and the ancient script within, he knew Aaron had used the moon's power to amplify the magic circle she'd etched upon the city. Magic so pure, forged with power more intense than any great mage in history. Jurong stared intently at the massive magic circle in the sky, silently assessing the power of its creator. He also noticed the strange object etched into the magic circle. Something so powerful, he recognized it instantly. These are the words of origin, a special ancient language forgotten for 300 years. The stone absorbing the moon's energy, engraved with the letter N, represents the meaning of the two words, primordial. Lost in his work, Jurong doesn't notice someone approaching, who then calls out to him. The greeting successfully caught his attention, and Jur laughed maniacally upon seeing Aaron, ecstatic that he finally realized he'd been trapped in this formation for 300 years. He even realizes Aaron is the cause of it all. Jurong laughs maniacally, his bloodshot eyes revealing the joy of finally finding the key to the problem. He laughs, realizing Aaron is the reason time has been looping in this city. She's the one responsible for everything. Aaron simply listened in silence, her eyes cold and ruthless. She calls out to the immortal king, Jurong, her voice laced with venom. The mere sound of his name sends agonizing shocks through his body, rendering him immobile. Jurong's body swells and distorts as he transforms, his eyes turning a demonic red. The forced transformation causes him unbearable pain. Tears streamed down his face, his eyes darting back and forth as Aaron reminded him to play his part. On the second night in Nazaria, the gloomy city under the starry sky, Elisa and Corin put their plan into action, with Elisa acting as bait to lure AB Streaker. She drew her sword and decisively cut it in two, as did Corin. He had also finished off the White Soul King on his side. They had successfully eliminated the 3 undead kings, the AB Streaker, the White Soul King, and the Titan. Though Corin and Elisa weren't high-ranking guardians, they had defeated high-level undead bosses. Elisa beamed as she held the moonstone, excitedly showing Corin their reward. Sitting atop a mountain of corpses, he was lost in thought. realizing their success in this zombie-infested city was all thanks to Aaron Dan. Aaron smiled, knowing that their only remaining target was the undead king. Corin watched, knowing Aaron must have done this hundreds, even thousands of times. Her guidance was truly masterful, her plans flawless. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, the final boss they were destined to face appeared, Zhurong radiating a sky-high resentment. Their mission: defeat Zhurong before he fully awakens his power. The immortal King Zhurong, the dark mage who incited the Nazar Undead Legion's uprising 300 years ago, and who aspires to be king of the undead. Elisa was a bit disappointed by Zhurong's true form, questioning Aaron, who simply smiled, if this was truly the undead King Zhurong. Because this immortal king's appearance, though deformed, doesn't look very impressive. Corin suspects his appearance may be due to an incomplete evolution. Aaron considers this, agreeing that his soul isn't fully demonized and he lacks the wisdom of a true mage, but Corin ignores them all, telling everyone to stand back. Hearing this, Aaron didn't understand what he was planning. And then she saw Corin suddenly charge forward, alone. He intends to deal with Zhurong himself, prompting Elisa to desperately shout for him to stop. Regardless of appearances, Zhurong is a superboss, and Corin agrees with Elisa. Though incomplete, Zhurong was still a king of the undead, resurrected by a dark, forbidden ritual. His power far surpassed Marriott's, making him a true final boss. Corin approached Zhurong, greeting him as if sensing what was to come. Corin unleashes his death lightning, striking Jaren and shattering everything around them. Corin senses the immense power emanating from Zhurong, and after his attack he realizes this foe is no pushover. The Undead King. Zhurong roars, unleashing his power, unleashing a barrage of deadly spells, the curse of death, the winds of destruction, and finally, the apocalypse, shattering everything around him. Elisa was shocked that Zhurong could cast such high-level magic spells in rapid succession, without even needing time to recover, and worriedly asked Corin if he was all right while shielding herself from harm. Thinking he'd defeated his opponent, Zhurong laughed triumphantly, never expecting the onslaught that was about to come. To Corin, his power was merely passable, and he cleaved Zhurong into pieces. Because he wasted too much magic, he couldn't withstand Corin's ultimate move. Nacha Mai. In the end, the immortal King Zhurong became a pool of blood at Corin's feet. Those who focus too much on power, like the immortal king, are easier to deal with. If he could overwhelm him with skill, he could toy with him like a weak boss. Besides, Nazaria was a repeatable quest. He'd defeated him thousands of times before. Elisa is stunned by the outcome. Corin defeated Zhurong with ease, and she senses his growing power. Corin figured she could handle him even easier than he could. He noticed Elisa was alone, and she just realized Aaron was gone. Aaron was just beside her a moment ago. Corin secretly suspects that he decided to look for Aaron alone. Before leaving, he told Elisa to stay put and watch out for the undead. Elisa watched him go, wondering about Aaron. Looking down at the ruined, smoky city, there really isn't anything to see. Corin found Aaron gazing at the unremarkable ruins below and asked if this was the first time the immortal King Zhurong had appeared. Aaron confirms what he said. This has happened a total of 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Nazaria relives the quest to defeat the Demon King, Zhurong, a dark mage who used the lunar eclipse to turn the city into the undead. This happened 300 months and 27 days ago. 1.2 million undead suddenly appeared, then vanished with the immortal king. Corin also learns that Aaron has repeated this 36,439 times, defeating the Demon King Zhurong every 3 days. Corin asks her why this loop exists, and Aaron answers his question with a gentle smile. She was the one who created this city, and if those 1.2 million undead leave, the entire continent, the entire world, will instantly vanish. The keystone appeared, along with countless glowing magic circles in the sky, as Aaron used the ancient language to interfere with Zhurong's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Aaron, Corin couldn't comprehend resurrecting 1.2 million people. Such an act was truly cruel. A dark voice echoed from the void, saying he would soon understand. Corin recognized the voice. It was Death himself, the one who always carries shackles and a sharp scythe, and he said he would continue to watch Corin, for he is the one who dares to defy Death. Perhaps Death knew Corin was a regressor, an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. The Grim Reaper's duty is to ensure that collected souls are reborn into new lives, continuing the cycle. So the undead, who constantly escape death and reclaim life, are a source of great vexation. Nasri has been repeating this for 300 years. Aaron admits she created this 3-day loop, which is why the Grim Reaper has come to destroy the primordial glyph that defiles death. But she once made a pact with the Grim Reaper because the undead would turn those they killed into the undead as well. Going back to when Aaron met the Grim Reaper, she seriously raised the dilemma that if those 1.2 million undead left the city, all of humanity would become undead, and there would be no souls left to continue the cycle. With this sharp declaration, Aaron forced the Grim Reaper to make a choice. Faced with a choice between abandoning 1.2 million souls and the world's end, the Grim Reaper chose to make a pact with Aaron, a pact with 3 conditions. If these 3 conditions are met, the Grim Reaper will not interfere with the 3-day loop. The first condition is that Aranua must defeat the immortal Jiran. After that, Jiran's memories will be reset to 3 days prior, and when everything is reset, Aaron must leave the city. That is also the second condition, and finally, Aranua, the creator of the 3-day loop, he would no longer interfere with this loop, nor with the existence of the immortal Titan. The AB Streaker Hell Monster and the White King will slowly be defeated, and the immortal King Zeron will be executed on the 3rd night. The 3-day loop would repeat for 300 years. Back in reality, Aaron sorrowfully recounted everything. Slowly, they all grew exhausted. After 20,000 iterations, Jiran finally realized he was trapped in a 3-day loop. Corrin was frustrated, wondering how long Aaron intended to repeat this. How long could her mind endure? How long could she keep killing Zeron? Corrin shouts at Aaron, asking her how long she intends to continue this. Does she intend to repeat these 3 days forever? Though weary, Aaron continues on. She understands why Corrin came here. He's trying to save someone, and in doing so, he's saving many. Aaron's words remind him of Warren, and she urges him to leave, while the Grim Reaper, watching Aaron's lonely figure, can only say that saving the world requires sacrifice. Corrin is an anomaly, and Aranua doesn't belong in this world. She would deliberately ignore his existence. And with that, Aaron turned and walked away. Aaron sacrifices herself in a way that no one can understand, or even realize. Corrin grits his teeth, furious that she's always thinking of sacrificing herself. He recalls his master in his previous life, always willing to put herself in danger to protect others, and why Corrin respects her so much. A lone figure silently fighting to protect the world. But Corrin, thinking of the god of death, has another solution. Corrin calls out to the god of death, and Aaron turns back in surprise, unsure of what he's trying to do. Corrin reaches out to the Grim Reaper, proposing a contract, refusing to give up any chance to save his master. Aaron tries to stop him, but she's too late. The light from the forming contract pushes her back as a golden orb glows on the scale. The god of death found this situation amusing, since the one who made the contract was a liar. He praised Corrin's courage, that one who deceived death now wanted to make a contract with him. The scale tips towards the larger purple marble as tiny Corrin stands before the imposing god of death. The Grim Reaper looks at him and asks him to state his wish. Corrin wants to nullify the contract made by Aranua, but first the Reaper must give him the treasure of the mortal realm. He wanted at least something from level 10 or higher. Like any contract, Corrin had to offer something in exchange for his wish. After a moment's thought, Corrin promises to cleanse the entire city of Nazaria, which is overrun by the undead, within 6 months. A promise that stuns the Grim Reaper into silence. The Grim Reaper doubted his ability, but Corrin, though small, ignored the skepticism. Whether he can do it is for the god of death to decide. He only needs to put it on the scale. Corrin asks the god of death about the fairness of his contract. A second later, the golden marble on the scale grew larger, shining brighter and brighter. After weighing the contract, the Grim Reaper declared it was still not fair. The annihilation of 1.2 million souls did not equal Corrin's reward. Even so, the yellow marble far outweighed the purple one, proving the contract was still unbalanced, a fact that stunned Corrin. The Grim Reaper then asked Corrin to choose a number, claiming only then would the scales be balanced, leaving Corrin sweating as he pondered. Odd numbers represent legendary items in the top 10, and if he had to choose, Corrin was certain of that number. After careful consideration, Corrin chooses the treasure he desires. With the contract made, he heads back to Aaron. Aaron was still in shock. She couldn't believe Corrin would do such a thing. She rushed toward him, demanding to know what he'd done. Corrin was surprised she'd waited so patiently for him. Corrin tells Aaron about his deal with the Grim Reaper. He has 6 months to purify Nazaria, and if he succeeds, her contract will be nullified. Hearing the terms of the contract, Aaron could only scream in despair, calling him crazy. She knows that if he fails to fulfill his pact with the Grim Reaper, even his soul will cease to exist. He will be stripped of his right to reincarnation. In response to Aaron's worries, Corrin quietly says with respect, "This is what I learned from you, Aaron." He holds her shoulders, telling her what he's doing. He learned it from Aaron, a revelation that stopped her in her tracks. She seemed a bit surprised. At first, Corrin thought it was just a game, but in the face of danger, hardship, and a world of fire and monsters, he met an adult. His first encounter with a true hero. A hero he couldn't protect, who faced the world alone. You sacrificed yourself to protect him. Her smile as she turned back to him amidst the desolate flames was unbearable. Corrin gripped Erin's shoulders tighter, determined to save her this time, determined not to fail. He was no longer the weakling he once was, and it wasn't like he was saving the world or anything. What he had to do was simple: smile brightly. Consider this your way of paying them back, under a peaceful, starry night. Erin faces a monster covered in lumps, wielding a bizarre staff, a time long after Nazaria. The monster screamed in terror, calling him a witch over and over. A witch? He unleashed all of his resistance magic, as life continued for 3 million years. The monster, assaulted relentlessly, could no longer defend himself, and Erin finally obliterated him. And so the events of this day repeat themselves. Erin removes her helmet and sighs. The city remains a chaotic hellhole, and Erin stands alone, gazing down at the ruined cityscape. For 3 years, she's been stuck in a loop of mechanical tasks, fighting this terrible schedule. The reason? Simply because she's a hero. She is the last holy body left in this land. The queen of the Shadow Realm has now vanished into the void. Erin Danua always knew she was special, and living as a hero was something she simply accepted. And so she continues, still living as a hero, but the only difference is that for the first time, she's heard someone say they want to save her. She always thought saving people was the hero's job, and as the hero, she had to suppress her own feelings, even neglecting herself. Yet Corrin said he wanted to save her as repayment. Erin pulls her hood back up. Corrin awakened emotions she had buried deep within her subconscious during her 300 years of solitude, promising to always be by her side. Erin blushed as she remembered Corrin and his words, touched by his genuine concern. The Grim Reaper, observing from the sidelines, is pleased with what he sees. After all, Erin is an old friend who has been with him for 300 years. He muses that even a hero can fall in love, and that's not a bad thing. Death reflects on his pact with Corrin, sensing things are about to get very difficult, as he never expected him to choose such a thing. At that moment, Corrin decisively chose what he wanted: the Death Orb, an item of pure offense that could separate body and soul with a single strike. This is a supreme treasure of death, granting the power of the Grim Reaper's scythe when equipped to a weapon. Even so, its power is only at its peak when wielded by the god of death himself. For humans, it only offers relative power, and for someone like Corrin who can't sense souls, it's the worst possible choice. But despite what he says, the trade is now balanced, meaning Corrin's choice is a worthy reward. The Grim Reaper found this increasingly amusing, resting his chin on his hand as he marveled at the situation. He was curious as to what Corrin wanted to change. Cut to the entrance of Nazaria, Canaan. Kang Run crosses his arms, deep in thought. The preliminaries are coming to an end. 8 teams, 32 students from Barama and MKA, but only half will advance. At 6:50 a.m., the scoreboard displays each team's points, with Borame Academy's Team 1, led by Kang Yua, earning a total of 558 points. MK3 Academy's Team 2, featuring the demi-human Mariette, scored 499 points while her teammates rambled on about incantations. Mariette agreed that if her team hadn't broken the Moonstone, they might have won first place. The interim scores were listed. Team 1, 558 points. Team 2, 499 points. Team 4, 160 points. Team 3, 155 points. Team 6, 126 points. Team 8, 98 points. Team 7, 55 points. And Team 5 had yet to return. After seeing the scores, everyone agreed that Borame was sure to win, and their business here was probably done. Some were grateful to be alive, while others discussed how their ending was similar to the Mandrek bandits' demise. Jer and El, the 2 eliminated early on, are extremely anxious because none of their teammates have returned yet. M3 Academy excels at forming teams, but their skills are generally quite weak. Speaking of weak, there's Team 5. Corrin's team is even nicknamed the Incompetent Corrin Squad. From the start, the team members didn't have high expectations, and others joined in the discussion. They say that besides Teams 2 and 5, no other MK3 Academy team has a chance of advancing. Corrin's Team 5 even lost 2 members right after joining. How could they possibly turn the tables now? Kang Run was delighted, secretly celebrating his victory. Borame will have 3 teams in the finals, while that MK3 Academy he despises will only have 1. As the chatter buzzed, the dorm room door opened. Corrin's good morning echoes as Elisa realizes they're late. Elisa realizes they have 1 minute left before being disqualified and breathes a sigh of relief, while Corrin waves it off, saying they're here now anyway. Kryun clears his throat, scolding Korin and Elisa for being late, prompting Elisa to resent Korin for wanting to eat first. Korin didn't want to wait any longer to eat, especially since they were in the middle of the competition. If they didn't eat now, when would they? Annoyed, Kang Run tells Korin's team to submit their product so he can update the scores, confident they'll be eliminated. Elisa places a gem on the scale, while Kang Run confidently mocks that Korin's team's score will be incredibly low. Little did he or anyone else know, the first stone alone shot the score up to 250 points. Everyone was speechless, unable to believe the number. Kang Run immediately concludes that Korin's Team 5 is ranked 3rd, but Korin quickly cuts him off as he hasn't submitted all of his moonstones yet. The 3 moonstones from the undead kings are on the scale, and everyone who sees them is terrified. They wondered where Korin's team had gone to hunt moonstones. Could they have gone straight to the city center to hunt the 3 legendary monsters? But the surprises weren't over yet, as Korin presented a blood-red moonstone, his final item. The moonstone of the immortal King Zhurong is placed on the scale, and the score skyrockets, shocking everyone. Kang Run's team was stunned as they read the number $1,000, while Korin's team's total score of 1,768 was displayed. Korin gives a thumbs up, while Kang Run remains in disbelief. The final scoreboard shows Korin's team in the lead with 1,768 points, and the 4 teams advancing to the finals are Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team B. Carriages await outside. The morning air is bustling. Elisa asks Korin if he'll be coming back here. Korin simply grunts in response, then affirms that he must go. And it seems Elisa has caught on to Korin's plan to save Eren. Elisa announces that she and Maurice will accompany Korin next time, flashing a beautiful smile. She doesn't want him to do everything alone. Even if she doesn't know his plans, Korin's actions will worry Korat. Korin is surprised, realizing he underestimated Elisa, whom he thought was just an airhead. Korin agrees, thanking Elisa for her concern, but warns her of the hard work ahead as he closes his eyes to rest, his mind still racing. He wanted to research how to use the power he obtained from the Grim Reaper. The earthly treasure was a little different than he expected, but the Reaper's orb could become a special hidden item for his actions this time. Korin recalls Warren's lonely figure, when she said nothing he did would matter and no one would help her. But Korin smiles confidently, wondering if what he obtained from the god of death might just be the secret to saving that child. Back at the academy, Korin immediately seeks out Warren, only to be struck by devastating news. Professor Josephine announces that Warren has been imprisoned. In the past, there was a beloved little girl named Lan. Unable to see her sister, she happily ran to embrace her, overjoyed by their reunions. Yua was happy to see her sister again, asking about her health. But Lan was an unfortunate child, never able to go outside due to a terminal illness, her face always looking exhausted. Because Lan had the body of Tai Yin, a cursed body destined for self-destruction. Born into a body cursed with an imbalance of yin and yang, Lan was doomed from the start. Her father, Kangu, desperately sought a cure, but there was no remedy for the Tai Yin meridian. Lan's father was so distraught that his frantic search left the room in disarray, shattering their once happy and peaceful family. Bedridden, Lan struggles to call out to her father, and Gu readily answers her call. If there are 2 misfortunes in this happiness, the first is Lan's cursed illness. Each breath was a struggle for her, and Kangu was determined to save Lan. And secondly, to save Lan, Kangu would do anything, his expression shifting as if he were becoming someone else, Kangu's innate talent. The second thing was that Kangu, known as the greatest soul mage of the era, spent his life searching for a powerful source of yang energy to suppress the yin energy within the girl. He searched far and wide for a cure, but the great yin meridian blockade was something human effort couldn't overcome, and Kangu changed his way of thinking. If there wasn't enough yang to suppress the yin, then he would simply find a way to drain the yin completely. And so, a being born with yin energy had spells carved into her body. The most familiar monster to a soul mage is the Jiangshi, tasked with guiding lost souls back to the earth. But Kangu inadvertently turned his own daughter into one while she was still alive. A fire-attributed Jiangshi was born, and in that moment, Jin Hyuk, fueled by rage, recalled the meaning of mercy. His eyes burned with rage, a rage meant for his family's murderers. Without another word, Jin Hyuk resolved to kill the man before him. Surrounded by a sea of fire, he was determined to kill the person before him, amidst a chaotic landscape of corpses. Confused, War watches the events unfold before him, unable to comprehend what's happening, as Kangryun seizes the moment and orders Hoa to slaughter every human on this land, leaving no living creature alive. Jinhu berates Waran as a cold-blooded monster, disgusted that Waran still pretends to be good, but Waran is confused and wants to deny everything. Jin Hyuk relentlessly taunts Warren's body, saying, "War is not Lan, but a monster who stole Lan's form." But Warren still denies it, thinking this is her body. Suddenly, a hand reaches up from below and grabs her foot. The skeleton cursed Warren to die, then immediately begged Warren to just die already. A desperate plea, for the skeleton had been torn apart by Warren's father, and it would bury Warren in the name of the royal family. The skeleton then grabbed Warren's neck, cursing her to die, its mournful cries echoing that she should never have been born. A terrifying Lan emerges, demanding her body back, and a tearful Warren desperately clings to reality, insisting the body is hers. The sounds overwhelm Warren, and she unleashes her power, sending tendrils of life force towards Jin Hyu, forcing him to shield himself in pain. In a moment of rage, golden chains shot out, constricting Warren's body. The chains tightened, causing Warren to collapse, barely able to utter that she deserved this body, as she sank into illusion, muttering that she absolutely couldn't lose it. Meanwhile, others surround Warren, ready to strike, as we return to Josephine's office, where she explains why Warren is imprisoned. After hearing everything, Corin had somewhat foreseen this, but didn't expect it to come so soon. He wondered if the real reason was those two restrictions. Josephine sensed Corin knew something, adjusting her glasses as if to confirm it, and added that Warren was restrained by Sen's chains and an Eastern talisman. But in the battle with Jin Hyu, both talismans were destroyed, and Bishop El Jinyang used this as an excuse to criticize Warren's loss of control, leading to this. Under Professor Kangrian's direction, Warren was sent back to the east, where they decided to create a new talisman to restrain her power. But something still doesn't add up. Corin thought it was strange that they would make such a harsh decision based on the destruction of just one of the two curses. It's laughable how they're blaming the Academy for not controlling Warren. Isle, who'd been standing behind him, suddenly spoke up, asking Corin to confirm how much he knew. Judging by Isle's expression, it seems he's finally realized something. It seems Professor Kong Run, the one from the east, is plotting something this time. Having foreseen this, Corin suspects Isle of planning to let Warren fall into the wrong hands, proposing to handle everything himself, assuring that he can be trusted with this matter, despite the urgency, and frankly stating his desired outcome, for everyone to live their lives without anyone being left behind. And so, the legend of the hero Arahant begins, with Act 3, the Flying Yaksha. This demon will be a bit different from the previous bosses. Professor Josephine pauses in thought. Errol remained silent. The trust in the character and the story meant a choice had to be made. Rescue Hua or rescue Lan. But no matter what, the easiest choice is like Peru's. Just pick one of the two, the most efficient option. But Corin doesn't care about that kind of play, because kids make choices. Adults take it all. And the main mission now is Fire and Lan, with an A+ difficulty and accompanying conditions, while her voice echoes through the dungeon. War could only think that this body was his. But where did Kang Ryun come from? Could it be? War didn't recognize him, but Kang Ryun introduced himself as Kang Lan's uncle, the original owner of the body War possessed. But War only loses more control as Janet demands the body back, claiming it belongs to Warren. But Kang Ryun sensed a misunderstanding. He knew War wanted to completely possess that body. Kang Ryun recalled ordering the fire to kill all humans on that land, leaving no living creature alive. Revealing his manipulative side, he offered to help Warren, his face like a venomous snake, smiling as it offered a sweet, poisoned apple to a child. A fire spirit spoke, but a lingering phantom behind him said it couldn't be done, that the voice couldn't reach Warren. Kangrian countered that the body was already his, but it had never been touched in the first place. So, 2 days after returning from the qualifiers, everyone rested, likely to accommodate the students returning from Nazaria. So Corin and Marriott take a stroll through the streets, preparing for Kang Run's next move. Corin then asked Marriott if the stall had been set up in front of the inn, and Marriott told him that the stall had been reported and finalized since yesterday. He was curious about the potential income, and Marriott was happy to tell him. The meat skewers, with ingredients supplied directly from the Dan family, only needed a little sauce before being sold for triple the price. And with that, he grinned, imagining piles of gold, for this day had finally come. And this was the price of tourism. The Griffins will spend all their money. Just then, Marriott noticed the Mana Stone toss game. The game master seizes the chance to invite Mariette for a throw, but something feels strangely familiar. But this year, the man appears again, introducing them to flawed Mana Stones, broken off from the mine. Maurice touched it, and it felt strange. The shopkeeper piqued her interest, saying it was soft to the touch, so Marriott tried it and found it was indeed soft. The shopkeeper, knowing how to sell his wares, explained that normally this wouldn't be possible, as magic stones absorb magic very well, making their properties easily changeable. That's why they're often used as materials for magic wands, but Corrin suspects something so soft could explode at any moment, and he needs to confirm it. Corrin quickly grabs one and raises it up, his javelin and stone-throwing skills making this short-range throw a piece of cake. It was practically 100% and a direct hit on the bullseye. The shopkeeper, bewildered, announced a score of 95, while Mari beamed with joy. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the diffusion range of the fault stone used in the festival, and vice versa. Or in the game, Corrin has tried almost every piece of equipment and magic to reduce accuracy to create 0% accuracy. And with his detective-like deduction skills, the blast radius has increased to 100 million, and if he exploits this, there will be a result. Colin approached the shopkeeper, offering to buy all the mana stones at double the price, leaving the shopkeeper puzzled as to why he'd want so many. Corrin simply smiled ominously in response. Of course, these stones are for a special skill only veterans know, and Corrin is here for it. The air around him darkens as he laughs at the visions he imagines, making Marriott think his smile is sinister. But suddenly, Corrin asks her if the carriage transport company is a subsidiary of her family, and requests the carriage schedule, leaving Marriott wondering what he's plotting. Corrin can only see that he is about to return, and the carriage sets off. The Governor-General then called for Yua, and she immediately forced a peachwood charm, the bane of the Jiangshi, into Warren's mouth. Yu watches, glaring at the contrasting reactions as Warren collapses, coughing uncontrollably. Yua warns Warren not to try anything before they arrive, while Jinyuk sits in the corner, wondering if it's really that simple. Because the talisman only made Warren thinner, but for Yua, that was enough. The goal was to separate the demon from Ian, but upon hearing this, Warren grew even angrier. Yua impatiently explained to her, reminding Warren that Kangrun would eventually separate them, leaving Warren confused and afraid. Yua calmly explained that she would either disappear or become an evil spirit, shocking War, who didn't want to lose this body. But Yua didn't care, because the body never belonged to Warren in the first place. And that's what War needed to know. War is furious. The driver, hearing the strange noise, looks toward the sound, unsure of what it is. If the man hadn't looked, it would have just been a bell. But then a massive vehicle appeared, startling him. Immediately after a collision occurs, the impact so great it sends the car flying. The car slams into the wall and the driver collapses onto the road in agony. Out of nowhere, Kangryun appeared, asking if his companions were hurt, but Iwa and Jinyu were quick to say they were fine. But could this be a bomb attack that Kangrun knew nothing about? When a ball falls to the ground, Kangrun realizes he's facing a formidable opponent. The space turned into a bloodbath, leaving Jin Hyu bewildered. Seeing this, the bandits cheered, as the situation had finally reached a stalemate. And without hesitation, now is the perfect time to seize all the valuable goods. Suddenly, they discover Warren growling on the ground and feel like they've hit the jackpot finding such a beautiful girl. And so, the leader of the bandits laughed gleefully, ordering Warren's capture with the clown-faced leader volunteering to handle the girl. Meanwhile, back at Professor Josephine's, a scream announces the kidnapping, leaving everyone in confusion as to who was taken and who did the taking. A man in a brown suit rushes in to report the incident that occurred 5 minutes prior. A mysterious group attacked Griffin's carriage, kidnapping Warren and sending Professor Josephine into a frenzy, even causing her to curse for the first time in 35 years. The thieves quickly fled on horseback. Warren, questioning his existence, asks what's going on as Corrin embraces him, telling the others not to cause trouble while he rescues Warren. But Warren indifferently found it useless, while Corrin explained the danger Warren would be in if taken by those people. But Warren couldn't care less while Corrin remained undeterred. For him, simply sharing a roof meant they were connected. Corrin was relieved he'd arrived in time, because if Kangryun takes Warren away, his soul will be forcibly separated from his body, and the fire orchid will surely disappear. Warren remained silent, lost in thought. Before long, the sky began to darken. One of the kidnappers returned to Corrin, saying they'd arrived and that he'd stall and leave a trail as agreed, happily taking the bag of gold, hoping for a pleasant collaboration. Corrin wished him well, hoping their paths wouldn't cross again due to any wrongdoing, but judging by his beaming face, he must have gotten a good deal. Out of nowhere, Warren suddenly falls, leaving Corrin puzzled. Warren's complexion had been poor, and she mentioned being given something to drink by those who took her. Hearing that, he excitedly guesses if it's some kind of spell. But if it's Warren, she's probably just caught a cold, though it'll take a few days to recover. Amidst the vast mountains and forests, he tells Warren something that makes her scream, unsure of what Corrin is planning. Receiving no answer, she sees his legs running faster, causing Warren to struggle, wanting to get down and run on her own. But Corin stubbornly tells her not to bother, since she can barely walk, adding that Warren is light anyway. Warren, clearly uncomfortable, pleaded with Corin to let her down, but Corin brushed her off, telling her to remember this favor, leaving Warren speechless. Meanwhile, after the bombing, Yua and Jinhyu swiftly moved Kang Run to safety, assuring him that they were unharmed. Jinhyu can't believe someone dared to bomb them, and Kang Run is equally clueless as to what's happening, as the atmosphere turns ominous, leaving Jinhyu bewildered. Who am I, where am I, and what's wrong with my barrier? Marriott, watching from above, decided it was enough and recalled Corin's instructions to stall for about an hour. From the outside, the barrier looked like a sphere, trapping them inside, and screams echoed from within. Mystical beasts appeared, startling Kang Ryun's group, and Junhyuk was dumbfounded, unsure what was happening to his barrier. Kang Run calls out to Yua, who understands his intent and agrees to give chase. Marriott noticed this strange occurrence and was shocked to see her comrades abandoning the fight, scolding them for not even holding back the remaining two. She couldn't believe someone had broken through the barrier and could only hope for Corin's safety. Meanwhile, heavy rain began to fall, and Warren's condition was worsening for some unknown reason. Carrying Warren, Corin worriedly pressed on, knowing they needed to find shelter soon. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared before him, Yua, landing with a cool pose. He thought he'd gotten far, but the person in front of him looked familiar. Without a word, Yua immediately attacks Corin, who wonders how she caught up and bypassed the barrier. He tries to protect Warren in his arms, but is hit by a throwing star, leaving him wounded. Even on death's door, Warren still asks if his helper is all right. But Corin, with his extraordinary physique, reassured Warren that he was fine, as the daggers weren't poisoned. He worried about protecting Warren while fighting, so he placed her under a tree, telling her to wait, but Warren was terrified. Glancing back, Corin reiterates her question, deciding that in such situations it's best to just rush in and fight without hesitation. Corin attacks Yua, and Yua is surprised, yet not surprised, that he didn't run away. Corin declared he was simply eliminating the less viable option as quickly as possible, and both sides charged at each other, exchanging blows with ruthless precision. Yua attacked Corin both physically and mentally, questioning his ability to defeat Yua before landing a blow that sent him flying backward. But with his experience and protagonist's aura, he plants his weapon into the ground for support. As expected, Yua, despite being a lower level, puts everything she has into this attack. Looking at the woman before him, Corin recognized her as the Swordmaster, Zia Griffin, the strongest female knight, also known as the Sword Saint, who possessed an incredibly massive aura, an aura so immense it could be seen with the naked eye. Yua subtly reminds Corin not to hold back and to unleash his full power against Yua, especially since he possesses battle aura. But little did they know, Corin's fighting aura was acquired through trickery, a trump card to be used only in desperate situations, along with the reincarnation magic core he obtained after destroying the Vanya-cast chariot. But upon closer inspection, it's more like a useless card, only able to store a massive amount of battle aura like a sealed dam with no way to release it. Yua, sensing Corin's reluctance to fight at full strength, decides to force his hand, unleashing the Dragon Slayer Calamity, catching Corin off guard before he can analyze her technique. He struggles to hold on, to analyze everything, and finally decides to use the first form. Corin's Tram Long Keech is unleashed with the intent to meet force with force, his Hungtang Ngungia technique, summoning a dragon spirit. Corin uses all his strength to fight his unyielding opponent with the ancient heavenly evil palm, unleashing move after move, followed by body destruction strike, and then soul-severing slash. The fight intensifies to the point where you need an oxygen tank to keep watching. And after what seems like forever, it finally comes to an end. Corin knelt, catching his breath, acknowledging his opponent's strength. He almost met his maker. Yua fought seriously, but Corin's flippant attitude left her speechless. Yua gazed at her opponent, wondering how her sure win technique failed to leave even a scratch. She was curious about his identity, but instead of asking, she wanted to know why he was protecting Warren at all costs. But there seems to be a misunderstanding, as he's the kidnapper, and this isn't funny. Yua then introduces herself as Warren's cousin, and in her eyes, Warren is a monster, a cruel and vicious yaksha. Surely Corin has heard of the Luna massacre. Hearing Yua's argument, Corin only felt pity for one person because the perpetrator of the crime was walking free. Meanwhile, those below must kill each other, leaving Yua confused about what he's trying to say, and he wants her to understand that the martial arts schools in this country are incredibly brutal. They constantly challenge and undermine each other, that's the reality. But the more Iwa listened, the less he understood what the man was trying to say. Before Ya could react, he unleashed his power with the lightning-fast flash cut. Realizing the danger, Yuga leaps from the branch and rushes to Korin, his aura burning black with rage. Iwa stared ahead, confirming one last time if this was truly a challenge. The figure stammered, then shouted their name with newfound confidence. Alisa, head of the Alisa Dojo. Alisa Aiden. Alisa Ain expressed her desire to challenge Iwa, leaving Yua dumbfounded, while Korin praised Alisa Aiden's unique approach to dueling in such a desolate place. Such passion. Alisa Aiden, strength unknown, confidently charges forward, expressing her admiration for Igawa and asking for guidance, leaving Igawa speechless. Iwa, bewildered by the situation, blocks the attack and asks Alisa Aiden if that even counts, wondering if she thinks she's successfully challenged him. Alisa Aiden, oblivious to the situation, winks at him, signaling him to focus on his task, and Korin, seizing the opportunity, thanks her before happily dragging Warren away, overjoyed to leave the two to their own devices. But this wasn't what Yua wanted, and she could only helplessly tell him to stop as the sky began to clear. But never mind that for now. At least the weather is helping him escape, hindering the guards and knights' keen senses as they search for the hostage. Sitting in the cave, Korin wrung out his clothes, grateful that the weather was helping him delay the pursuit, and turned to Warren to check on his condition. But Warren just lies there, unresponsive. Perhaps the only advantage to their hostage situation is that she's in no condition to escape. Feeling a hand on her forehead, Warren apologizes, explaining she has a fever, leaving him no choice but to treat her here. Gently embracing Warren, Korin offered her a potion, saying it would make her feel better, a high-grade elixir. After being soothed a bit by the medicine, Warren asked Korin where she was, and he explained that this spacious place was the territory of the horned bear. Horned bears dig large holes in trees to nest when suitable caves aren't available. Korin then noticed something. Warren's condition was worsening, and it would be a while before the medicine took effect. Korin sighed, his unease noticed by War. War was worried Korin was going somewhere, and Korin admitted he was hunting bears, certain there were horned bears nearby so he could get fur to keep her warm. But just then, a bolt of lightning struck. The sudden strike froze Korin for a moment, and as he turned back, a hand gripped his pants. It was Warren, struggling to sit up, her breath uneven. Warren's face shows sincerity, hoping Korin won't go anywhere, while Korin prepares, and Warren recalls her past. The words "my precious daughter" remained deep within Warren's subconscious, for that was the first sight he saw upon opening his eyes. A strange man stood before Warren, sobbing and calling her daughter as the child finally awoke. From Warren's perspective, he was simply her master, gazing down with tearful eyes. The man called Warren daughter, but also Lan. Seeing the tearful scene before her, Warren felt nothing, only knowing that was what she was called. War repeats the man's words without understanding, yet he embraces her with joy. It's in that moment that Warren instinctively realizes she must play the role of Lan. Because if her father found out, this man would immediately abandon Warren, and Warren feared he would go looking for the real Lan. Countless times, Warren had inadvertently imagined what the future would be like after returning this body. But before long, this false life began to crumble. All because of one small thing. That's when the man she called father coldly abandoned her, saying she wasn't his daughter, leaving Warren stunned. It was the first time Warren had ever seen blood. That's when Warren was ordered to eliminate the rampaging sea beast in the city, an order from her father. At that moment, Warren's uncle, who had come to treat her, was laughing incessantly, seeing how easily a Jiangshi could destroy a level 1 monster. This uncle was the one who named Warren Fire, praising her for completing the task her father assigned. Kang Ryun's eyes were filled with greed and calculation, and Warren had to endure her father's indifference as he realized she wasn't his daughter. That's when she realized her own worth and what they wanted. The city lord, the royal family, the Taoists. War was forced to obey their wishes, becoming a relentless killing machine, regardless of whether it was a monster, a demon, or a human. Remembering the moment the skeleton grabbed her, the fragmented memories of people turned to dust. Warren decided to eliminate her weak original self to take over this body. And just like that, Warren transformed into someone else, and the Rakshasa was born. While Warren rested, she noticed Korin offering her something. Curious, she wondered what was happening, but he simply thought she liked the dark. More importantly, he wanted to give her what he was holding, a strange stone carving he found in the hay, apparently named Little Moon. Korin then covered Warren with a cloth as a blanket. Despite Warren's protests, Corrin stubbornly insisted, wordlessly urging her to accept his kindness. The night was cold, and dawn was near, so Corrin hoped Warren would sleep soundly until he woke her when the sun rose. The rain will surely stop, leaving Warren blushing furiously. No matter how she thinks about it, Warren can't understand what Corrin wants, so she asks him directly. This is normal because everyone Warren has ever met wanted something from her. From her father, a lost daughter; from her cousin, a healthy relative; or for Kang Run, a weapon capable of slaughtering everything. Everyone wanted something from Warren, but Corrin remained silent. He asks if Warren remembers their first meeting, leaving Warren unsure of his intentions. If not, Corrin is willing to recount how Warren confessed that he wasn't the body's original owner, but a usurper with no rights. And in that moment, as in this one, his answer remains the same. To be born is not a sin. To Iran, this answer was unexpected, but for some reason it made him angry, calling it irresponsible. Warren shouts, accusing him of naivety, of not understanding the danger of releasing a monster with empty words. Even Josephine and the headmaster know it, and to think flowery words can make a monster good is laughable. Not only that, but he also thinks the world can change, so he's playing dumb. From Corrin's perspective, he doesn't know if the world can change or if the monster can become good. His only goal was to save the people in front of him, because he too had once been one of the unfortunate, and he was the only one who could save them. Hearing that answer, Warren froze, confirming Corrin's suspicions that it was enough. It was then that Warren confessed his fear. The more Warren spoke, the more he withdrew, knowing this body wasn't his to begin with, and everyone kept telling him to give it back. War knew all too well that she would have to return it, but she feared what would become of her after she did. This left Corrin speechless, as War looked up helplessly, longing for an answer. The only thing she wanted to know was whether she should return the body or not. Corrin paused, and his words about her needing to return it struck a nerve with Warren, disappointment upon disappointment. War reluctantly agreed, realizing Corrin was just like everyone else. But before she could finish, he suggested they talk it over first. He cheerfully suggests to Warren that she be the landlord and he'll pay a deposit and rent, leaving Warren stunned by this unexpected proposition. War frantically tells him that the two issues are completely different, and Corrin knows what she is, but he doesn't seem to care. In his experience, many people have done worse than demons, and some pretend to be heroes while secretly slaughtering others. So, choice and action are what truly matter. That is the truth. Corrin, at ease beside Warren, says that essence doesn't matter because Warren hasn't chosen anything yet. He firmly tells Warren that he will help her until she makes her choice, so she doesn't need to worry and can sleep peacefully. Seeing this, she sighed, deciding it was better to just sleep. Corrin, unfazed, yawned. But this still tormented Warren, as the outcome was predetermined, and she couldn't yield any longer. Watching Corrin, Warren was troubled, unable to reveal the truth for fear of jeopardizing her only connection to the Zhang family. This realization pains Warren, who can neither take that hand nor let it go. The next day, at first light, Warren asked Corrin where he was going, but he seemed to be looking for something, muttering that it must be around here. Looking at the charred remains, none of it was usable, but then he suddenly found something. To reassure Warren, Corrin explains that the lightning-struck jujube tree may yield something useful. The jade jujube wood in his hand, which he believes will be helpful in this forest. Corrin then asks Warren if she is a Jiangshi, confirming if she knows that a Jiangshi with abundant yin energy like her would have some weaknesses, something Warren is hearing for the first time. Gently placing the jujube wood in Warren's hand, Corrin explains that this item contains powerful yang energy and is often used to exorcise evil spirits, but if Warren eats it, certain things will happen. Corrin explained that it would balance the yin and yang within her, temporarily neutralizing her Jiangshi traits, but Warren couldn't grasp such advanced knowledge. He slowly reiterated the consequences of consuming it. She would lose control of her body, causing Warren to panic and doubt her existence even more. War throws away the wood, not knowing why Corrin gave it to her. He picks it up, and this is the moment War must choose, because Warren can't keep being selfish and irresponsible. Corrin knows exactly what becomes of those who only think of themselves, and he doesn't want Warren to become one of them. So he once again places the wood in her hand, urging her to choose. War must still bear the responsibility for her choices, but this came so suddenly that Warren couldn't react. The critical moment approaches. A voice wonders aloud why Warren is here, drawing the attention of both Corrin and Warren. The stranger, radiating a dark blue aura, approaches Warren, expressing outrage that a monster like War is already involved with a man. Corrin, sensing the situation is going south, pushes Warren away, leaving him confused. Korin, ever direct, tells Warren that no matter where they run, Yua and her comrades will hunt them down, so they need to deal with this now. Jinhyu calls out to Korin, but he retorts, saying his name is Imathan. Jinhyu doesn't believe him, accusing Korin of being shameless enough to disguise himself. Jinhai quickly unleashed the power of the Windstorm Wheel, and the two warriors clashed in a fierce exchange. Jinhai finds this amusing, suspecting the monster is behind it all, while Korin praises his opponent's ability to use pseudo-alchemy without a formation. Immediately after he attacked his opponent, demanding a rematch, and Jinhyu was pummeled relentlessly with terrifying speed. His speed rivals perhaps even surpasses Yua's, and Jinhyu unleashes the storm once more. But Korin felt this was reckless, leaving too many openings Jinhyu now sees, unable to retaliate. He decides to end the game here, but talismans suddenly appear from nowhere, converging on him. The fiery barrier leaves Korin bewildered as Kangrian appears, declaring his efforts futile against the talismans based on the 8 trigrams formation. It disrupted his thoughts, his muscle control, and the flow of his inner energy. He was trapped. Korin bitterly attacks him, but Kangrian is unfazed, slowly approaching Warren, who fearfully takes a step back. Relentlessly, Kangrian placed a red talisman on Warren's forehead against her will, and though she resisted at first, Warren's eyes grew heavy. Unable to control her body, Warren stood motionless, piquing Yua's curiosity about the talisman Kangrian had just applied. Kangrian, understanding Yua's question, confirmed that it was a talisman to seal Warren's consciousness, and that her soul, upon losing consciousness, would be forever incinerated by the great net of annihilation. Yua realized that she could finally bring Lan back, while behind her, Korin struggled, threatening Kangrian with retribution for his delusions. Kangrian, unconcerned, leaves him to the monsters, as Korin screams in anguish, unable to accept Warren's disappearance, his cries falling on deaf ears. Alone in the vast forest, Korin suddenly stopped screaming, replaced by strange sounds as his despair turned to ecstasy. His plan was proceeding perfectly. Soon, the purple-eyed wolves, their eyes shining like headlights, began to close in on him, encircling Colin with hungry snarls. Then, one by one, they began to gather their energy, preparing to do something, and opened their maws to roar. Colin's face remained calm, betraying no hint of worry or panic, as something was suddenly torn to shreds. Turns out the golden wolves were tearing at his clothes, but Sin was completely engrossed, face buried in the ground. Then he smirked, sensing Kangrian's departure. He immediately reverted to his cheerful and gentle demeanor, massaging his aching shoulder, pleased that everything was settled. The two golden wolves also smiled, praising his performance as a bit over the top. Suddenly, Colin wondered if Len and John were finished. The smiles faded behind tears as Len and John fell silent, swallowing their laughter. Soon after, the two transformed into human form, chests puffed with confidence, now that Lenia had taken care of things. Then she wondered why he had asked them to do this in the first place. Colin raised her hand to her mouth, a refreshing smile spreading across her face, thinking it was just a small matter. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Colin's mind, wondering if this could be called a conspiracy theory. In the old castle, surrounded by lush greenery, a voice exclaimed, "So, this is Kang Yue." Her face serious, she frowned as she looked at someone, questioning them. "They still haven't found the artifact thief, nor a replacement?" The fat servant sat respectfully beneath her, a forced look on his face, advising her to be patient. Like Iwa and her comrades, this place was beyond his reach. But Kang Ya remained unwavering in her suspicion. It seemed they had taken a great many things. His face suddenly paled as he glanced at her, inwardly lamenting that these heretics would never have dared to speak to a bishop of the church like this before. He then reasoned that they were always hidden in the shadows, and not ones to easily reveal themselves. Muttering to himself, he knew he had to endure, for the weakening church needed their power. Kneeling before Kang Yua's unwavering gaze, the fat servant rambled on. "He says he's found a trading company that can supply replacements, merchants who have traded with the East for a long time. That merchant is bringing the goods here today." Wary, she asks the name of the trading company, the Mandragora Merchant Group. As soon as she heard the name, her eyes sharpened. She seems to recognize the name. Under the clear sky, the MC's announcement echoes, signaling the festival's climax. The team finals have begun, and the sounds echo clearly within the changing room. Who will emerge victorious? The MC's voice is drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. "Front row seats right here." Meanwhile, Kang Sang-run appears with a sinister smile. She's relieved it's still intact. In the corner, a girl in all black with a red-lettered black talisman on her forehead sits despondently. Clutching something in her hand, she orders them to move out as the crowd roars with excitement, led by the MC. And now, the contestants enter the arena for the preliminary round. Kong Yu Hua from Groups A and B. Hua steps out with a dignified expression, confidently striding alongside the other members. Next up, it's MK3 Academy, Groups A and D. Mariette and Elisa step forward. Noticing only two, the MC wonders if a member of Team D is missing. The host stares, confused by Captain Collins' absence, as he also missed the preliminary round. The MC assumed he wouldn't participate in the finals, but something suddenly made him hesitate. From a blade of iron, a triumphant cry echoes. In the moment of victory, I myself will lead you to the gates of Valhalla. Witnessing this, Yua was annoyed and a little surprised to see that bastard was still alive. This lunatic confidently stood on stage, raised his hand high, and shouted for those who were ready to give it their all. Hearing this, the people behind him cheered wildly, chanting, "Immortal, immortal!" Wearing a distorted, jeer-like expression, he feigns concern, asking if the professor is ready to begin the match. Kang Run immediately nods, agreeing, and with a wave of his fan, a stream of golden energy erupts. He couldn't help but sigh. That troublesome brat, I have to admit he's special. I declare the test begins. As he spoke, the ground trembled violently, and the formation began to take shape as its purpose was revealed. Within the formation, 8 gates will continuously shift, confusing those trapped inside. The one who finds the correct path, reaches the center, and retrieves the yellow dragon seal will be the victor. As he finished speaking, a golden dragon with bright eyes and a long beard appeared, standing in the center, surrounded by other creatures and the 8 gates formation. The players broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if this was a labyrinth. Damn it, I'm already getting confused. The announcement echoes as the formation activates, transforming the arena and separating the contestants. One player, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, wonders, brandishing a fan emblazoned with a glowing purple cross. She may be plotting something, but the poison is unleashed and there's no escape now. Suddenly, the screens flicker with static, leaving everyone confused as a mysterious blue formation appears beneath the interference. The panicked host turned to his colleague, asking what was happening, but the other was just as bewildered. He believes the magic from the formation is interfering with the broadcast signal, a revelation that earns a curse from the red-haired MC. Damn it, how could I make such a foolish mistake? Kang Run walks on, deep in thought. So he'll begin the ritual to separate the fire from Lan, and Run turns to order Iwa and Hyuk to protect the Black Tortoise in the north. Hearing the order, the two immediately rush off at breakneck speed, while he continues to ramble on about how it doesn't matter if anything else is destroyed, as long as they protect the Black Tortoise. As Yua flies off, she glances back, signaling for him to protect her uncle, but Run, indifferent, simply tells her to rest assured. Meanwhile, the con artist was grinning from ear to ear, hands on his hips, basking in the whispers of the crowd. The Bagua 9 Dragons isn't the place. Find the exit to the formation. Colin, can you wipe off that makeup? I want to call you Master. Since ancient times, the guardian of the Emperor has been the Black Tortoise, guarding the north and always behind the Emperor, protecting him and attacking at any moment. Soon, Yua and Jin-hyuk appeared beneath the giant turtle snake statue. Jin-hyuk tells her to look over there, and Ya follows his gaze, equally surprised by what she sees. A voice echoes, revealing that to break a formation based on the 4 symbols, the Black Tortoise must be destroyed first. Suddenly, 2 figures emerge, attacking Yua and Jin-hyuk. Colin appears before Jin-hyuk, greeting him with a friendly smile, remarking that they meet again. Prosthetic artisan. Jin-hyuk sweats, wondering how much he knows and how he found his way here without getting lost, while Elisa naively wonders if 2 people are enough. With an indifferent look, he reassured her, "It's fine. It's definitely better to let Mary handle the other 3 alone." Mary, meanwhile, was radiating murderous intent as she took on everyone by herself. Unlike Kang Yua, she fought while calmly thinking, could her uncle's 8 gates have been undone? As she pondered, her opponent spoke, revealing he knew her inner turmoil, then with a sinister grin, asked if they had purchased an artifact. He knew this because he had followed their trail and found them. Hearing this, Kang Yua frowned, then gritted her teeth, asking how he knew about the artifacts. That's because it had already been stolen long ago by a gang, which is why they had to buy it from the Merchant Guild. After a moment of thought, her eyes darted to the right as if noticing something, and a voice quickly admitted it. Yes, he decisively struck her away and admitted that he was the one who stole it, and then fought back. His eyes now like those of a bloodthirsty beast, he reveals that he created both the gang and the Merchant Guild. Kang Yua is furious, unable to accept this truth. Sword in hand, she retaliates, but her enemy remains unfazed, believing they cannot be defeated. She knocks Elisa back. Seeing this, he asks Elisa if she should get revenge for what happened last time, when Kang Yua defeated her miserably. She lost because Colin told her to hold back, and Elisa had to work hard to make the performance convincing. Hearing her nagging, Hyuk smirked, subtly asking if Kang Yue had yielded to Elisa only to be silenced. Then, Kang Yue tightened her grip on her sword, declaring they must end this quickly. No sooner said than done, she and Hyuk charged forward like the wind, filled with rage, while Elisa's group showed no mercy and attacked as well. Kang Yue and Hukun unleash their ultimate techniques, armor-piercing destruction and dragon-slaying swordsmanship as a furious aura engulfs her. With the incantation uttered, the demonic dragon slash of extreme evil and the ascending evil poison dragon are unleashed, met by the opposing territory/sword technique. The clash of their auras created a cataclysmic explosion, the light from their colliding techniques blinding. As the dust settles, figures emerge, one missing half a leg, the other wielding a shattered sword. Elisa looks around in confusion, then turns to Kang Yue. At this point, both Hyuk and she were stunned, his leg severed and her sword shattered. Kang Yue. Unwilling to accept such a crushing defeat, they grit their teeth in anger, their resentment growing as they rise, turning to Elisa's group with a murderous gaze. A glint of determination and rage flickered in their eyes, intent on extinguishing the flames and saving Lan. Without hesitation, they charged forward, but before they could strike, a weapon shattered the barrier, and a voice declared they would learn the truth. Had Colin not spoken, they would have fought to the bitter end, and Hyuk and Kang Yue were stunned by what lay before them. A bizarre beast with tiger fangs, a rhino horn, and a pig's face. It's the Taoti, one of the four fiends representing destruction, the polar opposite of a guardian spirit. Reading the words on the tortoise shell, they're horrified to find the Taoti on the Xuanwu's shell. Master Kang Run, a sorcerer, couldn't have been oblivious. Colin's gaze turned cold as he questioned if they intended to use the Great Luo Extinction Formation to separate the fire from Lan, but the result was the opposite. Colin's cold gaze fell upon the object in his hand as he revealed that Kang Run never cared about Lan to begin with. He sealed her away for his own gain, sacrificing her for his ambition. What he wanted all along was the fire itself. Kang Run's ritual was meant to destroy Lan and let the fire consume her body entirely. 3 years is a time both long and short. After witnessing the fire created by his own brother Kang Yu, he was mesmerized by its power. The fool was so focused on finding his daughter, he didn't realize he'd lost control of the fire until it was too late. He was framed for the Luna massacre, arrested by the royal army, and torn to pieces. This made Kang Ryun grateful that someone had died in his place in Luna, and had even created the Asura fire for him. But what Kang Run didn't expect was that Kang Yu had entrusted war to the headmaster of the Maba Academy. Even as a talented mage and head professor of Griffin, he couldn't interfere in the affairs of another continent. And then, just as Kang Run was in despair, that man arrived. He was Tes Banthaza, a legend from 80 years ago, the Creator. This man with the devilish face only asked Kang Run to do one thing: wreak havoc, kill, destroy everything, and then break the principal's barrier so the woman couldn't leave the palace. For Kang Run, it was indeed a tempting offer. Obtaining the fire was worth more than destroying an entire city. Soon, the shackles of the Western Church's scent relic will imprison her and drain her endless inner energy, and the soul of Lan, which binds Warren in human form, will be completely destroyed. Finally, all he had to do was feed her the Wan Ren Ru Huan that Bant had given Kang Run, and Warren would immediately ascend to become a true Yaksha. Just as Kang Run was gleefully anticipating his success, Colin's voice rang out, declaring that it wouldn't happen. He smirked, saying things would be boring if they went too smoothly. Kang Run was surprised to see him, but before he could answer, Kang Yue interrupted, asking if he intended to use the ritual to destroy Lan. She didn't understand why he wanted to use the cursed ancient artifact instead of a divine beast, and many questions raced through her mind. Was Kang Run behind the Luna massacre? Not Warren losing control? Kang Run, teeth clenched, cursed them as useless fools claiming they'd been manipulated. His eyes burning with murderous intent, he unleashed a blood magic technique, assuring them that in 10 minutes, all life within the formation would melt into one. He maniacally unleashes his attack, declaring he'll turn everything into medicine to help Yaksha ascend. And Van was only a 2-star monster, yet after a desperate evolution, it easily wiped out a group of 1- and 2-star guardians. If War, a transcendent demon, were to ascend, there would be no hope of stopping him. His sharp sword plunged into the ground as he proclaimed that everyone reaps what they sow. As soon as he said that, the patterns and seals in the formation vanished, causing Kang Run to panic and exclaim, "Why did my formation disappear?" Colin calmly explains that next, he'll reveal who stole and transported the artifacts that Kang Run secretly pilfered. Was it the merchant guild that supplied goods in an emergency? And if so, who recommended them? Many questions arise. Who supplied the artifacts? Who inscribed the runes on the artifacts? She smirked. You did it all. Then cursed the old man, saying, when the Four Fiends' artifacts are destroyed, he's done for. He furiously cursed at him, declaring it wasn't over, and unleashed his fan towards Colin, instantly shattering the seal binding Lan. He abandons his ascension to destroy Colin's group. Then he can redo the ritual whenever he wants. As he orders the kill, Lan immediately rises, obeying his command. Huck is shocked to see him controlling war, confirming he was behind the Luna massacre, and even Yua's attempts to calm him are futile. But Hyuk's legs are failing, and her sword is broken, leaving them helpless. Until she glances at Hyuk, an idea forming in her eyes. They lock eyes, understanding each other without a word, as Colin tells Elisa, let's coordinate like we did against the Iron Mountain King. One distracts, the other attacks. The battle begins, shattering the earth around them. Elisa watches in stunned disbelief. At that moment, Colin and his weapon became one, charging forward with a murderous aura like a meteor hurtling through the atmosphere. Elisa wondered if she could even last 30 seconds against him. She wondered if anyone could defeat him right now. But she was dead wrong. Warren, like a weapon of war, rushes to intercept the blow, while for her, this moment is like a gentle sauna. Colin, staggered by the blow, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, you son of a bitch, will you stop?" 1 minute and 20 seconds into the fight, despite his all-out, fiery assault, this natural disaster of an opponent remained unmoved. Warren mindlessly unleashes a demonic poison claw at Colin, who narrowly dodges it. Another moment, and he'd be torn to shreds. Elisa, watching from the sidelines, frantically warns Colin to be careful. Just as he realized something was wrong, Warren had already closed in, sending Colin flying back several meters. The ground around him churns and explodes like the end of the world. Everything is different now, and just keeping up with Warren's movements is enough to tear Colin apart. Before Colin, Warren charged forward with murderous intent. He had reached his limit. Regeneration was useless. Junkwei thought it was over, that Colin would die, but he stood firm, awaiting his opponent. Even if one more hit would mean his demise, Colin, with unwavering resolve, was determined to fight to the very end. But unexpectedly, a figure appeared, shielding Colin from the full force of the attack. Elisa, battered and bruised, was preparing to log out of the server. She doesn't want Colin to die. She's already taken dozens of steps into the territory. Her body would endure even more pressure than Warren's attack. And it wasn't over, as Warren charged at them again. Colin urgently tells Elisa to move, but with her injuries, she's too slow to evade the enemy's speed. She could only brace herself and stand firm. Seeing this, Colin had no choice but to rush forward at breakneck speed, hoping to pull her away. A shocking explosion erupts like a landmine, and Warren stares blankly at the now empty battlefield. Colin quickly moved Elisa to safety, but he couldn't help but scold her for her reckless actions. He then retrieved a special medicine and tended to Elisa's wounds, a unique elixir he had been carrying. But if he didn't treat Elisa immediately, she would be crippled, or die from blood loss. A while later, Elisa finally stabilized. Normally, Colin would hold out until Mary destroyed all the Four Fiends' artifacts, then exploit an opening, allowing Elisa's slashed territory to deal 100% piercing damage. And finally, Colin would unleash his ultimate move. A plan he'd had since returning from Nazaria, but two unexpected events occurred. First, Warren was freed from his restraints, making him far stronger than Colin anticipated. And second, Elisa was severely injured trying to save him. Though the immediate danger was averted, Elisa was unable to fight after recklessly dashing dozens of steps within the domain, leaving Colin to wonder if he could hold out until Mary destroyed all the artifacts. Hearing Elisa's apology, he realizes he can't blame her for ruining the plan, considering he would have died instantly from that direct hit, regeneration or not. A moment later, he picked up Elisa, telling her it was okay and thanking her for saving him, then carried her to safety. He warily scanned his surroundings, and when Elisa anxiously asked if he was okay, he simply replied, "Not good." The aura stored in the Samsara core and Colin's body has been completely depleted. After the battles with Sajin Hyuk and Warren, he has exhausted too much Samsara. Now, Colin is extremely hesitant to continue using it. Though he could try, this core contains power his body can't handle, and even with the law's support, he's unsure. But then, Elisa drops a bombshell. Warren never even used his right hand during the entire attack, meaning his true power remains unseen, and she seems to be holding something in her hand. Hearing this, Colin can only laugh. In the end, she has to choose for herself. She still carries that burden. So Warren is still standing there, as Colin's hazy figure emerges from the dust. He wiped his mouth, a triumphant smile on his lips, then aimed his spear at Warren, saying there was no other way. The girl's figure was blurred by the dust, and Corin gritted his teeth, laughing self-deprecatingly. Recalling a memory from the past, Warren drops the item in shock, not understanding why Corin would give it to her. He silently picked up the item, affirming that Warren had to choose. She couldn't remain selfish, reaping benefits without responsibility. Sue's wretched face flashes before him, a reminder of those who only think of themselves. He didn't want her to become like that at all. Corin placed the item back in her hand, hoping Warren would understand, secretly wanting to help her take responsibility for whatever path she chose. She was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a word. Back in the present, Warren could only be described as mad. Corin wondered if she was still in there, as the massive blade shrunk into a refined and deadly spear. His eyes steeled with resolve. Corin remembered. It was the magic sword of Savantia he'd seen in his castle. A truly admirable, imposing figure. Corin declares that its magic has surely been passed down to him. Savantia the caster, the great hero of 800 years past. Right here, right now, Corin will recreate that legend. He asks Warren if he's waited long enough. Startled, she reacts as Corin strikes. The first demonic spear, Dark Mystery, shrouds the weapon in a pitch-black aura as the night demon fiercely retaliates with its own demonic energy. The clash erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, a blinding light obliterating everything around them, the earth itself torn asunder, a collision worthy of legends. No longer Corin and Warren, but the incarnate might of the Knight Dokebi and Savani. This is a clash between two legends, Kong Run exclaims in shock. No, it can't be. He believed Corin couldn't compare to the flying star. People like that never listen, so let them live in their delusions. He roared, ordering Warren to kill him. The talisman flickers as she takes a deep breath. Corin instantly recognizes the aura-infused fist. It's about 1,000. He had a plan. The dark, mystical spear. The powerful attack descended, blindingly. The pressure at their point of contact is immense. He needs to prepare 1,000 cycles of corruption. However, the immense pressure on Corin's body from wielding Savania's aura is crushing him. Warren gains the upper hand, knocking the spear away with a punch. Pain shoots from his fingertips, making it impossible to grip his weapon, and every tendon in his body feels severed, rendered useless. The wounded Corin presses on, knowing he can't stop. It was obvious. Warren hadn't used her full strength, or even her right hand. Corin strained to enhance his hand, unleashing the dark, profound 8 trigrams extreme fist. He manages to block one of Warren's attacks, surprising her. With incredible reaction speed, Warren immediately throws a kick, but luckily Corin blocks that too. He seizes the opportunity to close in, taking a desperate step forward, his right foot planted firmly like Mount Tai, and his left arm stretched out like a drawn spear. Kong Wei gapes in astonishment. To speak in the middle of a fight means you're confident. Corin focuses, pouring everything into the battle. His awareness, breath, muscle movement, and the distance of half a step. The opening was brief, but he seized it, his eyes burning with resolve. Corin wouldn't miss this chance. He strikes, unleashing the dark, profound 8 trigrams fist. Corin hits his opponent's heart, continuing the assault. With star-shattering evil, Fire Mirror's 8 powers, and mutual origin strike, the pressure tears the earth asunder. Corin collapses, panting, his body riddled with wounds. But he did it. Warren coughed and spat out fresh blood. She's stunned. Corin has broken through Warren's absolute defense. But the small feet continued to move as if nothing had happened. Her power showed no signs of weakening. I can't completely suppress it. She slowly advanced, and he was about to give up. Was death inevitable? Kangrion burst into laughter. I knew it. What could you possibly do? He ordered Corin's death, declaring that time was up. Suddenly, a strange purple aura enveloped Warren, his eyes revealing that this had been planned all along. She stood frozen, sensing an anomaly, her lips parted as if to speak. Corin stared in disbelief as the ground shook violently and the mountains began to crumble. Girl, what is this? Suddenly, countless chains appear from nowhere. They seized Warren, immobilizing him. Kang Run panicked, wondering what was happening. Corin smiles in relief, knowing he didn't waste a single second buying time. Everything is going according to their plan. Mary, Yua, and Sane Hyuk, who disappeared from this place, must have destroyed all the artifacts inside the formation. He repeated the same phrase over and over, as if nothing else existed. No way! There's no way! A sharp object presses against Kang Run's neck, and he whimpers in fear as Josephine arrives, ordering Kang Run to stay still. He just sat there, as Corrin relaxed and looked out. With that settled, he glanced over at an unresolved issue. So, Warren is being controlled, sitting blankly. He slowly approaches. Despite her disheveled state, Corrin was taken aback, and he quickly tore off the cursed talisman. How could he use something so disgusting on a girl? Warren collapses, finally free from the cursed power that controlled her. Corrin quickly caught her as the crimson madness faded from her eyes. She awoke, and he greeted her with a smile as her blurred vision slowly returned. Corrin's expression softened as Warren wondered why he saved her, to which he replied, "I said I would help you until you made your choice." Corrin asks Warren to make a serious and proud choice, leaving her utterly surprised as she clenches her fist. War trembles, determined to repay his kindness and prove she's not a monster, so she won't have any regrets. Like he said, she is defined not by her nature, but by her choices. The black aura fades from Warren as she stares blankly at it, dissolving into the wind, crushed by an overwhelming power. The Emerald Arbor has turned to dust. War is terrified, unsure of what to do now. The loss of the Emerald Algae proves it's all pointless. Even with a choice, the outcome remains the same. War's heart aches. She wants to show him now, to repay his kindness. Corrin smiles faintly, remarking that the green sprout has been crushed. War is truly powerful. He slowly fades, but not before reassuring her that there are other ways. Corrin slumped onto Warren's shoulder, thanking her for returning his kindness as she confessed through gritted teeth that she was a monster who had hurt him. She had killed so many, even stealing Lane's body. Warren feared she could never be forgiven, but Corrin simply smiled. He embraced her small frame, admitting that he didn't know either, and she wept in his arms. He promised they would find the answer together. Kang Run's awakening ritual had failed, and he was imprisoned. As for dealing with the aftermath, just handle it as always. Corrin says she received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to handle this, or rather, how to cover it up. The head professor of Griffin causing this tragedy is one problem, but the ritual using Warren could make everyone fearful and wary of her. Those who fear Warren will condemn her, and others will covet her power. Professor Kang Run has returned and will be reported as having died in an unfortunate accident. That is how we will handle it. I've already spoken with Headmaster Griffin, a calm female voice stated. Corrin chuckled, replying that it was good everything was settled smoothly, and Griffin couldn't have hoped for better treatment. Did you ask for adequate compensation? The woman's voice replied that the headmaster wanted to ignore it, but she agreed with Corrin on this matter. From his bed, Corrin smirks. Oh, really? The headmaster's being too kind. The female voice in the conversation belonged to Professor Josephine, who continued by saying that they couldn't easily trust others before sincerely thanking Corrin. Corrin, wrapped in bandages that strategically reveal more than they conceal, humbly accepts the professor's gratitude. With conviction, he says that one day they will trust each other. Professor Josephine hesitates, then speaks. Perhaps with some hesitation, she looked forward to that day, telling Corrin to rest and take care of himself before turning to leave. As she reached the door, she paused, reminding him that the festival wasn't over yet. Just as Professor Josephine left, a slender hand appeared at the door. Marriott rushed in, embracing Corrin and peppering him with questions, concerned about everything from his complexion and figure to his broken fingernails. Corrin looked at his broken fingernail, sighing, but not seeming to care too much. Marriott smiled, playfully scolding him. Why do you always take such risks, always getting hurt and ending up in the hospital? Corrin stared, bewildered, and awkwardly tried to comfort her, asking why she was crying. What's wrong? Marriott wipes away the tears that threatened to fall. With tear-filled eyes, she half-jokingly says she's crying because she was so worried about him, but Corrin, oblivious to romance, asks if Father Bo was hurt. You destroyed all the stone paths and artifacts by yourself. Kong Yua and Sein Hu destroyed one as well. Corrin then realized that was why they had left, narrowly saving his life. Speaking of them, Marriott flies into a rage, angrily blaming them for everything that's happened. Corrin disagrees and objects. He says that because they aren't bad people, they were just in a difficult situation. He understands Jinhyu wanted revenge for his family, and Yiwa wanted to save her cousin. They were just doing their best. The real villain is Kang Run, who exploited their desperation. They shouldn't misdirect their hatred. Marriott admired the man before her, noting Corrin's maturity and slightly envied that she should be the older one. Corrin smirks, coaxing Marriott to call him Appa, while she playfully scolds him for reverting to his old habits. Always trying to get people to call you brother, she said, her face slightly flushed as she spoke her heartfelt concern. Her words were a plea for Corrin to avoid injury, but she knew it was unavoidable. Corin couldn't respond right away. He looks down at his carefully bandaged hands, lost in thought. It's undeniable. He bears the burden of saving the world, yet he has no special powers beyond that of an ordinary gamer. Just a gamer clinging to swordsmanship, his body would suffer greatly. Mary softly asked Corin if he had anything to say to her. Because she's long felt he's been living in another world, Mary pauses, then says resolutely that she will fight alongside Corin. Just like this time, she'll always be there to help him, supporting him no matter who he fights. Marriott's sudden words startled Corin, and from the bottom of his heart he could only whisper his gratitude for her encouragement. From now on, he would have to fight against those with evil ambitions, false beliefs, and powerful enemies who wanted to destroy the world. How could he save the world against such foes? The answer is simple. Together. And with that, they bumped fists, sealing their noble promise. Mari then quickly adds that she'll register the Guardians as a group. Corin is astonished by the speed, but Marriott explains that the Harvest Festival is coming up, and if they don't register now, everyone will be busy with the holidays. The two casually discuss the matter, from Corin being the captain to Mari being the vice-captain. But as Corin pondered who else to recruit, Mari's sharp ears picked up someone calling Corin's name, and Corin turned to the door with a surprised greeting. The visitor is Elisa, and Mari greets her junior with a friendly smile. Elisa arrives in a wheelchair, pushed by a nurse, her arms and legs encased in bulky casts. Corin bursts into laughter, teasing her mercilessly, saying she looks like a mummy. Elisa pouted, unable to cry or laugh, and petulantly asked who was to blame. Corin pursed his lips, recalling that it was indeed his fault. He felt incredibly guilty and grateful. Corin's charming smile made Elisa blush. Flustered, she quickly looked away, bashfully agreeing. Thanks to Marie's miracle drug, her bones healed, but she still needed 2 weeks of rest, and the festival was ending in a week, despite the best medical care. So she won't be able to attend the closing bonfire. Corin reassured her that she'd be discharged soon, but she needed to rest up first. Elisa wept in her wheelchair, wishing she could join the bonfire. Corin tried to comfort her with the winter ball, but Elisa wouldn't have it. She retorted that those were two different things, leaving him in thought. He supposes she's right, since he's been to so many, but this is Elisa's first time. Corin confidently promises to buy her a Jeskier dress for the winter ball, unaware that he has awakened something terrifying. Elisa was stunned by Corin's words and quickly asked if he really meant that luxury brand. Corin confidently tells her to buy whatever she wants because he's rich now. Elisa bristled at the title since they were the same age, but quickly brushed it aside and asked Corin if they really had made a lot of money. Corin chuckled triumphantly, assuring her there was enough to buy a fancy dress, but Marriott, now consumed by bloodlust, emanated a terrifying aura. She couldn't help but voice her concerns. Could it be that the remaining members Corin wanted to invite were... Corin, oblivious, cheerfully pointed at Elisa, introducing her as Elisa Aiden and Lenia Clay. Marriott asked if they were girls, and Corin, still not sensing anything, replied yes. There's a beautiful girl working in intelligence. Marriott grits her teeth. Beautiful, huh? Corin continued, saying their names were Len and John, prompting Marriott to ask who they were. Corin explains, these are 2 werewolf siblings. Len is female, so I just noted that John is male. Marriott scoffs, but Corin doesn't notice and continues, saying he was also planning to invite someone else, but it's a bit difficult to say. But then he hesitated, thinking they were close enough that she would agree. Marriott gritted her teeth and asked if that Drit girl was very close to him. Corin naively replies that they're close enough to joke around and occasionally eat together, finalizing the list with Warren's name. He was so sure she'd join that he asked Marriott to sign her up. And under Elisa's horrified gaze, the pen in Marriott's hand shattered, signaling an impending storm of jealousy. Corin continued to ramble on, saying Professor Josephine had agreed, so there was no problem. Suddenly, he looked up at Marriott, stammering as he called her senior. Facing him was a terrifying rage, as she relentlessly questioned Corin, repeating, "Do you want to drive me mad?" Corin couldn't hide the panic in his eyes, but he had brought this on himself. People feared fire. They were wary, condemning her, saying she should never have been born. They pelted her with stones and called her a monster, the most despised thing imaginable. But this time, she hurt Corin. She almost hurt everyone again, just like before. But this time, that boy caught her and said he would help her until she made her choice. Power is Warren's only value, the justification for pushing out the original and taking this body. So she can't afford to be weak. She couldn't rely on anyone, but then Corin appeared and spoke those gentle words to her. He said he would help her and that she should make a proud choice she wouldn't regret. To find the answer together. She cried so hard then. Those warm words seemed to melt her frozen, calloused heart. Even now, looking back, she's still utterly confused. War sits in her room, touching her heart, wondering what she should do. The painful warmth and concern felt like sharp knives to her heart, and she hated Corin for hurting her fragile heart. War had been alone since birth, exploited her entire life, so she refused to let anyone into her world. But then, Corin suddenly appeared at the window, flashed a handsome smile, and greeted her with a casual, "Hello, feeling better?" Before Corin could respond, Warren interrupted, asking if he was all right. She stood up and urged him on, mentioning Lan and asking if he was sure there was a way to change things. Corin didn't respond immediately, his eyes downcast in thought before he sighed. How truly pitiful. He reached out his hand, but it was suddenly grabbed. War quickly grabbed Corin's hand, her voice hesitant as she tried to stop him, even foolishly asking if he wanted to eat. Warren's entire body trembled as she anxiously awaited his answer. Corin saw her fear, reached out and gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "It's okay. Once this is over, I'll definitely buy you fish." Outside, Warren floated in the air as Corin below, holding a long spear, signaled the start. The spear is called the Death God's Jewel, and it's said to surely separate the soul from the body, ignoring all defenses. A soul-reaping artifact with 100% accuracy, though that plummets to near zero when wielded by a human, especially since Corin can't sense souls, making the accuracy rate 0. Corin throws the spear straight at Warren, but it's deflected, and it plunges into the ground. War was stunned, but Corin wasn't surprised at all. He looked at the spear and told Warren, "Watch, I'll show you some magic." The flawed magic stone used in festivals has a larger spread the lower the accuracy, making it difficult to use. With the lowest accuracy, the spread range is a maximum of 100 meters. But what if Corin, whose accuracy is 0, uses it? The spread would be infinite, ignoring his inability to interfere with souls and activate effects. To be precise, this wasn't Corin's attack, but the magic stone's diffusion attack, as a brilliant purple light emanated from the spear, engulfing Warren. Suddenly, Warren collapses and Corin rushes to catch her, stammering that he only transferred a little magic before frantically asking if she's hurt. Warren nestled in Corin's arms, smiling radiantly as she quietly thanked him. Corin, who was holding her like a princess, was startled by the address, and he recalled the time before they met. Mary at once angrily slammed the table, asking why they were so insistent on using the term Opa, as if they couldn't stand not saying it, and Elisa was once unhappy about being forced to call him that. She thought they were the same age, so it was absurd to call him Uncle. And that went for crybaby Anna, too. She hugged the silly cat and said, "Thank you, Sir Knight." "Sir, my foot." "Now, this is good." Corin was moved to tears, feeling a revelation in his heart, finally free from being called Old Man, and secretly thanked Lan for making such a great first impression. Corin sets her down, and Lan can tell from his expression that he's pleased. Corin didn't deny it, as Lan's Appa was a welcome change from being called Old Man. Seeing this, Lan confessed that she thought so too, because it seemed like he always wanted to be called Appa. This warmed Corin's heart, realizing she was always watching him. War occupied this body for 3 years. Lan paused, slowly feeling her feet. During that time, she was trapped within her own body, only able to observe through Warren's eyes. Feeling for her, Corin asks if she doesn't resent having her body stolen for 3 years. But Lan simply hummed in response. Then, with a radiant smile, she hiked up her dress and ran down the road. She cheered, wanting him to watch her run, confessing it was the first time since her illness that she could walk and run like this, happily skipping along. Lan marvels that it must be thanks to Hoa, using the power accumulated in her body as Corin watches on, reminding her to be careful since her body isn't used to it yet. Pushing yourself too hard can be fatal. He sadly tells her that she initially hated Warren and even screamed to get her body back. Then she stepped in a puddle, stopped, and said, in a voice that had never been heard, Warren was just talking to herself like an autist. Feeling the breeze, she continues, realizing those monologues weren't avoidance, but expressions of guilt and regret directed at herself. Warlan crouches down, adding that she understands how difficult it is to overcome such fear and anxiety. Because they share a body, Lan looks at her reflection in the water and reaches out as if to touch Warren. So now she won't push Warren away anymore. War had bravely decided to return her body. Corin hears these words and expresses his thoughts, of forgiveness and tolerance. After having her body stolen for 3 years, she's ready to embrace Hoa, and he smiles, praising her growth. Lan looked up, squinting her eyes with a happy smile. Of course, though she stopped aging at 14, Hoa was only 3. She'd always wanted a little sister, and now she had one. Corin seemed to realize. Yes, that's right. Now you two are sisters sharing the same body. Suddenly she spoke, but her words made him doubtful as she stood with her back to him, offering a hypothesis. If she were in danger, would Oppa save her again in such a cool way? Is that all? He replies that all she has to do is say the word. Anytime she blushes, knowing he would answer that way, and praises him. Then she called him Oppa again, leaving Corin confused. But she spoke incoherently about liking fish, adding that Warren and she shared the same interests, and then threw something into a puddle, splashing water everywhere. Then Shushan listed other things like food, music, and books, before suddenly whispering her taste in boys into his ear. Corin is completely dumbfounded. That's quite a bombshell to drop. At the same time, she teasingly touches his chest, saying that if he were her husband, he could legally have 2 wives. Corin, flustered and embarrassed, stammered, No, and asked what she was talking about. She pressed close to him, looking up seductively, demanding an answer now. But Corin, face burning, was too stunned to speak. But Corin refuses to take the bait, pushing her away and telling her not to tease him like that, but Lan insists that she's not joking. Back in her hometown, people her age would have done it all already. Then she gives him a knowing look, cheeks flushed, lips pursed. This was, after all, a matter of love. A trembling kind of love. Corin relents, realizing he should consult Hoa if they're going to continue living together. Suddenly, Lan stands on her tiptoes, kisses him on the cheek, and thanks him, leaving Corin flustered and wide-eyed in shock, before she collapses into his arms. Corin was flustered. What was going on? And when he tries to call her Lan, a menacing man glares up at him, answering irritably. Then she flew into a rage, as if her very lips were threatened. Don't get the wrong idea. Those words are nonsense. He wondered if changing people would be easy. Then she walked away, muttering to herself like someone who'd escaped an asylum. Who's calling me sister? Too noisy. It's just a misunderstanding. Shut up. Watching her mutter to herself, Corin wondered, what is the hour of the pig? Are they talking? She turns back and asks if he's not coming. And she tells him to come to the usual place for dinner before level 1, as always. He's stunned, but agrees. Corin sighs, thinking it must be Warren and Lan's apology. An apology through food. Kids will be kids. But then he remembers her whispering in his ear about boys' preferences. Then, scratching his head, he deluded himself, thinking, kids will be kids. Elsewhere, someone exclaimed that they were about to meet their ancestors. A gauntleted hand twitches as a voice laments the immense resources the old church poured into the Merva festival, hoping to dethrone the first princess of the Presbyterian Church. A fallen crusader, narrowly escaping death, mutters, a complete failure. Remembering the strange sword, he wondered, who is he? And how did he know the crusader's plans? He looked up at the ceiling in disbelief. He had followed Les Junhan's orders and gathered 100 crusader knights, all deployed to this century-old tunnel. Now they all lie scattered like him, and he can't accept that to lure the threat from Moran and Lan, he took such a great risk. But that guy, Corin, with a staff slung over his shoulder and a hand on his hip, looked down at him, smirking. What could 100 Crusader Knights even do? If they were serious, they would have sent the Holy Knight Division. It was Corin who destroyed everything he had. He pointed at Corin, demanding to know what gave him the right. Did he think he could survive? But suddenly something struck him in the head, and he fell backward. Corin was the one who did it, effortlessly throwing something from afar, instantly incapacitating him. Professor Josephine said she could handle things, but Corin retrieved his staff, assuring her he was fine and wanted to test a new technique. Seeing this, Josephine wondered how his throw had taken them down in one hit, but she also complimented him, saying that even though he wasn't completely healthy, he had done very well, and that they could take care of arresting them. Hearing this, he didn't stand on ceremony, pointing out that they should remove the suicide poison hidden in the right molars. Josephine walked forward with many questions to ask. How did you know about the tunnel the old church prepared 100 years ago, and from the beginning? Why did you ask to monitor the old church? Night falls, and with the reassurance that he is an ally, Josephine ties up the unconscious knights. The next day, in an ancient castle, the dawn light shines. War has awakened, contemplating the composure of the strong. Nothing could harm her body, its rhythm slower than a normal person's. Suddenly, Lan screamed from inside, telling Warren to wake up. But even with her eyes open, she lay listlessly in bed. Lan nags her to get up, but War doesn't want to leave the bed. War and Lan are both lazy. Lan is still relentlessly urging her to wake up, isn't she? Get up, she says, as Hoan covers her ears, hoping to block out Lan's voice, and scolds her for being so noisy. Even so, she could still hear Lan's voice echoing in her mind, lamenting, "How could you say that to me? Time for breakfast, time for breakfast." Suddenly, she heard a noise outside and curiously got up. Descending the stairs, Warren insists she's not here because of Lan, but out of mere curiosity, only to find Corin asleep on the ground, drooling. She wondered why he was sleeping there, while Lan cheerfully called out, "Appa Corin!" Then, Lan mischievously woke him up, but Jian questioned why it had to be her. Hearing that, Lan starts talking nonsense, saying that sleeping there will distort his mouth and urges Warren as if the house is on fire. Seeing her poke his cheek, Lan asks if she likes Corin too, leaving Warren flustered. Unaware, he freely does things she never asked for, always so eager. She just can't understand. Then, like a specter, Lan squats beside Corin and Warren, asking if she hates him. She quickly replied that she didn't hate him, but Lan persisted like a leech, asking if she liked him. But Warren found it hard to answer and poked his cheek, saying she hated him. Suddenly, Marriott appeared behind her, eyes narrowed, and asked with a smile, "Why are you up so early today?" Warren indifferently replied that it was too noisy. Then Mari ordered Diogo to carry Corin back to bed so he wouldn't disturb Warren and Lan. Following Diogo, Mariette tells Warren, "If you're sleepy, go back to bed, Junior." But her random mention of the sofa only makes Marriott suspicious. Warren, still squatting on the ground, asks why he can't sleep on the sofa. Marriott is even more confused by her intentions, but replies that there are no blankets here. "It's cold, you'll catch a chill." Hearing this, Warren hugged his knees, looking displeased, and muttered to himself that he couldn't argue with that. Suddenly, Marriott cheerfully mentions there are pre-steamed potatoes in the kitchen and tells him to eat them. Then, turning back, she says with a sly smile, "We can eat later. It's okay if I eat them all." Warren watched Marriott leave, lost in thought. Then his eyes narrowed with murderous intent as he muttered, "We." Elsewhere, in another time, the teacher lectured on. In situations like these, you can use the materials around you in an emergency. Sitting below, Corin thinks that even though the festival hasn't ended, class is still in session, but he already learned this last time, so he should focus on other things. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Corin Lock Hero, Strength 8130, Magic 67,770. Characteristics: Resilient Warrior Recovery, Pain Endurance, Understanding of the Field, 3 Cores, Magic Release. Looking at his new stats, Corin scratched his chin, lost in thought. With Thuth's numbers, he's already surpassed Arisa in the early stages. Furthermore, he scrutinized his stats. Warrior's Endurance Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Knowledge, 3 Cores, and Mana Release, calculating everything. His aura was already at the superior level. He imagined the 3 cores, blue, red, and yellow, within his chest. Considering that normal knights only acquire their first core at this stage, he had obtained his second from the Silver Mandragora, and inherited his third from Duke Sabantia. This meant that while other knights only possessed their first aura core, he already had 3. Corin chuckled, resting his chin in his hand. Arisa had also mentioned acquiring a core with a few steps into the domain, which seemed to have helped her grow significantly. Arisa has reached the lower tier in aura this time, and recalling their previous battles, she fought with unwavering resolve, despite being covered in wounds. Though she was previously ranked lower middle class, her rapid growth in half a year is very promising for the future. The only thing left is the mana release that the system mentioned. That's the activation of internal energy, accumulating it at high pressure, allowing for the accumulation and release of up to 20% of total aura and horsepower, an incredibly useful trait. Currently, his aura stat is 8,130, so 20% of that is a massive burst of 1,600, an incredible amount of power. Corin had tried releasing his aura to examine it, but the problem was, when he tested it in the hunting grounds, he couldn't control it. Lost in thought, Corin wondered if he could do something similar with the Duke of Sabantia's final demonic sword. Could he cut the sky and slay a dragon with a single stab? Suddenly, the teacher spoke up, announcing that there were 5 minutes left in class and she would be checking the students' notes. Lost in thought, Corin didn't register his teacher's words until he snapped to attention. A notebook check? Why now? Who am I? Where is this? The teacher smiles but emanates a dark pressure. Is that why you're complaining? Because everyone keeps sleeping in class. The professor's clearly annoyed and he just cursed. Given Professor Lulalala's personality over the past 4 years, she'll punish them by making them clean the classroom. There's nothing to worry about. But if this weren't the alchemy lab, filled with stains from experiments, dusty bottles, cobwebs, and who knows what mirroring his misery, his classmates are scrambling to borrow notes, but it's every man for himself. No one has time to help. His plans for the afternoon had just gone up in smoke. He'd been planning to spend his free afternoon enjoying the festival. Better late than never, right? He knew he had to write something and fumbled for a pen, only to touch a small hand. Startled, he looked at it. To his left was Jer, and to his right was him. Looking up in a panic and quickly pulling his hand away, War was sitting there, staring at his hand. He pulled his hand away, but she suddenly grabbed it, intertwining her fingers with his. Corin was horrified, his face flushed, eyes wide, mouth agape, wondering if it was Lan. Her face flushed, she gazed at their intertwined hands with delight, confirming her feelings. Then, with a sly smile, she pressed his hand to her chest, asking if he wanted to see her notes. Corin blushed, stammering as if he didn't understand what she was talking about, guessing it was the notes. Lan tells him to turn the page and then invites him to lunch, which Corin readily accepts, generously treating her, much to the envy of the students behind them. As rumors spread about their newfound closeness, Mary's subordinate, Duke, was already listening in. After class, they strolled down the hallway together, discussing Lan. Finally, Corin mentions the photo of Hook and Kang Yuhua, noting that they were both responsible and victims in this case. Even so, they could still be held accountable. Kang Ryu would be secretly executed, unofficially. Now that he's gone, Yu Hoa must bear the mantle of head of the Kang family. Lan always felt that Hook and Yu Hoa had suffered greatly because of her, and Corin wondered if the head of the family was the same as the family leader. Lan confirms this, stating that the head of the family handles everything from the smallest household matters to family marriages. Lan's expression suddenly shifts as she embraces Corin, revealing she's already asked for permission to marry him. This made Corin even more uneasy, and he could only throw his hands up in defeat, secretly hoping Warren would wake up soon and stop Lan, or there would be trouble. Meanwhile, Marriott demanded Duke Gu recount every detail, as he began to explain in a strange language. Meanwhile, as Marriott cooked soup, she seethed with murderous intent, muttering angrily to herself, "So that's how it is." Her eyes were fixed on the soup, but her mind was consumed by jealousy. Even though they weren't particularly close, Marriott was tormented by something. Mary is known to be quite rational, her actions driven more by survival than romance. But even so, frequent intimacy must hold some special meaning. The image of Lan praying to become Corin's wife gradually appears, a flashback to when Dooku himself recounted the story of a husband and two wives, enough for Marriott to understand her situation. She frowned, seething with anger, crushing the chopsticks in her hand as she plotted a unique, indirect way to incite jealousy. After some thought, she devised an intriguing plan. Seduction. Suddenly, she felt a burning anticipation for this scheme, but Marriott quickly dismissed the thought, blurting out nonsense. In Duke Gu's eyes, Marriott looked ready to erupt in flames at any moment, fueled by her anger. Suddenly, she called out to him and asked about men's preferences. Duke Yu narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he answered, "Bones." Inside the dining hall, Marriott and Corin sat across from each other at a long table. She reveals she's been working on something special for Corin, presenting him with a bowl of Darum-style blood soup, a dish the farmhands used to make. She was sure Corin would love it, and as expected, he was overjoyed to receive the delicious, authentic soup, eagerly asking how she got the secret recipe. Corin quickly slurped down the entire bowl as Marriott happily revealed that the soup was made from congealed blood. He immediately praised the dish, its soft and smooth taste making her even happier. Corin put the empty bowl down on the table, letting out a satisfied sigh. Suddenly, a system window appears before him, reporting that he has consumed a high-grade blood elixir, learned the brute force skill, and gained 30 strength points, leaving Corin perplexed. His face darkened as he called out to her, and Mari, flustered, listened intently. He immediately realized this blood wasn't from an ordinary pig or cow. The system window appeared again, displaying his strength bar, temporarily boosting his power by 200%, an effect that couldn't stack with other buffs. Instantly, Corin, overjoyed, embraced Marriott, professing his love, causing her to blush and hide her face, thinking that listening to Lord Gu was a wise choice. Meanwhile, inside the library, Warren announced that she was going to share a story about a friend. She once heard someone say that when you're with someone, your heart feels like it's floating on clouds. Josephine was surprised. Warren continued, describing the feeling of floating on clouds, a racing heart, and occasional chest pains. Her face flushed as she spoke. Josephine pondered. Perhaps this was a love consultation. She adjusted her glasses, thinking that Warren, after leaving her identity as a special-grade demon, had become a maiden in love for the first time. And Josephine was certain the object of her affection was Corin Locke. If it's someone Warren's been in contact with, it can only be him. Corin, who's even been reported for scamming by the female students. Josephine, with her vast experience in love, already saw him as a heartbreaker. For a freshman like Warren, this would be a difficult challenge, Josephine surmised with a sharp look. The man Warren secretly admires is surrounded by female admirers, and Josephine offers her advice. Opportunities are rare, as popular men rarely approach anyone first. Suddenly, Josephine offered more advice. Warren needed to be aggressive, or she'd never win his heart. Warren immediately understood. Josephine finally gets to the point, advising her to eliminate anyone who gets in her way, advice coming from a single witch whose only experience is a century-old novel, The Golden Girl of the Witch World, Warren and Doran. Both inexperienced young women took the advice to heart, and after the interview, Josephine teleported Warren back. Before saying goodbye, she wished Warren luck in winning his love. Suddenly, Warren was shocked to see Duku-gu starting a fire outside the cold mansion, inside which she could see the silhouettes of a girl and Corin. War's pupils dilated with jealousy as she witnessed Marriott straddling him. She was breathing heavily, suspiciously so. She pressed on his shoulders, opened her mouth wide, revealing her signature vampire fangs, and slowly brought her mouth to his neck. Marriott's chest pressed against him as she bit into Corin's neck, and he held her close. Warren witnesses their intimate moment, her lips trembling with a sense of betrayal. Each falling leaf mirrored the state of her heart, as she realized Corin was simply a kind soul, his affections reserved for Marriott alone. Her heart clenched, and she agonized over whether she'd been arrogant to assume Corin liked her. Marriott, who had been enjoying the moment with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, startling Warren. She finally smirks and releases her fangs from his neck, not forgetting to lick the wound. War is now in Marriott's sights, her eyes saying she won't give up Corin to anyone. Separated by a wall, they glare at each other, and then Lan suddenly reaches out to grab her sister, asking her to hand over the mission. Lan reaches for Warren's face, now in control of the love war, promising to eliminate anyone who stands in her way. Elisa fed herself with the fork, praising the chocolate mousse, surprising Corin, who chuckled, explaining that she lived in the countryside where there were no bakeries. He couldn't believe his ears when she asked if her hometown was really that remote. Corin had only wanted to rest and prepare for his upcoming vacation and buy some sweets, but he ran into all his acquaintances and ended up eating cake with them. Suddenly, Marriott and Warren called out to him and offered him cake, but Warren was closer, so he turned to her first. After taking a bite from Warren, Corin looked back at Marriott, who was silently sulking after being beaten to the punch. Suddenly, Warren asked for the strawberry cake she was holding, and having no reason to refuse, she reluctantly agreed. Then, Warren suddenly turned to Corin, asking him to get her a cake. He uses his fork to grab the cake, much to Marriott's dismay, but when he brings it over, Warren opens her mouth, wanting to be fed. Suddenly, Marriott smashes the cake into her face, a so-called loving feeding that leaves Corin stunned. Marriott wiped her hands, a sinister smile on her face, and asked if the cake was good. Warren replied that it was, but emphasized the word treat. Mary then asked if she wanted more, immediately darkening the mood, leaving even Corin confused by the strange atmosphere. Warren, wiping cream from her face, emanated a murderous aura as she questioned Marriott about her potato farm, then continued to press her about Marriott's so-called potato cake. She darkened once more, asking Warren if she wanted more potato cake. But who would be dumb enough to eat? Watching the two girls' fierce argument, Jer sweated bullets and asked Corin what was happening. Even he was worried, constantly saying he was scared, and the situation became so overwhelming that he had to excuse himself to go to the restroom. Jer and Jarka stood up as well, leaving Elisa confused. The three boys linked arms and left, discussing the two girls and their intense animosity. Unable to stop them, Elisa returned to her seat, eating under the pressure of Warren and Marriott. Though polite, the two exchanged words in a heavy atmosphere until Marriott revealed that Corin would be joining her in the south this winter, and they would be vacationing at the hot springs together. Meanwhile, Warren shares that Corin received a blessing from the saintess at the holy site and disses Marriott's smelly hot springs, leaving Elisa reeling from the breaking news. One of them drops the bombshell. Corin has decided to come home with her, prompting Elisa to exclaim, "What?" Meanwhile, as the three boys relieve themselves together, Corin suddenly has a strange premonition. With trembling hands, Elisa sets down her cup, fearfully recounting how Corin said he had business in the east, so he formed a party with her to see the eclipse together. This only intensified the animosity between the two women. Elisa, feeling the pressure, could only stammer, her vision blurring as she desperately cried out, "Why?" Even in the men's room, he could hear it. Corin turned, confused. Days prior, he had inquired about the distance to the eastern forest. To explain, writs favored by spirits can coexist with them without needing to interact, but it's rare for a spirit from so far away to come here. The person standing before him was Yuan, announcing that she had found the person he needed. The Drits are named Uskias and Findias. Findias is the secret realm containing one of the 4 great treasures, the Sun Clih Soul, and the writ protecting that land is Uskias. In the game, the secret realm where the great treasure Clausolus is hidden is dominated by Tuspanhaza and the Royal Guard. Yet they couldn't overcome it. It's good to become stronger, but weakening your enemies at the same time is even better. If one of the 4 treasures is going to fall into the hands of the Royal Guard, and Corrin can take it first, usually no one knows the time and place, so it's impossible to obtain. But after defeating PhD, the reward is the map to Clausolus, one of the 4 great treasures. Information not in my inventory, but directly implanted into my memory. During an eclipse, when the sun's power is at its weakest, I can seize Kola. In the past 3 years of playing the game, an eclipse only occurred once. On May 8th, during spring break, when Ian reported the presence of the Wolf King's territory. He continued his train of thought, knowing that even if it was hidden, Yuan's power would find a clue. Good, just as planned. Corrin suddenly grins and clenches his fist, determined to find Findias in the territory and claim the ancient treasure, the Solace Owl, before ruining Bantaza and his followers' plans. A satisfied smile crept across his face as Corrin vowed to utterly thwart their plans. After recounting everything, Corrin trembled, adding that the trip would also be a good opportunity to seek advice from Duke Sabanzia. Marriott responds to his passionate explanation with a deathly glare, asking him when he'll be leaving, which surprises Corrin. She held out her hand, a badge nestled in her palm, saying it was her ducal family's crest. With it, he could expect cooperation almost anywhere. Then she warned him not to go with anyone who promised him potatoes, to which Corrin retorted that he wasn't a child. As Corrin turned to leave, she grabbed his hand, shyly asking him to wait, as if hesitant to do something. He simply smiled gently. She declared she'd drain him dry without regret, living off her reserves for a long time, then thanked him and began. The day before departure, Corrin emerged from the bathroom, hair wet and a towel draped over his shoulder. He felt tired from being drained of his blood, even as he sat still. Corrin looked down at his bed to find War already lying there, dazed, which startled him. She simply remarks on how long his showers are, and Corrin wonders why she's here. He was only met with the affirmation that she would sleep here, making him even more uncomfortable due to the close proximity of a man and woman. She then mentioned that they had slept together before. He recalled a time when he had laid next to her, but dismissed it as a necessary measure to escape the rain. Warren was disheartened, hoping Josephine wouldn't discover her actions, and the events of the previous day had made her somewhat reliant on him. Corrin finally smiled and took off his outer garment, only to be stopped by her throwing a pillow at his head. War wondered why he was taking off his clothes, leading him to believe she was worried about him. They lay under the bed, and Warren, looking up at the ceiling, continued, saying that if he got hurt, it would break her heart, which surprised him. War then asked if he would continue to fight, just as he had done with her, and getting close, she vowed to protect him and not let him get hurt. Corrin sighs, turns away, but understands her feelings a little, finally thanking her. Then he talks about going to his eastern territory, which puts Warren at ease. War's words that day gave me the strength to keep striving forward. The next day, Corrin's voice echoed from a coffee shop. He asks Elisa if it's her, showing her the paper with her picture and the latest news. Breaking news, Swordsman Galen passes the 5th sword to his granddaughter. The AN family's succession war begins. This caused Elisa to choke on her coffee, claiming she knew nothing about it, to which he replied that it was obvious since she'd finally escaped her oppression. Then he asked if everyone had packed their bags, to which Elisa and Ewan quickly replied. Elisa had already packed food and clothes, while Corrin was too proud to bother, confident in her ability to control nature. He quickly expressed his disappointment, stating they were acting too much like rookies, leaving them both a little confused. Corrin then explained that they would ride the one straight to the east and asked them what that meant, but they were both silent. Corrin sinisterly reveals the answer, hinting at the regret to come, and of course, the protagonist's aura is undeniable. The 2 girls, who had confidently claimed to be prepared, are now being tossed around by one, unable to control their actions or words. Elisa's condition is even worse. She can only stammer and cry, complaining that she can't open her eyes. Meanwhile, the girl who was just posing as Mother Nature is now beyond help against the strong winds, learning a lesson the hard way, promising never to rely on nature again. Corrin, on the other hand, was fully prepared, wearing specialized equipment. Corrin could only call them fools, as at 1 kilometer high, you need cold weather gear and goggles no matter the season, and he had the experience and knowledge to provide it. On their journey, they constantly called out his name, begged nature and people for help, and tried everything, finally turning a new page to a place with clear blue waves and a lush island, also known as the Eastern Taklakhan. Elisa lost her balance and waved her hand to one side as he looked back, not understanding what was happening. From within the forest, even more elephants emerged, charging madly, their red eyes fixed on their prey, the Ulyan. Elisa, soaring through the air, pointed in astonishment at a distant village, fearing its destruction by the elephants, while Corin muttered that they needn't rush, as saving a small village wouldn't delay them. Elisa bravely ordered the wyvern to descend, while Corin manipulated the trees to grow in the elephant's path. As for Elisa, she would take on the responsibility of fighting, and as planned, EU immediately made trees grow in their path. Roots latched onto the trunks of some of the elephants, and thick trees sprung up, forming a dense shield. While Ewan holds the monsters back, Elisa lies in wait. She leaps from above, raises her sword with all her might, and with a single strike, her blade clashes against the tusk with a deafening clang. She doubted they could hold it back. The elephant moved more violently, rendering the roots useless. Realizing this, Yen grew worried, and Elisa immediately retreated with a series of leaps. Corin leaps off Ween, grabbing his spear, with the mage Ewan above. He ordered them to focus on the leader and bind it, promising to handle the rest himself if they could just hold it. Suddenly, Corin sensed something. In the distance, a group of people approached, using both carriages and W-mounts, leaving them utterly astonished. With a single strike, the elephant's leg is severed, followed by another. The elephant is torn apart as swift sword strokes dissect its body. The elephants are quickly dealt with, and these people are monster hunters from House Aiden. Suddenly, one of them tells Elisa she's as pathetic as ever, leaving her confused before tossing her something. Elisa instinctively catches it, and the person quickly throws one to Corin as well. He didn't understand what was happening, but he accepted it. When he opened his palm, he found a piece of candy, which only confused him further. It was Lunya who threw them the candies, and Elisa was taken by surprise. Lunya simply reminds everyone to be more careful next time, then asks Corin about the top ranker. Lunya called it a great step forward, encouraging him to keep it up before turning and walking away. Looking at her back, Corin thought to himself that she was as cold as ever. Known for her composure, Lunya remembers something, turns slowly and asks seriously, "Do you want to marry me?" A question that stunned Elisa and Ewan, something they wouldn't even dream of, and even made Corin frown as if he wanted to shout, "What the hell?" A family representing the South, prominent for its fertile lands and established trade routes through the archipelago. In contrast, the East faces the heretical empire and harsh natural conditions with barren lands and constant monster attacks, yet it maintains its strong reputation. It must be thanks to these people, the protectors of the far north, the N family. A group bowed their heads in unison, saying, "The masters have arrived." Lunia appeared and said, "Prepare the guest house for her and her friends." Receiving their orders, the group responded in unison. "Understood, sir." Lunya then looked at Elisa and said, "Elisa, come with me." Elisa, slightly surprised, responded. In a certain room, two figures are playing chess, and they are none other than Ewan and Corin. Ewan remarks that it's a difficult game, isn't it? "How is Corin so good?" Corin replies, "Hey, I've been playing this for years." Ewan, a bit puzzled, asks, "You've played it before?" Corin tersely replies, his face suddenly serious as he asks, "Is Elisa all right?" You look so tense." Corin calmly replied, "She'll be fine. They're sisters after all." He suddenly spoke, wondering if they were being punished for not catching the Olipin. Corin denied it, saying that wasn't the kind of person he was. Suddenly someone entered and called for Corin Locke, who was playing chess, and responded. Yes, he then informed Corin that the Lunya family heads wished to meet him. Corin wondered aloud, "Me?" Lunya was outside waiting for him. Seeing him, Lunya turned and asked, "You've arrived?" Then she told him, "Sit down, we have much to discuss." Corin, a bit confused, asked, "I'm not being punished, am I?" Lunya, hearing him mutter, asked, "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing," Corin replied, waving his hand. Lunya poured tea for Corin and asked softly, "I hear you're turning 18 soon?" "You're the same age as my younger brother." Then Lunya gets straight to the point and asks, "I'm just wondering, are you married?" Corin answered honestly. "No, not yet." Lunya nodded in response. Then Lunya bluntly asks Corin if he's ever considered marrying her, since he's currently unattached. Corin is taken aback and asks if she's serious. Lunya bluntly replies, "Do I seem like the type to joke?" Then Lunya begins to express her feelings about Corin. "Objectively speaking, you're a good seed, your talent is unmatched, and your work ethic is excellent. And your face is acceptable, according to my taste." Corin was stunned, asking if she cared about appearances too. Lunya replies, "I'm still a woman after all." I have to at least consider the face and body of the man who will hold me at night. Corin, resting her chin on her hand, asks, "Tell me honestly, why are you suddenly doing this?" Lunia's deep eyes met his, and she answered that it was because of him. Corin was stunned, then even more stunned, and asked, "What?" Lunia begins to tell Corin a story. After Elisa defeated her in the sword match, the old sword saint suddenly appeared and declared, "The old man Lunia speaks of is Elisa's grandfather." Elisa was to be appointed the 5th chair of the sword pavilion, Lunia recounted seriously. After his declaration, my supporters began to stir. You, who advised Elisa and devised that bold plan, must understand. Lunia took a sip of tea and said, "My position began to falter, and now I face renowned swordsmen from all over who seek to restore it." Corin then asked, "A political marriage? That's a good move," Lunia retorted, "but I don't like that. I'm too good to be a bargaining chip in a marriage market." Corin, piecing things together, asks if Lunia wants him to pretend to be her fiancé, to which she confirms. Lunia then explains that Elisa is only the illegitimate daughter of the House of Aden, but upon her return to the family, gifts were already prepared for her. That's because she was designated as the heir early on and thrust into the family's power center. A noblewoman then announced, "You've likely heard, father has appointed you as the head of the 5th Sword Pavilion." Elisa softly replies, "Yes." Kneeling on the floor, she adds, "But I am a Jedin. My father's word is absolute." The woman glanced at Elisa and replied, "Your opinion carries no weight in changing it." That woman was Sophia, Jaden's wife, the current head of the family, and Lunia's biological mother. Yes, everything was as Galanaden, the previous master, wished. Sophia then told Elisa, "You will become the presiding officer of the 5th Sword Hall and must dedicate your strength to the honor of the family and the protection of humanity. With this command sword, the symbol of the head, you will choose someone from the main house to stay and perform great deeds, commanding them during this time." Elisa, with a blank look, picked up the sword and said, "Yes." Elisa does not object, nor can she. From a young age, she was raised to be subservient and nothing has changed, even though she knows she'll never be fully accepted by these people. A pair of feet walk steadily down a path as Elisa passes a room and overhears voices from within. But try to think positively. Elisa instinctively stops to listen and asks. Elisa sees Corin inside saying, "It's not all that bad, actually." Elisa is taken aback and responds. Lunia then suggested, "Why don't you two take some time tomorrow to go on a date?" Elisa wondered to herself. A date. Her lips curled slightly, her voice more cheerful than usual. Then Lunia asked Corin, "Will you marry me?" A completely unexpected proposal, Elisa thought, standing by with her sword. Just like her sister. Elisa observes that marriage is a serious matter with its own reasons, but there must be some affection beneath it all. Lunia has both curiosity and affection for Corin. The respect for a swordsman who's reached great heights and the desire to reach that peak. If she didn't like Corin as a man, she wouldn't have made the offer. Then Elisa spoke up, saying it was a good thing, as she liked them both. Lunia was the half-sister she admired, who acted as a mother figure during her childhood. Even with their current unwanted rivalry, she sincerely wishes her sister happiness, as Corin is also special to Elisa. He trusted her talent, supported her, and helped her survive her sister's pursuers. Elisa hugged her sword and sat on the ground sadly, but still thought the two were a good match. Elisa bitterly realizes that their union is a good thing, as they are people she loves and respects. Time passes peacefully. Suddenly someone appeared inside. Hung Lunia held a piece of paper and asked, "Mother, what is this?" Sophia quickly replied, "They are renowned swordsmen from the East and the distinguished heirs of noble families. Most of our support comes from my mother's family, and we can't ignore the pressure from these meetings forever." So, though it was unintentional, this appearance isn't bad. Objectively speaking, he's a good man. What could it be? A thirst for martial prowess. After all, it is Sword Emperor Garandaden who decides who will be the head of the family. And with Corin Locke's talent, if he can reach the pinnacle of martial arts, any opposition will be crushed. Lunia then speaks up, musing that her sister's feelings, at the very least goodwill, perhaps even more, are directed towards her. "I have the qualifications and authority to do so. A female general is of no concern." Suddenly, Jenny walks in and calls out to Lunia and the others. Lunia responded, "Oh, Jenny, is that you?" Jenny then asks Lunia if it's a secret date with Corin Locke, to which Lunia replies, "Secret date sounds unpleasant." Then Lunia asked, "Is this a proper proposal? Don't you like it?" Jenny quickly replied, "At least he's incomparable to the men Sophia has set you up with." Jenny recalls the past, saying, "Our failure in the sword match was because of that, Moreover, he overwhelmed Lena when he was very young and has also entered the realm of martial arts. Jenny then concludes that he's not a bad match for Lunya, and Lunya inwardly agrees. Jenny has a good eye for men, but she then asks, "But Masters, are you going out on a date looking like that?" Lunya, puzzled, asks, "Is something wrong?" Jenny remains silent, offering no further explanation. The scene shifts to an expensive shop where a voice says, "Let's see, I think I called him here." Korn appears, looking dapper and embarrassed, and says, "Ah, Lunya." Lunya, noticing his flushed face, asks, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then she asks, "Is there something on my face?" Korn coughed a few times before replying, "Oh no, it's nothing." Seeing nothing was amiss, Lunya took his hand and said, "Let's go." Korn, still flustered, replied, "Ah, yes. In a certain forest, a group of people reported, 'Masters, there are traces of demonic beasts appearing at the border.'" Hearing this, Elisa quickly responds, "Understood, let's join forces over there." The group acknowledges, "Understood, Masters." Elisa stares ahead, speechless, and lets out a sigh of relief. The lights come up, blending with the soft, melodious music as a masked man dances in the light. Meanwhile, Elisa is locked in a grueling battle with the demonic beasts, exhaustion etched on her face after the fight. Elisa can only breathe a sigh of relief before charging back into the fray. Meanwhile, Lunya and Korn relax and enjoy the music as the masked man continues to sing. Meanwhile, Elisa is forced to fight the magical beasts, highlighting the stark contrast in fate between her and Lunya. Applause thunders for the masked singer, while Elisa fights on, a testament to her fierce courage. Lunya and Korn applaud the man's performance, while Elisa's hands remain stained with blood, marking the end of her battle. A moment later, Elisa finally spoke, and telling everyone, "Whew, you've all worked hard today." Meanwhile, Korn and Lunya happily left the concert. Lunya asked Korn if he had fun today, and Korn responded, "Yes, the angelic voice tagline is no exaggeration." Lunya looped her arm through his and replied, "No, I asked if you had fun." Korn answers honestly, saying it was a novel and enjoyable experience. Lunya takes Korn's hand and softly says, "That's good then. The most important thing is that you're having fun, right?" Then, Lunya gently placed a sweet kiss on Korn's hand and said, "Today was also an enjoyable day." Korn sweetly replied to Lunya, "Isn't kissing the back of the hand my job?" Lunya gazed at him intently and replied, Perhaps I'm used to acting this way with young ladies. I'll let you have your turn next time." Elisa stood there, witnessing Lunya's farewell to Korn. "See you tomorrow. I've prepared many things for you. Then get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow." After he left, Lunya noticed Elisa standing there. "Yes." Lunya approached Elisa and said, "Elisa, you look terrible." "Did you just come back from the outskirts?" Elisa asked softly. "Did you just see Korn?" "Huh?" Lunya nodded, replying, "Yes, that's right, I just had fun with him in the city." Hearing this, Elisa tightened her grip on her sword and said, "I see. So you had a good time." "Yes, and I even wore the traditional garb. I don't think I've worn it in 7 years." Seeing Elisa's questions and chatter, Lunya spoke up. "Elisa," Elisa blankly replied. Lunya turns and says, "I'll change and meet you in the training hall." "Let's spar," Lunya said. Elisa stammered, repeating the request. "A spar?" Elisa would normally refuse a spar with her sister, but this time the reason for the offer is unclear. Then Elisa spoke, saying, "Yes." Elisa cannot refuse that offer. That evening, before the sparring match, Lunya wondered why Elisa, who always avoided sparring, had so readily accepted the challenge. Elisa takes up her sword and softly calls out, "Chia." Elisa swung her sword and said, "No one's watching." Lunya frowned, her face serious, and replied, "Yeah, feel free to swing." Lunya's profound gaze met hers as she declared, "Lunya, first disciple of the Aden Sword School." Elisa was quick to respond, "Elisa, the one-star swordsman of the Aden Sword Sect." In the tense, stifling atmosphere, a voice rings out, "Let's begin." Lunya strikes first, swinging her sword at a nearby boulder, shattering it into pieces. Seeing this, Elisa was momentarily stunned and said, "Oh," as the rocks hurtled towards her. She quickly drew her sword and deflected them. Lunya suddenly appeared before Elisa and declared, "Tiger stance, second form, golden rooster." Then Lunya asked Elisa, "Do you still remember?" Her tone suddenly dropped as she said, "Respond." Elisa is momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, and Lunya's fatal attack leaves her vulnerable. Elisa's vacant eyes reveal that Lunya's attack was within her reach, but her reflexes couldn't keep up. Yet, if she could anticipate Lunya's attacks instead of reacting to them, she could counter, from lightning speed to raw power, from the heavens to a bolt of lightning. Lunia's gaze suddenly turns menacing as she stares directly at Elisa, who struggles to face her. Two figures with contrasting styles. Lunia easily evades Elisa's attack as a voice points out that her breathing is ragged. Elisa attacks, only to be thrown back hundreds of meters. Her eyes are emotionless as she utters a soft groan. It's only through relentless effort and grueling training that she's achieved this miraculous insight. Swordmaster Lunia approaches Elisa, noting that she's improved and her training hasn't been wasted. The strongest defense. Elisa slowly rises, softly replying, "Yes." Lunia continued, "Perhaps that person is the reason for your change of heart." Suddenly, a thought occurred to Elisa. "That person?" Lunia, as if hearing Elisa's thoughts, suddenly asked, "Do you and that person have something in common?" Elisa stammered in response, "Is that so?" The figure's image appears within Lunia as she says, "No wasted effort. The philosophy of technique is similar." Lunia brings her sword to Elisa's attack and says that for humans, grand techniques are unnecessary. Just a little within an inch is enough. Elisa parries Lunia's attack, but Lunia calmly continues, understanding the absolute difference in skill, and advises Elisa, "Next time, you'd better dodge." Elisa wondered how she was supposed to dodge, as she could clearly read Lunia's attacks. But how exactly is she supposed to dodge the next attack? A moment later, unable to withstand the force, Elisa drops her sword and surrenders. I give up." With those words of surrender, Elisa's spirit seemed to crumble, believing she had thought herself closer than she was. The victory in the sword-breaking match made her confident that she had become a swordsman to be proud of. But it was just arrogance. Lunia walked past Elisa saying, "Keep practicing. That victory was just luck." Between Lunia and Elisa, Elisa turns away and asks, "If not, then what?" Lunia replies, "You'll always be behind me and him, an unbridgeable gap." Elisa and Lunia say nothing more. The air hung heavy with silence, and Elisa felt a growing unease within. Tears streamed down Elisa's face as she thought to herself how humiliating this was. A few days later, someone poured tea for Lunia and quietly asked, "So, no engagement this year either?" Lunia took a sip of tea as the other woman continued, "I've heard you've been seeing a young man lately?" Lunia replied, "It was fate that brought us together." The one asking Lunia was Sophia, who responded, "If it's just for a night of fun, wait until after the engagement. After all, men are just tools to elevate the family name." Sophia Aiden, the East's greatest swordswoman of Tanshuan, had her views on marriage twisted after her husband, Jaden's affair. Sophia then tells Lunia, "You should marry whoever benefits you the most." Lunia replies, "There's no need to worry." With confidence, Lunia assures Sophia, "I believe he's worth far more than anyone on that matchmaking list." Sophia responds with skepticism. "Oh, really?" Lunia thinks of Corin, who reached that realm at such a young age. "His martial talent is nearly on par with grandfather's." Sophia then remarks on Lunia's talent. Lunia quickly replied, "Yes, it's not just destructive power, but a distinct ability, a talent that leads to victory. That person's talent is also of that caliber." Lunia hesitated for a moment before continuing. Sophia was curious and asked what else there was. Lunia bluntly replied, "He's handsome." Sophia was stunned. "What?" Lunia chuckled, explaining, "His appearance is exactly to your taste, plus there's the added pleasure of taking what your sister desires." Sophia was speechless, realizing for the first time that this was morally questionable, and began to rethink her twisted views on marriage. On the 9th day after arriving at the Aden estate, the New Year's event was held, and Elisa and Ewan took a stroll together. Suddenly, Elisa smiled and said, "Corin, this village seems to have a strong Korean theme." As the festival wound down, Corin passed Ewan saying, "I've found it, Corin. Our primary goal in coming to the east was to find Findias, where the treasures of the 4 great treasures are hidden. The realm of the Findias is a land of nature surrounded by monsters and towering mountains, lying beyond the borders managed by the Ayan tribe." "The eastern border?" A grateful voice echoes. "Thank you for guiding us. Would you like a cookie?" Following behind, Corin noticed them and remarked, "Oh, are those spirits?" Lunia agreed, noting how convenient it was to have Dre along, never expecting to navigate the deep forest without getting lost, prompting a grateful Corin to say, "It's all thanks to you, Lunia. We were only able to reach the border because you came with us." Lunia winked at Corin and said, "No need to thank me. I don't know why you're looking for a secret place beyond the border, but you're all minors, and you're my fiancé, so I have the right to be your guardian. In these monster mountains, ordinary guardians are just a burden." Without Warren and Mary, Lunia's strength was invaluable, and Elisa called out to her, Alisa then tells Lunia that she doesn't think she should say things like fiancé. Lunia asks why. What's wrong? Alisa answers with a hum. Those around them cast strange glances, but Lunia bluntly replies, "The eyes of outsiders mean little to me." Then, Alisa, as if summoning all her courage, said to Lunia, "Sister, if you truly have no intention of taking responsibility for Corin, then I don't think you should stand in the way of his marriage." Lunia simply asked, "You really think so?" Yoon opens a strange portal and says, "Just through here and we'll be there." Everyone watched the gate Yu opened with rapt attention, and Alisa couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, the gate shattered like glass, and Corin came to a realization. "I've been tricked. This is truly a place worthy of a sage." Now alone, Corin asks, "I've been isolated? An enchantment to confuse intruders like the labyrinth we faced before? It's a test of sorts. Perhaps it's testing those who accompany R to see if they're worthy of entering the secret realm, but this trick is rather common." Corin then gripped his weapon tightly and declared, "Come on, whether you're illusions or monsters, I'll take you all on." Just then, someone called out, "Brother!" Corin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "No, that voice. It can't be Sho." Siu smiled as he approached Corin, saying, "Hello." Siu, whose eyes glowed a deep crimson as he said, "Long time no see, how cruel." He then jumps up and says, "What the hell is going on?" Corin then grabs his weapon and lunges at Sio, and the two begin to attack each other. Corin shouts, "You're a fake!" The Sihu in front of him smirks and replies, "That's right, but you're a fake too, a player who thinks he's the real protagonist, not me." Corin wondered if he had eliminated the imposter, but the protagonist of this world, North Siu, was undeniably powerful despite his wickedness. He deserves to be called a god, a powerhouse on a completely different level than I am now. Shu appears and whispers to Corin that he can be proud if he kills him. "But hey, you..." Then Sio questioned Corin again, asking if he was truly sure he could save the world. Hearing this, Corin was silent, his eyes suddenly darkening. Sio was a little displeased and continued, "I tried to take everything, but I still failed. But who are you? With an incomplete system, what do you think you can do? The player is dead, the challenge failed. Can a minor character like you really defeat Tesbon?" Corin retorts, "Of course I can. I'll obtain one of the 4 great treasures first to weaken him. That's why I've come all the way to this distant east. I'm doing everything I can to see a happy ending." Sihu flatly rejected that and then betrayed him. Siu then tells Corin that if he truly wanted that ending, he should have chosen her again, to which Corin replies that his innocence would be threatened. Sihu scoffs, "What's wrong with that? You like it." Confused, Corin simply replies, "What?" Suddenly, Siu speaks to Corin of sacrifice, and he falls silent, unable to respond. Seeing his silence, Sihu continued, "What do you gain from sacrificing yourself for others? Instead of saving those NPCs, shouldn't you think of the bigger picture? If you had found the treasures faster and taken all the items, you would be much stronger now. You know this isn't the most efficient way to play." Sihu whispered in Corin's ear, "I sacrificed 10,000 people to gain this power. Power grows in proportion to the sacrifices of others." Siu's eyes darken, and his face becomes frightening as he says, "Sacrifice what is necessary, and let us save the world together." Corin sighs, "Ha, that's right. That's exactly right." He clenches his fist and says, "Even if I start over, I can't help but regret the items and events I missed." Corin attacks Shu, catching Sio off guard. "Huh?" Corin glares at Sio. "Is it because that garbage thinking still exists that I saw this illusion?" Corin reminisces, "I will save the world of Mariette, Alisa, Warren, and Lan. Those I've saved and will save, whether it works or not. Is this the world I feared in this illusion? But thanks to that, I've fully regained my senses. I have no regrets, and even if I went back, my choice would remain the same." Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name. Corin. Corin turns around and says, "Yuan is an R, so he's not affected by the illusion." "And Lunia, why were you out so fast?" Lunia bluntly replies, "That guy just kept spouting nonsense." Lunia raises her sword, declaring, "So I cut it." This woman truly knows no fear. Then Corin asked, "What about Alisa?" Lunia glanced over and replied, "Isn't that her least important thing?" Yoon stood by, assuring them that Alisa would awaken soon, as Lunia and Corin charged forward with unwavering confidence, marveling at how easily they shattered the mist. From the distant cliffs, a black panther appears, announcing, "Extraordinary guests." Corin, stunned, asks, "A talking panther? Not a magical beast, is it?" The panther emitted a strange light and continued, "Please forgive me. It is an honor." A strange man appears, saying, "To meet the young Riz and her companions, I am Uskias, guardian of Findias. Allow me to escort you there. Lunya glances over and says, "Oh, it's Corin." Lunya and Yuen follow Uskias to a castle in the forest, a landscape that hides one of the four great treasures. As they journeyed to Findius, where the sunsword Clolis was kept, Corin stopped and asked Yuen if these people were his kin, to which they quickly confirmed. Corin remarked on the beautiful houses and asked if he could buy a plot. Yu looks at him and asks if he's sure, since people call this the Green Land. Corin looks around, clearly amused, and says, "Real estate investment is all about the future." Just then, a voice calls out, "This way, please." "Ah, yes, I heard about the young Driss searching for this place. The spirits told me." Uskas sat in his chair and asked, "Why have you come to this remote land?" Corin looked directly at Uskas and replied, "I'm searching for one of the four treasures, the Genu clan's sun sword, Clausulus." Uskas stammered, "You're looking for it too." Corin nodded in response. "That's right, and then you began to explain why." "Because I, Queen Aranua of the Heavenly Realm, am his rightful heir, that's right." At this point, Corin thought to himself that I was still his master's heir, no matter what. Then Corin spoke, "But if you're also..." Suddenly a figure entered through the door saying, "I smell a strong scent of blood." Indeed. The mysterious figure revealed sharp, enigmatic eyes and said, "So it's you, the kid who killed Park. I expected someone to come, but it seems an even bigger madman has arrived." Corin, seeing this, then said, "Monster Envoy Murias, King of the Murky Darkness." The demon Murias replies, "You know me, Beast King Junsky." The demon Murias approached Corin, saying, "Guardian of the Queen, the throne of darkness has only one master." Then Murias spoke with a hint of threat. "When the age of darkness arrives, your goddess will be torn apart, leaving nothing but bait for wild beasts." With that, the monster Murias silently smiled menacingly at Corin. Suddenly, the Murias apostle angrily shouts, "Don't call me that. I told you not to call me that." After dealing with that, he turns to Corin with a gentle smile and says, "Oh, sorry about that. My friend is just a little noisy." Uskias, watching from above, cuts to the chase, saying, "You both want the Clolo, but I don't have the authority to give it. I'm just the one who presents the challenge." Corin, hearing this, asks, "A challenge?" Corin fell silent, thinking to himself that Drit was, indeed, remaining neutral, which was not good at all, and he didn't know what the challenge would be. The Murias monster muses to himself, knowing that even though the situation is unclear, Bantaz's side obtained all four treasures in the previous round. Uskias, sensing their thoughts, tells them to wait, as the test's contents will be announced after deliberation. Murias chuckles, "Hee, I like a challenge." If the main story holds true, Corin overhears someone say, "The kid killed PM." Murias smiles, saying, "I expect this kid to pass the test." That night, the sky was clear, with only clouds and the moon for company, as Elisa drifted into sleep. Lunya seems to be sleeping soundly, as Elisa's eyes flutter slightly. In Elisa's dream, Corin and Lunya appear, embracing tenderly in what seems to be a happy family reunion. Elisa dreams of her idols vowing their love, surrounded by a crowd of happy, laughing children. 12 grandchildren once called me aunt and embraced me tightly. Happiness is evident on Elisa's face as well. This is a happiness that should not be broken. She is an incredibly loyal person. And Corin isn't one to make his partner cry. So this is a happy ending, a good thing for everyone. Elisa dreams of Corin embracing Lunya and feels uneasy. But why does it bother her so much? Why? A voice calls out to Elisa. Is she awake or still lost in her illusions? It was Corin who came to wake Elisa, but to no avail. Corin sighs, "We're still one person short. I hope she wakes up before tomorrow." Suddenly, Elisa's eyes flutter open, and she moves, causing Corin to exclaim that she's finally awake, before she unexpectedly pulls him onto the bed. The unexpected situation left him no time to react, and before he knew it, Corin was pulled down onto the bed with Elisa. Stunned, Corin calls out to Elisa, but she silences him with a finger to his lips. "Shh," Elisa whispers, "brother-in-law." Corin, a little flustered, asks, "Huh, what?" Corin wondered to himself, what is she doing? His face flushed red as he spoke. "What?" Elisa sighed and exclaimed. Elisa approached him and called him brother-in-law. Corin was a little taken aback. Elisa then whispered to him, "My sister's not here right now." Corin, frightened, spoke up. Huh? What?" All he saw was Elisa's unfocused gaze, as if she wasn't in control of her actions. Elisa then quickly lay down and embraced Corin, who remained motionless, wondering what was happening. The next day, a voice announced, "Now I shall reveal the second trial." Elisa, hearing this, questioned it. Wasn't the second one supposed to be the first task? Uskas leaned on his cane and replied, You've already completed the first challenge. It was a test of how far you would go to stand your ground. Then Uskias recounted, and whether you have enough conviction in your cause, you have proven your ego? Elisa was dumbfounded, thinking to herself that she had proven her ego. Elisa recalled fragments of yesterday's events. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right now. Elisa shuddered, then squeaked, okay. Elisa cautiously whispered, I don't think I can go that far. Lunia approaches Elisa, patting her head, and says, whatever your actions and justice may be, stay true to them. Human strength comes from one's own conviction. Elisa trembled slightly, blurting out, really? I don't think I can do it. Ewan approaches, gently comforting Elisa, telling her to rest if she's tired, but Elisa insists, no, it's okay. What right do I have as a sinner? Uskas continued, the second trial. Your writ companions will assist you. The task is to find mistletoe on an oak tree to create a staff. Then let's begin. The deadline is sunrise tomorrow. Then a board appears, revealing the oath. Both sides accept the challenge's outcome and will not attack each other for 60 days. The oath was made before the challenge was announced, and Corin, with a serious look, realizes there was no such procedure to begin with. But I asked Uskia to be the mediator. It would be troublesome if he interfered with the trial. Corin sees Uskia standing with the eerie envoy Murias, and he contemplates Doom Nor's situation. Unlike Chris, who remains neutral, Uskia supports Bant. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Corin looked around, realizing that even with Yu's improvements, Doom Norks was still on a sage level. Despite the agreement not to attack each other, the power gap is vast. Suddenly, EU turns around, saying something big has happened. The spirits aren't responding. As expected, it seems they're all on Doom Nork's side. Hearing this, Lunia says, then this won't be easy. Corin smiles, but suddenly Elisa announces, I found the mistletoe. Corin replied, that's just an elm. Alcorin continued to observe. It's a perfect gamble, as common mistletoe grows on oak trees, and in this vast forest, finding an oak tree isn't easy to begin with. Elisa then holds up a piece of wood and asks, what about this? Then Corin stated, but finding an oak with mistletoe is nearly impossible, even with forest spirits, and they've all sided with Norks. Someone then suggested cutting mistletoe and planting it on a normal oak, to which Corin replied, I'm confident in chopping down trees. Ewan, eyeing the wood in Corin's hand, says, that would defeat the purpose of the ritual. Corin is left in doubt. Huh? Then Uskias announced, I will now end the trial. Everyone take out the sticks you've prepared. What's going on here? The Murias emissary took something out and said, I've prepared a big, hard stick. He then noticed something and asked, why is yours so much bigger and harder? Corin glared and said, shut up, you bastard, it's none of your business. Corin suspected that Elisa had attached a mistletoe seed to the acorn she found. Then, using magic, he made it grow, pulling out a mysterious potion, claiming it was about to die, but he experimented with something he brought back from the east and succeeded. The panther approached and said, you've completed the second trial well. It moved closer to the Murias monster and Corin, then announced, you've all passed. Now, I will announce the final trial. The panther gazed at the horizon, saying, in the northern forest, there's a rowan tree with red berries. Your task is to bring them back. Corin followed his gaze, remarking, I figured it wouldn't be simple, with a voice suddenly booming out of nowhere, claiming to be San. The mysterious voice echoed once more, prove your worth to take the fruit. No sooner were the words spoken than a colossal figure appeared, the Sky Titan. A being akin to Phindias, the sun-guarding titan from the Ahan hero legends. The Murias monster observes that the giant is indeed terrifyingly large, and Lunia, slightly stunned, admits that defeating him might be a bit difficult. Hearing this, Corin reassured her, don't even think about it. Lunia couldn't obtain the Closolus whether she won or lost, and Corin realized they weren't meant to fight the giant head-on. The first and second challenges were of the same vein. Perhaps the Sky Titan giant said, I will test your minds, I will pose riddles, solve them. Corin replies, legendary beings love riddles, didn't you know? Ewan chimes in. Not really. The monster Murias exclaimed, oh wow, Sky Titans like riddles. I'll do it. I'll solve the riddle. Sky Titans love riddles and rare treasures, but they limit their games to protect the fragile world. Corin looked up and replied, all right, I agree. The Sky Titan was pleased and said, good, I'll explain the rules. The first side to answer 5 questions correctly wins, but to keep things fair, each side can only have 2 participants. Corin, Elisa, and the Murias monster were relieved, but the Sky Titan continued. However, since the Writs are familiar with riddles, they will be excluded from the competition. Murius chuckled. Titans love riddles. Anyone we send will be better than them. Lunia frowned. Do I look like I'm good at riddles? Elisa chimes in. Well, I've solved a few riddles in books. Elisa and I should be enough. With that, the Sky Titan announced that they could begin. Under the pale moonlight, the Sky Titan giant spoke of a riddle. It grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again in the afternoon, but vanishes at night. Corin listened, pondering in silence. Grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again in the afternoon, and disappears at night. Suddenly, Corin's eyes turn red as he realizes he's close to the answer. The demon Murius raises his hand to speak, then answers softly. The giant Sky Titan figure speaks, concluding, Correct. Corin was speechless, momentarily stunned. Elisa stammered, wondering if it was just a coincidence. I'd forgotten because he's usually so overwhelming. Corin's eyes suddenly sharpened, realizing Sky's trait. The Sky Titan continued, It cannot be seen. No power can defeat it. It always approaches, but once past, it is gone forever. The Murius monster quickly answered, Time. The answer is time. The Sky Titan giant moves on to the next riddle. This thing is sometimes joy, sometimes comedy, and sometimes tragedy. It is a play in which all living things star. The demon Murius quickly comes up with the answer. Life. A name that is both comedy and tragedy. To be or not to be, that is the question. This is no coincidence. It feels like facing thousands upon thousands of people at once. The Murius emissary then laughs and says, Sky's good at solving puzzles. That was too easy. Corin then turned to Elisa and said, Elisa, why don't you try? You read a lot of strange magazines, don't you? Elisa replied, startled. Weird magazines? I only subscribe to what every girl reads. The Sky Titan continued. This is the fourth question. To me, it is beauty. To others, incomprehensible. To some, violence. And to others, liberation. Hesitantly, Elisa asks, can I try to answer? Corin, a bit puzzled, replies, Huh? The Sky Titan then said, Go on. Elisa hesitantly gave her answer. Suddenly, Elisa thought to herself that what is beautiful to her might be violence to someone else, and escape to another. Elisa then answered, Infidelity. Corin, the demon Murius, and the Sky Titan were taken aback. Huh? What? What? After hearing Elisa's answer, everyone fell silent, unable to respond. Seeing everyone at a loss for words, Elisa shyly agreed that might be the case, as the Sky Titan giant mumbled in praise. Interesting, your answer is also correct, Elisa retorted. No, please disregard that, I was wrong. That's not what I meant. Corin, confused, asks again. Elisa, what are you thinking? Elisa retorts loudly. No, that's not it at all. Don't avoid my gaze. Give me a chance to explain. Despite Elisa's attempts to explain, it was no use. But was breaking his train of thought merely a coincidence born of caution? Sky correctly guessed 2 questions in a row, and our riddle battle ended in defeat. Right? The man beside Murius chuckled. Congratulations, Sky. Congratulations on your utter defeat. Elisa sighed wearily. So, what now? Have we failed? Yun approached Elisa, saying, The challenge won't end like this. I think we're just missing one of the necessary materials. Elisa sighed in relief, glad to hear it. Yu continued, We at Dis never give up after just one failure. Then his eyes darted around as if searching for something. Lunia approached cautiously, asking, Is it an enemy? Yu, after observing, replied, There's no one here. Yu uses his power to investigate, concluding that there are no spirits or people nearby, leaving Corin in disbelief. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any monsters either. I saw them occasionally on the way here. No spirits or monsters? This is the Ghostly Forest, also known as the Monster Mountains. Corin surmises that if neither spirits nor monsters are present in this forest, it's for one of 2 reasons. Either someone has wiped them all out, or they've all fled from an overwhelming presence. The demon Murius chuckled softly, then said, Have we gone too far? As he spoke, a mysterious blue energy suddenly appeared. Beneath them, a strange circle appears, and from it an ancient eerie castle slowly rises. As the castle appeared, the blue energy vanished, replaced by a terrifying and dark red power. Seeing the situation change so rapidly, Corin shouted for everyone to get out of the way. A red power surges down to the earth, bringing with it utter destruction. Yu is about to be consumed by that power, but Corin arrives just in time to save him from annihilation. Corin turns back and says, That's when you see their true form and decide they're a humanoid monster. Corin then tells Yuan to step back, who stammers, Thank you. Corin stares at the humanoid monster, wondering why it's here. It's the Hydra. It opens its wide mouth and sticks out its tongue in a terrifying manner, wheezing. Then, A mysterious power emerges as Corrin charges forward, obliterating the multi-headed beast. Lunya watches in awe, believing him to be the one who will one day be known throughout the world. As the shadow of the eight-end sword demon descends, a heroic figure stands beneath the faint crescent moon. Beyond Atron's borders lies a land known as the Demon Realm, where wild beasts and demonic creatures claim dominion over the forest in a strange equilibrium. But the one who would break this balance was just an old man with a sword. That mysterious figure was Elisa's grandfather. He then declared, "Monster, that sword belongs to me. Don't call them demonkin." A grotesque hand suddenly appeared, for their nature stemmed from beasts. A muscular body appears, the grotesque hand firmly gripping the sword. But rarely, some demons are born with human forms. Are they meant to exist or to destroy? Elisa's grandfather raises his weapon and cries out. Upon seeing a demon wielding a sword, the Sword Emperor scoffed. The corner of Elisa's grandfather's mouth suddenly quirks into a smile as he says, "A monster learning to use a sword?" A one-sided master-disciple relationship, known only to the master, had begun. A battle between the beast and Elisa's grandfather unfolds, lasting until the 8th day, when he charges in with his sword, consumed by rage. He personally gave this demonic entity a name, and Elisa's grandfather's eyes shone with terrifying intensity. The battle between Elisa's grandfather and the beast raged on, with no end in sight, prompting a horrified Murias to ask, "What is that name again?" He called it the Sword Demon. Sword Demon. Only the old madman and I know this name now, but soon it will echo across the world, as the greatest swordsman in the Ahan hero legend, and as a demon in service to Banatha. Even so, it attacks Dunor and June Sky. The Hydra remains undefeated, and the mysterious fiend continues to fight. This proves it's not fully on their side yet. Perhaps a small mercy, but nothing to celebrate. How can we stop that thing? We're next. Suddenly, Corrin appeared behind it, calling out to the monster. With that, he seized the opportunity and struck, unleashing a devastating counterattack on the monster. Lunya then unsheathed her sword and charged forward, showing no fear in the face of the grotesque monsters. Suddenly, Lunya speaks up, staring at the monster and asking where it learned that swordsmanship. But the creature ignores her and attacks. Lunya swiftly dodges the fatal blow, but the monster shows no signs of relenting. It continues its assault, and in a moment of desperation, Lunya feels like her eyes are about to be torn apart by the attack. Lunya skillfully dodges another attack, remarking, how arrogant." The relentless demon continues its assault, turning both hands and feet into sharp blades. The demon's eyes glowed red, as if to devour Lunya, wielding a flurry of blades as it relentlessly attacked. Lunya felt outmatched. Lunya is being consumed by the demon's power, but Corrin, with a sharp gaze, rushes in, believing he can control the distance with a single blade. His eyes sharpened, and he roared, "Lunya's mind's eye!" With that, a brilliant power emerged, opposing the demon's dark energy. The deciding factor. Yet the demon remained unfazed, a bizarre smile plastered on its face. Suddenly, Lunya brutally stomped on the demon's hand, a decisive move born of her experience. Lunya smirks knowingly. "Let's end this." Corrin and Elisa then charge forward to destroy the demon. They unleash their ultimate moves, but the demon dodges Corrin and Elisa's attacks. They chuckled. Evade? Illusions? The monster quickly lost its initiative and weakened in the battle. A sword seems to be summoning a mysterious power. Someone declares, but Corrin and the others are determined to finish the demon, and they shout, "We absolutely won't let you escape." Suddenly, Corrin felt something was off and cried out. The demon appears right before them, face to face, using a power called Shadow Soul Slash. Eightfold unrivaled. It grows stronger, a grotesque smile spreading across its face. Corrin, Elisa, and Lunya face the monster, finding themselves at a disadvantage. Corrin grimaces, gritting his teeth, thinking that even moving in this domain is difficult, let alone enduring 8 attacks. Suddenly, a brilliant diamond-shaped symbol appears in Corrin's eyes as he steels himself to use his special move, Lu Nat Kiem, Lin Vuk Tram, Dak Long Shuat Dao. Corrin freezes, his eyes the only thing that seems alive. He knew that even with everything he had, she could only block 5 strikes. The last 3 would be fatal. Corrin stared at Lunya, realizing the monster was targeting her. Even with her awareness of the domain, Lunya is still half a step behind. Corrin worries that if this continues, Lunya will be forced to fight with her sword. Looking at Lunya, he assumed it was her last defensive skill, one only swordsman at the highest level could learn. The demon's eyes still burned with a terrifying red glow as it unleashed the ultimate black sword. The demon slowly rises, unleashing the illusory domain. Slash. But something feels amiss. Lunya scoffs, "So you dodged the fatal point?" Then she adds, "This one's dangerous. We have to take him out here, and now." Corrin agrees, saying, "I agree. The sword demon hasn't reached the level I know, but its ultimate technique will be the all-slaying move. Thousandfold onslaught." Corrin rushes forward, determined to destroy it here, as the demon lets out a peculiar cry. Then, a figure appeared behind the demon and quietly said, "Hello, my friend." The demon's red eyes remained fixed on Corrin. The figure behind the monster was none other than the Murius monster, who swiftly ended the monster's life. But it doesn't end there. Within the dust and remains, mysterious bright spots appear, like the eyes of some horrific creature. Before anyone can understand what's happening, they merge into a colossal monster. It lunges to attack the monster Murius. The fiend wasn't defeated after all, and it reappears with an unsettling smile. Eerie blue tendrils wrapped around the demon, leading everyone to believe they were servants of the king. The demon opened its mouth wide and growled, launching another devastating attack. This shows that these are the beings that even the sword demon fears. The new demon that appeared behind Uskias looks terrifying. At that sight, any creature would surrender and flee. The demon's eyes seemed to smile. Creatures possessing near immortality. Jun, the Treant King, and Dunoric, the Mage. Corrin, Alisa, Lunya, and Yuen stood there stunned as Corrin muttered, "Monsters. These are the enemies we face." After it was all over, they sat together saying, "Sorry, I couldn't do anything." Alisa sat beside Yuen, comforting him. "Don't worry, it couldn't be helped." Yuen still felt guilty and said, "But it's okay." Alisa was still sympathetic and said, "I wasn't seriously injured anyway." They pondered the demon's battle, noting its swordsmanship resembled Aiden's. Alisa wondered if it had somehow read a swordsmanship manual. Lunya retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. It's a monster. If anything, it's been through hundreds, thousands of battles." Lunya frowned, gravely adding, "And there's only one person who would do that," as someone approached, laughing. Lunya and Alisa turned to hear. "It seems my granddaughter has noticed." Alisa exclaimed, "Grandpa! That's Alisa's grandpa, and he says it's the Garandaden curse." Lunya muttered, "That crazy old man, what have you done?" Teaching sword techniques to the demon realm. "Yes." Alisa's grandfather chuckled. "It's an old man's hobby, but to be precise, I didn't teach him, I just showed him." As he spoke, a strange power emanated from his feet. Lunya and Alisa stood in awe of this spectacle, and after a moment, Alisa's grandfather spoke, saying, "Domain." Seeing this, Lunya gritted her teeth and said, "He doesn't walk in the realm of human swordsmen, but in the realm of the demonic sword domain. How interesting. That crazy old man." Alisa's grandfather chuckled. "Who knows? I might witness the next level of swordsmanship." Lunya, upon hearing this, cursed, "You shameless old man." A voice echoed from the past. "Grandfather, I don't want to be weak anymore." Alisa approached her grandfather, asking him to teach her swordsmanship, and he agreed without hesitation. "Very well, I shall teach you." Alisa stood before her grandfather, her expression serious, believing that anyone could be seduced by swordsmanship, by the enlightenment of frenzy. "Even though we didn't get a magic tree fruit, we can still participate in the final challenge, right?" Corrin asked. Uskas replied from his seat, "That's fine. But since you don't have the fruit, the final challenge will favor Sky and Dun Norris." Dun grinned upon hearing this, while Corrin protested, "Hey, just because it's Dre doesn't mean you have to be so biased. We only lost because that sword demon showed up halfway through, but can't you at least give us some advantage?" Uskas replied, "I will now announce the final challenge." He exclaimed, "Well then, nurture the magic staffs that you have crafted." Dom Norix firmly grips a large log, as does Caius, who declares the rule, "Nurture it until it reaches the sky, then face the sun's guardian giant." Only 3 weeks remain until the solar eclipse, and by then we must grow the staff tall enough to reach the heavens. A kindred spirit, a deadly fascination with the blade, Alisa is struggling through her training. That's why I understand the sword demon's talent and demonic nature, and it scares me. Alisa grits her teeth, her body covered in wounds, but her heart remains uneasy and restless. Moreover, he's stronger than me. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Alisa's grandfather chided, "Your basic technique is still too weak." "Granddaughter? I didn't expect you to ask me to teach you swordsmanship, making that disciple worth training." Hearing this, Alisa asks, "A disciple? You mean that monster? Why not just kill him?" He replied, "I can't. He's talented enough to reach the heavenly sword realm." Alisa was a little stunned. "The heavenly sword realm, this is the first time I've heard of it." he replied calmly. Of course, because it's something I created myself. That arrogant answer infuriated Elisa. The battle resumes as Elisa braces herself, grips her sword, and charges forward, demanding he stop toying with her. Elisa's grandfather, unfazed, his eyes blazing red with an overwhelming aura, grips his sword and raises it high, a master who could cleave the heavens and shatter the world. I long to witness such a swordsman. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike. Elisa barely manages to block the blow, retorting with defiance. The old geezer, Elisa's grandfather, laughs, amused, saying, "Ha ha, now you resemble your sister." Elisa was taken aback by this. Cut to the Elas kingdom, South Thon Tri, where Mari impatiently asks, "Mom, can I go now?" Mary's mother wondered, "What's wrong?" The spring festival ends in just 4 days. Ms. Lin left a clue. Come find me before the solar eclipse on August 8th. Even with one, time is running out, and Mariette, recalling a past moment, blushes, her heart filled with turmoil and unease. Suddenly, her father bursts in, shouting, "No, where do you think you're going?" "Mary, aren't holidays for families to enjoy together? You can start a family there, too." Speaking of which, she was met with a crushing blow. Mariette's mother smiled, but with a terrifying aura said, "My Maria is at an age where she understands men." Then she pushed the man away, telling him to hurry up and give Du a sibling. "No, that's not what I meant." "Haswell, just for a moment, let's go." "Du, let's go find your father." Mariette seized the opportunity and left, her face still flushed. Was this the premonition of a high-ranking vampire? Maria Dan instinctively sensed that, like a bird soaring through the sky, a new rival had appeared. A clear female voice echoes softly, "Oh, holy maiden, I am Warren, a novice nun." The so-called saintess responded, "Is that so? Come in." In the grand cathedral of Jerium, the first holy ground, a bewitching and sacred space unfolds. Her pink hair dances in the wind, bathed in radiant light, a face of captivating beauty and boundless grace. That was Saintess Estelle, who looked down in surprise. But then, abandoning all pretense of dignity, she leaps down to embrace Warren, exclaiming that he's arrived. War irritably tells her to behave, but Estelle ignores him, instead caressing Warren's soft, rosy cheeks. "I heard you were caught up in something big at the festival. Are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you?" But War cast a restraining spell. Warren demanded, "Release my seal at once." Estelle, however, enjoyed teasing him. Why is that?" War stammers shyly. "The thing is, it's really stuffy in here. Please, help me out." As he spoke, his cheeks flushed red and his breathing grew heavy, a sight that thrilled Estelle. "You're the one, aren't you, Lon?" War suddenly seemed like a different person, with a bright expression and a beaming smile. "Your Holiness, I sympathize with you and we need your power," Estelle wondered. "Why?" Warren said with a confident smile. "I want to be his true wife." Estelle's eyes narrowed knowingly once more. Then she placed her hand on War's head, unleashing a surge of power. As War returned to normal, she asked, "Is the seal broken?" Estelle replied, "The first seal has been removed." War seemed pleased. Understood. He turned decisively, ready to leave. "I'll leave at once. It's 24,000 kilometers from here to the eastern border." "Ride one, I'm faster." War's tone was resolute, yet embarrassed. He couldn't let her get there first. With that, he burst out the window, leaving Professor Josephine stunned and pleading, "No, Nolan, you can't do this. The trip will take 3 weeks." "What?" "Why climb out the window?" War declared, "I'll be there in 2 days." Meanwhile, a smile plays on Estelle's lips. "Isn't it strange? The vampire sword tiger Lunia and Elisa, you face so much, from the battle with the Iron Mountain King to Warren's change, from a naive girl to a steadfast person." Estelle covered her mouth, smiling, as they were all caught up in countless unexpected events. And Colin Locke, our junior. 3 days later, Corin, with something in his mouth, complains, "Sword Emperor, that old man really doesn't hold back. I'm bleeding out before I even get to climb the tree." With that, he tightened the bandage around Elisa's stomach, causing her to cry out in pain. I'm really going to die, and you're telling me it's too early to die?" Elisa frowned. But I think I can still climb up there." Elisa glanced at the tree, but when she saw it clearly, she shouted, "What?" "Because it's too high," Elisa stammered. "I think it's difficult," Corin reassured. "But don't worry, everything will be all right." Elisa was stunned, thinking to herself that he was always like this. Whether stopping a boar as big as a house from escaping or Professor Farm from facing the immortal Diamond Demon. How could he possess such unwavering will? Even when faced with impossible odds, she always strives for more. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the void. Colin, what is it you truly desire? He stroked his chin, saying, Who knows, as the mysterious figure spoke up. Working so hard late at night must be tough. Colin Locke, the Queen's Spear, I wanted to speak with you at least once. The visitor was none other than Dre Dunnoric questioned him warily. What's this? Dunnoric said calmly. Why do you humans stand in the way of heaven's descent? He slowly pushed the man to his feet. Of course many people will die. Surely you know that, don't you? His eyes hardened, his voice steely, a man who always put nature first. Why side with them? Doom Norks replied, That is obvious. He solemnly stated, The only conclusion I've reached after hundreds of years is to protect nature. Then, with a murderous gaze, he stared down the two before him, declaring that humanity must be destroyed. Elisa could barely breathe under the pressure, his eyes as barren as the plants he harbored. To Elisa, Doom Norks was now a demon, his presence overwhelming all who dared face his immense malice toward the world. Corin spoke up, reminding her. Look closely, Elisa. What I want is to eliminate all those like him, he said, staring directly at Doom Norks. Doom. Norris chuckled, stroking his beard as he said, Ha ha, you've come all this way to stop us. It seems you're quite serious. Corin confidently says, But at least you'll fail now. Look over there. Looking at the ever-growing tree, he asks, What do you think? Can you see the difference in the growth rate? I've lived with nature for hundreds of years. No magic on the continent can bridge this gap. It's the law of nature. Doman Nor frowned and said, Rules, logic, principles, efficiency. You're always stuck on those things, always thinking you know best. Humph. After I posted about throwing the golden mandragora into the lake on the forum, many people thought it was the right answer and used it to boost their stats, but for me, who was sick of the usual way of playing, golden mandragora seeds, even items as rare as those, became experiments for me. I'm probably the only one who's ever experimented with the cultivation system using something as precious as a golden mandragora. The way I turned the elm tree from my first quest into a giant staff, just a few drops of the solution had such a huge effect. Even something that could live for hundreds of years in nature would never see this. The golden ingredient in this bottle that I made myself. A unique hidden piece. The golden mandragora fertilizer. No sooner had he thought it than he poured the vial of liquid into the corner of the tree. A system notification appears. The golden mandragora fertilizer promotes the growth of the magic tree, creating a wide area magic recovery field, restoring 185 magic power per minute. Immediately, its effects became clear. A great wind began to blow. Corin says, Hey, Red, we usually call first-timers noobs. I don't know how many years you've lived, but... Doom Norks' eyes narrowed, but no emotion could be seen. Corin chuckled. Live a few more lifetimes, and you'll realize there's always something new to learn. Watch this, newbie. I'll begin my magic performance. He stood confidently, unfazed, as light emanated from the top of the tree, prompting Elisa to cheer in amazement. Ooh-ha! The tree grows taller and taller, as if it could touch the clouds. It stretches high into the sky. Corin marveled, never expecting it to grow this much, and said with satisfaction, Good, the growth rate has tripled. Suddenly a voice filled with praise echoed, I don't know how you did it, but you've nurtured them wonderfully. Uskias said, You will now ascend, but as the sage of Pindius, my final advice is this. To obtain the cloud solace, do not miss the moment the sun's power wanes. Uskias clasped his hand tightly, as if entrusting everything he had held in his heart, as a being living on this land. I want to bid you a final farewell. Utkias bowed deeply. From now on, it all depends on you. Stop them. The young hero Corin accepts this with a smile. Elisa chimed in. I'll call my sister Corin. Are you leaving right now? He bluntly replied, No. The ascent wouldn't be completed in a day or two. I need to prepare food, clothing, and other supplies, and once everything is ready, I'll depart in a week. Corin gazed upwards, thinking that the final battle for the legendary treasure, Cloud Solace, would take place in the sky. In 1 week's time. Prepare yourselves, Doom Norris, for the strongest formation I can muster. The two sped off like lightning, unaware that 2 young women were still waiting for the promised reunion. A week later, Corin looked around and spoke. No one came after all. He wondered, confused, what could they possibly be doing that no one showed up? He said, rubbing his head as his eyes remained fixed downward. Beneath a giant tree, a man's voice spoke. They were found near the barrier? It wasn't like this when they were first brought here. War lay unconscious, his eyes closed, his face contorted in discomfort. Marriott beside him wasn't doing much better. An intense energy, This level and aura are terrifying. What are they seeing in that illusion? Uskia has explained, yes, they've been like this for days. At this rate, the secret realm could be in danger. I'll enter the illusion myself to lead them out. The others offered, should we assist you? Uskas closed his eyes, determined, no, I'll split myself and pull both girls out. Then, his eyes snapped open, a look of horror on his face as the scene shifts to a dreamlike world within Marriott's mind. The people here are gossiping. Did they have kids before graduating academy? My, they were in a hurry. Why do the children look exactly like their father? Oh, is this a wedding? Mary's face is filled with joy, even a warm smile. Suddenly, an announcement rings out. The groom is entering. That caught Marriott's eye as Corin, in a sleek black suit, made a grand entrance that drew gasps of admiration. Wow, doesn't he look dashing? Yes, he certainly does. So handsome. Colin Marriott was captivated by his figure, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dreamy. But the announcement that followed seemed to strike a fatal blow to Marriott's psyche. The bride was entering. The bride? It can't be. And there, in a pure white wedding dress, was Warren herself, drawing gasps of admiration from the guests. Wow, she's so beautiful, so elegant. With a gentle smile, War called out to him, and seeing their intimacy shattered Marriott's heart. No! Marriott collapses to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. This isn't right, Colin. A year passes, and Marriott's expression sinks into despair. That child is the spitting image of Colin, a vision of a happy family. That child should have been mine, Marriott thought bitterly. Corin meticulously prepared for the wedding day, yet he still wore that wedding suit. Marriott could only stand behind and think to herself, I could have given him something better? Food, clothing, shelter, land, mines, jewels, titles. I can give him anything. He won't have to lift a finger for the rest of his life. All I need is for him to smile and welcome me home. That's all it takes, and I'll give him everything. Then that look will no longer be sadness, but absolute possession. But I understand now. I can't accept this failure. No, never. Before long, Colin will grow old. He's just a short-lived species, living at most 100 years. Marriott's hand gently touches Corin's white hair in the flower-filled coffin, but I possess immortality, an ancient vampire. I will turn Colin into a vampire and bind him to me. Marriott uses her blood-red magic on him. Whether as father and son or master and servant, it doesn't matter. He will be utterly consumed by me. Tears begin to fall. I can give him those 100 years. Then he will be mine, until every trace of that woman fades, wears away, and vanishes. In that world, Corin's listless eyes fluttered open, catching sight of Marriott's smile and tears. I will make you happy. And so another wedding takes place. I've lost. For the first time, Warren and his alternate self collapsed to the ground in anguish, watching the wedding as she gave her heart and touched another man. The happy couple inside share food and smiles. Ha ha! The real Warren appears and asks what she's doing. The other version sadly looks on, and War asks her what she wants to do. That version said, I don't know. Suffering wasn't part of my plan. Oh, my 3 husbands, my love, all the names I could call him. I want to love normally, date normally, have a family and children. War closed his eyes and whispered, Why can't you? I'll help you. Cut to Corin sitting on the bed, cheerfully greeting someone, Long time no see, how have you been? The moment he called her name, Warren grabbed his hand, forcefully pushing him onto the bed, and angrily challenged him to try and escape. Corin struggles to ask, Why is this happening? Warren tears his shirt open and replies, This is your fault. Corin, it's because you looked at someone other than me. Warren's eyes burned with terrifying intensity as she stared at the bite marks on his shoulder. As if to punctuate her words, she bit down hard on Corin, causing him immense pain. After a long while, Warren released him and angrily declared, Appa, this is your fault. Just as I gave you my first time, your first time must belong to me as well. Fear is etched on Corin's face. The next morning, sunlight streamed into their room, illuminating the man and woman who had spent the night together. They held each other's hands tightly as birds fluttered past the window. Warren once again fell into the happiness of family with Corin, so of course, a baby would come. I won. Warren's tears fell and everything returned to reality as Marriott awoke with a smile. Wake up! A voice echoes and they both realize it was an illusion. Uskias then introduced himself saying, I am Uskias, guardian of Findias, and this is Aam. If you've come looking for Corin Locke, you're too late. They've already begun their journey to the sky. 3 days prior, the 2 girls had the same thought. We're too late. A member of the Dongthan asked, But how did you know we were looking for Corin? The great sage R knew this day would come. Uskias explained, I am the Sage of Death. I know many things. I vow to bury the dark pasts of you two, no, those 3 girls, forever. Meanwhile, Corin and his team have reached the summit. It's so cold, Colin. There's nothing here. He draws something on a tree and says they're almost there if they try a little harder. According to the story, Baltaris's forces will have all 4 great treasures. The light barrier of Goria's Aradra, the sun sword of Findia Clih Sol, the magic shield of Murius Andrive, and the destiny stone of Philius Life. According to the game's original script, you could go to Gorius and Murius. Of course, the relics had been plundered. I recall the text documents I glossed over in the game. The magic shield of Murius Andrive lies in the deepest darkness. In reality, it's in a pit full of writhing snakes. So, Dre's words about Clemsol reaching for the sky, grasping the sun, could be understood metaphorically. If that's the case, Corin suddenly asked, Look, a strong wind is blowing. You, shouts Colin, the clouds are descending, they're going to collide. He climbed higher, then replied, The clouds aren't descending. The oak is still growing. Oh, the faster it grows, the greater the pressure on them, as if to push them all to the ground. As it subsided, Corin gazed at the scene before him in awe. A world apart, filled with modern and luxurious architecture. A magnificent nation rests upon the clouds. Corin gazed up at the main gate and spoke. The walls are 50 meters high and very well maintained, Lunia said, frowning, but it's small. Alisa asked, Is that small? Lunia replied sternly, For this size, it's not the fortress of a celestial giant, maybe just a regular giant. You speaks up, but Uskias says a giant guards the sun here, and whoever protects it, they can't go through the main gate. Corin recalled Dunn's words about the GMO fruit being the key, and smirked. Then let's knock and see what happens. Ewan was startled, taking a deep breath before yelling with all his might, Come out here! The air crackled with tension after his actions, and the door creaked open, prompting Alisa to speak with a worried, hesitant voice. Ga Colorin, Corin says, From here on out, we're improvising. From within, a chilling voice echoes. Who are you? Humans. They are humans. A group of terrifying giants appeared behind the door, causing Alisa to scream in terror. Ah, they're all high level. Colin, are you planning to fight them? The giant speaks. Humans. He lowered himself and asked, Do you have the key? Corin calmly replied, We don't. None. The giant frowned. Or become human soup. With that, he throws a punch. Corin calmly raised a hand to stop him. Wait, let me explain. We are pioneer heroes recognized by Lord Uskias. Only then did the giant stop, kneeling on one knee as a sign of friendship. Soon, our master, who arranged all of this, will bring the magic mahogany's red fruit, the giant asked. Very well. What is your master's name? Suddenly he laughs maniacally and creepily, changing his tune faster than you can blink. Junsky is recognized by both the giant Sabin in the sky and the wise Fias. Corin gestured behind him, explaining that a Drit had even been sent as a representative of the sages. Realizing he was the one being pointed at, Ewan was terrified. Drit is me? Immediately a stony face approached Ewan, saying, Even Sabin and Fias agree? Ewan was so panicked he couldn't speak, and seeing others in distress only made Corin laugh harder. You hate E, so you're trying to trick him into doing it. Go ahead and try it. Suddenly, a massive tree sprouted, blotting out the sun, and instantly transformed into a colossal tree man called Wickerman. Ah, hearing this, the high-ranking rockman mused, If he understands red Mata wood and knows how to control Wickerman, it's not hard to see why he's Uskas's representative. However, the problem is the key. Corin, annoyed by the rockman's rambling, replied, I know. Without the red Mata fruit, the sunlight cannot be taken away. Our hero simply thought it respectful to inform the great giants beforehand. As he finished speaking, the stone giant smiled in satisfaction. That's right. The situation is stable for now. The massive doors slowly open as the rock giant welcomes them. Very well, underlings of the dune, I shall receive you as guests. But the stone man still harbored doubts, though Corin was quick to agree. Of course, you're absolutely right. Seeing the plan succeed, he laughs with arrogance and savagery. How about that? Was it really that simple? Leaving Alisa speechless. A moment later, Alisa asked seriously, is this the end of the plan? Coben smirked. The real fun starts now. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he declared with a sinister grin, Now, we're going to clean this place out. Anticipating the situation, Coben had Lunia and Ewan wait outside, while he and Alisa went straight to the giant's treasure vault. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but in the previous round, looting had almost become a habit. Because player Park Si-hoo has an all-powerful cheat, his inventory, the first thing he always does, no matter the area or stage, is find the treasure. Elisa's question snaps him back to reality. Korin, how did you know where to find the giant's treasure vault on your first visit? How did you know exactly where the treasure was? He calmly replied. Treasures everywhere have similarities. The problem is we need to find the sun sword. After a while, Korin and Elisa arrived at a mountain of gold. Its brilliance caused Elisa to exclaim in awe, wow! Finding the treasure so easily, Elisa wondered, a hole in the ceiling and no guards? Korin explained that Claw Solace needs to absorb sunlight during the day, so it can only be taken during a solar eclipse when its power weakens. Hearing this, she asks, confused, wouldn't it be easier to just take it at night? Korin shrugged. Who knows? Elisa walked over and picked up the golden sword, admiring it with interest. Can we really find the sun's light in a place like this? Meanwhile, Korin remains wary, thinking there's no guard. He eyed the gold with suspicion, knowing nothing came easy. Surely they couldn't just take the sunlight without disturbing anything else, right? Elisa naively comments that the lack of guards is understandable, when suddenly a hen appears from under the pile of gold. Elisa remarks in surprise, it's a little small for a giant, isn't it? Suddenly, Korin warns frantically, someone's coming, hide quickly. She gasped in alarm. Girl, what? Where to hide? A high-ranking rock humanoid grinned, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. Oh, here's my cute little darling. It leered at the hen amidst the gold. Heh, 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 my little darling, come here. In the shadows, Korin and Elisa huddled together, praying they wouldn't be discovered. But the chicken stared right at them. Seeing this, Korin and Elisa knew their time was up. It had seen them. The chicken stared at them, tilting its head in confusion. Cluck, cluck. At this, Korin muttered a curse, but Elisa quickly cut him off, telling him to be quiet. Suddenly it frowned, staring intently at the two of them. Then, it immediately turned its rear to them and laid a golden egg. Seeing this, Korin was stunned, wondering if the gold in the treasure was produced by that thing. Elisa immediately corrected him. How crude does that sound? The stone man, whose face was always stiff, now had a perverted expression, puckering his thick lips as he squeezed the little chick, nearly suffocating it. Cluck, cluck, come with daddy, my pretty little thing. Korin's mind seemed to still be lost in the fantasy of the golden egg. What? It's gone. If we could just catch one, we'd be set for life. Elisa quickly snapped him back to reality. Wake up, we need to find the sun, not gold. Elisa then breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, I almost messed up, Korin agreed. That's right. But as she calmed down, Elisa's eyes widened in shock as she realized she was on top of him in a suggestive position. Suddenly, memories of that fateful night resurface, and Elisa recalls her sister's suggestive words. Brother-in-law, my sister's not here right now. Why is that night's memory resurfacing? Back in reality, Elisa shyly asks Korin, what do you think of my sister? Korin, without a hint of emotion, honestly replied, Lunya is wonderful, and I like her. Hearing this, Elisa blushed and muttered the word, likable, to which Korin quickly added, a good person, talented, kind, and beautiful. What man wouldn't? She lowered her head, stammering, really? He frowned slightly and said, either way, let's finish searching. The solar eclipse is the day after tomorrow, and it only lasts 2 hours. If we miss that window, Sky will receive the sun through official channels. As Korin finished speaking, Elisa stood up abruptly, her face darkening. So that's it. If she looks up at the sky now, she'll see a star. No, the light of the sun. But Korin, Elisa says, her eyes fixed, almost dreamlike. Something's not right. And Korin senses it too. What? Stand back for a second. Wait, so this place absorbs sunlight during the day but never receives it at night. Korin was beginning to understand. Could it be that its power weakens during a solar eclipse? Today is the day the half-moon rises, and indeed, through the gap, we see a full moon without flaws. The Cloud Soul sun is disguised as the moon, hovering over the floating island in the sky. A moment later, Korin shared his findings with everyone, and Yuen nodded in agreement. The sun by day, the moon by night, floating above a floating island? Korin responds that perhaps it's not as far as the sun or moon, but maintained by a barrier on the island. However, it's definitely out of reach, prompting Yuen to wonder if there's a way to touch it. This is indeed a tricky question, one that even Korin can't answer. For now, it's impossible for us, but with the eclipse in 2 days, let's quietly find a way. Yu hesitated. 2 days, at night the full moon shines brightly. As day breaks, it remains bright, though not as prominent as in the night. Day turns to night and back again. And just like that, a day passed. The next morning, everything remained the same. But Korn's plans are challenged by the fact that in 2 days, reaching the sky is not easily figured out. And soon, Dun and Dun Nor will arrive. In the end, arriving 2 days early proved to be of no benefit. Suddenly, the voice of the high-ranking rock giant echoed from behind. Aside from Dre, we can eat the rest, right? Another interjects, hold on, maybe they're not what we think. But Korn is smart enough to understand. But by their standards, they've been patient long enough. The giants of Sky Citadel Sabin, giants of the sky, have had the order not to attack Dre etched into their bloodline. I'm also one of them and can only give the sun to those who bring the red Matamok fruit. The high-ranking rockman said with some interest, after giving the sun, we will be free. Once the mission is done, I'll climb down the tree and hunt humans. Ha ha, the guy next to him is just as excited. Oh right, Nuskin said he prepared a gift, didn't he bring a bunch of snakes and toads? Korin, eavesdropping behind the door, took stock of the two. But arriving early wasn't a complete waste, as night was already falling. As night falls and the moon is consumed, a stranger grins, revealing pointed teeth. What's this? Cook Black? Huh. Samael. This place is a bit cramped for a giant to live, but he's standing in front of a bunch of hooded figures, gleefully saying, my heart is pounding, the door is slowly opening, so now, let's go get the sun sword. Suddenly, an urgent voice commanded them to stop and be captured. The stranger frowned and halted. Hold on. Wickerman suddenly appears, bursting through the door, followed by Korin's booming voice. My great master, you have finally arrived. The stranger was bewildered, a huge question mark on his face. Korin, looking like a clown, approached and knelt, raising the hen high. My lord, I have fulfilled your command. The stranger stares at the chicken, frozen in place, as it clucks. After a 5-second freeze, the masked man wondered, where's my friend? What is this? What is this? Suddenly, a roar erupts as a massive sword cleaves the Wicker Man in two. A horde of stone men charged forward, leaving devastation in their wake, roaring, they dare steal our treasure? Kill them all. Their expressions wild, they suddenly locked onto their target and regained their composure. Korin has deviously set up the stranger, playing both sides. Oh, great Dune! Oh, mighty hero! Under your orders, I've stolen all the treasure from these foolish giants, huh? Ah, when to strike. Korin drops the act, revealing a sinister expression. The pervert from back then calmly says, let's destroy these fools together. He'd been had. Immediately, a battle erupted as the stone giant charged forward, killing them all, devouring them whole. A single punch from the stone giant shattered the ground beneath its feet. Truly terrifying. Then, the rockman picked up the cult members and swallowed them whole, despite their cries. Spare me! Don't eat me! Another cultist shoved Dun into his mouth. Heh heh, the Skiaki Dun is mine, but before he could chew or swallow, he choked. Then, it vomited the Doom out, along with hundreds of venomous snakes. Doom. Norris, sensing the precarious situation, frowned and turned to look at you. But no one could stop Korin, for he had reached the point of madness. Whether it's you or him, I don't care. If I can't have Cloud Solace, I'll turn it to dust. He laughed maniacally as he ran. Ha ha ha, now let them kill each other. All the better if they all die. Lunya thinks he's going too far. Doesn't he have any shame? But shame isn't in Korin's vocabulary, especially not when it comes to his role as a great one. Lunya was confused. What was a great body? Korin stammered a reply. So what if he does? Lunya said, emotionless. How embarrassing that I have to accept this side of my fiancé. I can't help but feel sorry for her, Elisa remarked. But what if Dun defeats all the giants and wins the sun? Korin replies without a second thought. No problem, Elisa thought in surprise. He responded with a ghastly face and a voice as deep as the abyss. Once I'm on the ground, I'll chop down every last oak tree. Even I got goosebumps hearing that. How evil. More like a devil, Korin thought gleefully as he ran. History is written by the victors. Ha ha ha. At this moment, his heart was more serious than ever. Of course, obtaining Cloud Solace would be ideal, but if I go down first and cut down all the trees, I'll leave the king's 2 henchmen trapped on this floating island forever. It's all going according to my plan, but their escape is cut short. Lunya wondered aloud. Wait, what's that? And dread washed over the group, their faces turning pale. Could it be a wild beast craving the song of cold steel? A mysterious figure wielding a blood-red sword appears. The monster before them is known as the Harbinger of Bloodshed, where life and death are decided, none other than the Sword Demon. It emanates an aura of death in this life-or-death battle, its eyes flashing a crimson light as if locking onto its prey, and Korin's group immediately takes a defensive stance. Lunya gripped her sword, declaring, I'll go first, and stepped forward, activating her aura. But the Sword Demon ignored Lunya completely. passing right by her, leaving her stunned. Was he looking down on her? But Lunya quickly realized the problem. Was he trying to take out the domain users first? After all, the sword demon would become the king's close aide, the strongest swordsman in the legend of the hero Ahan. But for now, he's just a demon, with no connection to the world's destruction. Corrin is startled by the sword demon's sudden action, but thankfully, he's prepared. Knowing he couldn't rely on her, Corrin faced the sword demon alone with his poison dragon strike, the sword demon's blade flashing crimson. Corrin was helpless against the sword demon's relentless strikes, a flurry of deadly blows. Immediately, Corrin was covered in blood. But it didn't end there, as the sword demon returned to inflict another blow, causing Corrin immense pain. Corrin is sent crashing into a wall which cracks from the force of the blow. Seeing this, Elisa panicked and prepared to draw her sword, but Corrin's voice boomed, "Don't come near!" freezing Elisa in place. Meanwhile, Corrin, gravely injured, grits his teeth and speaks, "In battle, you can only look forward." And with all his might, he shouts even louder. Worried, Elisa glances at Corrin, carelessly forgetting the sword demon behind her, ready to devour her neck. Suddenly, Lunya's voice booms, "Get out of the way! How dare you underestimate me?" Barely standing, he muttered, awaiting the field's end and the next step. "And ignore me?" Lunya angrily shouts, "I will move half a step later than the pseudo-domain sword technique of the Lunya sect. Outside the domain, Lunya's abilities surpass even Corrin and Ariza combined." Even the sword demon struggles against Lunya outside her domain. Enraged, the sword demon lunges, but faints again. The sword demon is caught in Lunya's domain slash, but she knows she's still at a disadvantage in close combat, even though entering the domain was already a stretch. Yet, the sword demon managed it twice in a row, shocking Lunya to her core before launching his ultimate technique. Lunya is now on high alert, wondering if he's targeting the domain user this time instead of her, and she's afraid. When the domain ends, I'll use my half-step to be sure I cut down the sword demon. Then, Lunya watches Elisa and thinks, but her sister can only block a maximum of 3 of his sword strikes. As the domain ends, Lunya silently awaits her chance to strike, her eyes flashing with determination. Even the sword demon frowned at the unexpected trouble. Suddenly, blood splattered across Elisa's face, shocking her. After a moment, she stammered incoherently, followed by Elisa's piercing scream. Witnessing her sister struggle against the ferocious sword demon, she desperately tries to block his blade, shaking the very realm. But in a moment of brilliance, Lunya swiftly changed her sword, piercing the sword demon. Caught off guard, he screams in agony, but he's no pushover, slamming into Lunya and sending her flying. Elisa was terrified, but quickly jumped in front of her sister to protect her. She then turned to her sister with concern, but Lunya spoke callously. "Cough, let go," Elisa stammered. "Your body is on the line now," Lunya reminds her sister with a glance. "Once you've entered the fight, don't look back, you fool." "Sister?" She barely finished the thought before collapsing, unconscious. Elisa rushes to her sister's side, calling out in anguish, but there's no time to grieve, for she senses an even greater threat. But as Elisa slowly looked up at the sword demon's contemptuous face, she was even more shocked. "How could you?" Suddenly a voice rings out and the sword demon's eyes shift. A massive wicker man appears behind him, blocking his path. Yuan limps over. "Elisa, now's your chance, run!" Elisa asked, confused. "Wickerman? But how can he use him twice without a sacrifice?" Meanwhile, Wickerman prepares to fight, his massive hand about to crush the demon sword, which senses the danger. Immediately, he raises his sword, ready to use the A-grade sword technique. The evil power of the twin dragon demonic sky blade burns Wickerman's arm, and the link causes Yu to cough up black blood in pain. Then, even Unan couldn't withstand it any longer and collapsed, leaving Elisa to moan in despair. Witnessing her comrades and loved ones fall is a terrifying horror. It was so terrifying she just wanted to run, but the sword demon wouldn't let her. He moved with blinding speed. Even knowing she couldn't win, Elisa held her sword high, refusing to abandon her comrades. Even if it meant death, she would protect everyone until her last breath. While Elisa struggled, Corrin awoke, crawled to Yuan, and produced a glass vial. "Damn it." Seeing him injured, Yuan anxiously asked, "Corrin, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. Get Lunya out of here first." Corrin felt a pang as he watched Lunya being given medicine. "Just give me time and I can recover. But in this state, there's no way I can overcome this. My strength and speed are both." Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Hello, you must be badly injured." Just hearing that, Corrin froze in fear. It was the Duns, and they were charging down in huge numbers. The Dun grabbed Corrin's head and said mockingly, "Heh heh, You don't have time to worry about them. As he finished speaking, he tossed Korin 8 meters away, causing panic. The Dun laughed with satisfaction. Heh 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 heh. But his game wasn't over yet. Dun still held Korin's head and toyed with him. The kid killed a PM. Let's see what you've got. The bastard thought Korin was done for, but then he smirked and said, thanks. At that moment, the system activated a backup and began checking sword rules. Instantly, Korin turned the tables, reaching out to grab his spear. It was as if they were telepathic. With just one look, he understood. Then, the secret move was unleashed, severing Dun's limbs and sending blood flying everywhere, as Korin landed on the ground, using his spear for support. Even so, that last move took a lot out of him. He slumped against the wall when suddenly Dun's voice spoke. Yeah, so what? Korin turns, confused. According to Jazz, aren't they forbidden from attacking each other? Dune nonchalantly answers from the tree. He, that's right, but if you violate it, you'll explode and die, right? He spoke calmly, but his face was swelling like a time bomb. A second later, it exploded, and he still had the nerve to joke around. So it goes. In truth, the puzzle's objective, who solves it first, or who obtains the solar sword first, is of no consequence. However, this guy is really hard to kill. Dun puts on his hat and smirks, saying killing and looting is all that matters. Meanwhile, Korin calmly looks at his hand and replies, I knew it. Then he raises his middle finger and flashes a wicked grin, clearly pleased. Then Korin uses his blood spear, leaving a gaping hole in Dun's stomach. Mary cries out in worry. Korin, are you okay? But she suddenly froze, her jaw dropping in shock. What is that? Dun transformed into a ghastly figure, snakes coiling around him as he asked, Friends? Causing Marriott and Warren to scream in terror. How awful! Korin rushes forward, trampling him underfoot as his companions anxiously try to stop him from running headfirst into danger. Korin, he said, don't worry about me. Just keep going up quickly. Dun, pinned beneath his foot, sneered. Trying to save your comrades? But I'm a little curious. You know the Queen's spear well, right? My master is ready to grant you a godhood at any time, so why do you resist us? Korin calmly replies. Famdun Norris, you and your whole gang are wrong. What's so great about ruling over a ruined world? The reason I'm taking you down is simple. I can't ignore the suffering of good people. Affinity. A+, second realm binding. I do not recognize these souls. Star power increases damage by 50%. The third vow, I will save the world. June Sky, A+ affinity, star relic damage increased by 120%. Tenacious recovery multiplied by 120%, triple victory, pain resistance, domain comprehension. Now is the time to end this. Heimer, Korin, Dokthan Guang, surrounded by fiercely glowing snakes, defeat evil and save the world. Seeing his expression, Korin reiterated, a subordinate of the king, the Beast King, Dun Sky. He seizes the mirror and delivers the final blow, along with his final answer. Ah, I want to see myself victorious. A voice echoes from forgotten memories, monster. The sword demon of the past stands at the foot of a mountain, where Elisa's grandfather looms large at the summit, looking down with a triumphant grin and an excited voice. That sword is mine. The sword demon's thoughts surface, fixating on the old monster's actions. The crescent moon shines brightly as unacceptable thoughts drift through the void. Suddenly, the sword demon leaps, appearing crimson against the white lunar halo. Why did he teach him swordsmanship? Then, two decisive slashes crossed each other, along with the sword demon's angry face. Back in reality, that strike was meant for Elisa, who barely managed to block it with a strained cry. And the sword demon's inner thoughts continue to surface. Does he know that I inherited more than just the sword? At that moment, the shockwave from the clash of blades forces both him and Elisa away. The sword demon's eyes narrowed, focusing on the thoughts in his mind. The feeling he always carried when facing an enemy. Swordsmanship. Stamina. The disappointment and boredom he felt when surpassing every aspect. Suddenly, the sword demon unleashed a sweeping motion, creating numerous blood-red swords around his body. That's why I understand. Even with great power, Elisa's grandfather's image and that scornful smile appear in the middle of the fight, and I still can't touch that monster. I can't reach him. Then a devastating attack is unleashed, creating a crimson vortex hurtling towards Elisa. Elisa couldn't dodge the sword demon's attack and took a direct hit, her body racked with pain, her face blank. A massive explosion erupted with an eerie red light, the sky consumed by the sword demon's terrifying power. The sword demon unleashes a relentless, powerful assault on Elisa, all while lost in thought. How could reaching for the sky lead me here? From within the crimson smoke, a figure still valiantly advances toward the sword demon. It's Elisa, who speaks softly. Despite taking a direct hit, Elisa is unharmed. Instead, a confident expression and unusual blue eyes emerge. Elisa taunts, "You think I can't cut you down?" Before he can answer, Elisa attacks, and the sword demon retaliates with a flurry of blows. A slash across Elisa's shoulder draws blood, but she valiantly blocks the blade aimed at her neck, a situation the sword demon refuses to accept. Another decisive blow lands on Elisa, a strange feeling washing over her as the sword demon shows no mercy, each strike cruelly expressing his power. I am the predator, and my opponent is prey, one who can fall at any moment. Another sword slash cuts through Elisa's hair tie. But why? Elisa was surprised when many hands suddenly appeared behind her, working together to block the sword demon's slashes, catching him completely off guard. Why isn't it breaking? Why isn't it being cut? Why is she still... Elisa's face appears with a triumphant smile and strange eyes, making the sword demon wonder and smile. Suddenly, Elisa unleashed a speed slash, her blade engulfed in blue flames, a primal light descending before the sword demon, forcing him to evade. But Elisa calmly smiles, brimming with confidence, and threatens, "You've slowed down a bit." The sword demon, unnerved, hissed, but stubbornly thought, "I still have plenty of power. I'm not slow at all." But the sword demon seems to have noticed Elisa's abnormality as well. She's getting stronger and faster with each strike. The prey has become faster. As the sword demon pondered this, Elisa quickly lunged forward, striking a blow. Elisa strikes with the single sword form of the Black Creek sword style's twin dragon descent, causing the sword demon agonizing pain. But the sword demon quickly regained his composure, launching a flurry of attacks at Elisa, severing sword domain, matchless eightfold slash. A blood-red blade and a dark core graze Elisa's neck, followed by a flurry of sword strikes. Elisa doesn't just dodge, but uses her flexibility to evade and counterattack. The sword demon is furious at his disadvantage. For the first time after a sword domain slash, I feel nothing. Her movements are as if she knew my attacks. Lunia suddenly appears and uses her mind's eye. But it turns out that was just Lunia's illusion, appearing as support for Elisa's Alicia swordsmanship. The space suddenly turned a gloomy green, and Elisa rushed towards the sword demon. A strike cleaves the sword demon's face as Elisa cries out, "Lunia's sword art, false severance domain." The sword demon bleeds from a deep chest wound. "Ah, now I understand why I came all this way." Elisa prepares to strike again, with Corrin behind her and a blue dragon coiling around them, the Alicia sword style. Corrin's poison dragon unleashed. This one is my kin. The sword demon's thoughts grew more cunning as he considered how to defeat Elisa, a ghost haunted by sword talent. I'm here to cut him down, if I can cut him down. The image of Elisa appears again. I will be able to reach that monster. Instantly, the sword demon crossed his blades, blocking Elisa's attack, as images of Marriott and Warren flashed through his mind while battling a horde of monsters. How boring. I'm bored with everything. The sword demon's eyes and thoughts turned to Elisa, who was gleefully anticipating his demise, and against all but her, he focused his power, causing his body to burn like a raging fire. Your birth, your life, your efforts, all were prepared for me. The sword demon's presence is now terrifying, with a crimson power radiating around him. And in that moment, I was certain. Suddenly, all was darkness, save for the burning red flames of hatred emanating from the sword demon. This moment, only the resolve to strike remains, the highest peak I can reach. Two swords are raised high, emitting light and red lightning around the sword demon as he unleashes his ultimate technique. The black Taya sword in soul form. Suddenly, countless arms emerge from behind him, each wielding a long, heavenly sword. His merciless sword slashes wildly, striking everything in their path. The sword demon, having struck, stands and laughs gleefully at his victory. But he suddenly stops, eyes wide as he witnesses something. The sword demon slowly turns around and realizes Elisa is still standing perfectly fine behind him. Instantly, Elisa charged towards the giant monster, her blue blade felling everything in a single strike, leaving the sword demon in stunned disbelief. Seeing his soldiers fall and himself wounded, the sword demon is consumed by rage and disbelief, surpassing even his resolve to strike. Could there be a realm beyond? Elisa's figure appears, lost in strange contemplation. Lunia's image appears, her words a source of motivation for Elisa. Once you enter battle, never look back. Corrin's words echoed in Elisa's mind. When fighting, always look forward. Lunia's image stands behind Elisa, a source of immense support as she grits her teeth, thinking of those who have always been there for her. With newfound resolve, Alisa advances, cutting down the remaining monsters and the sword demon with swift, decisive strikes. Alicia form A-grade swordsmanship, heavenly sword. This is a realm humans can never reach. Alisa's footsteps land softly after defeating her opponent, a once-in-a-lifetime sword spirit, and surpassing that creates a moment of miracles. Finally, a light appears, shining as brightly as Alisa's pride in winning this battle. The infinite sword domain shatters, and the sword demon cries out in his final moments of agony. I understand now. I learned swordsmanship for this very moment. Elsewhere in a dark and desolate space, massive trees fall like rain. A brutal scene of a fierce battle unfolds. Corrin is being pursued by Dunn and his snakes. Severely wounded, he desperately searches for a plan, but even climbing is a struggle. Dunn's snake lunges forward, only to be sliced in two by Corrin, who shouts, "Stay calm!" Dunn is ecstatic as he chases after him, saying, Hey, you seem to be struggling." We see Dunn's cruel past, the reason Runeski is called the Beast King. Not just a single living entity. His death means nothing. He is a bottomless abyss shrouded in darkness. A massive serpent with violet light appears, letting out a piercing roar, within which are countless toad snakes and the assembly of 3 dragons. That alone is one of the 4 treasures, followed by a swarm of other young snakes rushing out as if to devour anyone alive. "The endless swarm of snakes," Corrin muttered, glancing back as he ran. "I see," Corrin said, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. "The soul of a weak beast is no match for mine." Corrin's sword suddenly glows purple, crackling with lightning. A notification appears. Death Kiss never misses, separating body and soul, ignoring all defenses. Corrin, seeing Dunn's cruel smile, says, "So you're a soul reaper." Dunn, ignoring him, rushes forward, boasting, "But you know, I can keep going." "Do you have enough mana?" Corrin retaliates, charging towards Dunn. "You know a lot, but understand nothing, do you?" Dunn notices something amiss, glancing down at the golden light emanating from his feet. "Don't tell me." The image of a towering tree pierces the sky, fertilized by the world's only fertilizer. The oak tree reaches for the heavens, its roots spreading far and wide, absorbing infinite magic. How far do you think it extends? A foot stomps down on the sword, suspended in midair. This entire land has been cultivated and grown by me. "This is my sword domain," Corrin declares confidently. "It grants me infinite mana," a voice echoed, startling Corrin. Corrin Lock Dunn's first spear, now transformed into a grotesque being, sneers, He. I'll admit, in this form, I certainly can't win." A voice echoes as the Dunn continues to transform. "How long has it been?" A Dunn with the face of a serpent appears, the result of the entire army uniting as one. Corrin stares at her opponent, a smile on her face, but sweat beading from fear. One of Junsky's final forms. This is too much. Before Corrin, a colossal serpent appeared, radiating immense power. The Grand Shak, commander of commanders, serpent king of the 8 families. Corrin gazes at the giant serpent, a smile playing on her lips, thinking this is one of Junsky's final forms, truly without end. He speaks in a sinister voice. "The queen imprisoned me in darkness, swallowed me in a cramped cauldron. But the queen is imprisoned and the throne vacant, like a wolf hunting sheep without a fence. I will devour everything she seeks to protect. I will devour the spearhead of Queen Corrin, along with the last morsel of the goddess Irenua." With that, he lunged forward, mouth agape, revealing rows of venomous, razor-sharp teeth, while Corrin calmly asked, "Is all you ever talk about yourself?" He stomps on the spear and leaps into the air, warning, "I told you, this is my territory." Resonance magic activates and cracks appear on the tree alongside Junsky's death energy, emitting a golden light. Corrin's voice echoes softly, "Choose your resting place carefully." Junsky, in his serpent form, begins to worry. What is this? Is this guy crazy? Corrin had been secretly carving runes into the oak tree ever since he started climbing. Now simultaneously activated with the immense power of Kenna, So, and Bak Kanan, the runes set the oak ablaze. The massive body wrapped around the tree is affected, and Rune Sky shouts, "Damn it!" He wondered, "You've created such an inferno. Do you think you'll be safe?" Ignoring him, Corrin leaped upwards. He looked down at him with a sardonic smile. "You came here to fight me, and I'm here to take that thing?" Junsky falls, defeated, screaming in agony, "Impossible!" The 4th treasure can only be taken during the eclipse. Meanwhile, Corrin seizes the opportunity to ascend and claim it. The Sun Sword. Cloud Solace. After all, whoever wields Cloud Solace's power will emerge victorious. Clutching his spear, he said, "And those who fail will fall and die." Corrin, trembling, laughed coldly. "If you want to live, fly away." He curses Corrin relentlessly, even as he thrashes in a sea of hellfire, a single wing emerging from the smoke and flames. And with that, Junskai's deathly call echoed as he closed in on Corrin with razor-sharp claws. No longer in serpent form, he transforms into a dragon, attacking Corrin and soaring towards the sun. Soon, they're chasing each other through the clouds, arriving at the Eclipse Giant's floating castle, plunging everything into darkness. Below, Marriott uses her magic to attack the giant, turning to call out Corrin's name as she sees him. Junskai praises him, saying, "You've held up well for a human." He grits his teeth, staring him down. It ends now. Corrin faces Junskai's second ultimate form, the mystical dragon. But his all-out attack, with the third core activated, was sure to reach the legend. His entire body radiated killing intent, his resolve burning in his eyes. With his spear in hand, Corrin thrusts with all his might toward the dragon before him, as Junskai roars, knowing victory or defeat will be decided by this one move. The first demonic spear, Dark Mystery, was about to pierce him when Junskai's eyes widened as if realizing something. His body shrinks, becoming more human with smaller wings, and he utters, "Gotcha." Corrin's spear passes right through Junskai, and he wonders if he transformed to evade the blow. He continues to unleash snakeheads and threatens, "Just stand there and watch." Corrin quickly swings his spear, trying to destroy them and defend himself. His face grim, the process seemed to be taking a toll. Junskai asked, "Do you know the conditions required for the red mata tree seeds to sprout?" His full-powered attack was so easily neutralized, and in his hands now were the red mana wood fruits. In the darkness, the red phantom wood seed absorbs yin energy to sprout, and this eclipse is the condition for it to rise. The phantom wood tree grows rapidly, as if embracing the eclipse. In an instant, its body coils around and embraces the sun, countless snakes and toads the size of houses. 3 ferocious dragons and 3 magical bulls, a gathering of dark beasts, monsters sealed from hell, and the king of all bulls. Runsky transformed into a massive black bull, possessing a treasure, as if embracing something radiant within. His hand grasped the sword, the sun sword. In his bull form, Runsky roared with excitement. Corrin grimaces, thinking how unlucky he is to face the sun twice. Silence descends upon the giant's city walls. Corrin is sent flying backwards, the impact shattering everything around him in a cloud of dust. Corrin lay groaning in pain, still managing to carve runes as a great fire erupted behind him. Corrin struggles to rise, spear in hand, as Junskai approaches, laughing. "Looks like you've been working all day on this, huh? Is this truly all you have to offer?" As he spoke, circles of light appeared around Corrin, and hellfire erupted, engulfing Junskai in flames. He raised the sun sword in his hand, declaring that all flames must bow before the sun. Junskai smugly replied, "It's useless." Corrin braces his spear, thinking, "Damn it, can't I even buy some time?" He slashes down, unleashing a terrifying solar energy from his sword. A massive explosion erupts where Corrin stood, sending debris and smoke flying. He narrowly dodged the attack, but the bull is already upon him. He swung his sword and roared, "Die!" Corrin quickly jumped back, narrowly avoiding the blow as the sword came crashing down. Junskai continues to swing his sword. "You think you can keep running forever?" Corrin retorts. "You're the ridiculous one, an animal wielding a weapon? That's why demon swords are so unique." He lunges forward, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha! It seems you're about to die." The immense energy from the sun sword continues. Corrin, spear in hand, prepares to counter. A domain appears, squares like a chessboard, as his spear clashes with the sun sword, creating a deafening sound. Ascension of Evil clashes with the poison dragon's emergence. Yet one blow is enough to make Corrin drop his weapon, his heart suddenly glowing as if something's inside. Junskai glances at him. This is the final blow. The short spear pierces through Jiangshu's adamantine body. A desperate, suicidal blow. He instantly forms a fist, channeling all his energy for a devastating punch aimed at the bull. It's the dark, profound 8 trigrams fist. Corrin uses it to deliver a devastating blow to Junskai's face, the force of which shatters castles and unleashes terrifying destruction. The dust settles, the victor unclear. A broken horn lies on the ground and Corrin's fist bleeds. He lay atop Junskai, coughing violently, as the latter laughed maniacally, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Corrin lay defeated, unable to overcome the monster despite his best efforts, as Sky Castle trembled from the giant's assault. These creatures, when fully grown, are all demons with a minimum level of Quasi-Class 1, large, crude, but with considerable power. However, 2 special-grade mages are here, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks. Mary holds the giants back and calls out, "Warren, hurry and help Corin." Warren grunts in acknowledgement, but she recognizes the massive figure before her. She punches it square in the face, but it doesn't seem to do much good. The giant grunts, clutches its face, and smiles at her. This won't be easy. There were only 2 girls, but the Sky City giants numbered 50. A vast difference in strength, and the giant king in the distance radiated a powerful aura. Elisa had already performed a miracle, cutting down nearly half the giants in a single blow. But those were just the grunts sent after June Sky. The elite commanders remain on Sky Island. One of them wears a crown and radiates terrifying energy, his eyes opening to gaze upon the 2 small girls before him. In a situation where neither can guarantee their own safety, escape is impossible, and ultimately they can't rely on anyone for help. Corin lies atop Jun Sky, nearly spent. He rises, throwing him to the ground, where Corin lies in a pool of blood. Even the tenacious warrior's regeneration has reached its limit, slowing down the healing process, and the Samsara core no longer senses any power. He lay there, powerless, his body heavy and his vision fading. Corin struggled to lift his head, wondering, "Am I going to die?" Siu's image appeared, saying, "I told you, the more players you kill, the stronger you become. At least I made it to the final battle. And what about you? You almost died just meeting Tess's subordinate?" Behind him, Jun Sky drew his sun sword as Sihu sneered, "Get it now? Everything you've done up to this point is meaningless." Corin's answer was wrong. This makes Sio freeze, and he continues, "Even with more experience than me, how can you not understand? But I suppose that's right, since you've never seen it firsthand." The smile of a senior who, despite being a vampire, still makes those around him smile. The children who have accepted themselves and are growing, and that man, who is pushing his limits step by step, Sue whispers into Corin's ear. "You seem to be in pain. Then give up. I'm sure you've done your best." Not letting the illusion defeat him, Corin rises and shatters it. He rises once more. "If you knew all that, you wouldn't have lived so complacently." Somewhat surprised, June Sky asked, "You still have the ability to recover?" Reincarnation. The spear was recalled, but he caught it mid-flight. Jun Sky raised his spear, saying, "If you want it so badly, come and get it." With that, he hurled the spear straight at Corin. The spear impales his right shoulder, pinning him to the wall as he cries out in pain. Not stopping there, June Sky rushes in with his sun sword, slashing down and shouting, "It's over." But Corin wouldn't give up, his trembling hand gripping the sword, stopping it just before his face. The blade's heat burning his flesh. Corin screams in agony as solar energy radiates outwards. Burning away his clothes, Corin was in excruciating pain. Sky City is engulfed in smoke and flames, and Corin lies there, his body burned. Jun Sky, gripping his sun sword, breathed a sigh of relief, then slung the blade over his shoulder and walked away. Unexpectedly, June Sky turns back in astonishment. Again. Corin rises, grabbing his head and lifting it, asking, "What? Still not dead?" He casually tosses him into the air, and the wounded Corin plummets. June Sky gathers mana, turning, "If I incinerate your very marrow, you won't be able to regenerate, will you?" He transformed into a dragon, and seeing Corin raise his hand, June Sky asked, "You still want the spear? Then burn in these flames." With that, a great fire burst from his mouth, aimed directly at Corin. But what happened next defied his expectations. Jun Sky asked in disbelief, "What is this? My flames are being absorbed?" Has he realized the sun sword is no longer on the ground? Corin, with his remaining strength, gripped the sword tightly, coughing as he noticed the reincarnation runes had appeared on the blade. It was then, as he held the sword with both hands, that runes were secretly carved into it. Corin gasped. "First toads, now stars. Either way, you're just one of the king's lackeys." He smirked, then the sword asked, "So, what about me?" He spewed fire from the dragon's mouth, yelling, "You're a nuisance, damn you, die!" Corin pointed the sun sword at him. "In our previous playthrough, Sue and I made it to the final boss, meaning we defeated the king's minions and those who wielded the 4 treasures. So, the 4 treasures led the way. From Corin's palm, rays of light converged like the sun. Yes, he is the Queen's spearhead and the only one in this timeline. Knowing Cloud Solace's true power, Corin holds that energy in his hand. Corin, the previous master of Cloud Solace, is engulfed in flames, his entire body glowing. A notification appears. You have used Cloud Solace. Cloud Solace has chosen its user. Cloud Solace recognizes you as the solar warrior, the solar deity Corin Agatlam. You've learned the light of the sun, and Agatlam receives the sun's protection while it is present. Dragonfire engulfs Corin, but amidst the flames, a blinding light appears. Jun Sky was astonished by what he witnessed, unable to comprehend it at all. A ray of sunlight shoots through the dragon's head, igniting it in flames as Corrin transforms, his white hair flowing, and declares, "This is the second time I've used the sun." Not giving up, he transforms into a bull and tries to strike him from behind. Corrin easily dodges, muttering, "Kenna so." The runic stones trembled as a ring of fire encircled them. Junsky cursed, "That's mine, you bastard." Clausus focused all the surrounding heat and fire, accumulating it at the tip of his spear, gathering the sun's thermal energy, a flame born from magic worms with all their firepower concentrated in one place. The tip of Cloud Solace's spear blazed as it aimed at Junsky, and suddenly everything around them became colorless. Junsky gradually faded away with a desperate scream, then vanished completely. That attack obliterated an entire castle, and Junsky's body turned to dust in the wind. Corrin plants her spear into the ground, declaring that whether it's 1, 10,000, or 1,000,000, bring them on. She won't stop until she saves this world. Corrin stood there, full of pride, while elsewhere, Warren struggled to withstand the giant's powerful attacks. He throws a punch at her, yelling, "You're the one who hurt my comrades." But from behind, crimson spikes fly, a counterattack of true crimson fire. The giant frantically turned, but it was too late. Red arrows pierced him like a hedgehog. Marriott and Dayoku had arrived just in time. She asked, "Warren, you feel it too, right? Something's not right with Corrin." However, the current situation is complicated. There are still many giants before them, too many enemies, and the leader hasn't even shown himself yet. Mary suggests that she and Dayoku will attack first to clear a path, as the ogre giants point into the distance, exclaiming, "General, look! Is that a blinding light like the sun and the footsteps of hell on earth?" It's Corrin, wielding the sun god's might, a miniature sun brimming with energy in his hand. Seeing that power, a primal instinct to submit arises, and before the might of the sun, all the giants kneel in worship. War exclaimed, "Oh my!" and glanced over to find Mary gone. She had already run to embrace Corrin. He was worried about her. As a high-ranking vampire, this sunlight must be incredibly uncomfortable for her. Was she all right? Mary didn't care, tears welling up. What does that have to do with anything? "How did you get hurt? I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to you." Just then, Warren approached Han, asking if he was hurt, to which Corrin responded by patting her head. "Yeah, it's okay, I'm fine." He smiled radiantly, continuing, "Everything's all right now." Mary still held him tight as the three stood there relieved, ignoring the giants kneeling nearby. The aura has shifted, and Corrin's hair has returned to its familiar black. Seeing this, the giants look up, wide-eyed as Corrin smiles wryly, reassuring them, "It's okay. Don't be afraid." The giants roared, "Kill him! Now's our chance. He's defenseless. We can overcome the sun's power." And with that, they charged. Corrin wondered, why isn't the power of the sun working anymore? War replied, "Those bastards must have awakened." The giant leader leaps towards them, and Warren worries, "They're too fast. I need to catch up." He jumps ahead to intercept, raising his hand to strike, shouting, "I will kill you all." Corrin orders everyone to dodge as the giant hand descends, the leader roaring, "I will devour all humans on this earth and enslave them." A dark shadow looms over them. Corrin worries, "This is bad. We might get caught." But unexpectedly, a lightning flash sliced through the air, severing the giant hand, and the ogre leader roared in agony. Corrin smiles, "Aren't you a little late?" That old man is the Sword Emperor. He laughs, admitting that his old body seems to be slowing down. It's not easy for this old frame to climb trees anymore. Speaking of the battle between the Sword Demon and Elisa, the Sword Emperor praised it, saying it was quite the spectacle, and their clash exerted immense pressure on everyone. He smiled at Corrin and the others, saying, "Go on, young man. Let me play with these insolent brats. Just waiting for this, you run down quickly." "Yes, thank you for your hard work." Corrin turns to see the Sword Emperor face the rampaging giants alone. The Sword Emperor smiled. "Indeed, I may be late to this battle, but consider this my recompense. It seems I missed a grand spectacle, but in the end, my one sword can resolve all suffering." With a single strike, he cleaves the giants in two. What a battlefield to behold! As he marvels, the Sword Emperor's aura blazes across Sky Castle, and he unleashes a devastating blow. This is indeed a rare sight. Sword Emperor Garandon has appeared at the perfect moment. The three descend, and Corrin speaks up. "There's something we need to do when we get down there. If not for the Sword Emperor, you all wouldn't have escaped. This debt must be repaid." However, Corrin has an idea. "For safety, let's cut down the tree." This left both girls puzzled. Remembering how I almost died because of the guy who raised the sword demon makes me furious, and I vaguely recall an old saying, "A gentleman takes revenge." even after 10 years. Today is the day. He smirks. Everything has its cause and effect. Now is the time to let him hang in the sky for a while. Mary raises her staff. All right, if Corin says so, we'll do it. War didn't object, casting magic, and boom, a large blood-red arrow pierced the oak, splitting it in two. Above, the Sword Emperor seemed to realize what was happening, glancing down and gritting his teeth in anger. He stood there, gazing at the tree cleaved in two. The Sword Emperor's path home vanished into the clouds. Inside the room, a voice calls out to the boy. Then, Alisa slowly opens her eyes as someone enters and asks, "You're awake?" In the dead of night, Corin sits in a tree, gazing at the moon. Alisa comes outside and sees him there. Corin turned and asked her, "Are you all right?" She walked over and sat next to him, replying, "I'm sore in places, but I can move. I'm just confused because when I first enrolled in the academy, I thought I'd enjoy a more normal youth. Playing around at night, dozing off in class, and wondering what to eat for lunch. But I've strayed far from the normal I sought. The sword." Alisa clenches her fist, recalling the thrill of battle with the sword demon, realizing she may have been seduced by slaughter. But Corin reassures her that feeling isn't wrong, as destroying evil is always right. Alisa was slightly startled by this. He continued, "What matters is belief and choice. Even though you feel drawn to that deadly sensation, you won't draw your sword to do evil, right? There are many strange people in this world, and most of them would make such bizarre choices. But even with such immense power, he still desires an ordinary life, and that is something to be proud of." Alisa blushed, leaning against his shoulder as she whispered, "Promise me." The moonlit night was filled with romance as she acted coy. "Even though I'm strange, I'll always be there for you. I don't know when I might lose my way, so let me keep doing these normal things. On the weekend, we'll go to the city to snack, see the latest plays, go shopping, and have coffee. Just normal things like that." Listening to the girl beside him list all those things, Corin smiled happily, agreeing to do them all with her. Alisa smiles. "That's wonderful." And so, the story of Sky Island officially comes to an end. Of course, life doesn't always end gracefully. At the Aden estate, Corin is making a declaration. "That's right, I'm a little late in telling you, but I'm holding an engagement ceremony." Upon hearing this, War and Mary froze, immediately questioning, "What? What did you just say? An engagement with whom?" "It's with a classmate, right?" They didn't give him a chance to interject. Lunia steps forward, declaring herself Lunia Aiden, and announces her engagement in 1 week. Mary stammered, "We're lovers?" "My fiancé," Lunia added. "If the daughter of the Danef family and the head priestess of the Great Holy Church act as witnesses for the engagement, N will welcome everyone's participation." Seeing the two girls before him, Corin thought to himself, "This is unexpected. I should tease them a little more. That would throw them into chaos." It was then, he declared, that he fell madly in love with Lune. "Despite his youth, I couldn't help but be drawn in by his straightforward and unwavering attitude." Lunia played along, feigning shyness. "That full moon night, we gave ourselves to each other, but I couldn't hear anymore." Mary stood up, saying she was going outside. She recalled his aging form in the illusion and the centuries of waiting she had imposed. The look in Mary's eyes made Corin uneasy. Warren, on the other hand, wasn't strong enough, sobbing, congratulations on your happiness." Sobbing, Corin realizes things have gone too far and stammers an explanation. Not even a word. It was all a misunderstanding, but she wouldn't listen to reason. The fragile girl covered her face, crying as she ran outside, leaving Corin in a state of confusion. "Now, how am I going to resolve this?" Lunia stood there, smiling. "How awful." She covered her mouth and smiled faintly. "And my fiancé, too. He looks so pitiful." Under the moonlight, Corin wondered where the two of them had gone. If he found them, he'd be sure to knock them on the head. He enters the bedroom, but what if they've run off again? He'd never find them now. He had brought this upon himself. Suddenly, Lon appeared coldly behind him. Corin turned, flustered, and asked, "Lon, did you want to say something?" The little girl quickly took off her cloak and replied, "That's right." Corin was startled and caught off guard by Warren's actions as she pushed him onto the bed, called him Appa, and declared, "I'm sleeping here tonight." Corin was a little worried. "Is Lon all right?" Corin looked at the little girl before him with some worry, saying, "You're talking like it's a horror story." On the bed, the little girl nestled against him, fast asleep. Corin looked at her and whispered, "Kids will be kids," telling them to hold hands and sleep together. "It's a crescent moon tonight. Consider this your lucky break." Before long, the sun rose high in the sky, and he scratched his head, looking at the girl in confusion. "Tian, or rather, Flower, you're up early." The innocent girl wondered why it hadn't come. Before Corin could understand, Warren continued. The stork, why hasn't it come? He stretched and replied, They don't come around here. They probably stick to the north. The northern kingdom must have a habitat for storks. Let's eat first. Warren looked displeased. Inside the fake marriage's wooden house, Corin has a black eye. He gave a wry smile, saying, I only meant to tease a little, but it seems I was inconsiderate. Please convey my apologies to John. A woman's voice chimes in, Well, you actually did a good job. Things don't always go as planned. Before Corin stood the flower persona, who picked up a large piece of fish and offered him a spoonful of rice. Now eat up. And don't forget, if something like this happens again, be careful how you act. Corin, touched by her kindness, stared at the spoonful of food, then smiled with relief. Okay, thank you. Now we have to find Mary. It seems even the N estate's servants don't know her whereabouts. If so, the only one who can track Mary down is Diog, a smug red dog barking away. Looking around, he wondered how this guy was so well loved, telling him, If you find her, I'll buy you the best black cow from Namzun. Now where to find Mary? Lend me a hand? He coldly held out the asset statement, a smile spreading across his face. Rin cursed under his breath, wondering how this bastard could be richer than him, despite all his hard work. After being mocked and scorned by this mutt, Dew finally reveals Mary's location, the Adden family's main residence, the guest house at the end of the street. After learning the whole truth, the senior seems to be kicking the blanket for a while out of embarrassment. Marriott curled up in her blanket, face hidden, and called out to Corin, continuing, I always believe what you say, Corin, without question. Even if Corin promised me mountains of gold, I'd believe him. Even if he said a meteor would fall tomorrow, I'd believe him. Mary emerges from the covers, eyes glistening. So Corin must never lie to me. She thinks to herself that even though it hurts, no matter the outcome, he will be hers in 100 years. The girls who secretly loved Corin all knew that his engagement to Lunia was a sham, and that their dates were just a smokescreen, allowing them to relax and let go of their feelings. Except for one person, Lunia's sister, Elisa, who wonders why she's even here. Come to think of it, there's been a strange atmosphere since the beginning of the semester. Elisa wonders if it started with the battle against the Black Sword, the serial killer case in Miss City, or when he said he'd stay by her side. Elisa's eyes widened as she pondered her relationship with Corin. Lunia was leaning over him, making it look like they were about to kiss. As he was puzzled, Lunia whispered, Someone's watching, so let's act sweet. He takes Lunia's hand and asks, Your hands are rough, aren't they? She replies shyly, They're not the typical beautiful hands of a woman. Corin caresses her hand, expressing his true feelings. But I think it's beautiful. Lunia complimented and cautioned him, You're perceptive, but your situational awareness is terrible right now. Corin wondered, situational awareness. What did I miss? Lunia, hands on her hips, glanced at the next table and said, It's nothing, it's fine now, you can go. He asked in surprise, Are you unhappy with this date? She parted her lips. Actually, then turned to him, smiled faintly, exuding a haughty beauty. You were so sweet that I thought I should just take you then and there. Not a bad idea. My fiancé. On the day of the engagement ceremony, many distinguished guests in splendid attire were present. Women in the region's traditional attire looked on as the bride, Lunia, appeared in a pristine white dress. Everyone praised her beauty, and as Corin complimented her, Lunia whispered, You certainly know how to please a woman. He replied, I'm being sincere, not just flattering you. The MC then announced the engagement ceremony between Corin Locke and Lunia N was officially beginning. Amidst the cheers of the guests, he supported Lunia by the waist as she leaned back, when suddenly a voice cried out from the crowd. Wait! Startled by the voice and sensing something was amiss, Elisa stood in the middle of the ceremony and shouted, I object to this engagement, tears welling in her eyes, as if she were about to burst into tears. Lunia remembers holding Elisa as a child, fiercely defending her from those who called her a dirty bastard. Dirty? Not on my watch, Lunia declared fiercely. This beautiful child is my sister. The tiny baby who weighed just over 2 kilograms can now speak. Sis, I'm all grown up now. I'm over 100 centimeters tall. I'm going to be a cool knight like you one day. Do you want some honey candy? Time passed and the little girl grew, her round eyes sparkling as she said, Sister, I'm going to the academy tomorrow. This child, who once looked at the ground more than at me. But it's only been half a year since she entered the academy, hasn't it? She was always clumsy and couldn't take care of herself, but now she's grown up. Lunia wondered, So you've finally made up your mind? She pulled Corin away, leaving him to ask Elisa what she was doing. She just wanted him to follow her at that moment, as Lunya's mother pointed in shock. "What do you think you're doing?" "Quick, after them!" Elisa's mother, on the other hand, looked on with admiration. Lunya clutches her head, saying, "It's shocking for something like this to happen at a wedding." The woman beside her asked if she's all right. Before they could react, Corin's name was called again amidst a great gust of wind, and the familiar giant eagle appeared. Everyone wondered what was happening now as Warren swung down and reached out his hand, saying, "Come on." Elisa runs toward him. Warren seems to be waiting, and Lunya rushes to hug her mother, almost as if to restrain her. Elisa bit her lip, gazing at everyone, then grasped Warren's hand, shocking all. The great eagle spread its wings, soaring high with the three, shouting, "Farewell!" Lunya feigns heartbreak, claiming she won't want to see a man for a while after this shock, and so the small engagement ceremony at the prestigious Black Sword family in the East ends in chaos. Lunya's purpose was fulfilled, and she smiled as she watched them fly away. Inside the Ancient Rock's cabin, Corin, full of questions, asks the girls, what exactly is going on here? Something falls from his robe. A letter from Lunya, saying she'll come for him soon. "My fiancé," Elisa said, clinging to his shoulder with a smile. "You knew all along, didn't you?" Corin nodded. "Yes, I had finally gathered trustworthy comrades for a new journey." Mary turned to him and asked, "Corin, where do we go now?" He loosened the ribbon around his neck and replied, "Let's just keep going like this." Corin smiles, knowing there's still much to be done. And so our vacation from the academy to the east comes to an end. At the great clock tower, the night had repeated itself countless times. It was the third night, and a figure in a cloak was slaughtering black spirits. The darkness asked, "Why are you smiling?" Aaron calmly cast blazing light, answering, "Is there any reason I shouldn't be?" The flames incinerate the souls, and their screams echo through the night. The cardinal god speaks, the undead king's army grows stronger, and you are nearing your limit. If you can't keep your promise to purify this place, that boy's life will end. Isn't the approaching deadline worrying you? Aaron, now on the ground, continued, "On the contrary, you seem to be enjoying this." She smiled, her face slightly flushed. "That's right, because it means Corin will be back soon, back before Aaron appeared a year ago." Before Corin could return, he sat on the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration as a sharp sword was pointed at his neck, enduring the scene for a moment before giving up. "I lost." Only then did Arino, the spear wielder, lower his weapon. Corin's defeat brought a mix of mockery and praise, acknowledging his relentless training and solid foundation. With that, Aaron departed with her weapon, asking if there was a particular reason he focused on mastering the 8 trigrams. Corin struggled to his feet, answering hesitantly, "Oh, it was just the first thing that caught my eye among the martial arts books in the library." This answer piqued her interest a bit more. "So, why did you choose the spear?" He hesitated and scratched his face at the question. "I heard the spear is easier to use than the sword." Aaron's eyes flashed at the answer, a knowing smirk on her lips. "Practical," Corin added. "If I'm going to learn, I'd rather learn your spear techniques than just the Bagua spear." As soon as she said that, she refused to think more about it. "No, that would devour a student's soul like yours. Corin, invest another 6 months in the 8 trigram spear." As she left, Corin felt a pang of regret. Watching her disappear, Corin recalled what he knew, the final boss's secret technique, the 6 harmonies spear. When I said I wanted to learn the 6 harmony spear, Siu introduced me to someone, but there was so much to learn. And after a month, I still hadn't seen any significant changes. It frustrated him. Looking at the spear in his hand, he grips it tightly, thinking, "I'm really jealous of Siu. He can just open his skill panel and use great magic." After a moment of negativity, Corin finally regains his spirit, realizing that jealousy won't solve anything. With that in mind, he practiced from dawn till dusk, little by little, step by step, as long as he kept moving forward. Soon after, his efforts finally bore fruit. The more Corin practiced, the smoother his movements became. Basic steps were completed along with the 7 basic forms. It seemed it would end there, but he leapt high and slashed down a flame, followed by the 5 phases and 8 trigrams, and even beyond. After a long period of hard practice, it finally came to an end. He did it. As soon as he said that, Aaron appeared, taking his bruised hand in hers, much to his surprise. Not only was he surprised, but Aaron also questioned her life choices a little. "I thought half a year was too short to learn this spear technique." Gazing at Corin's bruised hand from training, Aaron looks up at him with a serious expression. Why does he want to become stronger? If it's just strength you need, CO is enough. Corin, with his spear on his shoulder, seriously countered, "Even heroes need help. You should at least be able to drive his chariot." Pausing, he turned serious, adding, "Above all, if you're stronger, fewer people will die." These words made Aaron's eyes widen with emotion. "You were really out of it for a moment there," she said, praising him. "Such a kind child." To this, Corin chuckled and denied it, saying, "It's just the normal thing to do." This answer pleased her even more, and she made her decision. All right. Soon after, she began recounting the chaotic events at the Magic Tower. The mages of the Magic Tower joined forces with the barbarians to shatter Arendan's shell, and as it crumbled, Manhwa emerged into the real world, bringing with her the scripted event: death. Eren left the will to protect the world to the players, as Manhwa's secret treasure was revealed. This is the pivotal event of the entire chapter, an event that no player can prevent. After that evening, Eren took Corin's hand and led him somewhere, and he was confused. Or so I thought, but the hand holding mine was so warm, and her voice so gentle. Eren held his hand, a smile brighter than any flower, while contemplating something. This person was destined to die. Knowing that, I couldn't return her smile. They ran around for a while, and as they returned home, lost in thought, Eren finally spoke. "Do you know about Test and me?" Yes, she passed everything on, including the Six Harmonies spear, to her most trusted disciple, but his goal is the advent of paradise, the destruction of this world. In the end, she refused the final step of the inheritance, certain it was her greatest and worst failure. While he remained silent, Eren began to recount her experiences. I hesitated and pondered for a long time. I've experienced too many failures and haven't always made the right decisions. Before he could ponder for long, she suddenly shouted, startling him. Corin Lork was caught off guard, his confusion growing. Of course, things didn't stop there, as Eren turned and boldly proposed, "Will you accept the evil Eren as your master?" He was more bewildered than a Del Nero cow. This was an event and dialogue familiar to any player of the Legend of Ahan. A few more minutes passed, confirming her words were true, and his eyes filled with excitement. An event only accessible after meeting specific requirements and accumulating enough karma. An event exclusively for players. After a long daze, Sokorin, her senses returning, immediately knelt and replied, "Yes, I accept you as my master." This too quick acceptance is dangerous, Eren thought, helping him sit up. But in that moment, the game's information became meaningless. Not stopping at his shoulders, Eren then hugs Corin tightly, comforting him. "It's okay to fall as long as you get back up. Failure is acceptable, just succeed next time. Tears are acceptable, just laugh louder." As he stood there stunned, she added, "Hold fast to your justice, your faith, and walk the path of kings." With that, Eren gently kissed his forehead. "I will bestow upon you the goddess's blessing." I shall never forget the warmth of that moment. In the city of death, Nasri, where the deathly night has repeated for 300 years, the immortal king's army is gradually growing stronger, threatening the delicate balance that has lasted for 3 years. Eren, armed, flees the overwhelming undead horde, reaching her limit. As she runs, she glances back, gritting her teeth as she assesses the pursuing mass. This is the 3rd night. If this continues, the immortal King Zhurong will completely transform into a lich. The situation was truly dire this time. As she was analyzing the situation, another voice suddenly echoed, "I've taken care of Zhurong." The voice belonged to Corin, who lightly leapt from the rooftop, spear in hand. "Don't worry, we still have time. I'm here to save you." As Eren finished speaking, the two successfully eliminated the horde of undead. If the undead King Zhurong dies, time in the city will rewind 3 days, and all the Andets he created will vanish as if nothing ever happened. The next morning, a magic circle appeared in the sky. Nasri has a population of 1.2 million. If the undead escape the city, the entire continent will be destroyed. So, the Master made a pact with the Grim Reaper, a peaceful city by day, a city ruled by the dead by night. That loop continued on forever. But if the Anda bosses are defeated within 3 days, Deathlord Zhurong must be destroyed. To do this, Master split his soul in 2. A soul here, forgotten by its original self, repeating the fragile loop for 3 days. For 300 years, Zhurong began to recognize the repetition, and this fragile loop has reached its limit. So I made a deal with the god of death to purify Nasri in half a year. Now, with that half-year drawing to a close, we've repeated the loop 3 times, battling the undead by night. After sunrise, they strolled through the city hand in hand, spending their days playing and reading together. He smiled indulgently as he watched her engrossed in a book. It wasn't just simple activities. After reading, they'd go to the theater, enjoy plays, and watch movies. And now, the final moment had arrived. After a day filled with countless activities, they stand on a bridge, watching the sunset and sharing their thoughts. Thanks to you, I've had so much fun. It's been 30,000 years. Aren't you tired of me yet? Looking at it alone is very different from looking at it together. Hearing these words, Corin didn't think much more about it. It's good you're happy, though I regret we didn't make it to the best restaurant. Erin smiled, saying it doesn't have to be fancy to be meaningful. Anything tastes good with her future apprentice. But before that joy could last, Corin looked at her with worried eyes. Erin, tonight? Yes. She smiles gently as she brushes her hair back and looks at him. Tonight we'll purify Nastri and end this eternal night, won't we? He smiles softly, touching her hair, and says with certainty, yes, according to your theory, we can do it. I already tried it with pH once, so I'm sure it'll work this time, as long as nothing gets in the way, so don't feel pressured. After a moment, Corin smiled confidently and declared, I told you, I'm just granting your wish, as long as you grant me one wish in return after it's all over. These words left Erin bewildered. A wish? She hesitated, rubbing her hands together. Disciple, perhaps we... Before she could finish, an earthquake struck, and a purplish figure appeared from nowhere. After 300 years of regression, I have awakened the primordial ancient language, and after countless deaths, Garong has found the answer. By placing the ancient words at the front and back, the paradise of the dead will continue to exist, defiling the original ancient words. Nasri's loop has finally ended, and in the sky, the moon slowly turns red. The city's demonic energy has increased tenfold, and with everything done, Garong looks up at the red light and laughs maniacally. He's finally done it. He's evolved. From his eyes and mouth, a blinding light erupts, and in moments, a skeleton appears. This is the form of the immortal Lich King. His evolution complete, he laughs triumphantly. Die, you witch. This time I'll tear your wind body to shreds, defile it, and your soul won't escape me either. This scene horrifies the battle priest stationed at Nasri Crew. What in the world is happening? A massive crowd is spilling out onto the streets below. All Andits in the monitored area are gathering in one place. This has never happened before. The true immortal king is summoning all the Andits in the city. This is the Andits' infinite assault. Meanwhile, Corin and Erin take cover behind a mound of earth, shielding themselves from the red light. Are you okay? She asked. Receiving no response, she looked over to assess the situation, realizing that sometimes unexpected events do occur. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. We need to hide and figure out how to deal with it. Yes, she replied, just as a lightning strike forced Corin to defend himself. More lightning. As he watched the encroaching pollution devour the blighted land, he hadn't even finished his thought. As the sludge approached, Corin gritted his teeth, the sky full of lightning and the ground covered in poison. They just keep coming. Realizing the situation, he quickly escapes. It seems Jur has completely transformed into El. If that's the case, his magic power in this city is almost limitless. Don't stop. Keep moving. Mid-dash, a horde of mid-tier hellhound monsters descended. Refusing to be passive, he leaped up, using the six breaths technique to obliterate them. Though successful, his actions alarmed Erin. Don't use flight skills or you'll stall in midair. Luckily, he uses ancient flower and wind runes to obliterate each monster. Erin watched the events unfold, smiling proudly, but El was not pleased and unleashed his power, shouting, Die, lightning blast barrage. He finished, grinning triumphantly, but his joy was short-lived as he was utterly destroyed. Impossible. My lightning is disappearing? Have you forgotten, after 300 years of only operating at night? Now open your eyes and watch. As the light extinguished his power, his disbelief grew. Could it be? Yes, Corin has now connected with the sun god, temporarily unleashing the light of power. Playing at being the sun? Don't be ridiculous. How can you suddenly wield such power? With that, he clasped his hands together, creating a massive energy sphere. Suddenly, a devastating lightning strike hurtles toward him. With the full force of the lightning unleashed, Lich laughs like never before. You really think you stand a chance? With that, he summoned an army of the undead, sending them straight for the master and disciple. The moon's endless magic protects me. As he spoke, the horde of skeletons was engulfed in a blinding orange light. This scene leaves the Demon King in stunned disbelief, as ancient sun and fire runes glow on the ground, a sight the Lich can scarcely believe. Ancient runes? How can you possess so many ancient runes? Before he could process the town's sudden radiance, Corin stood amidst the light, sword on his shoulder, a swirling orb of power in his hand. You're right. Power like this doesn't just appear. As he spoke, he recalled his experiences with Erin. The last 10 days he spent with his master. The only time he truly felt like a disciple. Remembering this, Corrin recalls the covenant Eren made, a hero who wouldn't be forgotten, the fire runes she built alone for 300 years. With that, the monster was obliterated, and she turned and walked away, cloaked in mystery. But it didn't end there. Eren continued to create sun runes in various locations, using the remnants of past battles. Now, thanks to those ancient runes, the whole town is glowing, because his master carved them all over the city through countless battles. Snapping out of it, he raises the orb of power high, crushes it, and unleashes a surge of energy. The light of the sun begins to shine. A pity, but this is our last night. Vanish, undead king. Clom Solace, manifestation of the sun. With those final words, the power explodes, melting the undead, melting, burning, and cleansing. No monk, no power, had ever performed a purification on such a massive scale. Seconds later, a massive explosion occurred, and not only the common undead, but even the infamous immortal king was being blown away. How could an ordinary human possess such power? The reason for this unbelievable strength lies in over 1 million deaths and 300 years consumed by darkness. All that darkness. In the end, despite his struggles, the immortal king was obliterated, and the town returned to its peaceful state. Corrin stood in a familiar place, a shadowy figure behind him. You actually did it. Unbelievable. I never expected you to use Dan's treasure for this. Hearing those words, Corrin, with his hands in his pockets, chuckled. It was just a one-time miracle. After all, it wasn't my full power. The entity didn't quibble further and returned to the main point of the conversation. You have completely fulfilled the covenant, so I will fulfill it as well. Queen Eren, standing beside him, finally breathed a sigh of relief after so long. Now it's all over. That's right. Putting that aside, she speaks to Corrin, who is standing calmly beside her. Corrin, when this covenant ends, I will know. Though outwardly calm, inwardly he is filled with anxiety, his hands clenched tight. I've already experienced that future. The one who protected this land for 3,000 years will disappear. Witnessing that calm reaction, Eren was a little embarrassed, and the two began to talk about the little things in life. You've had a hard time. Yes, I have. You've fallen many times. Yes. Did you cry a lot? I'm always crying. But I will never forget you. He suddenly recalls the words Eren spoke when she hugged him on their previous outing. Even if you lose your way, I hope you stay true to yourself. Hold fast to your beliefs and walk the path of a king. Even so, you will. Though your current memories differ from the master of the past, you are still a hero. You comforted me with the exact same words. With that, Eren gently kissed his forehead, then tenderly lifted Corrin's face to hers, saying, I will bestow upon you the goddess's blessing. The more touching this becomes, the more surprising her next action is, as Eren kisses him softly on the lips, tears streaming down her face. Corrin, I truly wish you happiness. And as the sun completed its role, darkness returned once more. As tears fell like rain, Eren vanished, leaving Corrin alone in the downpour. She was gone. No one had ever set foot in this imperial city, except for the disciples she had raised since childhood. Thinking this, the image of a muscular man appears. Betrayed by the disciple she loved as her own heir, Eren, in another form, slumbers somewhere. The queen had been sealed away for over 80 years, and what awoke her from her long slumber was a sudden flood of memories. 300 years ago, during her wandering days, Eren encountered a mysterious entity and made a request. Death, make a pact with me. Nasri had been forgotten for some reason. Back in the present, Eren frowned as she recalled those memories. Is this the 3784th time? The endless war with the Black Wizard is also bound to the city. He must have been so lonely and miserable for the past 3 years. Another version of herself. The scene shifts to Corrin making a deal with that mysterious entity, his appearance shocking Eren. Since he made a pact with the divine, isn't this boy Bantha's disciple? I thought he'd betrayed Bantha and come to me. Everything changed when Corrin appeared with his spear, declaring with certainty, I told you, this time I will save you, Eren. As her questions lingered, the final memory surfaced. Eren in the present, face flushed, hands full of resistance. No, wait. What she saw was that version of Eren gently kissing him on the lips. I will bestow upon you the goddess's blessing. As Eren cringed, a portal opened and a blonde girl with glasses appeared, holding a thick book. Eren, I've brought a new book. Would you like to read it? But witnessing the scene, Eren clutches her head, screaming that she's gone crazy. Completely crazy. Oblivious, Eren dreamily touched her lips, lost in thought. What was she doing? Her memories have merged, and there's no going back. Corrin, her student, has become her first kiss and an unforgettable memory. Meanwhile, in a corner of the second holy ground, John Cathedral, a disbelieving voice echoes, Nasri, a city of over 1 million undead, cleansed in a single night? Faced with that doubtful reaction, the priest became extremely agitated. Yes, it was like the sun, surely a blessing for humanity. But I knew he wasn't letting his subordinate finish, cutting him off as he stood up. Saintess Estelle, said to possess the greatest divine power in history. 4 years ago, she went to Nasri and successfully purified it with a prayer ritual, but after only 3 days, everything returned to the way it was. At the Estelle Church, despite her attempts to remain calm, she couldn't suppress her resentment. Nasri had always been a burden and a terror to humanity, but it was a threat that could be controlled. But a power capable of purifying Nasri, wielded by an unknown individual, in some ways, that's far more terrifying and unpredictable. I can't accept this fate. Estelle's eyes filled with determination. She vowed to uncover the identity of the one who purified Nasri. This news shook every power across the continent, including the Mage Tower and the former Holy Temple, even reaching the frozen north. Meanwhile, on the harsh, frozen, monster-infested Dingbuk Kingdom Peninsula, the Northerners were preparing for war as one man knelt, trembling. For here, strength was the only thing revered. Then, over 80 years ago, a warrior appeared here, inside a certain castle, where someone trembled and wept. Sorry, sir, but more than anyone, he is the one who deserves to stand at the top. As he spoke, a surge of power erupted. The crowd recoiled in fear, eyes fixed on the ominous spear as its wielder spoke from his seat. The sun has been stolen from our grasp. Fine, whatever, but who was it that did this? Tesvanta was asked, the one who had just been beaten to a pulp, as he clambered up, crying. Corin Locke? It was him. He's certain he's the one who killed PH as well. He calls himself the First Spear of Irinua. These two names have piqued his interest. Corin Locke? This reaction aroused the curiosity of his subordinates. Do you know that name? Of course I do. My opponent has changed from that kid Pihu to him. Though he tries to remain calm, the power within him is still erupting. I didn't expect him to show his face less than a year after that incident. This surge of power is putting immense pressure on his subordinates. What is this power? After a burst of rage, he finally manages to calm down. My dear master is both the one I love and the one I hate. Aaron Danawa, if you dare call yourself her first spear, then I will come and meet you myself. The man in question now stands before the Corin Locke Church. It's his second year, and he's standing in front of the integrated dormitory. This place was created to manage the academy's most problematic students. In other words, an isolation dorm for War and Mary, beneath a crowd of people leading the group. All right, cut it this way. Good job. Professor Josephine steps out of the space gate, surprised, and pushes up her glasses, since only a few people are in Professor Josephine's position as head of the dormitory managing everything. Emerging from the gate, the first thing she sees is a massive fish. A bluefin tuna, brain food, you know? Helps boost your IQ. These words render her speechless. After a moment, Josephine turns to Corin, who is now wearing a chef's outfit and expertly fanning the grill with the help of others. Corin brought it here? She was stunned, then exploded with questions. Explain yourself. Caught off guard, he awkwardly laughs, explaining that he's essentially playing assistant dorm manager, helping the professor. After a long, awkward laugh, he explained, watching Mari order the staff to place the chairs exactly where she wanted them. Senior Mari said many people would be visiting, so she wanted to buy large furniture. Watch where you're going. The staff member was under a lot of pressure. Kim, be careful. That could kill you if it falls. Corin then looked at the girl clutching the tuna and added, Warren bought bluefin tuna from the market, so we decided to share it. Hearing that, Warren hugged the tuna even tighter, declaring, No, it's mine. Corin then turned his attention to Alicia, who was skillfully wielding a knife, using Aiden's Thai sashimi technique to help. With all the work done, Corin smiled, offering Josephine a seat at Iris Haste with a discount, but Josephine refused without a second thought. Forget about that for now. Let's get the new student rooms cleaned and ready as we discussed. The new students you mentioned are siblings, so they can stay in the central room. Josephine immediately interrupted, adding, No, I'll help prepare new rooms for the students as well. There are still 2 rooms to prepare, and more importantly, the new students arrive tomorrow. These words made Corin, who was placing a piece of meat on rice, freeze, but she didn't stop there and tried to make a request. Could you guide them? As soon as the question was asked, Corin's face lit up with excitement, and she shoved the sushi into her mouth in agreement. If I were granted one wish. After that party, Corin began her journey of introductions, reminiscing about her own experiences as she spoke. Each year, outstanding second-year students guide the freshmen. Freshmen, everyone. Senior Mary is now a third-year student. Back in the present, in a car speeding like the wind, a steady voice echoes. Okay, to the left is the creation hall, so you're leading the freshmen, Corin. Where did you get that suit? And behind him is the dead-eyed Warren, where magic majors gather to research any question. Contrary to her reaction, the students behind her are very excited and chime in. You're so cool, man. That outfit is awesome. Corin was also excited and showing off. The girls were unimpressed, so he tried to sing, but she couldn't watch anymore and stopped him. Cut it out. Unable to bear it any longer, Warren delivers a crushing blow. Corin, unfazed, simply laughs and reminds the students. All right, that's all for the preview. The professors are inside, so go in and do your best. Once the students had completely left, Warren returned the slate and turned to leave, a surprise that Corin wouldn't accept. She's leaving already? That was sudden. I'm late. Someone said they'd come bother me. Who is it? Warren ignores the question and turns to leave, leaving him to hesitate as he watches her go. They said not to fly within the academy grounds. Though speechless with surprise, he didn't press for answers but smiled faintly, guiding the new students to get a clearer view. The new semester has truly begun. Lost in thought, he's suddenly interrupted by a voice. Big bro, sir, we'll head inside now. He turned to find the source of the voice, only to find two cat brothers whom he reassured with a pat on the head. All right, do your best. Len, of course you'll be fine. Lost in thought, another voice catches his attention. Okay, this way. Everyone, please be careful getting out of the vehicle. Corin quickly went to the car to check on everyone. Alicia, you're in charge of the west gate, right? Oh, be careful. Before Alicia could answer, another person asked, freezing him in place. You must be Corin? As he stood frozen, a cane tapped firmly, and a gentle voice spoke. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Corin. I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. He didn't know what to say as he looked at her. I was wrong to think Jen and John would be the most talked-about freshmen. Shaking off his thoughts, he knelt on the ground under Alicia's stunned gaze. Perhaps no one remembers her face or name, but everyone knows the Elis family. Just when it seemed like that was all, he gently kissed her hand. She's the nation's second princess and the legendary villainess of the hero Ahan saga, and this gesture pleases Elizabeth greatly. So elegant. Who taught you that? Corin asked, averting her gaze as she casually released the girl's hand. I learned it from an acquaintance. Apparently, when a lady stands before you, a gentleman should kiss her hand and invite her to dance. Remembering those words, Corin sighed. That's who taught me. Of course. Look, Mr. Corin, isn't she lovely? She's our daughter, and so much more. Back in the present, he felt weighed down by her excited and amused gaze. He'd met her in the previous round, but not at the academy. As the atmosphere between them grew strange, another voice rang out, one that Elizabeth found irritating. Oh my, isn't it Lord Corin? He looked up in surprise. Estelle was there, even though the princesses weren't supposed to appear yet. She smiled gently, offering her hand. Hello. I'm Estelle Hadat Elrat. Let's shake hands. Despite his confusion, he complied, shaking her hand. Saintess Estelle Hadatha Ellis, it's an honor to meet you, please. No need for formalities. Now that we're classmates, I don't need to use honorifics, right? Handshake complete. Estelle approaches a disgruntled Elizabeth, greeting her warmly. Miru, you're here too? I don't see you as young. I told you not to shorten my name. Estelle, ignoring the unpleasant attitude, simply smiles gently. Call me older sister, Miru, or senior. It's only been 2 years since I dropped out. But starting today, I'm back. Even so, Elizabeth was still annoyed, scolding her without hesitation for not using honorifics with someone better than her, adding that all she had more of was muscle. Without another word, she turned and left. Alicia, I'm heading to the free hall. Thank you for leading the way. Estelle also turned and left. I'll be going now too. See you later, Junior. These words completely scrambled Alicia's system. Yes, it's an honor, Saintess. Meanwhile, Corin was marveling at something else entirely, until a sudden realization froze him in his tracks. He's done for. Back at the dorms, the cat siblings are excitedly taking in their surroundings. Don't be such a country bumpkin, but it's so big, you're like a castle. As they talked, the younger brother bumped into someone, and the shy boy quickly hid behind his sister. The other person also introduced themselves. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Miriam Elizabeth Elris. She then held out her hand to the boy, who hesitated, unsure whether to shake it or not, and asked if they were in the same class. Let's shake hands. Hello. Before he could even shake her hand, Elizabeth grabbed his wrist. How strange. She then turned her gaze to the termite, looming close, and began to utter terrifying words. We slaughtered your beast tribe without mercy, and I can't believe a little piece of trash like you survived. Touch my staff again. and I'll gut you while you're still breathing." Having heard those words, the boy collapsed to his knees, weeping. Having finished, the elegant Elizabeth departs, leaving the two sisters to comfort each other, while Corin, who witnessed everything, is left deep in thought, feeling like he's walking on thin ice, unsure of what's to come. Two characters who shouldn't have appeared at the academy yet, Miriam Hadatha Ellis and Estelle Elizabeth Elrod, have arrived simultaneously. What butterfly has flapped its wings now? Was it the Nasri purification? I've attracted attention too quickly. Thinking about this, he can't help but feel the world is collapsing a little more. Another butterfly effect has become a storm. Just as he despaired at being unable to hide his frustration, the professor snapped, "Student Corin Locke, are you already losing focus on your first day? Apologize." No sooner had he spoken than the professor pressed him further. "Then explain the concept of a justice of the peace." Blindsided, he awkwardly scratches his face, unsure of what to say. And after a long silence, the professor declares, "-points." This caused Corin to scream. What kind of class was that? Leaving the classroom, he shoved his hands into his pockets as he walked. The first day is usually orientation, and classes end early as a rule. Arriving at a classroom, he wonders, haven't the others arrived yet? The special dormitory was supposed to include Professor Josephine, me, Mary, Warren, and the Wolf siblings, but we prepared 2 extra rooms. He recalls being told that 2 more people would be arriving, and his eyes widen in realization. Don't tell me that inside. Elizabeth sits high above, greeting him with a light smile. "Welcome, Lord Corin. Shouldn't you show some courtesy? A kiss? Is that what you want?" Faced with the request, he refused without a second thought. "A gentleman only kisses a lady once a day, Princess." These words amused Elizabeth. How interesting. A commoner who knows noble etiquette. "No more teasing. Let's be frank. Support me in next year's succession battle." Corin hesitated, deflecting. "I'm just a simple guardian. Do you really need my support?" At this, Elizabeth poses a loaded question, forcing Corin to back out. A knight with a sacred relic recognized by both the old and new churches. Is a different story, isn't it? "Clem Solace, you seem troubled. Do you doubt me?" she said as a red aura began to spread. Sensing something was off, Corin gritted his teeth. "Then I'll pay you in advance." He then pinned Elizabeth to the bed, her legs wrapping around his waist. "Tell me, what could you possibly want from a noble such as myself? I will gladly indulge any pleasure you desire. Tell me. Ask me for anything you desire." Corin remained silent, his eyes glazed over, his mere touch enough to arouse her. "Yes," she says. "O hero." Her racing heart betrays her excitement. "Swallow me whole and make me yours. My destiny." Those red lips parted slightly, awaiting his approach. Corin swallowed hard. He suddenly waves his hand, and the crimson mist vanishes in an instant. Corin rises, a smirk playing on his lips, looking utterly seductive. He frowned, genuinely curious. "You really used incense to seduce me?" That method hardly suits a royal heir. Elizabeth plays it cool, playfully licking her lips. Marrying the champion of the sun god is a powerful political move. Marriage and procreation are the most ancient forms of exchange. Mr. Corin, he buttons up his shirt, and what destiny does she speak of? She's amused, doesn't understand what I'm saying. Seeing this, he simply walks away. "Fine, let's drop it for now." Elizabeth seems regretful, suggesting they try again when he's in a better mood. But Corin showed no emotion, simply turning her back and walking away. That's not going to happen. She clearly doesn't believe it. "I could change my mind after hearing your offer." "What makes you so sure?" Corin chuckled. "I learned from an acquaintance that one must be wary of beautiful women." The door slammed shut. Elizabeth licks her lips desirously, her eyes curving into crescents. "Then I'll just have to try harder." Corin, back in his own room, gasps for breath, realizing these kinds of things have been happening more and more lately. Even Mary Senpai blushed when she looked at him. "Corin, thanks again for today." And Alicia is sometimes different than usual, her eyes filled with tears. "So Corin is getting goosebumps. I understand you chose drama class as an elective, but why pick such a pointless play about adultery? Alicia, you two are so caught up in that beautiful story that you're going crazy. You're always like that during breaks. You can't stand not holding hands." Corin was a bit speechless. She's really comfortable with this. Feeling his large hand, she blushed and nodded slightly. "Yes. Ever since I swallowed the sun, I've been overflowing with yang energy, especially when Hoa releases yin energy through the Gushyu veins, so just being near them might make them feel great. Maybe that's it." The bell rings, and he reminds her that break time is over. Warren playfully puts a finger to her lips, saying it was almost time. Of course, John would show up from time to time, too. He complains to his friends about this, so it must be tough. He pretends to understand. So your problem is that girls are all over your body, huh? He took a sip of tea, his tone serious. Korin, I'm serious about this as your friend. He smiled, flipping him off. Go die for real. The two friends burst into tears and flew into a rage. Just pick one already. Korin was utterly bewildered. Why are you suddenly angry? Shaking won't help you decide. Just kill this womanizer. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, stunning the three. Hello, Korin. He looked up to see fiery red hair and deep crimson eyes. Princess Goa, what brings you here? Elizabeth offered. I was planning to go downtown. Would you mind being my guide? He awkwardly scratches the back of his neck. Well, all right then. These two are like strangers on the sidelines. Looks like we don't need to intervene. He's about to be torn to pieces. He adjusts his glasses with his wrist, intrigued. I was jealous at first, but now I think we should study this seriously. He realized in an instant that his body might be emitting pheromones, and for some reason, we're immune to it. Jir is confused. What are you talking about? L points and says, Look over there. A man is smiling brightly at you. Korin, long time no see. Commander clutches his chest in shock. No way. Is he attracting even the guys? L muses that the man is definitely hiding something. Before the assembled students, Errol announces that every year the new students of Dream K3 Academy will participate in field training at the hunting grounds. Here. Among the second-year seniors in the forest, some of the best students will play the role of monsters to challenge the freshmen. At all costs, the freshmen must defeat them and seize their armbands. Then let's begin. He chuckled with anticipation. They dispersed and entered the hunting grounds. Are you a sophomore? They admired one person. There aren't that many of us. Want to team up with us temporarily? Oh, please let me join too. Praised as a handsome man, he smiles brightly. Good idea. Let's count off and split up to search. Yet his heart is darker than his appearance suggests. How annoying. To be knocked out of the top spot just because Princess Miriam is a first-year mage is one thing, but to be ranked with those filthy furballs. If it weren't for my sacred mission, I would have left this academy long ago. Last semester, the Church's Dark Unit infiltrated the academy to eliminate monsters, but Bishop Rina Rusine denied any involvement. To save them, and because he's so confident in his abilities, they sent him, Depp Mangler. Now, he'll conceal his identity as a member of the Church and become a model student. A scout shouts, Found them! This way, Rochelle! Yes, they're all blissfully unaware of his scheme. They're just third and fourth-year students, but I'll pass this test to gain their trust. One lackey sneers. There are 400 like me. I almost pity the rookies. So, ultimately, it all depends on who takes them down first and snatches the armband. They said we could use any means necessary, right? Comfortable sandals and a naturally acquired army of pawns. I'll lead these fools with my intellect, feign friendship, and use them as pawns when needed. Suddenly, a flash of light and an explosion. Josephine perched in a tree, observing, though that was how the upperclassmen usually did it. She recalled Korin's triumphant and sinister expression. I'll lead the new students for this hunting forest exam. Let me choose the upperclassmen I want, she sighed, unable to shake her unease. The request was approved, but is this really a good idea? Unbeknownst to the freshmen, a great shadow looms over them. The second-year students at Dream U Academy, who mastered Dreliunian's ultimate technique in just 6 months, instantly crushed the confidence of the newcomers, who now face relentless vines and a host of bizarre challenges. What else is coming? Korin successfully invested and acquired a top-tier cursed sword set, including Doron, a mercenary swordsman. Likewise, thanks to a successful investment and someone giving him a golem crafting book, no one can stop me. Cranel Luden, the ultimate goalmancer. And one more who needs no introduction. This is getting out of hand. Behind her lie countless fallen foes, Bonicha, Flower Among Flowers, and the next heir of the Yen family. The sound of a sword being drawn, even Alicia Aiden. The new recruits who knew the rumors about her ran away, and she laughed. She scratched her cheek, embarrassed, saying she was just smiling. The entire army that G the Valiant commanded scattered in an instant. Spare me! What in the world is going on? A figure emerges from their path, emitting a bizarre laugh as Mang shudders, scoffing with disdain. He raises his sword, his tone contemptuous. You pathetic lot ran away because of a single clown. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Kenna's fiery ancient runes and a golden arrow mark appeared on the ground. A massive explosion erupts, illuminating the entire area as the man remains unaware that those who vanished were all core second-year students of MK3 Academy. Transformed into ultimate weapons. Anyone who tried to escape was impaled by the clown. Amidst the fiery sea, Korin collected a pile of ribbons, a smirk forming as he eyed the last one standing. He feigns ignorance. Right, what exactly is going on here? Now it's all clear. It's the clown. Depang, terrified, wets himself and collapses. The clown's eyes gleam with madness as his fingers stretch his lips into a twisted grin. Screams echo through the sea of fire as the barren trees wither away. Depang clutches his side and flees. He can't accept this reality, born and raised in the Makela monastery under the ancient church, walking a path of faith his entire life. His foot suddenly caught on something, and he tumbled to the ground. I've often wondered if God truly exists, but now I'm certain of one thing, the look of fear on his face. Demons are real. The jester grinned, brandishing his spear. Okay, that's enough. Rep Mang covered his head, terrified of being slaughtered, tears streaming down his face. But instead of pain, a warm hand rested on his head. You're tougher than I thought. Korin returned to normal, extending a hand to Ju. I'm Korin Locke. He was taken aback, realizing Korin meant he was the one who survived a sword fight with the swordmaster, Lunia Ayin. He smiles warmly beneath the facade of a clown, offering his hand. I'm evaluating the outstanding freshman. Aside from the princess, you're the strongest. Would you like to work with me? The strong are always welcome, and before Jack Mang could recover, he eagerly took Korin's hand as well. Yes, I will, senior. Korin nods, his eyes narrowed. Good. Good. He's keeping another secret from Jack Mang, who's still thrilled to be chosen by Senior Korin, unaware that his identity has been exposed. Scout Jack Mang, a spy for the ancient church, wears the grim expression of a clown. Close to you, but approach the enemy with caution. Mang cheerfully bids farewell, telling his superior to take care. Elsewhere, a figure swings a mace, his tone scathing. Die, you beast! Ren shatters the weapon with a single punch, sending the attacker flying. Juha? She snapped at her brother, annoyed. Arms crossed, she reminds him, I told you to check their back pockets, take their armband, and strip them clean. The boy diligently loots the unconscious figure. All right, if we have everything, let's go. John is rather timid, and our classmates are already ahead, but then again, we're the devils, and Ren is the opposite. She doesn't care. They want to steal our armbands because we're second-year knights. She knows taking a senior's band is worth more, but they're too strong, so they're targeting us for easy points. Ren urged them on. At the finish line of this exam, we can exchange our armbands for rewards. We have to hurry. Almost there. The cabin? But something ahead stops Ren in his tracks. Their destination is inexplicably ablaze, shining brighter than anything else in the sky, and the ground beneath them begins to tremble, leaving Ren in a panic. Huh? Was that an earthquake? Something has risen up to replace the cabin. What is that? And a sign stood prominently, impossible to ignore. The reward is above, and both were stunned. Fifth senior brother, what are they doing up there? It's transformed into a massive ancient castle. A soft chuckle. How amusing, I like it. Elizabeth, with her cane, passes by the two, her eyes cold and her voice mocking. Nothing but the scent of beasts. She walks straight into the building. This was created by Reese, so it'll be difficult to destroy. We must press on. Her entourage cheers. What are you doing? Stay close to the princess. Two beastmen stood dumbfounded at the door Elizabeth had just entered, wondering what to do. Ren pointed in the other direction. Let's go the opposite way. John couldn't argue. He'd rather live than go with her. But she regretted it after only a few steps. Perhaps I should have followed them. They're weaving through a storm of blades, desperately fighting for their lives. How many are there? Drawn isn't giving them a moment's rest. That's what the client wants. They said not to make it too easy on you. The tower's silence was deafening, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. An invisible figure crept through, infiltration complete, the structure surprisingly simple. He's mapped out the entire tower. 3 entrances, 3 rooms with 3 guards each, converging on the second floor with 2 rooms, then the third floor where only 1 person awaits. Korin subtly rotates the rosary. No one has passed by us. Among this year's new recruits, the intruder suddenly senses something strange. What is it? A strange sensation, like something touching his soul. The bridge of death can separate the soul and body, though it's less effective on complex beings like humans. Even Korin's spin had an effect on him. His focus was breaking, his stealth was failing, and then he heard Korin call out the name of Rasitan Mustali, the second-year knight. That cloaking technique? It's from the assassin clan? Rasit has nothing left to hide, despite the secrets he still holds. How does he know about the clan? He prepares to draw his weapon. I'm sorry, but a swift figure appeared behind Korin. You shouldn't have said that. Korin spun around and kicked him in the head. Rasit never expected his stealth to be seen through. What is this? He's forced to switch to his whip. There's no other way. With a crack, he strikes the air and Korin narrowly dodges. You're like a circus performer, jumping and contorting through the gaps. Not bad. But if you keep going that way. When the whip wraps around the spear, Korin tightens his grip. A clan of assassins from the underworld pulling him down. What will he do? A thought flashes through Rossit's mind. He hates that blood-soaked doctrine. He came to the academy to escape a life of assassination, abandoning his clan. Rossit suddenly releases the flame, realizing his identity puts his entire clan in danger. He reveals explosives strapped to his chest, prepared to die to protect their secret. A blinding light flashed, engulfing the entire room in flames. But then, Korin sighed, "Whew, you're walking a dangerous path." He gently gathers the flames into a ball. Lucky for you, fire and heat are within my grasp. Before a stunned Rossit could react, Korin passed him, patted his shoulder, and said, "I don't care if you've learned assassination, swordsmanship, or magic. That stealth technique. I think I'll be needing it soon. The second target in this hunt exam." Korin smirks. "You'll be joining me on a job. This is a test of the potential of these rising stars." It took Ren and John a while to get a thumbs up from Drawn. The next person they had to face was Warren, who said nonchalantly, "Good luck." The two beastmen stepped inside, their noses twitching slightly. "Ren, I smell something good over here." They knew who was inside the moment they stepped in. "Oh, you're here." The two were overjoyed. It's Korin. Ren had barely opened her mouth to complain. What was happening? The exam this year is supposedly harder than last year's. A spear flashed past her face, leaving her stunned and unable to react. Korin's sudden actions were confusing, and Ren turned back in a fluster to question him. "What's going on?" A figure flashed past, and in the blink of an eye, a kick landed. The boy couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. Korin frowned and warned coldly, "If you're fighting, never let your guard down or you'll die." Ren was still bewildered, but Korin had already pointed his spear at the rampaging cow demon. "Didn't you hear what I just said? The impact of the strike reverberates throughout the room." Korin backs away, thinking he doesn't like it, but there's no other way. He exhales, finding it difficult. This is really difficult. This is the final task that he and his friends set up in this hunting exam. Finally, both sides leap forward, meeting eye to eye. Korin's goal is to ensure the kids can stand on their own. Ren and John regain their focus, serious as ever, while Korin remains steadfast in his mission to help them grow. He didn't let up for a second. "All right, let's finish this exam. It's easier to control a beast in therianthropy than without. But full transformation is a different story. They transform into savage, snarling beasts, unleashing absolute violence. And their power wounds Korin. In their final form, they'll appear completely human, but this immature beast form is far more difficult to control." He glanced at the roaring beast. Even gentleness, once transformed, became a bloodthirsty hound. And to top it off, the two creatures blocked his path on either side. He grips his spear, facing the two beasts, realizing their unspoken communication and perfectly synchronized attacks, especially between brothers who've survived countless crises together. Their rhythm is flawless. Korin swung his spear at John's neck, but he braced himself and spun, throwing John into the other beast. John, having just been thrown, quickly rights himself to face his opponent, and Korin recognizes his intent. He was trying to save his sister. He pulled the spear from the ground. But what's the point if you just stand by while your sister is attacked? Don't just think about saving her. He beats them down while teaching them a lesson. Attack the enemy. The two of them were sent flying like bowling pins. The beast roars in fury. Korin is dangerously close. Another terrible decision. He must stay calm. He delivers a blow that sends the beast flying. They are no match for him. He continues, "If you have time to roar, use it to observe the enemy, subtracting 1 second, meaning you'll give the enemy an extra second." He grins. Yes, his sister is stronger than him. Ren seizes the moment, preparing a sneak attack. He whispers to aim precisely for the opening and never strike in anger. As if with eyes in the back of her head, Korin strikes the beast's neck. Hit the mark. The sudden blow caught the beast off guard. Were the fallen beasts weak, or was Korin too strong? His voice echoed through the empty room as he rose to his feet, his gaze colder than any beast. Even with a broken limb and severed neck, it continued to move. This was real combat. Ren returned to human form, trembling as she rose, tears welling from the pain. A sharp spear was raised high, and she weakly realized, "We know nothing. Is this the kind of hellish battle the boss always faces?" The blade plunged down, a deafening sound causing her to clutch her head. But after a few seconds, she opened her eyes to find nothing had happened. Korin smiles gently as he picks her up, wondering if this is enough for now. I can't push them any further. They haven't reached their final form, but I want them to know what fighting is, and be ready for it. He chuckled, reassuring them. Yes, it was scary, wasn't it? Was I too harsh? I'm sorry. Ren teared up at those words, and the two of them burst into tears, complaining about how cruel the boss was. Don't treat me like a child. Holding the two kids close, Corin tried to soothe them. All right, my bad. But your reflexes and physique are truly outstanding. You haven't beaten me, but you passed. Go on up. They felt relief and restraint in his embrace, comforted, yet vowing to escape his grasp one day. After seeing them off, Corin silently waited with his spear. Clapping echoed, followed by a scornful voice. They're gone. And you're still standing there? Elizabeth haughtily strides in. Those dogs have innate physical gifts, but you struck them down like toys. Excellent. Corin's expression remained unchanged. Now it's my turn to test you, and you seem a little on edge. You called us dogs, so if you want to pass, you'll have to defeat me. But I can't show the same mercy as I did with those kids. Even if you're a princess, if you draw what's underneath, I'll have to go all out. Hearing that, Elizabeth chuckled, immediately turning and tossing away her headband. Last time someone took off their skirt, he didn't fall for it. A blue ribbon falls to the ground as she licks her lips, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Miriam will be eliminated here. Princess Miriam hides a snake spirit in her dress, but she doesn't flinch, even though Min sees through her ploy. Corin sighs, lost in thought, realizing this time is different. How will he deal with her? As evening descends on the tower, the freshmen crowd around the bulletin board. What is this? What does it say? A smiling clown, and the words, "Return to the beginning," leave everyone confused. Are you kidding me? It'll be night soon. The forest fell silent, and the group was left battered and bruised. Seriously, I wish that psycho clown wasn't here. Still, don't go calling a senior a psycho. Isn't that Corin Locke over there? Sounds familiar, and they still have time to gossip. Rumor has it he's marrying the Daenerys family's daughter, who is also betrothed to the swordsman Lunia Aiden. He really is insane. Suddenly, laughter echoes through the forest, sending chills down their spines. It's Corin, dancing atop a mountain of weapons. Greetings, freshmen. He poured wine, his face flushed with excitement. Are you all excited about the exercise? The freshmen shudder, unnerved by his sinister smile. These are the rewards you deserve for the assignment. There are level 4 and 5 magic stones, and even higher level items. Corin jumps down. Do you know what you and these items have in common? He smiled wider. You guys are flammable. A grinding voice echoes. The bastard laughs maniacally as the flames engulf everything. Your tuition is going up in smoke. They've ruined everything, our rewards, our test results. Just one punch. Let me land one punch on that bastard. Let me go now. I'm not even holding you. That's it. I'm about to lose it. My reward, my magic stone, lets out another loud screech, and a clear voice rings out. Oh, hey everyone. They're all staring blankly at the descending dragon. Is that Senior Mary carrying a box? The chest is set down and opened, and a light flashes out. Wait, is that what I think it is? The glittering stones leave them speechless. That's high-grade hematite and second-grade magnetite. Corin is excited, and now he introduces the volunteer blacksmiths, who will craft weapons for everyone, free of charge. His disappointment is completely replaced by excitement as the capital's top blacksmiths are revealed. And a big round of applause for third-year Mary for providing the materials and blacksmiths, and for the second year as well, let's thank her. Warren clapped half-heartedly with a cold expression. Next up was a special performance. Elisa whips away the tablecloth, revealing a table of delicacies. Are you all hungry? Today's meal is made with the finest ingredients, not your average cafeteria food, and there's even honey candy. Freshmen, let your blood boil, eat, drink, take everything, and grow stronger. Everyone's impression instantly changes. Savor this moment as we explode like fireworks. Corin, with a nonchalant expression, raises his drink, declaring this day belongs to them. Eyes sparkled, perhaps they had misjudged this hero. Mary provided the ingredients and the chef. Would you like some potatoes? She's alive. And he's asking the Sword Blossom and every shady blacksmith she knows for help. Use them well. Everyone gets their share of stones. Elisa wondered how he could be so generous after acting so cruel. Even so, Corin paid for all those expensive magic stones for 400 people himself. Is he really okay? He wipes the makeup off his face, mentioning a couple of ins. Yes, I spent it all. This half-and-half face is very serious. Money isn't the most important thing, which isn't cool at all, actually. How gruesome. Deep down, he values something more than money. The screams and wails echoed. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Corin saved them, using every penny he'd earned to give his subordinates magic stones and blacksmiths, just as planned. Having good equipment doesn't guarantee victory, but it will drastically increase your chances of survival. This is all of Korin's sincerity, and they eat their fill. Senior, will you dance with us? Me? Despite giving it his all, a sense of unease lingers as Elisa turns her sparkling eyes to him. This time, Korin can't avoid it. His actions, different from his past life, keep the Depmang close, provoking Jean and John. It's all part of the preparation for the massive trial ahead, but where has Korin disappeared to? Where did Korin go? He still has something to do here. Because it's all happening at Mecha Academy. In a corner of the forest, a figure with a lantern leads the way. Elder Malik of the Red Magic Tower is sneaking around. We must capture that creature, a failed experiment, neither human nor beast. Accompanying him is Elder Moran of the Black Magic Tower. Everything is prepared. The creature will be ours, especially with the Golden Wizard joining in. They're all here for one purpose, to claim Mary Danf, the vampire, for their magic tower. Chaos erupts within the tower, and the real game begins. Originally, the vampire girl was to be captured under the guise of library data research, but history is about to change, as hooded figures follow each other into the night. A figure stands beneath the moonlight as Korin watches, having prepared for this moment. Sunlight bathes the academy, and the special dormitory reserved for those the academy holds dear is now almost full, a far cry from when it housed only Warren and me. War throws a flurry of punches at Korin, who mockingly dodges each one, a daily morning ritual with Warren. He stepped out of the bathroom, looking around, unaware of the students who might appear from the two crowded rooms after their baths. Before Korin were two rooms facing each other in the hallway, and at the end, the chambers of the two queens. Korin glanced over, clutching the towel in his hands, as the first queen, Estelle, headed to the chapel for morning prayers. The second queen, Miruam, has gone to her laboratory wing, and because the two queens have begun living differently from the original story, I can't shake the feeling that something's about to happen. He grabbed the doorknob and pulled it open, where Korin stood waiting at the end of the hall, hands on her hips, excitedly calling out to the person inside. "Hey, you twin brats, time to get up," the boy in white, curled up in bed, groggily complained. "Brother, just 3 more minutes," the girl in yellow pleaded, while the other twin lazily fell back onto the bed. "Just 5 more minutes, big brother." He knew that if he followed the rules, these adorable kids would grow up to be villains. Next, the 3 of them went into the bathroom to take care of their personal hygiene, and he reminded them to brush their teeth. The boy in white climbs on him to brush his teeth, while the girl in yellow sleepily hands over Rip to receive toothpaste. She hates toothpaste and is probably exhausted from the exams, just like any other child. Korin recalls the children's brutal adult forms from the original storyline, powerful sub-villain bosses. Thinking about the training to come, reaching their final forms early is a welcome development. Korin smiled as he ruffled their hair while they rinsed, looking in the mirror. These children, who would become villains after experiencing terrible things, are now so adorable. Seeing them, he's happy and satisfied that he's changing their predetermined future, and he no longer feels hesitant. In the dean's office, a voice echoes within. Mages from the Magic Tower have come to visit. Korin stood before Professor Josephine and Errol, puzzled by their purpose. As Professor Josephine, arms crossed, explained from behind the headmaster, to use the research materials of the Merkaba Grand Library and survey the direction of the Magic Department students. He admits, yes, magic is always short of new people, so it's right to survey the students' direction. Lately, students are more interested in becoming academy masters than magic towers. She crosses her arms, looking at him suspiciously. "You know about magic, don't you, student Korin?" Korin thought of the White Tower's declaration, the magic tower that originally monopolized all magic and mages. This is a place rife with injustice, where young mages are exploited and all achievements are seized by high-ranking mages. But thanks to the emergence of the Merkaba Academy, he then recalls the image of the Magic Tower Academy losing its monopoly, becoming sworn enemies with the Academy. Around that time, the old church's witch hunts began, and armored figures waged war everywhere. Witches were burned at the stake, and the Magic Tower, who despised the Academy and saw demons as mere test subjects, became pawns of the old religion. He recalls the heroes of his past life and the Academy's rebuttal, heroes who put an end to the witch hunts. It's also known as the Witch Revolution, a reality. Korin innocently reminds Professor Josephine that she couldn't possibly understand, since the professor participated in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. It's also written in the books. She glanced down at Isle, frowned, and adjusted her glasses. "Humph, that's ancient history, and I wasn't the only one involved." He sighed, closing his eyes. "Me too," he says, recalling Bantha's cruel figure and the old Bantha. Judging by their tone, the professors are clearly uncomfortable with the story of the traitorous Bantha disciple. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Korin, with his hands clasped behind his back, looks down at him, as both consider themselves disciples of Bantha. He then decides to reveal information about the future as well as Banthaga's plans, telling them that the magic tower has ties to Bantha. Professor Josephine was shocked to hear this, and Errol looked up, resting her chin in her hand, puzzled. Student Corin is revealing information from the future, he declares to them. Yes, the real purpose isn't to borrow the library or survey the students, but something else, entirely. Before that, on the academy grounds, the magic tower's visit this time is because of a senior student. Mary looked at him, flustered. Wait, it's because of me? Why? Corin asked, sitting in the chair next to her. Amidst this confusion, he recalls her explosive outburst and explains, the blood of a vampire elder is something the magic tower, which is frantically researching demons, would surely crave. She cut him off, then scratched her face, a look of surprise reminding her. Messing with me will cause big problems, Corin realized. The Dan family, known as the Potato Empire, is responsible for the empire's entire food supply and is the most powerful family in the South. He then looked back at her, realizing that provoking such a family for a trivial experiment was not worth it. But the magic tower doesn't care about that, Corin announces as they're following Tesbanhaza, leaving her wide-eyed with confusion. Tesbana? His face grew serious as he sank into thought. I think it's time I started telling you everything about Banha's goals and his power. What I'm about to tell you must remain between us. Hearing this, her face darkened as she touched her face, lost in thought. So, according to Corin, the so-called heavenly descent that the headmaster's traitorous disciple is trying to achieve, after gathering the 4 primordial languages and the 4 great treasures within the magic circle, they would combine them, using that power to destroy all civilization on Earth. Bantaza would then take the pieces and rearrange them, building a world to his liking, wouldn't he? Corin's expression turned grave as she confirmed, That's right, so the magic tower and the former Banha order don't care how strong their opponents are. He thought of the fanatical mages under Bantaza, who believed everything would disappear, leaving only what they desired. Marriott looked at him with a dubious expression. Could something so terrifying really be happening? He affirmed that though it sounded far-fetched, Bantaza had the power to do it. Then, looking at her intently, he asked for her opinion, admitting it might pressure her, but there was something he wanted to ask. She clasped her hands together, clutching a bread roll. Her face flushed as she muttered, How nice. You can do anything without me, yet you need my help. Yeah. She then gives him a hesitant smile, assuring him, Corin, you don't need to ask. I'll help you with anything. Just say the word. Receiving her answer, he grins back. Actually, there is something I need your help with today, Senior. He then left, waving and reminding Marriott, Be at the Happy Inn tonight at midnight. I'll take care of everything, just be there. And with that, the cake slipped from her grasp. Embarrassed, she covered her flushed face. All right, tonight, the inn with Corin. Corin can do as he pleases. I don't mind. Meanwhile, Corin peers through binoculars at the names of the Magic Tower members. They're opening the hotel, at the academy by day, and staying at the hotel in the city at night. Ugh, those mages. From the trees, he observed the group entering within. Of the 50 mages from the Magic Tower visiting, 3 were considered noteworthy. He watched the first man, who was yelling at his subordinates, and identified him as Old Melech of the Red Magic sect, a stubborn old man with a fiery temper, and the leader of the fire magic users. He pointed angrily, saying, I told you to bring document number 13B. Bring a new one here now. The other man also bowed awkwardly. Corin glanced away, spotting the Black Magic sect's elder man, who stared intently at a book while instructing the person behind him. Get the samples ready for a quick touch test and don't waste my time. Finally, there's one glowing gold, a dream of the Golden Dawn. He clutches a magic stone in his hand, the final boss of the upcoming Tower of Subjugation event, and the one who made a pact with Tesbanhaza. Corin grips his binoculars, biting his lip. Capturing that man is paramount, but the problem is identifying him among those 50. Meanwhile, another one pointed and angrily shouted, Hey, you low-class magic monkey, bring the luggage here now. If you drop it, I'll crush your mana core. Lack arrives carrying a pile of items, struggling and gritting his teeth in embarrassment. Lore chose to stick with the Magic Tower, and now he's their errand boy. Locke, change your direction. Below, one of the group members looked around, then broke away, running into a nearby alley. Corin, seeing this, lowered his binoculars, grinning with anticipation. It's happening. The Magic Tower is about to disappear. That night, curses echoed in a certain tavern. You bastard, damn it, I lost again. Manroji laughed triumphantly as he collected a pile of gold coins from the gambling table. The others lamented their losses. Am I taking too much here? He wondered. He smugly looks at his cards, introducing himself as the fourth circle black magic sorcerer of Manhwa, inwardly pleased. He doesn't care for things like alcohol, but he's heard that every city tavern has a gambling den. His all-seeing eye surveyed the room, identifying one as Tu and the other as Tha. Scanning the cards on the table, Manhwa smugly rested his chin on his hand. This is too easy. Someone should show up about now. Then, a hand on his shoulder makes him jump. "May I join you?" he asked, a lewd grin spreading across his face. And then a girl appeared, flicking her hair and winking at him. Manhwa turned to look at her, licking the corner of his mouth. "Heh heh, fine by me. This is what I wanted, right? This is what I'm interested in." He excitedly shouts into the dark night. "Let's play." In a room, the girl is pushed onto the bed, her face full of doubt. "If I do it, will you really give me back the money?" he thought gleefully. "I love toying with people after I've reduced them to nothing." A greasy hand reaches out, accompanied by a lewd laugh. "That's right," he chuckled, "so be a good boy." Suddenly, a more sinister laugh echoed from behind, startling him. He spun around and unleashed his magic, grinding his teeth in fury. Someone used a low-grade curse, but Corrin emerged from the dust, grabbing his face with disdain, asking if that was all the curse could do. He then slammed the man to the ground, who screamed, "Stop!" But he gripped the man's eye, his face painted like a clown, his brow furrowed in a mocking grin. "Normally, getting caught lying gets your hand chopped off, but you were about to do something vile to a young woman." He squeezed the man's mouth shut as the terrified thug looked up at him. Corrin reminded him, "You deserve a harsher punishment." He cried out, Wait, I didn't do anything." Oh, that woman. He reminded him that she was the master of Kolinia, not just some girl, as she adjusted her clothes and frowned at him. Boss quickly corrected himself. "My lady." He then informed the man that the young woman's name was Mary Dunaleb. Hearing this, Manhwa turned pale with fear. As he approached him with anger, the man was flustered and afraid. "So, the vampire Mary Dunaleb, an elite-class mage, was the one you were trying to kidnap. I guess the old guard in the Magic Tower don't see demons as people, huh? That's why I came prepared." Corrin turned to look at her. "Senior, you owe her for that assessment." She glared down as well. "This guy's a scumbag." He whimpers, staring at them in terror, while she looks on with cold contempt. "Turn him into a vampire, Senior, and give him a good, creepy look. Anything Corrin wants is fine." Meanwhile, back at the MK3 Academy Library, a frustrated voice asks, "Where has Manhwa disappeared to since yesterday?" Relin frowned. Manhwa is probably gambling again. Elderman calmly chimed in, "It's not the first time he's gotten drunk and disappeared into a casino for days." Clenching his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it, I told him this was important. Now the Golden Wizard Tower Master Ezrin will think we Black Wizards are a joke." He narrowed his eyes, wondering if this was the plan all along, and worried what if that guy was impersonating Manhwa and already making his move? He carefully analyzed that he was the only one in direct contact with Tess Benhaza. How would I know? Who knows what he's plotting with the red mages behind our backs? He turned and barked an order. "Relin, find Manhwa now!" She quickly runs off. Understood. His eyes widened menacingly as two girls entered the library. One whispers to the other, "Keep it down, remember we're in a library." The younger sister sighs, always getting scolded. The older sister gestures for silence again, and he sees them, his eyes widening in surprise. "Those kids, are they beastmen?" Relin shouted as he entered the tavern. "Damn it, where is that Manhwa instigator? I'm a third circle black wizard. Why am I doing this menial work?" Resting her chin in her hand, she hissed through gritted teeth, "Once this is done, I'm transferring to the Red Wizards immediately. All I have to do there is lick that old man's boots." Suddenly a voice caught her attention. "Uncle Pow, 2 martinis, stirred, not shaken." A well-dressed man with an odd topknot introduced himself as Corrin Locke. Then Gang pushed the martini towards her, asking, "Are you here alone, lady?" She scoffed. "You too? You're a little young to be hitting on someone." "Is that so?" he replied brazenly. "I guess everyone at the Magic Tower is an elite. Even the young ones." With that, he nonchalantly took a sip of wine, painfully recalling the end of Alyssa's acting class rehearsal. "I knew acting was an elective, but why this cheap melodrama?" Alyssa retorts that it's a beautiful story, a perfect script. Ireland scolded him, asking what a minor was doing in a bar and telling him to go home. Hearing this, he was confused as she lamented, "Oh God, I'm already being eyed like candy by that old red-robe mage. Now even some snot-nosed brat is trying to hit on me." He scratched his face in embarrassment. "I try to keep silent, but the wind won't let me." And she continued to yell like a madwoman, calling for the owner. "What kind of service is this?" Hearing this, Corin was shocked into silence, hanging his head low and becoming withdrawn for the rest of his life. Elisa, sitting nearby, covered her mouth in strange alarm. Why isn't it working? Annoyed, Relin called out for another bottle, his mood ruined. Suddenly, a soft finger touched his lips, accompanied by a sweet voice. Oh dear darling, no need for harsh words, speak sweetly. She's stunned. Who is this now? Estelle continued her praise, commenting on her beautiful lips, causing the girl to blush, before seductively asking, May I buy you a drink? I'm a saint. Corin and Elisa were utterly shocked by the scene. Why is she here? Estelle Hadatha Elas, the first princess blessed by the gods and all-powerful saintess. But Estelle's personality allowed her to quickly connect with Raylan, and the two were soon embracing and drinking together. Estelle relentlessly showered her with compliments. Oh, you're only 22 this year? Since we're the same age, want to hang out with me tonight? Raylan dazedly replied. Yes, even though we're the same age, you're still the older one because you're prettier. Estelle, known for her arrogance and hedonism, quickly amassed countless empty glasses on the table. Here, drink up, but undeniably she's beautiful enough to charm both men and women. Estelle traced her finger along Rellen's face, causing her to blush. Not as good as me, but you're still cute. Rellen was finally drunk. She slurred, Sis, I'm not drunk. What you don't understand is, why is someone like that here? Rellen then collapses onto the table, as the other man stands and offers, We'll take Rin with us. We're taking acting classes to prepare for this mission. With arms crossed, she teased, Oh please, this mission succeeded because of my beauty. I just saved this from disaster, and now you're trying to take credit? With a snap of her fingers, the other patrons in the bar began to rise. She reveals that they've been preparing for this mission for a long time as well. He's shocked. What? The guests here are all Alyssa? He brazenly blocks her with his sword. There are 2 first-class knights here. Stand back, he urges. Alyssa paused as Corin stared at them, piecing things together. You are the ones who secretly punish those who oppress mages. You are the New Order's secret counterintelligence unit. Their cover blown, they ask in disbelief, How did you... It's dangerous for a kid to know so much. He smirked. You're mistaken. I'm not in any danger. Corin put his hands in his pockets, declaring with fiery confidence, I can handle this entire unit, even without Elisa. Hearing this, Mokai angrily went to draw her sword, but Estelle stopped her. Stop, Vice Captain Mokai. Her eyes narrowed, realizing that she had correctly identified the one who held the sun. Corin locked on and confidently proposed a deal. I have 2 conditions. Estelle readily agreed. Okay, first condition, you want this person, right? What's the price? He continued. Elder Moran, leader of the Shadow faction. If your goal is to capture those who oppress mages, there is no better target. I will provide evidence of his illegal mage experiments. Estelle stroked her chin, considering the value of this intel, as Corey added, a private villa behind Antek village, to the northeast. There's a hut there, quite close to the tower. She asked in surprise, You're giving away this kind of information without asking for anything in return? Estelle was curious. In exchange, what do you want? His face darkened, then he looked up with a wicked smile. He declared, Arrest every mage from the tower who came here? That's absurd, the demon said, eyes wide with shock and disdain. You think you can catch them all? He insists that if left alone, they will join to Santaza and betray humanity. They are pure demons, Corin confidently stated. I agreed to hand over Elder Moran. You can go there and catch him, and I'll take care of the rest. Estelle paused, then said, All right, she's compromising. We'll hand over those we caught today. I'm intrigued. I gave you quite a bit in that first request, didn't I? Moxai shouted in protest, but the Saintess ignored him, her green eyes fixed on Corin as she asked, What is your second request? Corin happily proposed, Let's cooperate from now on. As long as it's not political, I'll actively support you. In exchange, Saintess, pray for me. She stroked her chin, amused. So you know of my abilities? Estelle smiles, offering her hand. All right, I'll pray for you until my divine power runs out. Since we're under the same roof, it won't be hard to manage. A Saintess's prayers are a powerful buff, usually only obtained late in the game. He shakes her hand, quickly reaching an agreement. Then I'll follow your prayer schedule. The Saintess suddenly says, Sister, catching him off guard. What? She asked with a radiant smile. Call me sister, little brother. And so the two playfully teased each other, much to the chagrin of her comrades. But how could I dare? She's a saintess and a princess. Hey, I told you to call me sister, okay? She grabs his arm and winks, saying, Don't you think we'll be together for a very, very long time? His brother laments that everything is happening too fast, wondering if it's okay. Cut to a closed room, where Jolin nervously bites her nails. Still no word from Relin? I don't care whether that bastard Manhwa lives or dies. But with the iron ring in his hand, he wept like a child. Relin, I have been reborn for our Rin. When she joined our Crimson Brigade, I planned to slowly strip her bare. I even prepared a slave seal. Who dares lay a hand on our Relin? Suddenly, a delivery man's voice echoed from outside, and he responded indifferently. Just leave it at the door. Jolin opens the door to find a stone. What the hell? Curious, he picks it up to examine it, and it's a recording stone. Suddenly, the screen zooms in, revealing his beloved Relin, leaving Jolin speechless. No, Rin, and beside her is a tall, muscular man. Ho ho, a young and beautiful mage. Fantastic. I'm so lucky today, he exclaimed. Relin is on screen, blindfolded and screaming in terror. Help me? This is the outskirts of the city, Jin said worriedly. No, don't. Don't do anything. I'm coming. And with that, he rushed off to save her. I'm coming, but little does he know, he's being followed. Corin steps out with a triumphant smile. My target wasn't these small fries, but the Golden Tower Master, Mage Ain. The problem is, out of the 50 mages who entered the academy this time, no one knows who the Golden Mage is, but at least I can recognize who isn't. Meanwhile, Jolin had fled to a house on the city's outskirts, and he quickly burst through the door. Relin embarked on a side quest, driven by a late-blooming love for a young woman of the Dark faction. Seeing his beloved so battered and broken, he raged. Relin, who? This has something to do with that old mage, Jolin. He gritted his teeth. Who would dare do this? At that moment, Corin, eyes blazing red, appeared from behind, leaning on his cane. Initially, there was a side quest in the script. If the main characters were Relin and Jolin, then at least these two weren't gold mages. He hastily says, I will save her. But before he could act, he was struck in the face with a thunderous blow, just like the dark mage Manroji he'd captured before, back when he was completing a side quest, hiding his gambling tricks. He was originally supposed to be caught for gambling fraud, and he listed the names Relin, Jolin, and Manroy, all connected to the side quests in the script. Certainly none of them are gold mages. After waking up, Jolin, face swollen and hands tied to a chair, screamed. What the hell is this place? You bastard, do you even know? Before he could finish, Corin clamped his mouth shut and threatened him with a strange round object. Sweat poured down his face, but he stubbornly asked, What's that? How dare you torture me without asking anything? Ask me. Ignoring his words, he coldly attached the circle to his beak. All the others who appeared in the side quest. Could they be lying? So I caught them one by one. Corin grinned, pouring the bowl of blood down. Drink up, it's delicious, a rich blood soup. And so he decided to turn them into vampires. After who knows how long, countless bowls piled up on the table. This one's still resisting. He has to eat 10 bowls of blood soup to become a vampire. He rubbed his forehead, admiring his masterpiece. But then, another ghoul? Jolin's eyes turned blood red and fangs emerged. A virgin vampire's ghoul becomes a Draken or Draculus, while a non-virgin becomes a regular ghoul. He rubs his head in frustration, just like Manroji. Why is everyone losing their virginity? Am I the only innocent one left in this world? Mary raised her hand, speaking innocently. Oh, me too. I've only ever held my dad's hand. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously. So that's how it is. But that means Corin will become a vampire. Thinking that, she gleefully transformed into a vampire with blazing red eyes. With that, Corin began painting his face like a clown, and with a grotesque face and a rogue's grin, he squeezed Jolin's face. All right, buddy, spill everything you know. He questioned. What's your name? Trembling, he replied, Jolin, my name is Jolin. And so began the interrogation. First question, tell me the plan. Jolin, why did you come to this city? He answered truthfully, to kidnap Mary Dan. Of course, it wasn't that easy, and the interrogation continued. What else? He confessed that it was to assassinate Dean Errol Casa. The conspiracy was clear, but his hesitation on the second question angered him, prompting a reminder. Answer me, Jolin groaned in pain. He stammered. Only Grand Magician Ain knows. We were just following his orders. He said it was important, and that he would personally participate in the mission. We don't know if he's hiding in the Scarlet or Obsidian sect, but he's become one of us. Corin grinned wickedly. With a sinister grin, he says, I have enough information. Next, I'll aim the camera at him and threaten the one behind it all. Ah, little Professor Jolin and 3 wandering mages are missing. I have them all. If you want them alive, bring a ship full of gold within a week, or else... The camera shakes violently, then cuts to his clown face as he maniacally declares, Each night, I'll sever a finger from each mage, starting with this one. Let's begin. The screen showed his clown mask, twisted with rage, and his agonizing screams. Meanwhile, Two cloaked figures watched on. "That idiot Jolin, if he weren't my disciple, I would have abandoned him," Red Sect leader Elder ADM said resentfully. Immediately, whispers spread below. "This is the Red Order's business. It would be better if we, the Black Order, took action ourselves." He angrily retorted, "Silence, brat. Who allowed you to speak?" Black Sect leader Elder Mostan only wants the treasure. No one is to act rashly alone. He laid out the situation. Even if they captured the vampire and the headmaster, the Space Witch would just teleport them away. That's why we planned to cause chaos during the Academy's midterms, forcing the Space Witch to focus on saving students. But that fool discovered our plan. Most promising. Okay, the Black Order will help, but you're not planning on giving him gold, are you? He affirmed. Yes. The tower doesn't negotiate with clowns, he suggests, so we must capture him. He asks, puzzled. How? He implied. We'll track him through my sponsored associate who just joined the Academy, won't we? Malik seemed to realize what he meant and hesitantly replied, yes. He continued, she must know something about the clown's identity. The second princess, Mirwam. More than anyone, Corin is the one who truly wants this to happen. He carefully considered. Miriam saw my makeup in the hunting grounds. Since the tower is Miriam's main sponsor, she'll definitely report me and cooperate. Then the tower's rats targeting Mary and Headmaster Errol will shift their focus to me, raiding the special dorm to capture me. And that's when we'll catch them all. That was Plan A. It was a beautiful prospect, but when Mirwam reviews the footage, she'll easily see that it's wrong. Humming. Oh my. What's this? Oh ho. He exclaims excitedly, so you've recognized that guy. She says nonchalantly, knowing nothing. It seems there really are clowns like him in the world. How humiliating. They were stunned. Could it be true? A scream echoed through the bakery. What? He asked in astonishment. You're saying Princess Miriam didn't mention me at all? He confirmed. No, I haven't, Senior, he asks, puzzled. Why not? Of course, he was just as lost. I don't care. Your name never came up anyway. He frowned, thinking. What is this? There's no way Mirwam would side with him. This throws the whole plan into chaos. Suddenly, Corin gets up, looking bewildered. Senior, are you explaining? That's right, thank you. I have some business, so I must leave immediately. I'll send you the payment as promised. He shook his head, saying, No, that's not it. I think you should rest for a bit. Are you okay? Thungdung calmly replied, I'm fine. He continued, plotting with grim determination, calculating every variable. I won't let my master be lost in vain like before. With Estelle leading the charge, she accuses Elder Mostan, a tower mage, of illegal human experimentation, murder, abduction, and unlawful imprisonment. What does he mean by questioning him? Are you trying to go against the tower? Princess Estelle chuckled softly, replying with a light tone. Of course, I acknowledge the tower's authority, but we received a report. This case is too serious, and the evidence is too clear. A person hands over evidence, and he is shocked. How could this be? Why are the research documents here? Damgio thought to himself, I should be the one asking that. Mauston's labs move so often that even our strike team couldn't track him down. Estelle muses, I don't think he was lying. Even so, I didn't expect the evidence to be seized so quickly, and the Corin lock data isn't something prepared in advance, but completely up to date. If the Academy makes a move, Mausta will likely relocate again. She crossed her arms, guessing, meaning he prepared everything himself in just a few days. Does he truly intend to bring down the tower single-handedly? Corin Locke. His thoughts, however, are all too clear. For the advancement of great knowledge, sacrifice is inevitable. The witch hunts, born from the discrimination and persecution of mages, saw the old church and tower defeated by 3 heroes allied with the new church, leading to what became known as the Mage Revolution. The power of the old church and the tower gradually weakened. Eventually, they joined forces with Vanta to overthrow the Academy. They thought it would be easy, until now. In the tower, he cursed in anger. Damn it, how did the new church find and raid the secret lab? Don't tell me this is the clown's doing too. Is that clown connected to the new church? We must execute the mission sooner. Before the master is taken to the church's holy land, we'll burn down the academy and use the chaos to rescue him. One of them angrily retorted, Silence. It's bad enough we were thwarted by that strange clown. What mission? In this state, we must return to the tower immediately. Just then, a pair of legs emerged slowly from the sea of fire, silencing everyone. A blazing red flame erupted, and the figure of Melech gradually appeared in the distance. The members were shocked by his appearance, calling out to Elder Melech. He emerged in a grotesque form, one eye ablaze, his body seemingly consumed by fire. Unable to hide his shock, he cried out, Lord Arin, before being cut off, continuing to preside over the calming of the people. With Elder Moston captured, my current strength isn't enough. You, head of the tower, must assist. One of the members seemed pensive, when suddenly flames engulfed him. Strange runes appear, emitting a golden light around him, finally forming a secret code. He wonders, witch hunt? How? The incantation shifts again, revealing the method, and he suddenly mutters excitedly, "It will work. We'll lead the gang ourselves and set out immediately." Here in northwest Mabeo lies a secret seal known as the Mark, etched during the Witch Wars. Only 2 people knew of the Arandanwa and Josephine seal, so when it signaled, I immediately thought of Arinua and rushed over. Professor Josephine was shocked to encounter someone she never expected, blurting out, "You, what a pleasant surprise. Long time no see, witch." As he conjured a spell to surround her, a fierce flame erupted. She struggled to create a barrier, and Josephine cried out, "You activated the Mark, didn't you? How did you know its location?" He sneered, unafraid, for the tower's master had powerful allies, and another knew the Mark's location. A thought flashes through her mind. Of the 3 heroes who fought in the Witch Wars, one of them. A name surfaces in Josephine's mind. Tesvantaza. She questions in disbelief. You've really joined forces with him? How do you plan to deal with the aftermath?" He calmly replied, "Rules are meaningless now. It was a mistake to think magic should follow laws in the first place. Wasting time protecting lab rats with things like human rights and ethics is inefficient, and recklessly teaching magic to the mediocre only drags them in. You academies are just obstacles to magical progress." She gritted her teeth in resentment. "You know what? You people never change. First demons, now mages." With that, she mustered all her strength to withstand his attack, then continued with emphasis. "Then the witches. You always hated and hunted anyone who used magic and opposed you. But when the hunt ended, you locked me away as a child and began arguing over how to dissect and experiment on me, debating whether magic fire or possession was at my core. In the frigid prison, she was left to scream, cry, and suffer torture, day and night. Until one day, Arandanwa appeared with a gentle face, saying, "I've come to save you." She continued her arrogant confrontation until Arandanwa's spear pierced her heart, and she mocked, "You don't care about magic. You're just pathetic worms who need hatred to live. Ha ha." She laughed derisively as she was surrounded on all sides. He praised her, saying she was indeed the star of the witch revolution. Then, he kindly advised her not to resist in vain as he watched her struggle, all while revealing his grand scheme. He could maintain the seal binding her for 3 days. "It's unfortunate I have to entrust such a task to the Black Order, but while I hold you here, the tower will kill Headmaster capture the top vampire, and return in glory." He laughed triumphantly. "In 3 days, the Academy will be gone, and only the chosen will pursue the pinnacle of magic in a new paradise." A voice suddenly rang out, stunning him. 3 days, 3 minutes is far too long. He turned his head in shock. Someone's there, then reacted, unleashing his firehounds towards Corin. He stood there calmly, spear in hand, as she retreated in fear. "Corin, he's an elder class." Suddenly Josephine paused at his next question. "Madam, do you know why they never change? Because they haven't been hurt enough. And here's the plan." He arrogantly pointed his spear at them, saying, "First, you guys are going to get your asses kicked. And so, the operation to rescue the professor begins now.